Yaya inadvertently wandered into the live broadcast of the 5 young masters of the Liu family. The chubby little bundle of joy elicited gasps of delight from the audience as she next proceeded to dive into the mouth of a tiger with a toothbrush in hand, intent on giving it a dental cleaning. Her room was adorned with the purple robe of a celestial master, and with a mere utterance, she could conjure sensational news, avert various calamities, and even capture spirits from miles away, showcasing her divine abilities. However, the temple where she resided was somewhat dilapidated, necessitating a crowdfunding effort for its renovation. In response, the Liu family declared, "How could our life-saving child dwell in such a decrepit abode? We shall donate 50 million to expand it." Entertainment moguls chimed in, "I shall hold a concert to sponsor the incense offerings for Yaya's temple." Emerging talents from the scientific community proclaimed, "We have gifted the latest technological ecological system. Please accept it, Yaya." The donations from these benefactors have greatly improved the temple, leading Yaya to exclaim, "Technology indeed transforms life." Without the live broadcasts, how could our temple receive such abundant offerings? Chapter 1. Chased by a tiger on Livestream family. I truly cannot run any longer. I regret coming to this remote mountain forest for an adventure that in the lush forest. A man clad in sportswear was sprinting frantically, pursued closely by a striped tiger. A moment's slowdown would surely spell his doom that a camera was mounted on his head, and the title Liu Xingfeng's outdoor livestream was displayed on the phone hanging around his neck. The comments in the livestream chat flooded in, filled with astonished reactions from viewers. They had witnessed live streams of beachcombing and litter picking, but never one where the host was being chased by a tiger. This era's streamers truly seemed to value money over life. Initially, it had seemed a jest, but the livestream software's accurate location revealed that the host was indeed deep within the mountains. What did this signify? It meant that soon, the host would become the first to perish in the jaws of a tiger. The man appeared to realize his impending fate. How could a human outrun a tiger? He decided to remove the live streaming device from his neck, turning the camera towards himself to prepare his last words. What are you doing here?" Suddenly, a child's voice interrupted, prompting Liu Xingfeng to question his own senses. He swallowed hard, intending to continue his farewell, when the voice chimed again. "Yaya is asking you something. Why are you ignoring her?" Feeling a tug on his pant leg, Liu Xingfeng looked down to discover a child at his feet. The child had a chubby little face, dressed in a traditional blue robe, with round, bright eyes filled with curiosity about him. This child was utterly adorable. In the face of life and death, he was unexpectedly struck by the charm of the little one, rendering his thoughts muddled. He stammered, I'm leaving my last words that, no, that's not the point now. Little one, there's a tiger here. You must run." As Liu Xingfeng mentioned, he was leaving last words. Yaya released her grip on his pant leg. She confidently tilted her chin and said, "Oh, so you're leaving your last words? Please do so quickly. Yaya will not disturb you." Alas, today's elders are so peculiar, they clearly will not die, yet insist on leaving last words. Yaya muttered to herself as she walked away that a month prior, her master had left a multitude of last words for her. Understanding that last words were for those nearing death, Yaya had taken a shovel from the temple and diligently dug a pit, preparing to bury her master when the time came. To her surprise, just as the pit was completed, her large master vanished without a trace. According to her master's last words, Yaya was now the rightful owner of Sanxing Temple, Sanxing Mountain, and Sanxing Forest, responsible for every blade of grass and stone both above and below the mountain. Yet, Yaya was aware that her master could never truly pass away, for he was remarkably powerful. She had secretly calculated and determined he would live for 1,000 years. However, her master was quite adept at avoiding work, purposely passing responsibilities onto her. One of the last words stated that once she became the head of Sanxing Temple, she was to ensure everyone knew of it and that its incense offerings flourished. Yet her master, during his tenure, had neglected this duty, leaving it all for her to handle. At merely 3.5 years of age, she was but a small child tasked with such burdensome responsibilities. How wicked her master was! Most frustratingly, her master, fully aware of her desire to be a Taoist, had insisted that her ties to blood relatives were not yet severed, advising her to maintain a calm heart, and not to deliberately avoid them, for not all kin were at fault. That old rascal was indeed quite mischievous. Recalling these thoughts, Yaya felt a surge of anger. She clenched her tiny fists, walking and waving them in frustration, wishing to knock out her master's pearly whites right then and there. Lu Xingfeng's gaze followed Yaya, suddenly recalling that she was heading directly towards the tiger. Quickly donning the live streaming device again, he bent down and scooped Yaya in his arms. "We cannot go there, there's a tiger." Surprised by the sudden embrace, Yaya blinked, her dark, bright eyes filled with bewilderment at Lu Xingfeng's unexpected action. "Yaya knows there's a tiger. I came to find it," she replied. Had she not sensed that Lu Xingfeng meant no harm, she would have retaliated. Lu Xingfeng was taken aback, realizing that should the tiger decide to attack, both he and Yaya would already be lost. He stared incredulously in the direction of the tiger. What had once been a ferocious beast relentlessly pursuing him was now sprawled on the ground, exposing its white belly and large tiger bell. Noticing Yaya's gaze, the tiger began to wriggle its body, the soft flesh of its belly quivering like waves. "Put Yaya down, quickly, I need to show Ahua my teeth," Yaya urged Lu Xingfeng. Still, he hesitated to release her, glancing between the tiger and the little girl in his arms, incredulously asking, "You named the tiger Ahua, and you raised it?" "Not quite." Yaya wriggled her small body, attempting to persuade Lu Xingfeng to let her go. "Ahua is the guardian tiger I appointed, responsible for patrolling the forest for me. It snuck into the kitchen to steal the candy I made while I was studying, and now its teeth are rotten. I need to brush them and apply medicine." A tiger stealing candy? Lu Xingfeng felt utterly baffled. Yet the evidence lay before him. The tiger had no intention of causing harm. In fact, it resembled a household cat, sprawled on the ground, eagerly inviting affection. Its exposed belly and pleading eyes made this abundantly clear. While Lu Xingfeng was lost in thought, Yaya had slipped from his grasp. As she moved, the little bundle of joy removed a small bamboo tube hanging from her waist and opened its lid, approaching the tiger, Ahua. Previously prepared for Yaya's affection, Ahua's nose twitched. Detecting the smell of medicine from the bamboo tube, Ahua let out a roar, leaping to its feet and sprinting away. Brushing its teeth was an impossibility. It was the king of beasts, having lived for nearly 200 years. Seeing Ahua attempt to flee, Yaya grew even angrier, stamping her foot and declaring, "Ahua, I will count to 3. 1. At less than 1 meter tall, Yaya appeared diminutive even before adults. In the presence of the tiger, she resembled a small dumpling in a bowl. Yet at that moment, the tiger seemed to shrink itself, ears drooping, gazing pitifully at Yaya while emitting a whimpering sound of submission. Lu Xingfeng, a spectator to this scene, was left in utter astonishment, murmuring to himself, "Family, has the world gone mad, or have I? How is it possible to witness a tiger behaving so obediently before child?" The camera above his head captured the unfolding scene of Yaya and the tiger. At that moment, the audience in the live stream shared Lu Xingfeng's astonishment. "Having stayed up too late last night, I woke up today with blurred vision. I see a little one telling a tiger, 'I will count to 3. Seeing the comments on the screen, Lu Xingfeng grew anxious. How could it be fake? I truly experienced life and death. The reason there is a signal on Sanxing Mountain is that the outskirts are about to be developed into a tourist area. The developers erected a signal tower here. What do you need me to do to prove that everything I am experiencing right now is real?' Upon hearing Lu Xingfeng's request for proof, the audience became excited. The host should approach the little girl and touch the tiger. If nothing changes with the tiger's image, I will believe you're indeed live streaming from Sanxing Mountain. This method is good, I like it. Haha. Let the host touch the tiger's teeth. I came to see a tiger attacking someone now. I can just watch. Haha. The demands from the viewers grew increasingly terrifying, causing Lu Xingfeng to feel a bit intimidated. He swallowed hard, staring at the tiger on the ground, fear gripping him. Nevertheless, he had already boasted about the authenticity of his stream without proving it. How could he continue as a host? When he left home, he had made a solemn vow to his family to succeed on his own. Thus, he must touch the tiger today. Chapter 2. Wanggu is coming to expose the truth. To fulfill his wish, Lu Xingfeng moved closer to Yaya, hoping to discreetly touch Ahua. However, as he approached, Ahua fixed him with an intense stare. Lu Xingfeng dared not reach out his hand. and could only wait patiently nearby. He had already opened the bamboo tube and prepared the medicine with a small brush. Ahua, be a good girl, you must brush your teeth if there are cavities, or else your teeth will fall out and you won't be able to eat meat anymore. Quick! Ah! Initially, they intended for the tiger to open its mouth wide, but the little girl herself had already done so. Lu Xingfeng removed the live streaming device from his head to ensure the scene captured Yaya and the tiger authentically. Following Yaya's example, the tiger opened its mouth wide. Seeing Ahua cooperate so well, Yaya took another bamboo tube from her waist, poured water into Ahua's open mouth, and began to brush vigorously. It was summer, and due to the heat, Ahua's teeth had accumulated bits of meat from just 2 days of neglect. Yaya diligently brushed, removing the remnants. The audience, initially waiting for Lu Xingfeng to touch the tiger's teeth, became captivated by the tiger's tooth-brushing scene, forgetting to urge him to complete his task. With the sound of brushing, the stream's popularity soared from 10,000 viewers to 50,000. In the Lu family mansion far away in Beicheng, the family members were gathered for a meeting. The large screen in the multimedia room displayed the scene of Yaya brushing the tiger's teeth. The intimate interaction between the child and the fierce beast elicited exclamations of delight from the audience, who found both the fluffy creature and the little girl endearing. Madame Lu observed this scene and suddenly remarked, Rua's daughter looked just as adorable when she rode horses at our ranch. Mr. Lu pursed his lips, an expression of helplessness etched across his aged face. Rua's daughter is indeed cute, but with our family not engaging in the Zhou family's project, we won't get to see her. Hearing this, Mr. Lu's fourth son grew furious. Initially, when they saw the fifth son being chased by the tiger, both Madame Lu and Mr. Lu were so frightened they nearly had heart attacks. Eldest, you're the most clever and obedient in the family. What do you think we should do? Mr. Lu turned to Lu Xingzhou. Meanwhile, the live stream continued. Yaya had finished brushing Ahua's teeth, collected her tools, and patted Ahua on the rear. All right, Ahua, you can go play now, wait. Lu Xingfeng suddenly spoke up. Yaya turned her head, curious about him. Lu Xingfeng hurriedly explained, don't let it go yet, I need its help with something. You see, I am live streaming that Lu Xingfeng shared his reasons for wanting to touch Ahua and earnestly requested, so please, help me prove that my stream is real and without effects. You mentioned that many people would be watching the stream? Yaya's eyes brightened. If many people are watching, could we encourage them to visit Sanxin Temple to pay their respects to the ancestors? The master left a message for me to ensure that the temple's incense offerings flourish, but I haven't thought of a way yet. Flourishing incense offerings? Lu Xingfeng was momentarily perplexed by Yaya's words. Are you a little Taoist priest from this Sanxin Temple? If you want incense offerings to thrive, at least a deity must manifest and fulfill wishes otherwise, who would come here to offer money for the gods. But such matters are superstitious and should not be entertained. As he spoke, Lu Xingfeng shook his head. Yaya contemplated the meaning behind Lu Xingfeng's words about fulfilling wishes. She had once wished for the ancestors to fulfill wishes, but her master had said the ancestors were very busy. They, as practitioners, could enhance their abilities and gain the ancestors' attention through merits, prompting the ancestors to manifest. Having heeded her master's advice, Yaya had worked diligently to learn. But now, despite her efforts, the ancestors had yet to manifest, and her master had departed. Clenching her small fist again, she heard Lu Xingfeng's question. So, can I touch Ahua now? After saying this, Yaya couldn't help but praise her own cleverness. Lu Xingfeng, originally aiming to meet the viewer's demands, nodded earnestly at her words. Sure, you let me touch the tiger, and I will donate to your temple's incense offerings. After all, he still had 20,000 in savings, though not in cash. Upon hearing Lu Xingfeng's agreement, Yaya tugged at Ahua's ear and whispered to her, during which words like incense offerings, beat you, and candy subtly floated out. Ultimately, Yaya nodded. All right, you can touch it. As she said this, Ahua, who had initially shown little regard for Lu Xingfeng, turned over and playfully exposed her belly to him, shaking her large bells. Lu Xingfeng could hardly believe he was receiving such treatment and glanced gratefully at Yaya. Yet, he still felt trepidation at the thought of touching the tiger. Noticing Lu Xingfeng's hesitation, Yaya, eager to earn her first incense offerings, decided to assist him. She took Lu Xingfeng's hand and placed it on Ahua's head. Finally, Lu Xingfeng touched Ahua. The viewers in the live stream were left in shock. If this were a green screen composite image, there should have been some visible flaws when Lu Xingfeng reached out to touch the tiger, yet the authenticity was evident. Could this be real? The host is genuinely being chased by a tiger in the deep mountains, saved by a child, and now touching the tiger? I almost believe it. Damn, I want to touch a tiger too. And a panda. Are there pandas in this forest? Who knows? The internet says Sanqing Mountain has been a hidden gem for ages. Maybe a dragon knight is in seclusion here? As the audience in Lu Xingfeng's live stream began to believe in his authenticity, a PK connection request appeared in the chat. This was the most popular method of earning money through live streaming. When two hosts connected for a PK, viewers gifted props via the software, and the one with higher popularity would win. The individual seeking to PK Lu Xingfeng was known as Wang Ge from next door, who frequently challenged him. Having been a host for 3 to 4 years, Wang Ge boasted a fan base of 5 million, consistently defeating Lu Xingfeng, who had only 10,000 fans. Brothers over here, don't trust Lu Xingfeng too much. Our Wang Ge is coming to expose the truth. Exactly. How could a tiger fear a child? It's all fake, just actors. Having touched the tiger, Lu Xingfeng noticed Wang Ji's fans starting to doubt him, feeling disheartened. Why is this guy coming to challenge me again? Lu Xingfeng believed that his neighbor, Wang Ge, might be acquainted with him, which was why they engaged in frequent competitions. Each encounter ended in defeat for him, accompanied by ridicule. This time, due to Yaya's influence, the livestream's popularity soared to 50,000 viewers, yet competing against Wang Ge was futile. Wang Ji's livestream boasted a steady audience of 70 to 80,000. What to do? Lu Xingfeng was in a quandary. Chapter 3. How could one possibly disturb the grave of an elderly father? Yaya, upon hearing Lu Xingfeng mention that someone was coming to strike him, curiously inquired, "Who wishes to harm you?" Lu Xingfeng elaborated on the matter of the livestream. In this format, the audience is plentiful and, consequently, the gifts will flow abundantly as well. Yet I find myself perpetually at a loss, which is quite embarrassing. Yaya grasped his meaning. A bustling livestream implies an increase in potential patrons for Sanqing Wan. With a beaming smile, she replied, "Fear not, I shall assist you." The little one puffed out her chest, her demeanor radiating pride. Lu Xingfeng glanced at her, acknowledging, "You have already aided me significantly in garnering followers, but to triumph over this individual, it would require a Hua to perform acrobatics through a ring of fire." Yaya, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly sprang up at Lu Xingfeng's words, letting out a yelp before bolting away. Yaya frowned. "You frightened a Hua away." Lu Xingfeng asked, "What shall we do now?" "No worries. Let us ponder a solution." As Yaya wore a serious expression, Lu Xingfeng sighed. "Very well. Let's not dwell on it. We shall attempt something, as I have long since shed my shame. To be a streamer requires a thick skin. Let's find a spot to broadcast." As he spoke, he noticed a clean patch of grass nearby and plopped down upon it. Yaya exclaimed, "Hey, Lu Xingfeng, get up." Confused, Lu Xingfeng stood, only to witness Yaya reach down and pull out a snake from where he had just sat. The serpent was adorned with black and white ring patterns, resembling silver-ringed snake. Lu Xingfeng shrieked in terror. This snake is the most venomous in Longhua. A single bite would lead to his demise within 10 minutes. My curiosity about Yaya's true identity deepened. After all, she had brushed the fur of a tiger and now dared to handle a silver-ringed snake. The audience was equally intrigued, as was Wang Ge, who was engaged in a conversation with his own fans. You see, I still harbor doubts about Lu Xingfeng's authenticity. Perhaps the surroundings are merely a green screen, and the visuals are fabricated. Do not doubt. Lu Xingfeng possesses this capability. Wang Ji's followers expressed skepticism. If Lu Xingfeng truly had such prowess, why would he still be a relatively obscure streamer with fewer than 10,000 fans? To create such realistic special effects would cost millions. Wang Yi, observing the barrage of comments in his live stream, felt exasperated. He too thought Lu Xingfeng was rather peculiar, abandoning the esteemed position of the 5th young master of the Lu family to become a small streamer. Just wait for me to expose the truth, including this odd little girl. After declaring this, Wang Ge activated the voice channel. He first greeted Lu Xingfeng before turning his attention to Yaya. "Little one, tell uncle how old you are." Yaya held up 3.5 fingers. Yaya is 3.5 years old. "Oh, that snake you just held looked quite frightening. What was its texture like? I mean, what did it feel like to touch?" Vang Yi mu sit, sur le. A fake snake could not feel cold. He continued questioning. Why did you happen to see Lu Xingfeng there? Do you reside here? Do you know where this is? This is Sanqing Mountain. Yaya is the master of Sanqing Guan. What is Sanqing Guan? It is a Taoist temple. A Taoist temple master? So you're a little Taoist priest? Yes, I'm a little Taoist priest. After a series of rapid exchanges, Wang Ge finally found a flaw. With a grin, he posed a seemingly fatal question. I've heard that Taoist priests can perform divination. Can you? Ha ha ha. Wang Ji's sharp inquiry seized the little deceiver's vulnerability. Little Taoist, do some fortune-telling. If you cannot, you lose. Indeed, the audience chimed in. Let's see how this little child can recite her lines. Enough, do not bully a child. When she starts crying, Wang Ji's laughter echoed. Come now, little one, don't speak out of turn. My father passed away in a car accident 3 years ago. I recently visited his grave. The audience joined in his mirth. Lu Xingfeng, the little actor you found, is lacking. How could she be playing with snakes when Wang Ji's father has passed? Lu Xingfeng felt a twinge of anxiety. He temporarily muted his microphone and spoke seriously to Yaya. Though you are my savior, it is unnecessary to fabricate. If we lose, it is of no consequence. There is no need for deception. Yaya, sensing his disbelief, chuckled. Do not worry. You will not err. Just wait and see. Seeing Yaya's determination, Lu Xingfeng sighed. Very well, say what you wish. He unmuted his microphone. Wang Ge, noticing this, mocked. What is this? A sudden script revision? As soon as Wang Ge finished speaking, Yaya declared, there is no script. Your father is with the snake. If you do not believe me, have him dig up the grave and see. This month he has been visiting you in dreams, hasn't he? Wang Ge was momentarily taken aback. Dreams? You mean I dreamed of my father? He believed it was merely his longing for his father manifesting. Yet now, hearing such words from a small child regarding his dreams of his late father, things began to seem rather peculiar. Could she genuinely possess such divination skills? No, that is impossible. The most famous 5-year-old monk online could only perform martial arts. Who would dare claim to have such abilities? That belongs to the realm of esoteric arts. Wang Ge frowned. Dig up my father's grave? Is this child out of her mind, suggesting I disturb my father's resting place? Indeed, how could one disturb their own father's grave? If it is proven that Wang Ji's father is with the snake, who shall take responsibility? Lu Xingfeng urged. You must keep your child in check. She cannot speak so recklessly. Not only did the audience doubt Yaya, but Lu Xingfeng himself found it hard to believe. To suggest digging up a grave was indeed excessive. Yet, being the loyal Lu Xingfeng, even if he were to err, he could not back down. Thus, Lu Xingfeng proclaimed, you all demanded that ye approve her abilities, and now you claim we cannot disturb grave. How shall we proceed? Or is it that Wang Ge and his fans are unable to engage in this manner? How about this? If the grave reveals Yaya's truth, Wang Ge, you shall create a new account to help us win this round. If Yaya is incorrect, then I shall grant you one request. What? Wang Ge, if you win, you'll give them money, and you want Lu Xingfeng to grant your request? Laughter erupted. I have never seen someone so shameless as Lu Xingfeng. You should also spend money for Wang Ge. How much could your request possibly be worth? Wang Ge quickly demand Lu Xingfeng alter the stakes. The audience urged for a change in the wager, yet Wang Ge merely chuckled. His request might lack monetary value, but the backing of Lu Xingfeng, the president of the Lu Corporation, could elevate its worth significantly. Men must not shy away. Wang Ge declared, this is live. Let your words hold weight. I accept your wager. Consider it a relocation of my father's grave to a more auspicious site. Disturbing a grave for mere amusement is indeed inappropriate, but for the sake of relocation, it becomes acceptable. Wang Ge reassured himself and promptly contacted a fellow villager. That villager, emulating Wang Ge, established an account for streaming, titled Country Lu Ge, showcasing rural life, yet his follower count grew slowly. Upon hearing Wang Ji's request to assist in relocating his father's grave, Lu Ge perceived this as an opportunity for fame and requested to join the livestream. Chapter 4. The price of Feng Shui. Before long, the livestream connected. Lu Ge, dressed plainly, widened his eyes at the multitude of viewers and exclaimed, Brother, thank you for this opportunity. I have enlisted the help of villagers. We will soon begin to excavate the grave. The camera shifted to reveal the villagers, seasoned laborers with ample strength, ready to assist. At this moment, holding a hoe in hand, they ascended the mountain under Lu Ji's watchful lens. Soon, They arrived at the cemetery. The group bowed before the grave, reciting the words prescribed by Wang Ge for the purpose of grave renovation, before commencing to dig. The prospect of live streaming a grave excavation prompted viewers to hastily share the stream with family and friends. Today, a spectacle was exhilarating. First, they witnessed a tiger chasing a person, and now they were about to observe a host unearthing his own father's grave. My goodness! When my brother informed me that someone had wagered and intended to dig up his father's grave, I was skeptical, but upon witnessing it, the reality of the excavation was undeniable. It must belong to Wang Ge's father, right? It cannot belong to someone else. Indeed, Lu Ge had just shown us the inscription on the tombstone, which clearly bore the character Wang. At once, the live stream featuring the three hosts surged to become the top of today's outdoor segment. Lu Xingfeng glanced at the little girl sitting beside him, lowering his voice to inquire, "Yaya, can you truly prove that his father is playing with snakes?" The audience continued to grow, and with the live stream's location now visible, if they were mistaken, both she and her family would be implicated. Hearing Lu Xingfeng mention family, Yaya blinked her eyes and flashed a sweet smile. Yaya is alone. There are no family members here. Moreover, what Yaya stated could not possibly be erroneous. Fortified by familial protection, Yaya would be spared from online harassment. With preparations in place, Lu Xingfeng relaxed, contemplating reading the bullet comments from the live stream. This little girl, does she know how to read? Lu Xingfeng was taken aback. Just as he was about to ask Yaya how old she was, the same question floated by in the comments. Yaya is 3.5 years old. The little girl extended 4 fingers, the fourth only half raised. Lu Xingfeng couldn't help but wonder at 3.5. He had been ridiculed by his brothers for wetting the bed, which had produced a rather large map. Realizing this, Yaya lost interest in speaking to the audience, focusing her attention on Lu Ji's broadcast. In the live stream, the older men had fully unearthed Wang Ge's father's grave and were now shouting as they lifted the coffin with the help of a makeshift frame. What a remarkable first sighting of a grave excavation. The little girl had claimed that Wang Ge's father was playing with snakes. Just as the coffin was raised, Lu Ge exclaimed, "Ah, how did this coffin develop a hole?" Indeed, a hole had appeared. Perhaps it was gnawed by rats or some other creature. Upon lifting the coffin lid, Lu Ge was drenched in cold sweat. Inside the coffin, Wang Ge's father's remains had already turned to white bones, entwined by 2 snakes. Upon noticing the intrusion, the snakes flicked their tongues menacingly. My heavens! This truly validates the little girl's assertion about Wang Ge's father playing with snakes. The little girl was right. Incredible. I can only say that the little Taoist is indeed remarkable, having spoken no falsehood. Wang Ge's face turned ashen. No wonder he dreamt every night of his father sitting at the foot of his bed. It turns out he had been spending time with snakes daily. Wang Ge was about to thank Yaya when she stood up, furrowing her little brow in anger, declaring, "Stop, stop. You cannot harm the snakes." Lu Ge, who was instructing the older men to capture the snakes with hose, halted at Yaya's words, asking her, "Little Taoist, are these snakes venomous? If we do not kill them, will they endanger the villagers? I also felt that these snakes appear to be venomous. Let us not harm them. They are merely seeking a burrow to fulfill their reproductive purposes and are unaware that it is a human grave." Upon hearing this, Yaya beamed with crescent-shaped eyes. Yes. Yes. The snakes merely found the wrong place to have their babies. They haven't committed any wrongdoing. Besides, haven't you heard that house snakes should not be harmed? Lu Ge scratched his head. I have indeed heard that harming house snakes brings misfortune, but those are the snakes that enter our homes. And these snakes are in a coffin. This remark incited laughter among the crowd. Indeed, a coffin is also a home. When a person passes, they essentially treat the coffin as their dwelling. It is precisely because 2 house snakes entered the home that Wang Ge's father has been dreaming of seeking out Wang Ge. Yaya further added, "You all should apologize to the snakes present. Otherwise, they will remember you and misfortune may ensue." Upon hearing the word misfortune, Lu Ge shivered and explained to the older men in dialect. The older men, eager for compensation, willingly complied, apologizing to the 2 snakes. Watching the snakes depart, Lu Ge turned to Wang Ge, asking what should be done next. Wang Ge, shedding his earlier disdain for Yaya, respectfully stated, "Little Taoist Yaya, our wager is won by you. May I inquire where my father's grave should be relocated?" Yaya bilinkit hereyes, her face radiatink a svit simile. You wish for me to assist you with Feng Shui calculations? Wang Ge nodded vigorously. Yaya rubbed her little hands together, her eyes crinkling into joyful slits. Well, that would require a separate fee. Ha ha. Is the little Taoist a money grubber? Isn't it said that a master beyond the realm should regard wealth as mere refuse? Only I discern the crux of the matter. This additional fee indicates that informing Wang Gu about his father's connection with the snakes also demands payment. Seeing the comments from the audience, Yaya earnestly stated, once compensated, Yaya will contribute the money to the ancestor, ensuring that the balance of karma is maintained. Otherwise, the imbalance of karma will lead to punishment for both Yaya and those who hear the heavenly secrets. Upon hearing the term punishment, Wang Gu dared not default on his debts. Furthermore, he was certainly capable of paying. Being a dutiful son, he contemplated for a moment, gesturing grandly. Very well. Little Taoist Yaya, please tell me how much is needed to resolve my father's housing issue, along with relocating his grave? 50,000? 100,000? Or 1 million? Chapter 5. Yaya can cure your father's illness with a fan base exceeding 1 million. Wang Gu had amassed some wealth. Although the mention of 1 million caused a twinge of pain, it was not beyond his means. The audience in the live stream could not help but exclaim, so precise. I believe the little Taoist should charge several tens of thousands. However, Yaya shook her head. No need for that much. 666 for one divination, and 999 for Feng Shui calculations. This amount is sufficient. 666 plus 999 totals 1,665? That is hardly substantial. Cough. Lu Xingfeng, who had been silently listening, nearly choked on his saliva. Cough, is that all the fee? What can this amount possibly accomplish? Yaya laughed. This sum is adequate to balance karma. Wang Gu is destined to cross paths with you, thus becoming Yaya's fated companion. After he attains financial fortune, he will frequently donate to gain merit, which is also why his father can communicate with him in dreams. Snakes inherently belong to the yin. If they were to gain sentience upon his father's bones and later cause harm and ignorance, the karma would fall upon his father, affecting his virtues in the afterlife. However, there should be minimal connection between the living and the deceased, which is why his father could not articulate himself. To gain merit through donations means Wang Gu contributes to charitable causes, right? Previously, during the Great Flood in Linsheng, Wang Gu donated nearly 100,000. And last year, during the earthquake in Chuan City, he donated 20,000 worth of supplies. I believe that is the implication. Performing good deeds yields blessings, correct? But how will the payment be made? Reminded by someone, Wang Gu hurriedly asked Yaya, Little Taoist, how should I pay you? Is it via bank transfer? Yaya nodded, yes, transfer it. Wang Gu then privately messaged Lu Xingfeng, transferring 1,665 yuan. Upon receiving the funds, Yaya surveyed her surroundings, then pinpointed a location, 10 miles to the left, surrounded by a small hill, with a stream flowing nearby, nestled between mountains and water. This is the best location for Wang Gu's family. Lu Gu grinned slyly as he approached that location. Then, Little Taoist, may I also relocate my family's grave there? Yaya shook her head. Do not entertain foolish thoughts. Wang Ji's father's fate is intertwined with the 5 elements. Only earth and water are somewhat weak, which is why I selected this spot. Lu Gu was taken aback and quickly asked, then can a little Taoist calculate for me as well? We are also fated, are we not? Yaya smiled gently and suggested, your connection with Yaya is still quite shallow. I recommend you engage in self-reflection starting today. Lu Ji's expression instantly shifted. Wang Gu shot Lu Gu a disapproving glance, questioning, haven't you yet overcome that flaw of yours? Lu Gu hurriedly pleaded for forgiveness. Wang Gu, you are my elder brother. Observing the audience in the live stream who were inquiring, including some of his fans, Lu Gu furrowed his brow and glanced at Yaya with an unfriendly gaze. After finishing his observations of Yaya, he hastily announced, I still have work to finish in the fields. I must end the stream now. Goodbye. The connection was severed. As Lu Xingfeng noticed the sun was nearing its descent, he bid farewell to the audience as well, stating, I lost my camping gear and now need to descend the mountain to find a place to sleep. I will not be streaming further. The viewers exclaimed in dismay, no, don't say goodbye. We still want to see Yaya, the little Taoist fortune teller. Lu Xingfeng's eyes sparkled at the prospect. With the audience so intrigued by Yaya, if he showcased the Taoist temple, he could surely capture another wave of attention. Yaya nodded. Of course, that is possible. Unbeknownst to Lu Xingfeng, he misinterpreted Yaya's thoughts as concern for his safety on the descent. Just as he was about to thank her, His phone rang. Yaya, with her keen ears, caught the content of Lu Xingfeng's conversation. After calculating with her small hands, she frowned. Lu Xingfeng, could you have your elder brother and father join Yaya in a live stream? Yaya can heal your father. Suddenly, Lu Xingfeng panicked. He quickly inquired of his elder brother. Elder brother, I have a remarkable little Taoist here who claims she can save our father. From the other end of the call, the voice of Lu Xingfeng's elder brother. Lu Xingyun boomed, Lu Wu, we have all seen your stream. That child predicted there was a snake in the grave of someone's father, which is indeed impressive. But our father is ill now. How can you trust her? After all, she is merely a child. Feeling aggrieved, Lu Xingfeng replied, Elder brother, fourth brother. I'm also worried about father. The doctor said there was no hope, so why not let the little Taoist Yaya give a try? What if it works? On the other end, Lu Laoshi, their mother, heard the quivering voice of her youngest son and felt her heart soften. It was undeniable that the little girl in the live stream had accurately predicted events concerning the male host. Perhaps she truly had some ability. She requested Lu Xingzhou for the phone and gently said, All right, Xingfeng, I will join you in the live stream. Seeing his mother had acquiesced, Lu Xingzhou had no choice but to compromise. Mother, we cannot stream. Let us just do a video call. We cannot have that little Taoist not predict anything if we do not live stream. Hearing his elder brother's suggestion to only do a video call, Lu Xingfeng turned to Yaya for her input. Little Taoist Yaya, my brother says we can only do a video call and not a live stream. Is that all right with you? Lu Xingfeng could already sense the strain in his mother's voice, and as her son, his eyes also began to redden. After a fierce argument with his father before leaving home, if something were to happen to him, that would be their last meeting. Seeing that Lu Xingfeng was on the verge of tears, Yaya extended her small hand. As long as I can see, it is fine. Upon hearing Yaya's words, Lu Xingfeng ended the live stream and handed the phone for the video call to Yaya. The moment Yaya held the phone, she was greeted by the sight of a kind-faced woman. She gazed at the woman's features for a moment before the woman asked, Little Taoist, what do you need me to do? Just let me see the sick elder, Yaya replied. Lu Laoshi nodded and aimed the camera at the bed where Lu Laozong lay. In the hospital room, Lu Xingzhou and the others watched as Lu Laoshi genuinely followed Yaya's instructions, each wearing a solemn expression. None wished to witness their elderly mother heed the advice of a child regarding their father's well-being. Yaya, unaware of the thoughts of the other members of the Lu family, nodded in response to seeing Lu Laozong on the bed. Indeed, this is a moment of life and death. Hearing this, Lu Laoshi's tears fell. Little Taoist, please save him. Yaya assured her, I will save him. Do not cry, grandmother. Is that a talisman for safety on the table? Can you bring it to me for a look? Lu Laoshi, tears streaming down her face, complied, directing Lu Xingzhou to hold the phone while displaying the talisman. The talisman was a red square inscribed with the characters for peace and safety. After showing it, Lu Laoshi expressed her concern. Could there be a problem with the talisman? Our granddaughter obtained it for us while playing outside. He has worn it for half a year. Yaya, sensing Lu Laoshi's desire to defend her granddaughter, paused before responding. When that person gave you this talisman, did they also ask for your blood? Lu Laoshi nodded. Yes, indeed we did. She glanced at her eldest son beside her. Her eyes filled with panic. The talisman, sent by their granddaughter, had required them to provide their blood, claiming it would be effective only then. Children have their whimsical ideas, Lu Laoshi thought, and without hesitation, they followed their granddaughter's instructions. After the blood was given, when their granddaughter visited and found them not wearing it, she nearly wept in distress. It was precisely because of her sorrow that the elderly couple had continued to wear the talisman, fearing that if their granddaughter saw them without it, she would cause a scene. Yaya explained that the talisman contained the birth date and time of another elder, and the blood was meant to activate it to protect the wearer from calamity. You may first open the talisman to see. Inside is a piece of paper with a birth date written on it. Burn that paper, and I will dispel the spell placed upon him from here, allowing your grandfather to awaken. As Yaya spoke, she glanced at Lu Laozong's spirit hovering beside Lu Laoshi. If Lu Laoshi was unwilling, then Lu Laozong's spirit would soon be taken away. Lu Laoshi looked at the talisman and then at her husband lying on the bed, gritting her teeth. Fine, burn it. As for the issue with the talisman given by their granddaughter, they would discuss it behind closed doors later. Once she made her decision, Lu Xingzhou immediately pulled out a lighter from his pocket and ignited the talisman. Amidst Lu Xingyun's shouts, the burning talisman turned to ash. With a gesture of her small hand, Yaya performed the Xian Tian Shang Di technique, murmuring a few incantations before pointing her finger at Lu Laozong's spirit. At that moment, the heart monitor in the hospital room displayed a normal pattern, and Lu Laozong's eyes flew open. Lu Xingzhou and Lu Xingyun exchanged glances, both astonished at what they saw. Lu Laoshe rushed to the bedside, crying out, "Old Lu, you are finally awake. You truly frightened me." Lu Laozong smiled weakly. "I saw it all. Indeed. You were quite frightened. But what about that talisman? Quickly, have the eldest burn that birth date paper as well." Lu Laozong's words left the room in silence. Unable to contain himself, Lu Xingyun blurted out, "Father, were you able to hear our conversation all along?" This question further validated Yaya's claims. On the video call, Lu Xingfeng could no longer contain himself. He picked up Yaya and planted a fervent kiss on her cheek, exclaiming, Thank you, little Taoist Yaya. You saved not only me today, but also my father. You shall henceforth be my little ancestor. Wherever you guide me, I shall follow." Yaya, taken aback, retrieved a small handkerchief from her pocket to dab her face. "Why are you drooling like a mountain wolf?" she thought. Lu Xingfeng, noticing Yaya wiping her face, regained his composure and sheepishly set her down. "I apologize, little ancestor. I got overly excited and lost my wits. Please refrain from calling me little ancestor." Yaya shook her head. "Just call me Yaya. Little ancestor feels inappropriate." Lu Xingfeng, however, was rather stubborn. "No, you are the savior of both my father and me. I must show you some respect. Otherwise, shall I call you Yaya Daozhong or Yaya Tianshi in the future?" Yaya replied, "As long as you do not call me little ancestor, anything else is acceptable." She glanced at the video on her phone. The members of the Lu family appeared to be quite jubilant. The elderly Lu patriarch, who could already stand, expressed his profound gratitude to Yaya. "Yaya, little Taoist, I cannot find the words to thank you. You saved my son during the day and me at night. You are truly a benefactor of our Lu family. Your temple is in need of incense offerings, is it not? Just wait a moment. I will send you some money right away." Upon hearing this, Yaya tilted her head and replied earnestly, "There's no need to send money directly. Just transfer it to Lu Xingfeng, and the amount should be 666 yuan. At this utterance, the Lu family exchanged glances. 666 yuan? How could that be sufficient? Our Lu family is not one that cannot afford to give. Besides this 666, the old patriarch also wished to donate some offerings to your temple to accumulate merit. He sincerely insisted, "You must accept this. I will transfer the money to Xingfeng right away." Yaya waved her small hand and said, "No. If you truly wish to provide additional offerings, you must come to Sanqing Mountain, ascend all 999 steps, and personally place the money into the merit box at the temple. It must be real money, not a transfer from a mobile phone. Transfers for divination can be made, as that money goes to me, not to the ancestral master." Lu Xingfeng, surprised by her words, asked, "Then what about the offerings I promised to give you?" Yaya replied, "You must also climb the steps to give those." Lu Xingfeng swallowed hard, a glimmer of realization flashing in his mind. "But you just invited me to the temple to rest." Yaya recalled this matter as well, smiling as she said, "You may enter the temple to rest as Yaya's friend, but you cannot donate offerings to the ancestral master as Yaya's friend unless you do so with genuine intent." Lu Xingfeng felt that the temple had quite a few rules. Yet, having experienced his father's soul leaving his body, he dared not voice his thoughts and could only swallow his words, saying, "The real money is in my backpack. I lost it." As soon as Lu Xingfeng finished speaking, Yaya took his hand. He then saw, in the dim light, his specially purchased red fluorescent backpack glowing brightly in the dusk. This backpack had been lost when he encountered a tiger in the forest. How could it suddenly reappear? Could it be that Yaya, the little Taoist, possessed the ability to teleport? Chapter 7. The tablet suddenly trembled. Lu Xingfeng secured his backpack and took the phone to speak with his family. Before he could utter more than a couple of words, his fourth brother on the other end of the video shouted excitedly, "Lu Xingfeng, the scene on your side has changed again." Indeed, it had changed. Moments ago, he had been in the woods where the trees were mostly the same, making it hard to discern the difference. Now, Lu Xingfeng found himself standing atop a mountain peak. The evening sunlight cast a fiery hue across the sky, and amidst the clouds stood a Taoist seemingly engaged in meditation. Seeing Lu Xingfeng staring at the scene in the clouds, Yaya sweetly explained, "Master said that the stones over there are the boundary stones left by the Taoist Bashian El Dongbin after achieving immortality. In the past, many scholars praised it as a wondrous sight and named it the old Taoist bows to the moon. With Yaya's informative guidance, Lu Xingfeng, who had previously encountered the mysteries of the Xianmen, quickly bowed his head in respect to the stone. He then recalled the live stream that had abruptly ended and asked Yaya, "Can I live stream here so everyone can see the temple?" Yaya nodded, "Of course. I was planning to find a way to promote the temple anyway. Otherwise, how could the temple's offerings prosper?" With Yaya's approval, the live stream resumed. Indeed, is it not prohibited to broadcast such content related to feudal superstitions? What feudal superstitions? We are watching an educational channel. Do not speak nonsense. Some viewers feared that careless remarks might lead to the closure of the live stream. Lu Xingfeng could not help but chuckle. It truly was remarkable that he had ascended Sanqing Mountain in the blink of an eye. Lu Xingfeng informed the audience that the broadcast had been interrupted due to an urgent matter at home, and that he was now on Sanqing Mountain. He glanced at Yaya and added, "From now on, the protagonist of the live stream will be the little Taoist, while I will serve as the supportive guardian." His life, as well as that of his father, had been saved by Yaya. He felt compelled to fulfill her wish of helping the temple gain offerings. After saying this, Lu Xingfeng placed the live stream equipment on Yaya's head. Yaya touched the new gadget atop her head and waved at Lu Xingfeng. He knelt down, and she asked, "As a streamer, are there any rules I should follow?" Lu Xingfeng replied, "There aren't many strict rules for streamers. This platform is quite lenient." "No strict rules?" Yaya tilted her head. "All right then, I shall just do as I please." Having been a Taoist for several years, this was Yaya's first time as a streamer. "Yes, do as you wish. I will act as your assistant and read the viewers' questions," Lu Xingfeng said, diving into the task and selecting curious viewers who wanted to see what the temple looked like. Upon hearing this, Yaya took a couple of steps forward and pointed at the plaque at the entrance of the temple. "This is the main gate of Sanqing Temple. That is the outer gate of Sanqing Temple. The vermilion walls are quite cracked, and the three gilded characters spelling Sanqing Temple have lost some paint." After a brief pause to ensure the audience had a clear view, Yaya continued walking a few steps to the left. "However, you can also enter the temple from here." The vermilion walls were meant to enclose the entire temple grounds, yet at the spot where Yaya had halted, a large hole had appeared. This hole was a result of an internal collapse, revealing a scene of devastation. Just moments ago, from Yaya's angle, I had thought the temple was grand and luxurious. Yet unexpectedly, a gaping hole had emerged. Lu Xingfeng, the diligent assistant, read the viewer's questions aloud. As he stepped into the temple, her innocent voice explained, "Master said the temple was blown apart by something called a bomb. A fighter jet flew over the temple, and then boom. Sanqing Temple became a two-gate version of itself." Her childlike tone conveyed an innocence that did not resonate with the audience. The notion that a fighter jet had dropped bombs, shattering the temple, seemed like something that could only occur in a tumultuous era. It appeared that even the temple atop the mountain had not escaped the ravages of war, transforming into a desolate ruin. Oh heavens, what the Taoists who resided within the temple at that time? As she spoke, Yaya turned and walked into the small wooden house at the center. "Here it is," the little one said, bowing deeply in respect to a multitude of tablets. "Master, ancestors, senior brothers, I have brought many people to see you. Are you happy?" My goodness, was it so tragic? Had all the Taoists of the temple perished? Then who is Yaya's master? The tone of the little Taoist was naive, yet it weighed heavily on my heart. She was still of an age where she believed that the tablets could express joy. As Lu Xingfeng finished reading the comments, the neatly arranged tablets suddenly began to tremble. They clashed against one another, producing a rhythmic sound perfectly synchronized. The small wooden house was dimly lit and cramped, relying solely on the light from the setting sun outside, which could hardly illuminate the entire room. In such a shadowy environment, the tablets moved spontaneously, leaving the audience in the live stream silent. And Lu Xingfeng felt goosebumps rise on his skin. Before he could even look at the viewers' comments, he asked, "Yaya, little Taoist, what is happening?" Just moments ago, he had been drenched in cold sweat, yet now he felt warmth enveloping him. If the Taoists of Sanqing Temple had not been reincarnated, what of our other ancestors? And those young soldiers? Once more, Lu Xingfeng posed a question on behalf of the audience, gazed at Lu Xingfeng for a while, confirming that he was indeed crying. She gently patted his little leg as a gesture of comfort, saying, "Shirshu Zhu and the brothers have helped those warriors pass through their trials. Their merits can counterbalance the karmic consequences of physical incompleteness." Upon hearing this, Lu Xingfeng felt an even deeper reverence for the ancestral tablets. Chapter 8. Who would climb the mountain to divine fortunes? Lu Xingfeng bowed deeply to the ancestral tablets. With a thud, even felt a pang of pain. After completing his bow, Lu Xingfeng felt embarrassed and explained the Lu family endured considerable hardship in that era. Our ancestors survived under the protection of a warrior. Otherwise, the Lu family would have long ceased to exist, and I would not be here. The Taoists who protect them have done the Lu family a great favor. Look at you, speaking so grandly. Haven't the warriors shown kindness to anyone? Seeing everyone contributing money, Lu Xingfeng decisively knelt again. He did it for the greater good, and it was not in vain. After bowing, Lu Xingfeng asked if I wished to donate the funds collected for the props to the Taoist temple as incense money. Do I also need to use cash? Nodded. Yes, cash is needed, as my master said. The previously enthusiastic livestream audience grew skeptical upon hearing that cash was required to send incense money directly to the temple. In this day and age, who has the time to deliver cash in person? Besides, Sanqing Mountain is steep. We would have to climb it. Couldn't we donate directly using a QR code instead? Is it because it's too young to have a QR code for receiving payments? How about you have your master come out, and we could transfer the money directly to him? Regardless of the amount, it is the thought that counts. Lu Xingfeng conveyed this to, upon hearing that everyone wanted to find her master. Scratched her head and first bowed to the high statue of the Sanqing patriarch behind the ancestral tablets before stepping out of the small wooden house. Outside this modest abode, which served as the main hall of the Sanqing temple, lay ruins, along with a large pit that had painstakingly dug. My master is missing. She pointed to the pit she had excavated, leaving her last words, yet she could not find her master anywhere. This left those who had previously clamored for his master at a loss for words. So, is it true that you are the only one left in the entire Sanqing temple? You were an orphan all along? Lu Xingfeng was taken aback. The Sanqing temple was reduced to merely a wooden house dedicated to a statue and ancestral tablets. While the adjacent wooden house was likely where and her master slept, Lu Xingfeng could not help but compare it to his own sprawling estate of over 3,000 square meters and felt at a loss for words. Under Lu Xingfeng's sympathetic gaze, shook her head. No, I'm not an orphan. I simply do not want my father or my grandparents. Lu Xingfeng was stunned. Why don't you want them? Because there is no fate, she replied. It seemed that the little Taoist was a bit stubborn, although she had been abandoned. Was it because she was a girl? What about your mother's side? Lu Xingfeng asked, echoing the questions in the comments. Bluntly stated, there is only a little bit of fate with my relatives on my mother's side. The little one raised her hand and gestured a tiny amount. Lu Xingfeng guessed that perhaps her maternal grandparents also did not want her. He exclaimed, what is going on? It's bad enough that your father's side is uncaring. But how about your mother's side? Wait, what about your mother? Replied, my mother passed away when she gave birth to me. This revelation struck Lu Xingfeng hard, reminding him of his own niece. His sister, Lu Zhuo, had also died in childbirth, leaving behind a daughter named Bei. Thinking of Bei led him to recall the protective talismans on his parents. It must have been the vampire Zhou family exploiting Bei to send misfortune to his parents. Thankfully, had saved his father. Otherwise, he could only imagine the consequences. As Lu Xingfeng pondered these matters, a sudden rumbling sound interrupted him. Looked at Lu Xingfeng's stomach in surprise. Are you hungry? Blushing, Lu Xingfeng nodded. Declare, then I will go cook. Lu Xingfeng hurriedly waved his hands. No, do you have hot water? I have instant noodles. Instant noodles? S face was filled with curiosity. 10 minutes later, experienced the phenomenon of instant noodles. The fragrant, dry noodles, placed in hot water for a brief moment, were far quicker than her laborious process of kneading and cutting dough. As they ate, a quaint oil lamp illuminated the wooden table between them. The entire Sanqing temple felt like a world apart, with its archaic means of lighting. The audience in the live stream watched the noodle-eating session, eager to encourage to showcase her fortune-telling abilities. However, she announced, now that we have finished eating, it's time to do some homework and then rest. With that, she dashed into the small wooden house that housed the statue, sitting cross-legged on a mat. Lu Xingfeng followed her, inquiring, what kind of homework is this? Replied, meditation. Lu Xingfeng remarked, the audience wants you to tell fortunes. Pinching her little feet clad in cloth shoes, looked up at the statues of the Sanqing patriarchs, and suddenly found several copper coins in her hands. Let us see if divining can revitalize the Sanqing temple. The coins danced in small hands, falling to the ground, each landing beneath one of the three statues as if they had their own eyes. Upon seeing the results of the divination, smiled and said, "All right, the patriarchs say I can livestream fortune-telling. I can divine 3 fortunes over 7 days. Can the livestream be random?" Lu Xingfeng asked. "Random?" Clarified. It means different people will appear. Now understanding, Lu Xingfeng realized she referred to the lottery feature in the livestream. He explained this to her, then frowned, concluding that one phone was simply too few. Knowing the meaning of the lottery, added, during the time between the 7 days. If there are sincere and fated individuals, they can come to the mountain to seek my help. My goodness. Being a lottery participant means I have to climb the mountain to seek the little Taoist for a fortune? If we start tomorrow, that means every Sunday for divination. And I have weekends off, so I could give it a try. But doesn't that mean I need to go up the mountain to find on Saturdays? Who would want to climb the mountain to tell fortunes? It's just too exhausting. As the audience expressed their grievances, concluded today's livestream. The next day, after rising early, politely approached Lu Xingfeng according to the calculated time, preparing for the first day of divination. Lu Xingfeng, still half asleep, glanced at the time on his phone and said, "No, I use a solar-powered charger and I exhausted it yesterday without charging. I have to wait for the sun to come up today to recharge." The temple had neither water nor electricity, leaving him helpless. Upon hearing this, did not press the issue and returned to her morning exercises and breakfast as per her usual routine. Just after finishing breakfast with Lu Xingfeng, as the sun rose, a voice called out from outside the temple. "Are you home? I've come to seek your help." And Lu Xingfeng walked to the entrance of the Sanqing temple. Upon seeing the visitor's face, Lu Xingfeng was astonished. "Lin Mimi, what brings you here?" At 8 in the morning, the most popular male singer, known as Lin Mimi, appeared at the temple. Recognizing him, Lin Yu felt embarrassed. "How did you recognize me even with a mask and sunglasses on?" Chapter 9. I am on the verge of becoming a woman. Upon removing his mask, Lin Yu revealed an extraordinarily beautiful face. Although he was a man, he bore delicate willow-like eyebrows and a heart-shaped face. His skin was pale, devoid of any color, making him appear particularly endearing. Seeing Lin Yu's face, Lu Xingfeng was even more excited. "I really love your songs. I have an entire room in my home dedicated to your albums and posters. I attend every one of your concerts. It has been a year since you last released a new song. Lin Mei, is that not so? Mr. Lin, are you unwell? Your voice has changed." Lu Xingfeng, appearing unconcerned, took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yu to wipe away the sweat. Lin Yu hesitated for a moment before accepting the tissue, softly inquiring, "Did I arrive too early and disturb you?" Lu Xingfeng hurriedly shook his head, assuring her, "No, not at all. You're not a bother." The previously overlooked Yaya suddenly piped up in a sweet voice. "Lu Xingfeng, you promised to wash the dishes, remember? You can't back out now." In that moment of excitement at seeing his idol, Lu Xingfeng had no intention of washing any dishes. "Yeah, wait a moment. I wish to know what Mr. Lin needs." Lin Yu had climbed the steps early in the morning to seek Yaya's assistance, undoubtedly with a matter of importance. As a devoted fan, it was imperative for him to comprehend the events unfolding in his idol's life. Reluctant to leave, Lu Xingfeng was disregarded by Yaya, who asked Lin Yu, "Do you want him to overhear our conversation?" To be honest, Lin Yu preferred not to have Lu Xingfeng present. He wished to maintain some dignity in front of his fans. Yet, Lu Xingfeng was not merely an ordinary admirer. He was associated with the prestigious Lu family of Beicheng. The Lu family, a wealthy and influential lineage, could potentially sever one's path in the entertainment industry if offended. Lin Yu's eyes betrayed his hesitation, but Lu Xingfeng remained oblivious, cheerfully asserting, "What could possibly be so secretive that I cannot hear? There must be nothing, right?" His foolish demeanor was almost unbearable for Yaya. She beckoned him to lean down. As Lu Xingfeng crouched, Yaya whispered a warning. "You still need to donate cash offerings to the temple, so you must hurry down the mountain and return with the money. Otherwise, the ancestral spirits will be displeased. If they are angered, all the creatures on Sanqing Mountain will resent you, including tigers, wolves, and little snakes. At that time, I won't be able to protect you." Snakes, the most terrifying of creatures, slither and possess venom. Although not every snake is poisonous, Lu Xingfeng harbored an equal disdain for all snakes. He glanced at Lin Yu and swallowed hard. "Alas, Mr. Lin, as your fan, I truly wish to assist you, but I have other matters to attend to. so I shall not accompany you." With that, he quickly dashed inside to retrieve cash from his backpack and ran back to Yaya, asking Yaya, "Can you escort me down? If I have to descend 999 steps, I might lose my sanity." Yaya smiled and replied, "Of course, I can take you down. You have already reached Sanqing Mountain." With a wave of her small hand, Lu Xingfeng vanished completely. Lin Yu, witnessing this, was taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. He had watched Yaya's live stream the previous day. Initially, he thought that Yaya merely intervened to prevent a tiger from attacking Lu Xingfeng, believing it to be a publicity stunt orchestrated by the fifth young master of the Lu family. However, as he observed the astonished expression on the neighboring Wang Ji's face, who had begun to believe in Yaya's abilities, Lin Yu himself remained skeptical about her genuine talent. It was only later that evening, when he saw Yaya taking Lu Xingfeng to the top of Sanqing Mountain, capturing the breathtaking scenery between the peaks, that he began to reconsider. Witnessing the old priest worshipping the moon and the numerous plaques commemorating war casualties, an idea suddenly struck Lin Yu, the livestream that referenced that war must indeed be authentic. This impulsive realization drove him to travel to Yuncheng late at night, climbing for an hour to reach the summit. Throughout the journey, Lin Yu questioned himself repeatedly. Was he mistaken? Could there truly exist a young Taoist capable of divination? Perhaps everything was merely an act, orchestrated by Lu Xingfeng and filmed for show. However, to wait idly for a chance in a livestream lottery was not in Lin Yu's character. Anxious until now, seeing Yaya effortlessly wave her hand and make Lu Xingfeng vanish, he finally felt at ease. The little girl before him undoubtedly possessed remarkable abilities. Suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Yu began to weep. Through his tears, he implored, "Yaya, you must help me. I feel as though I am becoming a woman. Whenever I gaze into the mirror, I see a stranger." His sobs became increasingly delicate, yet as he wept, he started to cough. Yaya ushered him into Sanqing Temple, saying, "Please come inside." Lin Yu nodded and entered through the temple's grand door. He had previously felt burdened and breathless, as if he had truly transformed into the Lin Mei from Dream of the Red Chamber, so weak that he yearned for support while walking. Yet now, he felt invigorated, as if he could ascend 999 steps without breaking a sweat. "You are not unwell." Yaya shook her head. "It is merely the presence of the ancestral spirit here that wards off malevolent forces." Lin Yu broke into a cold sweat at her words. "So I truly have encountered some sort of demon?" As he spoke, he touched his throat and face, remembering how he had never resembled a woman before. When he debuted, his features were merely delicate, with strikingly beautiful eyes. As his songs gained fame, his popularity surged, and he became increasingly busy, so much so that he barely had time to glance at his reflection. Years ago, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and was horrified at how feminine he had become, leading him to avoid mirrors and lose his inspiration for songwriting. Chapter 10. There is shadow blood in the soup. Your face has temporarily returned to normal. Yaya produced a small mirror from her tiny hand and offered it to Lin Yu for his inspection. Upon seeing his slightly delicate masculine visage reflected back, Lin Yu could not help but weep uncontrollably. Indeed, this was who he was, not a reincarnated Lin Mei turned singer. "Yaya, how can I maintain this appearance after leaving the temple?" Lin Yu anxiously inquired. "What must I sacrifice? You must save me, I beg you." He bent his knees, nearly kneeling before the petite figure. No one wishes to live with a face that feels foreign. However, Lin Yu found himself unable to kneel, as if something beneath his knees was holding him back. "No need to kneel." Yaya extended her small hand. "You must have watched the live stream to seek me out, so you should know what I require." "I understand." Lin Yu produced his phone and the prepared cash, asking, "Should I pay in cash or via online transfer?" "The divination fee can be given in cash." Yaya's eyes sparkled. "If you seek my divination, that money belongs to me. If you wish to donate to Sanqing Temple, then that is for the ancestral spirit." "I comprehend perfectly." Lin Yu thought the little girl was quite clever and handed her the cash. As he received the stack of bills, her eyes sparkled with delight. The last time she had touched money was half a year ago, when her master took her down the mountain to procure daily necessities, allowing her to practice divination. However, back then, her master claimed all earnings, converting them into his beloved wine. Now, with money from divination and her master gone, this money was entirely hers. Without hesitation, Yaya tucked the money into her pocket and led Lin Yu into a small wooden house. The living room doubled as a dining area, featuring a square table surrounded by several chairs. One chair appeared notably taller than the others. It was Yaya's special seat. She gracefully perched upon it and blinked her large eyes at Linyu. Mr. Lin, please take a seat. Would you like some bamboo leaf tea? Linyu was initially filled with apprehension. Yet, upon observing Yaya's composed little face, he refrained from urging her and instead sat in silence, nodding as he watched the small figure fill his teacup with tea. Thank you. Linyu expressed his gratitude, although he had no intention of drinking. You should take a sip first, Yaya suggested, her eyes sparkling. The bamboo leaf tea, derived from the heart of bamboo, was said to quench thirst and alleviate internal heat, thereby preventing the anxious feelings that might arise from what she had divined. With Yaya's explanation, Linyu, despite his reluctance, found himself compelled to drink. He gulped down the entire cup of tea and then anxiously inquired, So, what exactly has happened to me? 5 years ago, your sister committed suicide, correct? Yaya stated bluntly. She jumped from a building. Linyu was momentarily taken aback. Yes, his sister had taken her life 5 years ago. She seldom left the house except for meals. He had tentatively asked her what was troubling her, but she had remained silent. When he inquired with their parents, his father had said, Don't worry about her. It's just typical teenage rebellion. Lin Mei is overly sentimental, and with such poor grades, I fear she won't get into college. His mother had remarked, If only she were half as well-behaved as you. We had a second child because we cherished our daughter, yet who could have predicted she would be so disobedient? Their parents placed great emphasis on academic performance, a fact Linyu was well aware of. Adults often believe that without good grades, a child was worthless, especially with his own success casting a long shadow over his sister, undoubtedly creating immense psychological pressure. Linyu, feeling helpless, decided to take his sister on a trip, hoping to bring her joy. However, when he removed his noise-canceling headphones and heard her scream, I hate you, while emerging from her room to mediate, she had already leapt from the 23rd floor. Their parents stood by the window, their expressions vacant, muttering, Why did she jump? Wasn't she just trying to scare us? It was just a slap. How could she jump? The 23rd floor. His sister was gone. Linyu was plagued by sleepless nights, tormented by self-reproach for having worn those headphones that day, for failing to prevent his sister's tragic fate. Ironically, amidst such profound sorrow, inspiration struck, leading him to compose the song that catapulted him to fame, Zonghua. Linyu felt he had surmised the truth, revealing a bitter smile. It's all right. If this is my sister's punishment, then so be it. I shall become a woman. It was his fault, his issue, not hers. Upon hearing Yaya dismiss his conjecture, Linyu looked puzzled. Not my sister? But you mentioned my sister's suicide. Yaya's expression remained impassive. It is not your sister. It is your parents who wish to transform you into their daughter. Linyu's body stiffened at her words. He nodded heavily. There is blood in that soup. Yaya paused. Your parents sought the help of a sorcerer, hoping to resurrect your sister. However, she has already been cremated. There is no possibility of revival. The sorcerer, needing money, told your parents that your sister's spirit could inhabit your body. To convince them of his powers, he provided them with blood, instructing them to brew a soup for you to consume, while he altered your appearance using your birth details. The owner of the blood dictates your transformation. Linyu was utterly unprepared for such a revelation. His biological parents, in their grief over his sister's death, had resorted to such measures to commemorate her. How vile was that sorcerer? Yaya remarked, the provider of the blood was a woman suffering from a grave illness. She approached the sorcerer, expressing her desire to live. He informed her that her blood could be used to create another body. Eventually, you would gradually assume the form of a woman, and your parents would only believe you shared a body with your sister, never suspecting your body would become another S. Listening to the small figure articulate such a sinister plot in a childlike voice sent shivers down Linyu's spine. Chapter 11. We are here to see Yaya. Not Yaya noticed Linyu's shock and poured him another cup of tea. Drink up. Once you finish, I will help you rid yourself of the blood. With a cheerful smile, she reassured him, Do not worry. Since this is something I can predict, you will be fine. Linyu indeed felt parched and downed the entire cup of bamboo leaf tea in one go. After finishing, he asked with reddened eyes, How can I be cured? I drank so much blood. What exactly is that blood? It can't be what I think it is, can it? Have my parents lost their minds? They didn't cherish my sister while she was alive, and now they wish to resurrect her through me. If only it were true. He would willingly share his life with his sister, but alas. Yaya softly explained, Een blood comes from those born on Een days, during Een months and years. It is not exclusive to females. Males possess it as well. There was one detail she withheld. The Een blood used on Lin Yu was likely only a fraction. The remainder was probably reserved for the sorcerer's own use. Practitioners of such malevolent arts often carried significant karmic burdens, with their practices largely reliant on dark substances. Lin Yu felt somewhat relieved, knowing it was not the kind of blood he feared. Yet, another thought began to surface in his mind. As an elder brother, he had also failed in his responsibilities. Yaya shook head, heed in rifusad. One cannot bring the dead back to life. I cannot resurrect your sister. However, I can help guide her spirit to peace, sparing her from the torment of perpetual reincarnation. Those who commit suicide cannot attain eternal rest. They are doomed to repeat their tragic actions. Lin Yu pressed against his chest, overwhelmed by a suffocating sensation. His sister could not return, and she would eternally endure the anguish of her leap. Please, you must help her find peace, Lin Yu implored, nearly kneeling. He himself had suffered greatly, but his sister, misunderstood by their parents, must have endured pain no less severe than his own. First, we will treat you. Your sister's death occurred at night. We can only guide her spirit once evening falls. As he spoke, she rose from her chair. Come with me. Lin Yu obediently followed Yaya. She led him outside the Sanqing Palace. The Sanqing Temple was situated on a platform in the midst of Sanqing Mountain, not directly atop its peak. Beyond the temple grounds lay a forest. He had guided Lin Yu through the trees to the cliff's edge. Here, they had left the temple's confines, and Lin Yu reverted to his woman-like appearance. Weak and breathless after a few steps, he glanced around until Yaya came to a halt. They stood at the rear of the ascent, where deep gorges separated the peaks. Before them, a long, peculiar stone stood prominently on the opposite mountain. It was now 9 in the morning, and the sun rose from the summit, casting golden rays between the peaks, swirling through the mist. The stone appeared to be exhaling clouds. Having spent years writing songs and performing concerts, Lin Yu had not had the chance to appreciate nature's wonders for quite some time. Thus, as he gazed upon the scene, he felt a sense of liberation, even forgetting the pain that had accompanied his departure from the Sanqing Temple. Amidst this newfound ease, Lin Yu observed the long stone shift slightly. It was this movement that revealed its true form to him. A python? Lin Yu felt a chill run down his spine. Yaya, is that a python? Yaya nodded. Indeed, it is a python. My master spoke of it as a giant python emerging from the mountains. It is a malevolent creature that sought to harm others, imprisoned here by the goddess of the opposite peak to reflect on its misdeeds. The goddess of the mountain? Lin Yu inquired, looking in the direction Yaya indicated. Indeed, it appears there is a woman standing amidst the mountain peaks. Lin Yu inquired, so you wish for the goddess to assist me? Yaya shook her head. No, you must consume this pill and then sit upon this stone. She pointed to a location adorned with a bagua formation. Concerned that Lin Yu might not comprehend the actions required, Yaya demonstrated. She elegantly crossed her small legs, her delicate hands resting naturally upon her knees, facing the void between the mountain peaks. The sun rose in the east, marking the precise direction of the dawn. Just like this, as you meditate and the sun ascends, you will experience a sensation akin to ants crawling upon your skin. When the pain dissipates entirely, you may rise. You must persevere if you truly wish to heal. Lin Yu fell silent for a moment, removing the pendant from her neck and clasping it in her hand. Is it permissible for me to meditate while holding this? Of course, Yaya replied. Only then did Lin Yu assume the posture Yaya had demonstrated. Observing Lin Yu dutifully seated, Yaya produced 3 talismans, placing them at 3 positions within the formation. Having arranged them, she sat beside Lin Yu to meditate. As the sun ascended high into the sky, black smoke began to emanate from various parts of Lin Yu's body. Time passed slowly. After half an hour, Yaya rose. Lu Xingfeng climbs mountains rather swiftly. He has already arrived. Upon seeing Yaya, Lu Yingfeng grinned. Yaya, little Taoist priest. I'm Adeit. Here is the cash I have on me. How should I donate? Can we start the live stream now? Yes, Lu Xingfeng's eyes brightened. Oh, you wish for everyone to see how to donate incense, correct? Wait for me. I shall fetch the live streaming equipment and my phone. It is indeed fortunate to possess wealth. Such high-tech devices can be acquired with ease. Were it not for the solar charging panel, the phone would have long ceased to function in the power-deprived temple. As Lu Xingfeng contemplated this, he opened the live stream. Many individuals had already followed him, eagerly awaiting the broadcast. Notifications were sent out, and viewers rushed into the stream. Lu Xingfeng noticed the viewer count had instantly reached 2,000, feeling a tinge of grievance. Despite his extensive outdoor streaming experience, he had never received such an audience. He mused that if he were to announce that Yaya would not be streaming today, the viewers would likely vanish in an instant. Just as he was about to offer the equipment to Yaya, he noticed the comments from the audience. Who wants to see you? As an assistant, you should act like one. Focus on filming little Taoist priest Yaya. Exactly. We are here to see Yaya. Not you. Feed me to the Taoist priest Yaya. The chorus of requests echoed in the comments. Lu Xingfeng, did you see that? Yaya was already prepared to wear the streaming device, yet the moment he handed it to her, he suddenly burst into tears. What is wrong? Yaya tilted her head, puzzled, not having anticipated any misfortune befalling Lu Xingfeng. Chapter 12. Does this count as my wish being granted? Why are you crying? Yaya asked, bewildered. Lu Xingfeng handed her the phone, prompting her to see the screen where everyone expressed their desire to watch her instead of him. It dawned on her then. A man should not weep over such trivial matters. It is quite shameful, she chided, patting the back of Lu Xingfeng's hand. Be strong. Master left me alone on the mountain, and I did not cry. Standing at a height of 185 meters, Lu Xingfeng looked down at Yaya, who appeared particularly diminutive from his vantage point. The viewers in the live stream relished this unique perspective before beginning to direct Lu Xingfeng. Too high. We cannot see Yaya's adorable face. Indeed, this angle is unsuitable. Lu Xingfeng, lower the device a bit. Upon seeing the comments about the device still being too high, Yaya sudendi kuliput her samal hints. We can also include Lu Xingfeng in the frame. Lu Xingfeng gazed at her with hope, only to witness Yaya place her small hand to her mouth and emit a whistle. Shortly thereafter, a black bird flew over. This bird, with a tuft of hair atop its head, appeared quite comical. After entering the room, it perched upon Yaya's shoulder, tilting its head to inquire, What is it? What is it? Are we finally to make me, a Ba, the guardian spirit of the forest? Does this bird speak? And it refers to itself as a Ba? Is it a parrot? For those unaware, this is a black-crowned jay, a species unique to China, with others being imported from this land. They are also capable of speech and are quite loquacious. Do not think I am unaware that you consulted Baidu for this, came the playful retort. No, it is a matter of great importance that can only be entrusted to you. Yaya took the streaming device from Lu Xingfeng and presented it to a Ba. You wear this on your head. See, this is how it is used. Yaya demonstrated the connection between the phone and the streaming device. And a Ba tilted its head, observing for a considerable time before nodding in understanding. Seeing a Ba nod, Yaya continued, whenever someone speaks, you shall film them with this. You may step back to ensure we all appear in the frame. And then you will become a significant contributor to the construction of Yaya's temple. I shall record this great merit for you. A Ba's eyes sparkled as it nodded, flapping its wings before soaring away. Just as Yaya aimed the camera at a Ba, the bird suddenly took flight. Why has this bird flown away? It surely does not wish to be Yaya's cameraman. As this comment was posted, a Ba's raspy voice echoed within the live stream. Ha ha ha, from now on, you must all address me as Lord A Ba or King A Ba. Yaya has bestowed upon me a task more formidable than that foolish old tiger. Ahua. I shall henceforth be the king of the forest. Lu Xingfeng could not suppress a chuckle. Just as he finished laughing, a Ba pecked him sharply on the head. Covering his head, Lu Xingfeng looked at Yaya with tear-filled eyes, hoping she would advocate for him. However, Yaya, without even glancing his way, focused intently on affixing the device to a Ba. Fortunately, the straps on the device were adjustable. Otherwise, how could it ever fit upon a bird's head? After a flurry of activity, the new cameraman was in position. Yaya offered a Ba a pine nut as payment, then gazed at the live stream screen, asking Lu Xingfeng, how do we initiate the lottery? Lu Xingfeng instructed Yaya to tap on the lottery page. Since a prize needed to be included in the lottery, he set the reward to 10 software coins, the most economical option available. Once configured, Lu Xingfeng, with reddened eyes, said, Now can I donate incense? His expression still bore a hint of grievance. Remarkably, this bird was quite steady. As Lu Xingfeng spoke, it genuinely filmed him. Weren't we supposed to climb the mountain to donate incense? Is Lu Xingfeng truly going to descend the mountain? Amidst the viewer's confusion, Yaya nodded. First, pay your respects to the ancestral master. Then, consider what you wish for the ancestral master to assist you with, and place your donation into this merit box. The box was inscribed with words extolling charitable deeds and boundless merit. Lu Xingfeng froze momentarily. What was it he most desired assistance with? If he were to consider his wishes since meeting Yaya, he would undoubtedly want his live stream to attract a larger audience. However, now that he had encountered Yaya, his stream was already thriving, and with a task to assist her in mind. He found himself at a loss regarding his personal desires. Suddenly, an idea struck him. If he were to successfully make a live wish, the incense offerings at Sanqing Temple would surely flourish. Thus, Lu Xingfeng bowed deeply and, drawing from his experiences watching television, closed his eyes and earnestly wished, Ancestral Master, your devotee Lu Xingfeng, desire for the temple to have electricity and internet access so that Yaya's live broadcast can proceed smoothly. Thank you, Ancestral Master, and may you hear my wish. After uttering these words, Lu Xingfeng bowed his head twice more, resonating with sincerity. Yaya did not anticipate that Lu Xingfeng's wish would be related to her. She blinked her eyes and handed the 3 incense sticks she had prepared to Lu Xingfeng, then said, "If you are destined to connect with the Ancestral Master, you will surely obtain what you desire." Haha, it feels like I have once again heard a timeless adage. Sincerity begets results. Without genuine intent and faith, wishes cannot be fulfilled, can they? Alas, although Yaya, the young Taoist, is quite adept at divination, I do not believe that a wish can be instantly realized. Amidst the audience's discussion, Lu Xingfeng remarked, "These incense sticks need to be of equal height, right?" Yaya nodded. "Indeed, you're quite correct." Once the incense was placed in the incense burner, Lu Xingfeng stood up, asking, "Is this sufficient?" "Yes." Just as Yaya affirmed Lu Xingfeng's statement, his phone rang. On the other end was Lu Xingyun's voice. "Fifth brother, it's me. Our parents asked me to represent them in Yuncheng to donate incense funds to the temple. After landing, I suddenly realized that there is no water or electricity on the mountain, so I will wait until the solar power equipment arrives before taking a construction team up the mountain." After hanging up, Lu Xingfeng looked utterly bewildered. "Yaya, my family just mentioned that they remembered the mountain lacked water and electricity, and they're sending solar power equipment and a construction team up there. Does this count as my wish being fulfilled? Lu Xingfeng's family is sending solar power equipment to the temple? Is this for real? I too wish to inquire if this truly signifies the realization of a wish. Of course it counts. How could it not?" Yaya blinked earnestly, stating, "Isn't this a realization?" Lu Xingfeng pondered deeply and seemed to agree. His brother had mentioned that he only thought of the lack of utilities after disembarking from the plane. Thus, he could not have made that call due to having seen his wish during the flight. There is indeed efficacy in wishes. Chapter 13. Her fiancé is her uncle. Lu Xingfeng believed in this, but the audience in the live stream remained skeptical. The abilities of a Taoist to divine are within their comprehension. Yet if the statue of the 3 pure ones in the temple can grant wishes through the offering of incense funds, that would be rather alarming. It's fake, all fake. Perhaps it's merely a publicity stunt. I, too, think that if it were truly so effective, I would wish to become a billionaire, haha. No, after this spectacle, it is hard not to doubt the divination from yesterday, which claimed that there was a snake at the grave of Brother Wong next door. That must be fabricated as well. After all, such things can be easily staged. Perhaps Brother Wong and the villagers receive a payment for it? Nowadays, if everyone speaks of a matter in a certain way, those who witness it will inevitably believe it. If someone offers a different perspective, supported by reasoning, that too will plant seeds of doubt in people's minds. Consequently, upon witnessing one person's reasonable skepticism, more began to voice their concerns. After hearing you, I am beginning to think the same. I will privately message Brother Wong next door and inquire, who followed that rural Lu yesterday? I will ask as well. Wait, you think this incident is staged? But what about the empathetic tiger from yesterday and the talking parrot from today? Surely, they cannot be mere green screen composites? As the barrage of comments began to question Yaya's authenticity, the first lottery draw in the live stream concluded. Lu Xingfeng, holding his phone, began assisting Yaya in contacting the winner. The winner's account name was Love Eating Cilantro, and upon hearing Lu Xingfeng call her name, she exclaimed in the comments, "Oh my goodness, I actually won? How does this work?" Lu Xingfeng inquired of Yaya. "For divination, one must see your face or know your name and birth date." "See my face. I do not wish to connect via video like yesterday. Can we just chat privately and I send a photo?" Lu Xingfeng. Fearing Yaya might not understand what a photo entails, explained it to her and analyzed why Love eating cilantro might not want to show her face. Currently, there were already 30,000 viewers in the live stream, and there was a possibility that someone might record or screenshot and share elsewhere. This touches upon personal privacy. Of course, a video is not necessary. Just send me a recent photo, preferably one taken right now. The voice connection was established. Okay. I will take a photo right now, replied Love, eating cilantro. In truth, I merely entered the lottery on a whim. I am about to get married and life is very happy, so I have not given much thought to what I want to divine. As she spoke, Lu Xingfeng's account had already received a photo from Love eating cilantro. Curiosity piqued. He asked, can I see it, Love eating cilantro? Well, you are Yaya's assistant, so go ahead and look. After all, it is your account. Lu Xingfeng, along with Yaya, gazed at the photo on the phone. The woman in the image wore a smile, her figure ample and her complexion rosy. What stood out were her uniquely shaped eyebrows, which were closer to her brows center than usual. After examining the photo, Yaya directly stated, "You cannot marry him." What? Your fiancé is your uncle. This notion of marrying one's uncle. What a bizarre reflection of reality. Should I confess that I rather enjoy novels where the male lead is an uncle? However, there certainly cannot be any blood relation. That would be a scandal. Love eating cilantro could see the comments and noticed that everyone was saying how marrying one's uncle is unacceptable. Frowning, she replied, "Yaya, I came to support you today because I found you cute in yesterday's live stream. But you, being a child, should not speak recklessly. My fiancé and I are not related in any way. He cannot possibly be my uncle. My grandfather is only one child, my father. Moreover, he is from the north, and I am from the south. He is only 1 year older than I." Angered, Love eating cilantro lost the sweetness in her voice, replaced by sharp questioning. Are you and Lu Xingfeng deliberately creating hype to boost the live stream's popularity? The viewer count indeed rose. When Yaya claimed that Love eating cilantro's fiancé was her uncle, snippets of the live stream were quickly shared across various social platforms. In this day and age, such ethically charged gossip is what excites people. Otherwise, how could those posts about various scandals remain perpetually popular? New viewers drawn in began to comment, selling sunflower seeds, beverages, and mineral water. Hurry, host, continue. I'm all in on this gossip today. Who is divining in this live stream? Why isn't that handsome guy moving up? Yaya did not articulate her thoughts explicitly, but the audience comprehended. Love eating cilantro understood as well and became enraged. My grandfather is 88 this year, and my fiancé is 28. Are you suggesting that my grandfather at 60 could still father a child? This question quickly incited some medical students in the live stream to provide explanations. A 60-year-old man, if he is healthy and maintains good physical conditioning, can indeed still father a child. What they said is correct. I'm also a medical student and can attest to this. I looked it up and Baidu confirmed it. The consensus emerged, causing Love eating cilantro to panic. Her voice trembled with tears. Please do not scare me. How could this happen? It was just a lottery, and now my fiancé is gone? I was willing to marry him because he treats me with kindness. Otherwise, I am a staunch advocate for singlehood. My family does not lack for money. We own several rental properties, so I do not need to toil for a living. Feeling distressed, Love eating cilantro heard Yaya inquire. Could you also send me a photo of your uncle? From your features, I perceive more. From your features. Not only is there a connection between your marriage palace and blood relatives, but your hall is also full, indicating you would benefit from parental blessings. However, it is being invaded by your eyebrows, resulting in a visage indicative of an early demise. Initially skeptical of Yaya, Love eating cilantro was taken aback upon hearing the term parental blessings. Years ago, her parents tragically perished in a car accident, and her grandmother also succumbed to illness at an early age, leaving only her grandfather as her remaining kin. Yaya discerned the unfortunate truth about her parents' demise, a fact she accurately grasped. Hence, was it also true that the fiancé she calculated was indeed her distant uncle? AI Chi Xiong Kai's voice trembled slightly as she responded. All right, I shall send you his photograph. Chapter 14. I will visit Sanqing Temple to express my gratitude. Lu Xingfeng, upon receiving the photograph, felt an overwhelming curiosity and decided to interject during the live broadcast. In the future, if you send anything to the Taoist priestess Yaya, please do let me know if I am not permitted to see it. I shall endeavor to restrain my curiosity. Therefore, he cautiously inquired, "May I view the photograph of your fiancé?" AI Chi Xiangkai's voice resonated with a hint of nonchalance. "You may look." Thus, another pair of eyes was added before the screen. The man in the photograph wore a smile, with deep lines around his eyes. He was strikingly handsome, dressed in a suit that exuded an air of sophistication. After examining the image, Lu Xingfeng remarked, "This man does appear rather impressive." Yaya frowned. What is impressive about him? Look at his eyes. When he smiles, the whites of his eyes are visible, indicating he has 4 whites in his gaze. He may seem gentle, but there is a fierce nature lurking within. Upon hearing this, Lu Xingfeng gasped, "Is that so? Then, when you mentioned earlier that she passed away, does that imply that he caused the demise of AI Chi Xiangkai?" "Indeed," Yaya affirmed. "Upon seeing the photograph, it becomes evident. One's countenance can reveal their character. AI Chi Xiangkai's uncle possesses character flaws, and he is a person of deep scheming." AI Chi Xiangkai, seeing that Yaya and Lu Xingfeng were engrossed in conversation about the photograph, felt slightly neglected and interjected, "How exactly does he harm others?" After posing this question, Yaya continued, "If you doubt the truth of my words, perhaps you could employ the most scientific method to verify whether you share a blood relationship with him." Master referred to it as, what is it called again? Lu Xingfeng promptly supplied, genetic testing. Jajanatif. When one is alive, the good deeds they perform accumulate merit, which not only protects themselves, but also safeguards their family. Since your parents have departed from this world, their accumulated merit transforms into protective blessings that continue to shield you. By the way, you must remember to groom your eyebrows. They should not obscure your third eye. AI Chi Xiangkai managed a bitter smile. "Then why do my parents still pass away? Aren't your words contradictory?" "Yaya tiltet harit. Your parents encountered misfortune after you began your relationship with him. His malevolent fate has influenced your parents." "Wow, it Xiangkai, siet kalim. Does that mean that man is a curse upon your entire family?" "Precisely. He brings misfortune to you, dear sister. Wake up." As the phrase "he curses you" flooded the screen, AI Chi Xiangkai's previously troubled heart suddenly calmed. Indeed, her life had been smooth sailing until her parents' unexpected car accident occurred after she met her fiancé. "So he curses me. So my parents' deaths are partially my fault." Abiter ton enveloped I Chi Xiangkai words. You perceived the sorrow in her voice and furrowed her small brow. She struggled to comprehend the emotions swirling within her. In her innocent mind, encountering a harmful individual merely necessitated separation. However, Lu Xingfeng surmised AI Chi Xiangkai's thoughts and hastily remarked, "Yeah, her parents do not blame her, do they?" Lu Xingfeng constantly signaled to Yaya, "You can surely discern this. Please ascertain whether her parents harbor any resentment toward her." Fearing that AI Chi Xiangkai might become too distressed, he hesitated to speak openly. Yet, AI Chi Xiangkai was capable of reading the comments, so it was prudent to refrain from reckless statements. Yaya observed the peculiar blinking of Lu Xingfeng's eyes and, with a frown, said, "I truly cannot ascertain that. Once a person has passed away, a Taoist cannot divine about them. However, I can facilitate a brief conversation between her and her parents." Saying this, Yaya waved her small hand, and a talisman appeared in her palm. Lu Xingfeng watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend how the talisman had materialized. In the midst of his bewilderment, Yaya placed the talisman on the table and, without knowing from where, produced a small brush, inscribing characters upon the talisman. Before long, the talisman was complete. Yaya presented it before the statue of the ancestral master, softly murmuring, "Ancestral master, Yaya is currently faced with a challenge. I beseech you to summon this fated person's parents to meet her. I hope you will grant this request." Upon finishing her plea, Yaya bowed to the statue. At that very moment, the talisman ignited into flames, and a shocked voice resonated in the live broadcast. Mom and Dad, is it truly you?" It Xiangkai, momentarily believing she was dreaming in broad daylight, found her deceased parents suddenly manifesting before her. Tears streamed down her face as she murmured, "Mom and Dad, I miss you so much." Could such a phenomenon really be happening? Hadn't they just discussed how her uncle had caused her parents' demise? Yet, Yaya had indeed prayed to the statue of the ancestral master. Could it be that her prayer had allowed AI Chi Xiangkai to see her parents? Viewers flooded the comments with speculation, but they could only hear AI Chi Xiangkai's voice. "I'm so sorry. It was after I met that man that my fate affected yours. I am sorry. AI Chi Xiong Kai's voice brimmed with remorse, and after a moment's pause, she continued, I will regularly deposit money into the support account. Really? Mom and Dad, you do not blame me? Is it true? If you promise to reincarnate into a good family in the next life, will you still be a couple? Then I want to continue being your daughter. Okay, Dad. Mom, goodbye. AI Chi Xiong Kai began to choke up, taking a considerable moment to regain her composure and utter, thank you, Taoist priestess Yaya. My parents truly do not blame me. They want me to resolve the marriage contract as soon as possible. I will send you the divination fee right away. She then sent Lu Xingfeng 666. After completing the payment, she added, once I handle matters with that man, I will visit Sanqing Temple to express my gratitude and ensure the ancestral master receives more offerings. Goodbye, Taoist priestess Yaya. With that, AI Chi Xiong Kai ended the call, leaving the live broadcast in a state of astonishment. The transition from fiancé to that man clearly indicated that AI Chi Xiong Kai had thoroughly let go. This live broadcast truly possessed an air of the supernatural. Yaya gazed at her phone, tilting her head. It is time to draw the next person for divination. She activated the lottery feature on her phone, and suddenly, the number of participants surged dramatically. Chapter 15. Connecting with a husky, please choose me. My father passed away from a myocardial infarction, and I wish to see him. My daughter succumbed to leukemia. I yearn to reunite with her. I lost my boyfriend during the earthquake, and he died at home. The comments were suddenly flooded with messages of mourning, as everyone longed to see their deceased loved ones and converse with them. She repeatedly emphasized the significance of fate. The viewers in the live broadcast lamented, I still wish for a 100% probability. If I were to climb a mountain, would that guarantee a 100% chance? How tall is Sanqing Mountain? I had no idea it was closed before. Among those present, Lu Xingfeng had the most authority to comment, stating, I counted, there are exactly 999 steps. Not one more, not one less. Moreover, the further up you go, the more arduous it becomes. The last 9 steps are particularly steep. I felt as though I might fall. When someone requested a photograph from Lu Xingfeng, he bashfully replied, while climbing, my phone was charging at the temple, and I couldn't take pictures. However, it wasn't too long before my fourth brother mentioned he would deliver equipment to the temple. He should be on his way. During the exchange between Lu Xingfeng and the viewers, the second lottery commenced. The selected participant's username was Ergo. Upon seeing the username and avatar of this account, several viewers immediately flooded the comments with messages inquiring, Ergo? Could be that pet blogger Ergo? Ah, you also watch Ergo's videos? Indeed, Ergo has become quite popular, huh? The account belongs to Ergo's mother, who is undeniably a stunning beauty. Fans of Ergo joyfully recognized each other in the comments, yet the actual Ergo was silent amidst the chatter. Lu Xingfeng grew anxious, questioning, why isn't Ergo speaking? Is it going to be a photo reading or a video call? Despite his inquiries, Ergo remained mute. Yaya, passive, raised her small hand and began to deduce the situation based on the dog's appearance in the avatar. After her calculations, she announced, it's a video call. We can connect directly, but we need to initiate it. Taking the initiative, Lu Xingfeng activated the video call feature. To their surprise, the image that appeared was not the anticipated beauty, but rather the head of a Siberian husky. This breed is widely recognized on the internet for its mischievousness, often considered the epitome of playfulness and chaos. The husky named Ergo was indeed quite playful, causing a ruckus. However, after Ergo's mother introduced him to videos on a tablet, he transformed, losing interest in destruction and instead engrossing himself in various online videos. This shift contributed significantly to the surging popularity of the Ergo account. Having watched numerous videos, Ergo displayed no hesitation when faced with a video call. With a distinct flame-shaped mark on his forehead and robust eyebrows, he barked excitedly, Wong Wong Wong. Yaya tilted her head, understanding his desire for assistance. I know you need help. Don't worry, I will assist you. Upon hearing her words, the previously frantic Ergo suddenly stopped barking. The silly dog, surprisingly astute, acted as a dynamic live-streaming support, and ABA, who had been silent, finally spoke up. The audience recalled that before the live stream began, Yaya had handed the camera to a mynah bird. ABA, it's impolite to refer to Ergo as a silly dog. He has a name, Yaya earnestly reprimanded. ABA flapped his wings in response. All right, not silly dog, but Ergo. Adgua? His words still implied that Ergo was foolish. Yaya, feeling exasperated, chose not to continue the discussion with ABA, focusing instead on communicating with the now howling Ergo. I have a general understanding of your owner's situation, but I need a recent photo of her for a clearer insight. Ergo raised his head and howled, then quickly dashed away from the camera. Moments later, he returned with a photo in his mouth. The picture appeared to have been torn from somewhere, and Ergo positioned it towards the camera, revealing a beautiful girl with curly hair and a tall, handsome boy with their faces close together, indicating a close relationship. Who is this? Is it Ergo's mother's boyfriend? The audience speculated, feeling a pang of sadness. Oh no, Ergo's mother is dating. I live in the same city. I was hoping for a chance encounter. The two appeared quite well matched, and Ergo whined softly, holding the photo, unable to howl effectively. Yaya nodded. I understand now. Lu Xingfeng, could you assist by calling the police? Lu Xingfeng was taken aback. Call the police? Yaya affirmed, yes, we must report it. However, the map here lacks detail. Lu Xingfeng hurriedly responded, is this the city? A detailed map is available on my phone. Shortly thereafter, a detailed map of Wu City appeared before Yaya. She pointed to a location, muttering, Tu Kushui in the southwest. Lu Xingfeng quickly enlarged the map, identifying the area as Qiangan Village. We must report that Ergo's mother is here, held captive. If we do not act swiftly, her life may be in danger. What? Captive? Lu Xingfeng exclaimed, astonished. Yet instead of calling the police as suggested by Yaya, he first dialed his older brother. Brother, are you busy? I need your help with something. Yes. Please don't say that. I have never deceived anyone. This isn't a live stream. The audience was bewildered. Wait, didn't Yaya suggest that Lu Xingfeng call the police? Why is he calling his brother instead? Was it because his brother could resolve the situation? Who is his brother, anyway? All right, I'll call the police and then transfer the information to you. After concluding the call with his brother, Lu Xingfeng finally dialed the police regarding the address associated with Ergo's account. Upon connecting, he found himself perplexed, lacking any information to provide. Although he had persuaded his brother was not responsible for the city where Ergo's mother was located. He had articulated the situation clearly. But would the police believe her? Only time would tell. After relaying the essential details and precise location, Yaya ended the call. Meanwhile, in Qiangan Village, a man was cursing while holding his phone. Damn it, the signal at home is so slow. After venting his frustration and hanging up, Zheng Dong was about to step outside when a familiar face from the neighboring village appeared. Like that foolish woman, he was also a prominent internet personality, known as Brother Wong from next door. A flicker of jealousy flashed in Zheng Dong's eyes as he greeted Brother Wong. Brother Wong, what brings you to my home? Chapter 16, Brother Wong, I am a model citizen. As he spoke, Brother Wong casually draped his arm over Zheng Dong's shoulder. Zheng Dong chuckled, playfully punching Brother Wong's chest. Brother Wong looked momentarily taken aback. No internet access? He had just been in Lu Xingfeng's live stream, where the connection was smooth. Otherwise, why would he have come here? Could it be that this was part of Yaya's plan to prevent the perpetrator from seeing the live stream? Excitement filled Brother Wong as he thought it would be acceptable to deceive Zheng Dong for the sake of justice. After the previous events and Yaya's recent fortune-telling, he had become a devoted fan of hers. If the petite streamer had predicted that there were kidnappers in the neighboring village, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Continuing to chat with Zheng Dong, Brother Wong led him toward his home. The two villages were only a 10-minute walk apart, quite close indeed. As Brother Wong and Zheng Dong shared drinks, Zheng Dong began to feel drowsy. Meanwhile, two police officers assigned to Qiangan Village had already arrived on motorcycles. Following the details from the emergency call, they located the residence of a man named Zheng Dong. Finding no one home, the officers began to investigate the area and discovered the entrance to a cellar behind the house. Just as they were about to open it, they heard a commotion coming from inside. Noticing the cellar was locked with a metal padlock, both officers frowned. Though they were there to investigate, they could not forcibly damage a villager's property. I've been tricked into drinking too much, Zheng Dong slurred. I'm Brother Wong, a model citizen. He was unmistakably holding up his ID card. As he handed the key to the officers, he filmed the moment they opened the cellar door. Such an opportunity to gain followers must not be missed. Even if recording the police in action might violate regulations, he could still seize a wave of attention without showing his face. Brother Wong eagerly captured the moment, and upon opening the cellar door, they discovered none other than the internet sensation Ergo's mother. She appeared disheveled and in distress, her clothing torn. Upon seeing the police, She broke down in tears. I thought I would die here. Thank you, officers, for rescuing me. However, she questioned, but that scoundrel Zheng Dong said I couldn't call the police. How did you know I was kidnapped? The police responded, we receive a report from a concerned citizen. Next door, Wang Ge could not help but interject, stating that the enthusiastic individual was an account named Lu Xingfeng, Erge's mother. You must support them when the time comes. He stealthily captured the scene of Zheng Dong being taken away by the police, documenting the back of the handcuff figure. After consuming a substantial amount of alcohol, Zheng Dong was escorted away while leaning on the officer, with Erge's mother following closely, clutching the phone Zheng Dong had hidden in their home. Wang Ge first shared a casually edited video on his own account before entering Lu Xingfeng's live stream. Yaya, I have done a good deed. I assisted the police in bringing the kidnapper to justice. Check out my latest video and cherish it. Upon witnessing Wang Ji's big account posting such content, the audience in the live stream, eagerly awaiting updates, went into a frenzy. They had been watching a squabble between a parrot and a husky for quite some time, only to find a follow-up through Wang Ji's video account. In the video, Wang Ge was seen drinking with a man, picking up a set of keys from the ground, and handing them to another individual. The cellar door was opened, revealing a shadowy figure below. Finally, a man was seen being escorted away by 2 police officers. Wang Ge is incredible. You are from the neighboring village of the criminal? Did Yaya know Wang Ge would lend a helping hand? Did she foresee this? My goodness. Can we discuss something serious now? I am tired of watching the parrot and dog bicker. After calling the police, Ergu remained worried about its owner, producing a series of anxious whimpers. Although it did not connect to the video, Yaya felt too embarrassed to seek out another fated individual and instead comforted Ergu. Unexpectedly, the parrot ABA could no longer contain itself, mocking Ergu for being a foolish dog, questioning why it still did not trust Yaya despite connecting with her. Thus, the bird and the dog engaged in a verbal spat, one speaking human language and the other barking. Just as the audience thought they were finally spared from the incessant barking, a new video call request unexpectedly appeared in the live stream. The account was named I Am Ergu's Mother. Once the video connected, the face of Ergu's mother, dirty and tear-streaked, appeared on the screen. Her eyes were red, and upon seeing the connection, she immediately wailed, Ergu, thank you, my child. If it weren't for you finding capable people to help, I would never have seen you again. Ergu's mother began to recount the events that had transpired. She had met Zheng Dong at a hotel, where he worked as a handsome and tall waiter. After falling for her at first sight, he requested her WeChat and constantly checked on her. Before long, they began a romantic relationship. Once Zheng Dong discovered that she was wealthy from her short video account, he gradually began inventing excuses to borrow money from her. Initially, he repaid the borrowed amounts. But after accumulating a debt of 100,000, he ceased repayments, using the excuse of his sick mother needing surgery costs to continue borrowing. The trust he had built made her believe he was genuinely in distress, prompting her to lend him 200,000. Shortly after, he claimed that being in the intensive care unit cost 3,000 a day, stating that it was insufficient, or else the hospital would discharge his mother. Ergu's mother proposed to visit his mother together before lending him more money. Upon arriving at his hometown, she was locked away in a remote village. Zheng Dong insisted on more money, and knowing that after he received it, he would not let her go. Ergu's mother claimed she had already lent too much and had given the money to her mother. Zheng Dong then seized her phone and began to extort her mother. Fortunately, my mother took my money to safeguard it. Otherwise, how could I have delayed for so long? Zheng Dong demands 5 million. My mother is already selling the house to gather the funds. Chapter 17. Did the daughter marry the missing son? After listening to Ergu's mother's tale, the audience in the live stream expressed a collective sigh. Caution is essential in love. A handsome face does not guarantee a good person. Like me, I may not be attractive, but I possess a good heart. Alas, love-struck individuals must be wary of anyone who borrows money. Is Zheng Dong involved in gambling? Otherwise, why the urgency to acquire so much money? According to the mindset of a villain, wouldn't he be better off continuing to date the young lady to earn more? Upon seeing this comment, Yaya nodded in agreement, affirming that he is indeed in substantial debt. The nose signifies wealth, and Zheng Dong's nose appeared gaunt and dark, indicative of financial ruin and debt. Another viewer inquired, how did Ergu know to seek help? Ergu is clever, but how did it know its mother was in trouble? Ergu's mother looked at the obedient Ergu sitting before the tablet, alternating between tears and laughter. because I told him I couldn't take him on my travels. We agreed to communicate through the camera daily. After Zhengdong locked me up, I had no chance to reassure him. I never imagined Ergu would think to seek help in a fortune-telling live stream. Ergu's mother added through her sobs. Zhengdong had visited my home to meet Ergu. And when Ergu saw him, it bared its teeth. I thought Ergu was jealous. In hindsight, did Ergu sense Zhengdong was a bad person? Animals are highly perceptive. Yaya explained to Ergu's mother that particularly sentient animals can discern human kindness. Does that mean my cat is also sentient? When I was with my ex, my cat despised him and would scratch him. But wait, my friend's dog never showed teeth to her abusive ex-husband. Yaya clarified that while some animals may possess heightened awareness, others might not. Listening to this, Lu Xingfeng furrowed his brow, recalling that his father had once owned a parrot that spoke incessantly. However, when his niece visited, the parrot ceased to initiate conversation, though it would respond if entertained. Should one truly believe in such things? Lu Xingfeng felt increasingly troubled, his expression growing grave. Not only he, but the other members of the Lu family, who were quietly observing the live stream, were also deep in thought. Yet it seemed unnecessary. Bei was merely a 3.5-year-old girl. No matter how perilous the situation, it should not be severe enough to suppress even the most aware animals. The Lu family's thoughts were unknown to Yaya. She politely addressed Ergu's mother, stating, "That concludes today's fortune-telling session. The total fee is 666 yuan. Please transfer it to Lu Xingfeng's account." Ergu's mother promptly paid and solemnly bowed to the camera, saying, "Thank you, Yaya. I will take Ergu to Sanqing Temple to fulfill my vow." Thus, the second fortune-telling ended. The audience remained immersed in its content, while the live stream commenced the third fortune-telling lottery. This time, after the drawing, the next individual to connect and appear before the camera was a stately grandmother. Her appearance particularly aged. She introduced herself as Grandma Lin, seeking to reunite with her family. Once the video call was established, Grandma Lin immediately transferred 666 yuan to Lu Xingfeng, her eyes glistening with hope. "Yaya, I have watched your last 2 live streams. You are truly remarkable. Could you please help me find my son?" As she spoke, she produced a yellowed photograph depicting a small boy with a watermelon-shaped haircut, clad in suspenders and holding a ball. "My son, Xingxing, was abducted 25 years ago. I have searched for him for 25 years and still have not found him. He is 34 now, and I am 58. I do not know how much longer I can search for him." Grandma Lin began to weep as she spoke. Yaya, observing the grandmother's face, tilted her head and remarked, "Though your appearance is weary, the fullness of your tear hallows indicates that your son is already by your side, caring for you." Grandma Lin was taken aback. "My son is by my side. How is that possible? Who is he?" Just as she finished speaking, a male voice resonated in the live stream. "Mom, meow meow, and I took Dodo out to play. We are dining out tonight, so you need not prepare our meals." Upon hearing the voice, Yaya remarked, "He is your son." Grandma Lin was taken aback, exclaiming, He is my son-in-law. How could he possibly be my son? My heavens, my daughter marry my lost son? What kind of worldly suffering is this? If siblings marry, won't the children face issues? Is the child all right?" Observing the comments in the live stream, Grandma Lin hastily shook her head, saying, No. My daughter is not my biological child. She is adopted." After uttering this, Grandma Lin rose and shouted, Li Shunkai, stop playing outside and come with me to the hospital for a paternity test." From the other side, Li Shunkai's puzzled voice responded, "Mom, what are you talking about? Why suddenly a paternity test?" Grandma Lin pointed at her phone, her voice trembling with emotion. "I have searched for you for 30 years. This broadcaster says my son is right here, and it's you. We must go get the paternity test. No wonder I felt such a connection when I saw you." Beside Li Shunkai stood Grandma Lin's adopted daughter, who wore a look of shock. "What?" The fortune teller said that Kai Gu is your son, Mom. "We definitely need to get that paternity test." After saying this, the woman leaned down to explain to her son about the unexpected situation, telling him they cannot go out to play. The child complied without fussing, saying, "All right, let's go to the hospital first." The family atmosphere was truly delightful. Just watching for a moment made me feel at ease. The child appeared only 4 years old, not at all mischievous. If I were to suddenly change plans like this, my spoiled younger son would surely cause a ruckus. If we must discuss well-behaved children, then isn't our Yaya Taoist priestess even smaller and more obedient? Blushing slightly from the barrage of compliments, Yaya's little face turned red, her curly eyelashes drooping, concealing her typically calm large eyes. The audience immediately reacted as if discovering a new continent. Oh, Yaya is blushing. How adorable. Brothers and sisters. It seems praising Yaya transforms her into an ordinary child. We must shower her with compliments. Yaya, share more about yourself. They're off to get the paternity test, and we'll need some time, right? Noticing everyone wanted to chat, Yaya tilted her head. What do you wish to discuss? The audience inquired about Yaya's family. She glanced at Lu Xingfeng before saying, I was found by my master in a small grove. He said that if Yaya diligently develops the Taoist temple, she will encounter her relatives, allowing her to help them naturally. But you were abandoned, right? Do you still wish to assist your relatives? The relatives I lost are on my father's side. The master referred to relatives on my mother's side. It must be a case of valuing sons over daughters. Yaya shook her head. No, it's not that. They simply do not like my mother, and thus do not like me either. After chatting with the audience for a bit, a voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Yaya Taoist priestess? I no longer itch. Am I healed? The person appearing on camera was none other than the singer Lin Yu, who had been in seclusion for a year. The live stream erupted with excitement. Did Lin Yu climb a mountain to seek Yaya's fortune? I just said yesterday that no one would go. How did Lin Yu manage to go? I am Sherlock Holmes, and I must speak. I suspect that the prolific Lin Yu, who had not released songs for a year, did so because he had matters requiring Yaya's assistance. But what could it be? Lin Yu appeared to be in excellent condition. Realizing he had entered Yaya's live stream, he did not shy away but confidently approached, asking, Is there anything else I need to do? After meditating, Lin Yu discovered a small mirror beside the Bagua Ray. In the mirror, he saw he had returned to his original appearance. Even outside the Taoist temple, he no longer bore that peculiar visage. Yaya is so remarkable. He felt compelled to share her talents with a broader audience. This would not only aid Yaya in restoring the Sanqing temple, but also assist others, like him, who face injustices. Thus, it mattered not if his situation became known to netizens. In any case, appearing on Yaya's stream was entirely Lin Yu's choice. Upon seeing Lin Yu, who no longer cared about his situation being exposed, Yaya waved her little hand, inviting him, Lin Yu, come in. Let me check your pulse. Lin Yu, with a demeanor full of respect, obediently approached Yaya and unexpectedly knelt on one knee. His movements were so natural that both Lu Xingfeng and the audience in the live stream were left astounded. My superstar, why are you kneeling before Yaya? What's she done for you? Although the photographer was not concerned, the angle made it appear as if Lin Yu was bowing to me. This praise is not unfounded. At the moment Lin Yu bowed, a bird happened to land on Yaya's head, capturing Lin Yu in a shot taken from above her. As for Lu Xingfeng, his excitement stemmed not from a notion that Lin Yu was bowing to him, but from the astonishment at his beloved singer's display of humility. While unsure of how Yaya had assisted Lin Yu, seeing him kneel made Lu Xingfeng feel he too should kneel, having been saved by Yaya and having had his father rescued by her as well. With this thought in mind, Lu Xingfeng rushed to Lin Yu's side, intending to kneel as well. Startled by Lu Xingfeng's action, Yaya realized he intended to imitate Lin Yu's gesture. She quickly produced a talisman and affixed it to Lu Xingfeng's forehead. Instantly, he froze in his kneeling position, astonished by his own immobility, staring wide-eyed at Yaya in confusion. Understanding that Lu Xingfeng wished to ask why she wouldn't allow him to kneel, Yaya explained, Lu Xingfeng actually, Ahua wouldn't harm you. She merely wants to drive you away, so there is no need to dwell on this matter. A flicker of understanding crossed Lu Xingfeng's eyes. In Yaya's view, she had not saved his life, so technically, he need not pay such homage. However, his father had indeed been saved by her. Wasn't it true that his father's soul had departed? Therefore, such a tribute should come from his father. Resolute in his decision, Lu Xingfeng shifted his gaze downward, attempting to convey his understanding to Yaya. If you understand, give me a little nod, Yaya instructed. Lu Xingfeng rolled his eyes in acknowledgement. Only then did Yaya retract the talisman and extend her small hand to check Lin Yu's pulse. The residual blood within Lin Yu had been expelled through the collaboration of Shun Tong Dan and sunlight, yet it had nonetheless left some harm in his body. These injuries required yang tonifying medicine for healing, and fortunately, she had already prepared the Guyang Wan. You must not have children for the time being, Yaya advised earnestly. Your body requires adjustment. Only once you are balanced in yin and yang can you fully recover. Here is the medicine. Take it 3 times a day before meals, and get plenty of sunlight. Lin Yu, observing the seriousness on Yaya's small face, thought to himself, how adorable is this little Taoist priestess. When she tries to be serious, her chubby cheeks seem to carry a weight of earnestness. I understand. Thank you, Yaya Taoist priestess, Lin Yu nodded, reminiscing about his younger sister, who had been just as cute as Yaya, his eyes dimming slightly. He then asked, may I, Yaya Taoist priestess, inquire when you might be free to perform a rite for my sister? It takes half a day to reach my home and my parents. Realizing he was asking for too much with the 666 yuan, Lin Yu felt embarrassed and blushed. I don't have that much cash on me. Next time I come, I will withdraw some to donate to the temple. Yaya understood Lin Yu's intent and glanced at her phone, still connected to the live stream. At that moment, the family had just arrived at the hospital and were preparing to draw blood. Grandma Lin noticed Yaya looking in her direction and shyly said, Yaya Taoist priestess, I will post the results on my video. If you have matters to attend to, please feel free to go. Yaya was indeed inclined to await the outcome directly. Yet upon hearing Granny Lin's words, she acquiesced. Very well, please ensure the results are shared. We must not allow anyone to think that Yaya is aired. Granny Lin nodded in assurance, promising that as soon as the paternity test results emerged, she would release a video, ensuring that the reputation of Sanqingguan's master, Yaya, would remain untarnished. Upon hearing her title associated with her name, Yaya smiled brightly and waved goodbye to Granny Lin. Just as she was about to end the live stream, Lin Yu interjected, Yaya, little Taoist, there's no need to close it. My matters can be shared with everyone. With Lin Yu's insistence, the live stream continued. Lin Yu was taken aback. Awake? Indeed, your parents have merely been utilized. In due time, Yaya will help them awaken, dispelling their erroneous obsessions. When Lin Yu heard the term erroneous obsessions, a complex expression crossed his face. His parents had given him and his sister life, yet they were not the nurturing type. When his grades fell even by a single point in childhood, they resorted to corporal punishment. The pain he endured compelled him to devote more effort to his studies. Later, when applying for university, he wished to pursue music, but his parents initially disapproved and attempted to subtly alter his choices, which he only discovered in time, begging them to reconsider. After his sister's incident, he often reflected on whether he could have paid her more attention, perhaps preventing such a tragedy. His sister's diary revealed that she had never had leisure time. Anything she did outside of studying resulted in scolding. While his sister indeed made mistakes, he later hesitated to ask her similar questions, fearing she would face the same harsh treatment he had. When she assured him she was fine, he believed her. Yet, the diary clearly indicated that after that day, he returned to school, while their parents neglected to prepare meals for her. Even later, when she entered high school, a love letter discreetly slipped into her backpack was discovered by their mother, who accused her of being in a premature romance, leading to a public reprimand at school. The echoes of his childhood experiences were present in each incident. Yet, he had never genuinely cared for his sister. When she claimed to be fine, he took it at face value. However, dwelling on the past served little purpose. It was better to seize the present. Lin Yu took out his phone. Shall I purchase a plane ticket for 2 hours hence? Does he, little Taoist, possess an ID? I have an ID, but we need not take a plane, Yaya replied. We can depart at the appointed time. For now, I must attend to my studies for the day. With that, she turned to the camera. We shall reconvene in 7 days. What do you mean 7 days? I did not agree. Precisely. Let us witness what studies Yaya, little Taoist, engages in daily. The viewers insisted that Yaya not end the live stream. Lu Xingfeng chimed in. Keep it running, if outdoors. She can charge her device while streaming. Outside, sunlight would allow for solar charging while in use. Chapter 19. Let me watch another live stream in response to the audience's requests. Yaya did not terminate the live stream. She rose to offer 3 sticks of incense to her revered ancestor, performed a respectful bow, and then earnestly reported, Ancestor, disciple Yaya is off to study. Please oversee my efforts. She then exited the main hall. Lu Xingfeng and Lin Yu followed suit, paying their respects to the ancestor's statue before trailing behind Yaya. Lin Yu quietly inquired, Mr. Lu, do you comprehend what Yaya, little Taoist, meant by setting off in the evening? Overwhelmed in the presence of his idol, Lu Xingfeng expressed his excitement. Yes, I believe Yaya, little Taoist, can teleport. I suspect she may whisk us away to your home in an instant. Lin Yu responded in disbelief. Huh? He recalled that during the live stream, he had received a call from his parents and had not returned to watch. Could it be that at that moment, Yaya showcased her teleportation ability? While the two conversed, Yaya had already reached a secluded area in the woods. There were numerous plum blossom stakes, the tallest having a platform atop it. She leaped onto the stakes, hopping between them with grace, executing various intricate movements, before ascending to the highest platform, crossing her legs and sitting serenely. Throughout this, Lu Xingfeng and Lin Yu gasped in astonishment, fearful that Yaya might fall while performing her daring feats. The viewers shared their astonishment. My goodness! How is she able to stand on such high, slender wooden stakes? Yaya, little Taoist, is clearly a martial arts master. Yet, why was she sitting on the platform in meditation? What could this signify? I believe I have seen this in a Lin Zhengying film. Taoists sit atop high platforms to duel with others. Could it be that one cannot fall from the platform during such a duel, necessitating this form of training? As the audience speculated, Yaya was in a trance. Her master had instructed her that one must be thoroughly prepared for any undertaking. Since she intended to descend into the mortal realm to assist Lin Yu's sister, she needed to scout the location to avoid any missteps later. In her meditative state, Yaya traversed Lin Yu's home, meticulously assessing the surroundings. Tonight, after partaking once more, it would mark a full year. Then, Miao Air will be able to share the same body as you Air. Miao Air, please wait a moment. Your father and mother shall soon be able to care for you again, and they will not speak to you in that manner any longer. Two elderly individuals, their hair graying, prayed before a portrait of Lin Miao. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Miao stood beside them, sorrow etched upon her face as she observed them. She then cast a resentful glance at the medicinal concoction contained within a clay jar. The jar bore yellow talismans, rendering her powerless to intervene. Even the bowl from which Lin Yu drank the soup was adorned with talismans designed to expel spirits. After witnessing this, Yaya quietly exited Lin Yu's home. She could not pinpoint the exact location of the malevolent entity. However, she discerned that the adversary was also a Taoist. Having perceived the form of magic manifesting upon Lin Yu, the malevolent entity had employed Lin Yu's birth date and time to enact a corpse-controlling spell, along with the influx of Yin blood into Lin Yu's body. Yet, despite her understanding of how the adversary's malevolence operated, Yaya was unable to locate the dark Taoist's whereabouts. Practitioners of advanced cultivation possess methods to obscure their own life force. The dark practitioner evidently excelled in this aspect, effectively concealing their information. Yaya could only trace the Yin blood within the jar to identify the individual seeking to possess Lin Yu's body. The figure lay languidly in a lavish villa, a foolish smile adorning their face. They believed that after Lin Yu consumed the medicinal concoction tonight, they would be resurrected. However, unbeknownst to them, upon the arrival of their demise tonight, entering Lin Yu's body would merely yield a vessel for the dark practitioner to control. The original soul of that body still retained its lifespan, but the soul that entered would be one whose lifespan had expired, resulting in the body transforming into a living corpse. The Yin lifespan living corpse is formidable. It can evolve into a powerful zombie. Yaya's spirit wandered within the woman's abode, contemplating her next move, ultimately deciding against alarming the adversary. The dark practitioner would undoubtedly make an appearance tonight. She merely needed to be prepared for the confrontation. After her morning of introspection, Yaya descended the mountain in the afternoon. Lin Yu and Lu Xingfeng insisted on accompanying her, and she consented to their presence. Yaya then waited at a designated spot until, after a while, a Hua approached. Yaya brushed a Hua's teeth once more and applied the necessary medicine. This time, however, a Hua did not leave immediately. Instead, it attempted to embrace Yaya with its paw, which was larger than Yaya's face, while emitting soft grunting sounds. Goodness, a tiger showing affection. If I were to visit Sanxingguan, would Yaya, little Taoist, allow me to pet the tiger as well? I believe Sanxingguan could offer a photo-taking service. Last time I hiked, there was a pay-for-photo opportunity with a peacock. Are you not curious why a Hua is not running away this time, and is instead being affectionate with Yaya? Some viewers expressed curiosity about a Hua's change in demeanor. Just then, a voice interrupted. When you tell me that Zerubs, the old falling jellos, foolish teacher. A ba flapped its wings, reveling in delight. A Hua, who was sweet-talking Yaya, suddenly grew angry and jumped up with a growl, aiming to catch a ba. A ba flew up to a tree, continuing to mock. Silly tiger, tonight a ba will accompany Yaya on a mission, and you cannot join. He. Upon hearing that a ba was going out at night, Yaya tilted her head and said, No, tonight I will go with Lin Yu. You cannot come. As soon as she uttered these words, Lu Xingfeng widened his eyes. Yeah, little Taoist, can I go too? Plight. No. This matter does not concern you. You are not going, nor will you be live streaming. Both Lu Xingfeng and Abba simultaneously questioned. Why not live stream? Indeed, why not live stream? I beg you, little Taoist, let me watch another live stream. I would do anything. I beg you, little Taoist, let me also see another live stream. I would do anything. Tonight, Yaya might engage in a duel, which is quite dangerous. Yaya thought that she had made herself clear enough, and that Lu Xingfeng, Abba, and the audience would politely agree not to go or watch. However, to her surprise, after she finished speaking, Lu Xingfeng and Abba became even more excited, exclaiming in unison, "A duel, then we must go." No, Yaya still refused, striving to maintain her stone-cold demeanor. Yet, just before setting off, her little head was inundated with the persuasive chatter of one person and one bird. Chapter 20. Waha is truly delicious. Lu Xingfeng declared that even if something happened after they went, it would not be Yaya's fault. Abba stated that should danger arise, it would fly away at once. Lu Xingfeng then inquired why Linyu, being an ordinary person, was allowed to attend. Abba added that continuing the live stream during the duel could enhance the Taoist temple's reputation. The person and the bird chattered incessantly, but Yaya continued to shake her head. When it was finally time to depart, Yaya contemplated and decided to wear the garments given by her master underneath. After changing, she emerged to find Lu Xingfeng and Abba eagerly watching her. Little Taoist, Yaya, take us with you, please. Let me go. They can do anything. Let us live stream. I want to see the duel. Lu Xingfeng and Abba made a flurry of requests. After speaking, she took Linyu's hand and waved goodbye to the one person and one bird. In the next moment, Lu Xingfeng, Abba, and the audience of the live stream witnessed Yaya vanish from her spot, experiencing the marvel of teleportation for the third time. Linyu could not help but bite his tongue. He feared he was still dreaming, that there was no such thing as little Taoist Yaya, or a teleportation. Yet, the pain in his tongue confirmed otherwise. Linyu glanced down at the little bundle in the green Taoist robe and took a deep breath before knocking on the door of his home. Upon hearing the knock, two faces lit up with smiles as they opened the door. Lin's mother was more direct. "I've made soup. Hurry in, I'll serve you some." Upon mentioning the soup and catching a whiff of its aroma, Linyu, already aware of its contents, nearly retched in front of his parents. How could he dare to drink it? He looked down at Yaya, hoping for a hint. As Linyu glanced at her, Lin's father and mother finally noticed the little Taoist girl holding Linyu's hand. The couple exchanged a puzzled look. Lin's mother asked with uncertainty, "Linyu, is this child one you had outside?" Linyu quickly waved his hands. How could he have given birth to such a cute and capable child as Yaya? Fortunately, Yaya spoke up. "Hello, I am little Taoist Yaya, here to offer your daughter a blessing." This was Yaya's first time descending the mountain to handle such matters. She felt a bit nervous, gripping Linyu's hand tightly. Linyu sensed the pressure on his fingers and looked at Yaya with suspicion. While she had appeared effortless on the mountain, now in this situation, he realized that the little bundle seemed anxious. Just as he had begun to appreciate Yaya's prowess, he now saw another side of her. Linyu's heart softened. He echoed Yaya's words. "What little Taoist Yaya said is correct. I brought her to bless my sister." Upon hearing Linyu's statement, Lin's parents exchanged glances. They were still unaware that Linyu had discovered the truth about the soup. After sharing a knowing look, Lin's mother spoke. Let's not stand at the door discussing this. Come inside, come inside." Once inside, Lin's father handed Yaya a small bottle of Wa, a drink gifted by other relatives during the new year. "Here you go, little friend Yaya." "Thank you, Uncle," Yaya replied as she accepted the bottle. She had never tasted such a drink before and examined the small bottle curiously. Linyu, observing Yaya's fascination, took a bottle for himself. As Yaya watched Linyu insert the straw into the bottle and begin to sip, she quickly understood. She also inserted the straw and took a sip. The sweet flavor filled her mouth, and her eyes sparkled. This Waha was truly delightful, surpassing the sugary water made from bamboo on the mountain. With cheeks puffed, she finished the small bottle in a few gulps, sitting obediently in a chair. Lin's mother emerged with the soup and, noticing Linyu drinking Waha, said with a smile, "You heir, let us talk about blessing your sister while you drink." Linyu felt a wave of anxiety. He did not wish to drink the soup. He sensed that Linyu likely did not want to consume it, and if she were aware that the soup contained someone else's blood, she too would refuse. Therefore, she waved her little hand in the air, casting two talismans onto Lin's father and mother. Their expressions relaxed instantly, smiles appearing on their lips. Lin's mother remarked, "Look at you, drinking so eagerly. Can you manage to finish it all?" "That's all right, it's no problem." With that, she took the full bowl of soup and poured it directly into the kitchen sink. At this moment, Lin's father spoke. "You heir. What do you mean by blessing Yaya? Tell Dad about it." Lin Yu stared in astonishment at his parents, glancing down at Yaya with questioning eyes. No. It wasn't tea that he did not want to. He quickly waved his hands, saying he was merely worried about delaying their matters, that it was fine. That was fine. Lin's mother, with her gray hair, bore a blissful smile, as if she could truly see her daughter revived, living within her son. Lin Yu felt a deep sadness. He glanced at the time on his watch, feeling heavy-hearted as he told Yaya, "Time is running out." Yaya nodded. "I will open your yin-yang eyes, and you will be able to see your sister. Do you wish for that?" How could he refuse? Lin Yu, his eyes reddening, nodded. How could he not want to see his sister? Seeing Lin Yu agree, Yaya instructed him to bend down, placing her little hand on his forehead, then touching his eyelids from left to right. Lin Yu felt a cool sensation in his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found his sister sitting right beside him. His sister wore a worried expression. "Meow meow." Lin Yu excitedly called out his sister's name. But just as he saw her look of surprise, she abruptly stood up, mechanically walking toward the window, the very window from which she had jumped. Then, with resolute determination, she leaped down. Lin Yu lunged toward her, attempting to grasp her hand, but grasped only air. He rushed to the window, witnessing his sister fall once more, landing in a pool of glaring blood below. Was this the fate she was condemned to repeat every day? Chapter 21. The child seems like an ordinary person, little Taoist Yaya. How many times must my sister endure this each day? Lin Juaskid Yaya. His voice hushed. He recognized that what he beheld was the spirit of his younger sister, and he was acutely aware that as her spirit repeatedly fell, she must be experiencing pain. Otherwise, how could her gaze have shifted? She was merely trapped in the mechanical torment of her repeated deaths, unable to find release. Yaya Xiao Daozhong, please lend your assistance, Lin Yu implored once again. Do not rush. Take your time, Yaya reassured him. Those who have taken their own lives are doomed to relive the process of death, starting from the moment of their daily suicides until the first rays of dawn break. The master had said that only a person of great enlightenment could guide them to the afterlife, requiring one to bear the karmic burdens of the souls they wish to liberate and gradually erase them with their accumulated merits. Yaya herself was uncertain whether she could be considered a person of enlightenment. Her master had not clarified this. While she spoke calmly to Lin Yu, her heart raced with trepidation, unsure of her own success. If she were to express her uncertainty to Lin Yu beforehand, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of Sanqing Guan among future devotees. Having resolved to do her utmost, Yaya produced a talisman paper and burned her self-composed petition to the heavens. The talisman ignited swiftly, yet the petition burned at a languid pace. Anxiety crept in. Would the heavens refuse her plea? As Yaya's mind swirled with thoughts, not far away, the woman who sought to inhabit Lin Yu's body took her final breath. Her spirit detached from her body, drawn by a powerful force, drifting until it reached a man. Meanwhile, Yaya's petition had yet to finish burning. Her heart raced. Would the heavens approve her attempt to save Lin Miao? Knock, knock. Knock. The door of the Lin family was rapped upon once more. Seeing Yaya still engaged in her ritual, Lin Yu hurriedly blocked his parents from opening the door. However, he was but one person caught between his parents, and ultimately his father opened the door. A smiling man stood at the threshold, glancing into the room, his expression shifting slightly. What are you two doing? Have you sought assistance from others, doubting my ability to revive your daughter? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yu immediately recognized the man as the nefarious sorcerer Yaya had mentioned. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he frantically searched for Yaya. Yaya heard the man's voice as well. Turning to glance at him, her dark, grape-like eyes flashed. In that instant, she discerned that he was not a human, but rather a creature, transformed into a spirit long before the founding of the nation, as her master had described. A creature. Indeed, this made her arrangements all the more potent. As it was her first time descending the mountain to handle affairs, surely she would not tarnish the reputation of Sanqing Guan. As this thought crossed her mind, the sorcerer chuckled. This one you seek is merely a child. Are you certain she can assist you? His face was adorned with a mocking smile. In a fleeting moment, he spotted the child clutching the talisman paper. She appeared to be an ordinary girl. with only a faint aura of spiritual energy. He surmised that the curse afflicting Lin Yu had likely been dispelled by the child's master. Not sensing the presence of other practitioners nearby, it was a perfect opportunity to devour this little one who had disrupted his spell. The sorcerer laughed as he stepped further into the room, disregarding Yaya entirely, and advanced toward her. Lin Yu observed Yaya, then glanced at his parents who had raised him, gritting his teeth as he remained by their side. Despite their many faults, the kindness they had shown him in his childhood had to be acknowledged. In this moment of peril, he could not abandon them in pursuit of Yaya's protection. Yet, Lin's parents paid him no mind, bowing and scraping to the sorcerer. Dao Zhang, have you come to see if our daughter has revived? Look, she is right here, they exclaimed, pointing into the void and calling her name, Lin Miao. The sorcerer dismissed Lin's parents. Such worthless mortals could be discarded once their utility was spent. His gaze remained fixated on Yaya, who crouched before him, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Child, what are you attempting to accomplish? Did your master not inform you that the souls of those who die by suicide are bound by the laws of heaven and earth, unable to be guided to the afterlife, only to disintegrate? Yaya replied, my master did not say it was impossible. He merely indicated that if one were to inquire of the heavens and receive approval, then liberation could occur. The sorcerer had not anticipated such a response. He scoffed. Your master is quite the deceiver. Allow me to deceive you in turn. If you offer yourself to me, I shall spare these others. What do you say? Yaya understood he referred to the Lin family, tilting her head in confusion. Do you think he fears you harming them? The sorcerer nodded. You self-righteous individuals consider it your duty to protect these insignificant beings, do you not? His tone dripped with disdain. Yet, Yaya did not regard him further, her focus still on the petition. Oh, my master said that one must concentrate on a single task. Presently, she was dedicated to liberating Lin Miao's spirit and had no time to safeguard them. Was it possible that Yaya's master was not a virtuous being? After all, why would he allow such a young child to venture here alone? Perhaps he intended to use this little one to curry favor with the sorcerer. Recognizing his prowess in cultivation, the sorcerer, increasingly convinced of his assumptions, reached out to seize Yaya, just as her small hand formed a sealing gesture. Feeling the sorcerer's intentions, her little feet shifted, and she darted to the opposite side. Puzzled, she innocently inquired, are you not here to capture the Lin family? Why pursue me? The sorcerer sneered. Why concern myself with those people? Your master sent you alone, clearly intending for you to be offered to me. A child's body is a great boon. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged for Yaya once more. Yet, she remained focused on her petition, lamenting aloud, oh, Heavenly Father, please lend your assistance. Yaya will engage in more good deeds with Lin Yu to atone for Lin Miao's karmic burdens. It was time for Yaya to fight. She could no longer afford to take her time with the burning. Strangely enough, the petition that had previously burned slowly suddenly ignited with a fierce intensity once she finished speaking. In no time, it was entirely consumed. Meanwhile, Lin Miao, who had been poised to leap from the window, gazed in disbelief at her own hands and feet. She was no longer condemned to relive the agonizing motions of her suicide night. She could finally control her own body. She had to hurry and prevent her parents from being deceived again. She could not endanger her brother. Chapter 22. The master and disciple seem to be anomalies among sorcerers. As Lin Miao continuously relived the actions of her former life, she was oblivious to the outside world. Before her lay only the harrowing scenes of death, a relentless cycle of pain and despair. Upon regaining her senses and recalling her brother, she rushed to his side. The moment she moved, the sorcerer took notice of her, his face a mask of astonishment. This was peculiar. The sorcerers and monks he had previously encountered, who feigned virtue, could only allow the tormented spirits of the suicides to disintegrate. How was it that this child's spirit was now free to act during its penance? Child, what have you done? The sorcerer seethed, questioning how the spirit of one who had died by suicide was no longer bound. His instincts warned him that something was amiss. Perhaps he should not have revealed himself due to his inability to obtain the lost souls. He was not a mere human, yet he was decidedly more foolish than the animals that accompanied Yaya on the mountain. Yaya regarded the sorcerer with disdain, reiterating, did I not mention this? Yaya implored the heavens to grant Lin Miao her freedom, and the divine presence acquiesced, allowing Lin Miao to move freely. The disdain emanating from the child left the malevolent sorcerer feeling utterly humiliated. He scrutinized Yaya once more, yet could discern nothing that signified her power. There were no signs of merit, no spiritual energy. She appeared to be an ordinary child. Yet this seemingly unremarkable little girl had indeed disrupted the very laws of nature. Cursed be it, something was amiss. The sorcerer's mind raced with this thought, and in a flash, he appeared beside the Lin family. He reached out, intending to seize Lin Yu, who had accompanied Yaya to the Lin household. Lin Yu, absorbed in watching Lin Miao weep, was caught off guard by a sudden cacophony of thunderous sounds. Lin Miao's eyes widened in shock. The sorcerer, lurking behind Lin Yu, remained unseen by her. But Lin Miao, facing Lin Yu, witnessed the sorcerer's hand being scorched by a bolt of lightning as he attempted to grasp Lin Yu. Unable to capture Lin Yu, the sorcerer resorted to targeting Lin Miao's parents. Alas, his left hand met a similar fate. With both arms incapacitated, the sorcerer's eyes blazed with fury. "Child, what have you done?" This was the second time he had posed this question. He had merely followed his master's instructions to ensure absolute certainty in his actions. Yaya placed her left hand beneath her right elbow, forming a gesture for controlling swords. In the Lin family's living room, an abundance of talisman papers materialized in an instant. Upon closer inspection, the Lin family members were also adorned with these talismans. Even Lin Miao's spirit was not exempt. To ensure absolute certainty, she had begun deploying the talismans as soon as she entered the house, cleverly concealing them with illusionary charms to prevent others from noticing. Her master's words proved to be true. One must prepare thoroughly for all eventualities. Yaya gazed at the sorcerer, relieved that she had affixed these talismans beforehand. Otherwise, capturing him would have been quite a challenge. With a swift motion of her small hand, the talismans surged toward the sorcerer, orbiting him in a mystical dance. Each talisman bore the character for thunder, unmistakably signifying their identity as thunder talismans. If one were to inquire what the most fearsome thing was for a demon that had cultivated to a high degree, it would undoubtedly be the tribulation of thunder. Surviving such a trial was a matter of life and death, and even if one were to live, their body might be rendered utterly devastated, necessitating a prolonged recuperation. Now, the very thing he feared most encircled him, and he remained blissfully unaware, still contemplating his next act of malevolence. The sorcerer, desperate and frantic, surveyed his surroundings, wishing fervently to faint on the spot. His hands, charred and scorched, made him acutely aware that the power of these talismans was akin to that of heavenly thunder. To think he had mistaken this child, capable of unleashing such formidable thunder talismans, for an ordinary child abandoned by her master. Ha, how absurd! The sorcerer suddenly burst into laughter, realizing he was indeed deluded. He felt an overwhelming urge to berate himself for being so foolish. After surviving for so many years, he had fallen victim here. Unfortunately, with his arms rendered useless, he could not even slap himself. Now devoid of any thoughts of escape, the sorcerer addressed Yaya. "Let me die with clarity. I have observed other sorcerers' talismans, which activate automatically upon the approach of malevolent beings. Why do yours differ and remain invisible?" Other sorcerers' talismans are only capable of automatic activation. Yaya responded, astonished. Her master had not informed her of this, only suggesting that her talismans were barely usable. The sorcerer nearly spat blood upon hearing Yaya's words. Barely usable? Talismans that could conceal themselves until the moment of use were only considered barely effective? This master and apprentice must surely be anomalies among sorcerers. The kind that self-activates is easily detected when placed in advance. Once discovered, they are easily evaded. How could they compare to the effectiveness of Yaya's talismans? While the sorcerer was deep in thought, Yaya posed another question. "You seem knowledgeable, so you must have encountered those self-activating talismans before. In comparison, which do you believe is superior, and what are the distinctions?" Upon finishing her inquiry, Yaya produced a pen and a small notebook. This was a gift from her master during her last descent from the mountains, who had remarked that while mountain brushes were excellent for writing, the novel items from below were far more convenient. The notebook was perfect for taking notes. Talismans could also be sold. If her talismans proved superior to others, it would result in a tidy profit. The sorcerer stood ensconced within layers of thunder talismans, desperately pondering Yaya's motives for asking such a question. Was she mocking him? Unlikely, for had she been, she would not have appeared so surprised initially. The sorcerer's eyes whirled, his mind nearly smoking from the effort. After all, he was a malevolent entity, now captured, she could do as she pleased. As a talisman floated toward him, targeting his foot, the sorcerer broke into a cold sweat. Yet, he also grasped Yaya's intention. This child was likely a disciple of some hidden master, newly descended from the mountains. Utterly ignorant of the current rules of the cultivation world, hence her question. As long as he could still serve some purpose, he might escape the clutches of death. Perhaps he could even learn something from this young sorceress and turn the tables on her. Chapter 23. Wait before you die, you see. Both times my arms have been rendered useless, which proves their power is identical. If their potency could be diminished slightly, wouldn't that be more convenient and effective? Upon hearing the sorcerer's words, Yaya found them quite reasonable. After learning the talisman, she had not continued her research after her master approved of her work, instead choosing to pursue other talismans. She had only considered the power, ensuring the talisman was hidden to shock her master, who often made her cook, without contemplating adjusting the talisman's potency. Indeed, if she could adjust the power, amplifying it further, her master would not merely feel a tingle, but could be thoroughly electrified. The sorcerer stared in disbelief. He possessed defensive talismans, yet one of Yaya's had incapacitated his arm. Such power was nearly akin to heavenly thunder. How could her master, struck by such a thunder talisman, merely feel a tingling sensation? Who then was her master? The sorcerer shuddered, his voice trembling. You keep mentioning your master. Where is he? My master ran away, Yaya replied candidly. He left me all alone at Sanqing Temple. Once I craft more powerful talismans, I shall surely return to deliver a shock to him. With that, she stowed her pen and paper, glancing at the Lin family nearby. Being in someone else's home, she felt it was impolite to overstay her welcome. Lin Yu, noticing Yaya's gaze, ceased his conversation with the sorcerer and urged his sister to express their gratitude to Yaya. Meow meow, this young sorceress saved both you and me. You must thank her. In truth, even without prompting, Lin Miao would have expressed her thanks. She turned to Yaya, bowing politely, and said, "Thank you." Yaya responded, "No need for thanks. Your brother played a part in your rescue as well." Lin Miao nodded. "I understand that my brother loves me dearly. After becoming a ghost these past years, I have reflected deeply. I should not have rejected my brother's concern or viewed him as akin to my parents. Yet, I still harbor resentment towards them." Lin Miao offered a bitter smile. "I could not make them understand my plight even in death. Their love for their children is misguided. They urged me to perish, almost leading to my brother's demise as well. Yeah, I wish for my parents to regret their actions. Do you have a way?" "I have a way indeed," she exclaimed enthusiastically, suggesting, "Why not let them experience the anguish of losing both children? Surely, that would lead them to regret their choices. Desiring to save their daughter, yet inadvertently harming their son. Wouldn't that be poetic justice? I can serve as your subordinate, assisting you in the act of pretending to consume their son. What do you think?" "I do not require a subordinate," replied Yaya, and, moreover, her descent from the mountain was to guide Lin Miao towards liberation, not to instill regret in others. Therefore, this matter should be discussed solely between you siblings. However, Lin Yu, when it comes to guiding your sister, Yaya has requested that you also join her in doing good deeds to repay debts. Lin Yu nodded, acknowledging his understanding as he had already devised a plan in his mind. It was reasonable for Yaya not to intervene, as she had already saved those in need and ensured that their parents would no longer be deceived. The true culprit remained imprisoned, did they not? Nonetheless, there was still one thing requiring Yaya's assistance. "Little Taoist Yaya, could you grant my parents the ability to see between the realms of yin and yang?" "Certainly. I have stored their illusory talismans away." Yaya activated the wind talisman, bestowing her parents with the sight of yin and yang while simultaneously dispelling the illusory talismans that had cloaked them. Without the enhancement of the talismans, Lin's parents instantly regained their clarity. Recognizing the need for a secure space for the family to converse, Yaya produced a rope and bound the malevolent sorcerer. Within the Sanqing Temple, Lu Xingfeng and Abba were seated in the living room, their expressions filled with concern. Yaya had expressed uncertainty about her ability to deal with the adversary, which was why she had not brought them along. An hour had passed, and they remained unaware of her status. As both Lu Xingfeng and Abba sighed in unison, they suddenly heard Yaya's voice. "Ahua, I knew you would come to steal candy again. Spit it out, or you will spank you." The guardian and the guardian bird dashed towards Yaya's location, only to find her vigorously patting the ample behind of the tiger, Ahua. Ahua emitted whimpering sounds, pleading for mercy. After reprimanding Ahua, Yaya konwurit an oilamp. With the illumination, Lu Xingfeng, Aba, and Ahua soon realized that Yaya was also holding a man clad in a black robe. Who is this? Lu Xingfeng instinctively rushed behind Yaya. Recalling from his years of reading novels that individuals dressed in black robes are often the arch-villains, Aba and Ahua, having already developed sentience, were more attuned to their kind. The bird and the tiger circled the malevolent sorcerer several times, with Ahua being the first to vocalize his apprehension. Aba nodded in agreement, affirming that he too sensed the presence of a gecko about this individual. Gecko? Seeing Aba's lack of fear bolstered Lu Xingfeng's courage, prompting him to join the discussion. Are you referring to a wall lizard? Both Aba and Ahua nodded in unison. The term gecko was an ancient name given to wall lizards, thus both terms were accurate. Before them was a lizard adorned with dark patterns. I am perishing. The gecko uttered human words, expressing its fear of the overwhelming power that was relentlessly weakening and attacking it. Remarkably, with a lifespan of only 7 to 8 years, this gecko had somehow cultivated into a human form. You must have encountered some extraordinary fortune, right? Aba perched before the malevolent sorcerer, tilting its head in scrutiny. Suddenly, its eyes lit up as it snatched a bawa mirror from the sorcerer's robe. Yaya, this mirror appears to be quite powerful. Yaya examined the mirror closely, nodding in acknowledgement. It is a Taoist artifact, but it has been corrupted by being embedded within a human soul, thereby becoming a malevolent object that has indeed caused harm to many. Please wait a moment before you perish. I have yet to report to the patriarch. Although it had harmed many, it would not be appropriate to kill it outright. Yaya picked up the feeble gecko and proceeded to the main hall of the Sanqing Temple. Chapter 24. She did not wish to offer bribes. The offerings on the lowest level of the main hall stirred, producing a cacophony of sounds filled with anger. They, too, recognized that the gecko demon had committed numerous misdeeds. Yaya first respectfully offered incense to the patriarch, then inquired, Dear Patriarch, I have captured this gecko demon during my descent. May I utilize it for a worthy purpose? Observing the incense rise straight upwards, Yaya solemnly nodded, understanding her approval. The gecko demon believed that Yaya required its assistance in distinguishing between various talismans and their differences, convinced that it would not meet its demise. However, this notion was swiftly dispelled as Yaya seized its head. It then felt its soul being forcibly scrutinized. You dare to search my soul so ruthlessly? Is this what you call righteousness? The gecko demon attempted to retaliate against Yaya's consciousness while launching its own assault. The soul-searching technique necessitated that the practitioner's soul power surpass that of the target for success. Should the roles reverse, the practitioner would become vulnerable. The gecko demon, confident in its strength, believed it could easily turn the tables on Yaya. Yet, upon touching her soul, it was rendered speechless. This was no ordinary child's soul power. It was akin to an ant attempting to sway an elephant. Thus, this child was indeed a cunning deceiver. The child's physical form was merely an illusion, was it not? Deceived, the gecko demon uttered this final thought as its vitality waned. Its soul, upon departing its body, was instantly scattered under the purifying power of the Sanqing Temple. So it was merely a matter of fortuitously consuming the inner elixir of a snake demon struck down by heavenly lightning that led to your path of cultivation? Yaya mused, collecting the gecko's lifeless form. From the beginning of its cultivation until now, it had accumulated the burden of 319 instances of killing, along with an indirect burden of 781 instances of wrongdoing. Let us formulate 1,100 medicinal pills, allowing your body to serve a purpose. As for the inner elixir, Yaya, disregarding the eager desires of Ahua and Aba, stored away for future rewards. Next, she purified the items concealed within her sleeves and prepared to return them to their rightful owner. After contemplating the fate of the gecko demon, Yaya stretched. Her master had instructed her to remain vigilant and strive for continuous improvement to achieve greater progress. With this thought, she made her way back to the Lin household. Lin's parents were weeping profusely, lamenting, Linyu, we have raised you for so long, and you wish to become a Taoist? How could you be so heartless? Your sister is already deceased, and you still intend to renounce the world? Do you wish to leave your parents without anyone to care for them in their old age? The couple wept bitterly, while Linyu maintained a stoic demeanor. Although his sister's soul lingered nearby, after the initial excitement, their parents had not cast another glance at her, instead sinking into sorrow over Lin Yu's intention to become a Taoist. Do my parents love me and my sister? What is it that they truly cherish? My master has come to escort us, Lin Yu thought, his expression hardening. Parents, I've already transferred all my money to you from this moment forth. Our ties are severed. Lin's parents turned to their daughter, pleading, Daughter, please persuade your brother. He cannot abandon us. Lin Miao smiled slightly, saying, How can he abandon you? Hasn't he given you money? Just as you provided for me when I was growing up, didn't you also give me money and food? Lin Miao's words left Lin's parents in silence. As they remained quiet, Yaya finally spoke up. Are you ready? I must take Lin Miao to the city god temple. If we delay any longer, by dawn tomorrow, Lin Miao will dissipate into ashes. The city god temple oversees the affairs of local spirits and souls like Lin Miao, who have relinquished their own lifespans through suicide, are not officially recorded in the underworld and cannot be directly guided by the emissaries of death. They must first be sent to the city god temple for the Lord City God to decide their fate. This is what my master has conveyed. In the future, should I encounter vengeful spirits or wild ghosts, I must seek the city god to erase their mortal identities before they can be entered into the records of the dead, lest they dissipate. However, Yaya had yet to visit the city god temple. She had only heard her master speak of how to find it. Activating the technique of shrinking space, she arrived in an instant. Lin Fu and Lin Mu gazed in bewilderment as their son and daughter vanished, sitting on the ground with expressions of utter confusion. After dedicating most of their lives to their children, why did their daughter harbor resentment towards them? And why did their son refuse to remain by their side? They urged their daughter to study diligently, aspiring for her to have a prosperous future. Their dealings with the Taoist were merely a desperate attempt to resurrect their daughter. How had circumstances spiraled to this point? Yaya led the Lin siblings into the Chengwang Temple. Nowadays, most Chengwang temples in the city have transformed into tourist attractions, with a steady flow of incense offerings. Even though time has left its mark, it merely manifests as a thin layer of dust on the golden incense burner. Yaya gazed upon it with envy, wishing for the Sanqing to regain such magnificence, where the incense burner would be perpetually filled with fragrant offerings. Lost her thoughts, Yaya reverently presented incense before the statue of the Chengwang Yi. Greetings, Chengye. I am Yaya, the master of Sanqing, here to offer the soul of Lin Miao, originally from Shadang village in Tang City. I hope you can guide her to the underworld for reincarnation. Thank you. As the incense ascended, Yaya knew that the Chengwang Yi had consented. After waiting a moment, a ghostly envoy wearing a white hat appeared, his face marked by impatience as he brandished an iron chain towards Lin Miao. Seeing this, Yaya swiftly intervened, striking the soul-retrieving chain away. Her master had taught her that when a person nears death, the ghostly envoy comes to claim their soul, and at that moment, they are newly transformed into a ghost, often struggling to escape. Some envoys, originally spirits themselves, are employed to do this work and may torment newly deceased souls who resist, while others are even more malicious, indiscriminately punishing spirits to ensure compliance. The white-hatted envoy clearly harbored such intentions, hence his immediate attack on Lin Miao. You can't just assault someone, or rather, a ghost like that, Yaya asserted. After knocking the chain aside, she withdrew the gold ingot she had intended to offer the envoy, deciding against bribing such an unreasonable being. The white-hatted envoy, taken aback by being thwarted by a child, frowned and asked, What are you doing, child? Disturbing my duties. Can you bear the consequences? With that, he swung the chain again towards Lin Miao. Angered by the envoy's continued aggression, Yaya seized the chain from his grasp. The envoy scoffed, interfering with official duties in front of Chengwang Yi. I have every right to teach you a lesson. Anyone who became a ghostly envoy possessed a certain level of spiritual fortune, and he believed his strength would easily surpass that of a mere child. As he thought this, he exerted more force, but to his astonishment, the chain remained unmoved. He sneered, You think just because you have an eye for the supernatural, you can report me to Chengwang Yi? Do you know my relationship with him? Yaya's round eyes sparkled with curiosity. Relationship? She recalled her master's teachings, that the position of Chengwang was held by those who had made significant contributions to the state, revered by the populace, and upon their deaths, they garnered enough spiritual merit to be selected as Chengwang. Much like the county magistrate of ancient times, Chengwang was responsible for announcing the deceased souls to the heavens and earth, guiding them to the afterlife, while also having the duty to capture malevolent spirits. Then what are you to Chenghuangyi? Yaya Ingui. The envoy chuckled. I am his 68th generation descendant. Yaya blinked in surprise. Oh, you are a descendant of Chenghuangyi. That certainly complicates matters. Humph. Now that you know my identity, you're frightened, aren't you? No matter your innate gifts. Even with your supernatural sight, you dare obstruct me? You'll receive 10 lashes as punishment. Lin Miao and Lin Yu watched anxiously as they understood little of Cheng Huang's power. Only that one should not confront authority. The envoy, donned in a white robe and high hat inscribed with the words handsome and dashing, resembled the legendary ghostly figure of Yama. In the tense standoff, Yaya bowed to the statue of Cheng Huang, her voice sweet and innocent as she said, Cheng Huangyi, this person intends to harm my friend. I merely intervened to prevent him from using his soul-retrieving chain, and now he seeks to strike me. If you do not wish to address this matter, I shall have no choice but to retaliate. Though the statue stood silent, Cheng Huang's essence lingered, preoccupied with myriad duties. Ghostly envoys often ushered in souls without passing through the temple's main entrance, taking them directly through the path to the underworld. Occasionally, Taoists and monks would bring wandering spirits for preliminary judgment. Upon uttering her words, Yaya released her grip on the chain. The envoy scowled. You a mere child. Threatened to retaliate? Let's see how you dare. His chain could directly claim souls, and this child, already a practitioner, was not an ordinary individual. To extract her soul and punish her could easily go unchallenged. With this in mind, the envoy swung the chain towards Yaya, attempting to pull her soul from her body. This was a genuine attack. However, Yaya remained steadfast, catching the chain once more, but this time, she did not let go. With determination, she yanked the envoy towards herself, grinning mischievously as her small hands grasped him firmly. Before the envoy could react, his entire essence began to waver. In the next moment, he could not even maintain his human form. Souls are inherently bundles of energy, and as Yaya caused the envoy's essence to quiver, she swiftly compressed him into a ball. With a powerful toss, she hurled him out of the Chenghuang temple. The temple's guardians, upon witnessing the commotion, hurried to report to Chenghuang. Master, your 68th descendant has been struck by a young Taoist offering a soul. Chenghuang was taken aback. The 68th descendant? He recalled such a lineage, having received protection from him and his descendants. The envoy had expressed a desire not to reincarnate, but to serve as a ghostly envoy. How could a ghostly envoy, a figure of authority in the underworld, be defeated? Just as he pondered this, he saw his own descendant kneeling to report the incident, embellishing the tale of how Yaya had thwarted his efforts to bind Lin Miao. It was generally accepted that ghostly envoys could act against ordinary souls without repercussion. Upon hearing his descendant's account, Chenghuang scrutinized Yaya. Young Taoist, attacking a ghostly envoy is a grave matter. Where are your superiors? Yaya replied, my superior is not present. Then in their absence, I must take it upon myself to discipline you, Chenghuang declared. Upon hearing Chenghuang's intent to reprimand Yaya without distinction, Lin Yu and Lin Miao hastily positioned themselves in front of her. They understood that Yaya had come to assist them, and they could not allow Chenghuang to harm her. Only then did Chenghuang notice Lin Yu and Lin Miao. As he beheld Lin Miao, he froze momentarily. As the Chenghuang of the North City, he was privy to all affairs occurring within his domain. Moreover, as a figure of authority in the underworld, endowed with the ability to judge souls, he could instantly discern that Lin Miao was a spirit who had met her end by her own hand. The souls of those who have succumbed to suicide, how could they find themselves here? They should eternally reside in the realm of death, endlessly replaying their demise. As decreed by the heavens, this young Taoist claimed to have brought a soul, intending to send it to the underworld for rebirth. Yet what was delivered was a ghost that could never enter the realm of the dead. The city god was taken aback. How could you have brought away a soul that died by suicide? What sorcery is this? As instructed by her master, Yaya attempted to appeal to the heavens, and indeed, the heavens acquiesced. Upon emerging, the city god assisted the ghostly enforcers in their bullying of the souls, and Yaya had lost her desire to converse further with the city god. After all, wasn't he supposed to reprimand her? Her master had taught her that as a Taoist of Sanqingguan, one should neither instigate trouble nor shy away from it. If the city god bullied others, she must stand her ground and even lodge a complaint with Yan Wangyi. Prepared for confrontation, Yaya was astonished when the city god suddenly altered his demeanor. He bowed his head respectfully, declaring, "Master of Sanqingguan, this ghost enforcer has indeed acted improperly towards the souls, and your punishment of him is justified. If you are unsatisfied, I can replace him with another." The rapidity of this transformation left Yaya bewildered. Just moments ago, the city god had donned a countenance reminiscent of one poised to spank her like her master would. Chapter 26. I shall also seek punishment from Yanwang, Yi the ghost enforcer. Witnessing his patron bowing to Yaya was incredulous. "City god, I am your descendant. Why do you favor this young Taoist? Look at what she has done to me." The enforcer felt pain coursing through his body. Those ghosts assigned to tasks had begun to cultivate their souls, thus suffering pain akin to that of mortals when beaten by practitioners or spirits. The enforcer was puzzled. Get Yayanderstuf. She had just claimed she would report to Yan Wang Yi. Naturally, the city god feared repercussions from his superiors for showing favoritism. "I wish to have him replaced," Yi stated, "but you must also punish him. As a superior, you cannot allow ghost enforcers to act wrongly. Some ghosts, unwilling to be reincarnated, might run amok and commit misdeeds, and a beating could be justified. However, her friend had done nothing and was attacked without provocation, which was simply wrong." Emulating her master, Yaya placed her hands behind her back and earnestly imparted wisdom to the city god. He nodded solemnly, acknowledging, "Indeed, master, your admonishment is correct. I shall enforce justice and impose a 10-year sentence on Yu Kai as a deterrent." The ghost enforcer, Yu Kai, seethed with rage at the city god's decree. "I refuse to accept this. Other ghost enforcers treat living souls the same way. Why must I be punished?" When he first began his duties, he had been hesitant to strike. It was only after enduring blows from ghost enforcers himself and listening to seasoned veterans that he adopted such behavior. Yu Kai saw no fault in his actions. "But when you died, did it not hurt when that ghost enforcer struck you?" Yaya countered, invoking her master's teaching that one should not impose upon others what one does not wish for oneself. They were all citizens of the same realm, and even in death, they remained compatriots. How could one bully their own kind? Observing Yaya's reprimand of her descendant, who remained defiant, the city god suddenly recalled his own past. It was not that he, like Yu Kai, refused to acknowledge wrongdoing. Rather, during his time, war had erupted, and the civil officials consistently sought peace, advocating for the cession of territory to the enemy. However, the citizens of their own nation, upon entering the enemy's land, would be enslaved. He had once posed this question to those officials. If you support ceding land, would you be willing to become subjects of the ceded cities? The officials exchanged fearful glances, retreating in trepidation. They themselves were unwilling to become slaves, yet they sought to consign innocent citizens to servitude in foreign lands. Back then, General Yu Sheng, had silenced the officials with his words and, through his efforts, ultimately expelled the enemy from their borders. He had sustained grave injuries in that conflict, and later succumbed to his old wounds. The citizens regarded him as a hero, constructing temples in his honor, thus elevating him to the status of city god. Having served as city god for nearly 6 centuries, he found it trivial that the very citizens who once revered him were now bullied by their own kind. In fact, he had even considered standing up for his descendants, wishing to leverage his status for their benefit. A bittersweet smile crept onto General Yu Sheng's face. "Rest assured, you shall not bear the punishment alone. I too shall seek retribution from Yan Wang Yi." With this proclamation, he summoned the ghostly soldiers standing nearby, instructing them to escort Lin Miao and himself to request an audience with the 10 halls of Yen Luo. Yu Kai, seeing the seriousness in his ancestors' demeanor, reluctantly accepted his punishment. Being a ghost enforcer was, after all, the most menial task in the underworld, requiring substantial merit through soul collection to ascend the ranks. For instance, becoming a ghost soldier meant one would no longer need to perform soul-collecting duties. Now, due to a frequently performed task, he faced a reduction in merit, having only been a ghost enforcer for 20 years. This was unacceptable. He would not let this matter rest. Yu Kai lowered his head, his eyes darting about, muttering, "Once I receive my punishment, city god, master of Sanqingguan, I shall take my leave." The city god nodded in agreement, as did Yaya. Lin Yu was bidding farewell to Lin Miao. "Miao Miao, take care when you descend. May your next life bestow upon you good parents." Lin Miao looked earnestly at Lin Yu. "Brother, I read in a novel that some Taoists can marry and have children. Even if you become a disciple of Yaya, you can still marry, right?" Lin Yu's refusal to marry stemmed from witnessing his parents' failures in raising children, fearing he might follow in their footsteps. Thus, he resolutely declared, "I will not marry." Yet Lin Miao responded, "Brother, if you do marry in the future, perhaps I could be reborn as your daughter. I believe you would be a better parent than our own." With that, she playfully smiled at Lin Yu and stepped over to the ghost enforcer's side. However, Yaya intercepted her. "Wait a moment, city god, could you kindly tell me the name of this ghost soldier? I would like to burn some paper money for Lin Miao, so he may take good care of her." The city god revealed his name, and the ghost enforcer added, "Thank you, master. I am Zhang Air." The name Zhang Air was memorable and close at hand. Yaya vavit headhunt, laying down a substantial amount of gold ingots. She then faced Zhang Air, lighting incense and burning the gold ingots. This act of offering incense and paper was meant to send items to the deceased, requiring no bowing. As the incense burned, its fragrance wafted directly into the ghost soldier's nostrils. The gold ingots transformed into tangible wealth, landing in Zhang Air's hands. This was genuine gold usable in the underworld, accompanied by the pure essence of incense. He momentarily froze, nearly dropping his spear. The incense was exquisite, and the gold was of such high quality it had been years since he had encountered anything so fine. The city god Yusheng was also taken aback. He had partaken of offerings from mortals before, yet none had been as fragrant as what Zhang Air now received. Moreover, the authentic gold ingots were a rarity he hadn't seen in centuries. Indeed, the master of Sanxingguan was formidable. As Yusheng contemplated this, his demeanor grew even more respectful. "Master Yaya, should you wish to send souls in the future, feel free to summon ghost enforcers directly with this waste token." The waste token symbolized the city god's authority. Sometimes, ghost soldiers required such tokens to conduct their duties. The city god offered the token, and Yi did not refuse. Summoning the ghost enforcer directly was far more efficient than coming to the city god's temple to pray. "Thank you, city god." For the first time, Yi smiled at Yusheng, her chubby face lighting up with vitality. Yusheng mused, who would have thought such an adorable little girl could communicate directly with the heavens? His respect for her deepened as he led the ghost enforcer and Lin Miao away from the city god's temple. With the city god departed and Lin Miao safely sent off, Yi sighed in relief. However, she recalled her master's teachings. A good person should see things through to the end, and one must deliver the Buddha to the West. The city goddess' attitude had changed too swiftly. What if he were to treat Lin Miao poorly? She felt she could only rest easy once she witnessed Lin Miao reporting to the underworld. Walking the Yin path involved the soul departing the body, akin to a spiritual journey, but distinct in that it required a visit to the underworld. The only commendation her master had given her was for her adeptness in spiritual excursions. With the application of an invisibility talisman, no one could perceive her presence. Chapter 27. Mimicking the master, Yi thus controlled her spirit, stealthily trailing behind Yusheng and his companions. Throughout their journey, they remained oblivious to her presence. However, upon crossing the Yin gate, the city god parted ways with the Yin soldiers. The soldiers were tasked with guiding Lin Miao through the underworld, where she would face trials to prove her soul's worth before crossing the Nai River Bridge to the afterlife. With the golden ingot provided by Yaya, the Yin soldiers ensured Lin Miao's safe passage through the challenges. Subsequently, Lin Miao successfully entered Fengdu City. As she opened her eyes, she was greeted by the faces of Lu Xingfeng, Lin Yu, ABA, and Ahua. "Yaya, are you alright? Yaya, are you okay? Yaya, are you unharmed?" Lu Xingfeng was taken aback by the response he received after worrying about Yaya for so long. He burst into laughter. "What is this Lulu Mei? Yaya, you know about this advertisement?" As he spoke, a bag appeared in his small hand. This was not the first time Lu Xingfeng had witnessed such sudden manifestations from Yaya, aside from marveling at how this world had transformed from science fiction to fantasy. He had nothing more to say. Lin Yu, however, was more proactive than Lu Xingfeng. He expressed his gratitude, accepted the plums from Yaya, and sampled one. It was then that Lu Xingfeng realized he was lagging behind and hurried to grab some as well. The room was illuminated solely by the flickering oil lamp. A gust of wind caused the shadows to dance. Realizing it was already 3 in the morning, Yaya curiously asked, "Why are you all staying by my side and not sleeping?" "Oh," Yaya felt warmth in her heart but did not show it on her small face. She simply stated, "I quietly followed the city god and went to the underworld. Lin Miao has indeed reported to Fengdu." Once there, the city god could do nothing further. While waiting for Yaya to awaken, Lu Xingfeng listened as Lin Yu recounted the entire ordeal. Upon hearing Yaya's words, he swallowed the plum flesh in his mouth, gazing at her in astonishment. Is our San Kingwen's after-sales service truly this exceptional? Yaya, you entrusted your spirit to the city god and still followed to the underworld to observe? Yaya nodded. My master said that one must be thorough in their endeavors. I reprimanded that ghost officer, fearing retaliation, so of course I needed to see what happened. Lu Xingfeng gave her a thumbs up. You are truly remarkable. Yaya merely smiled and replied, everyone should rest now. It is quite late. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Whether she slept or not was inconsequential. ABA, being a bird, had a different schedule than humans. Lu Xingfeng and Lin Yu would likely struggle to rise in the morning. When the sun rose the following day, Lu Xingfeng and Lin Yu indeed remained asleep. Yaya warmed the breakfast yam porridge on the stove and proceeded to conduct her morning lessons. After completing her morning exercises, Yaya practiced calligraphy alone for a while. Noticing that Lin Yu and Lu Xingfeng were still asleep, she went to brush Ahua's teeth. By the time she finished these tasks, it was already 3 in the afternoon. A voice called from outside, is the master of Yaya here? I am Lu Xingfeng's brother, Lu Xingyun, come to deliver incense and supplies to San Kingwen. Lu Xingfeng and Lin Yu had just awoken and were washing up. Hearing the voice, Lu Xingfeng spat out the foam from his mouth and rushed toward the door. Yaya, my brother has arrived. He is finally here. I've had enough of living without running water and electricity. I hope Fourth Brother's team can finish quickly. Oh, we should go live stream. Yaya, we need to continue the live stream. The changes at San Kingwen must be shared with everyone. Lu Xingfeng thought. Since it was his own brother, and Yu was a benefactor to the Lu family, including his brother in the live stream would pose no issue. Yaya agreed with Lu Xingfeng's suggestion. She called for ABA, and once ABA arrived, she equipped him with the necessary gear before stepping outside. Lu Xingyun had been waiting for a while. Due to climbing 999 steps, he was drenched in sweat, his white tank top soaked through. When Yaya brought the live streaming assistant ABA to the entrance, Lu Xingyun was busy wiping his brow. His muscular physique and handsome face prompted gasps from the newly arrived fans in a live stream. Who is this handsome guy in a white tank top with tan skin? Who is he? His sweat seems to be flowing into my heart. I checked, and it was indeed Lu Xingfeng's live stream, not from the Coconut Tree Group. Hello. Lu Xingyun, Yaya greeted politely, craning her neck to look behind him. Behind, Lu Xingyun stood 4 burly bodyguards, and further back were workers in uniforms. At their feet were several boxes, indicating that considerable effort had gone into transporting these items. As a guest contributing incense, money, and donated items, Lu Xingyun was indeed a distinguished visitor to the temple. Instinctively, Yaya straightened her back, mimicking her master, her expression becoming increasingly solemn. The change in her demeanor did not go unnoticed by the keen-eyed viewers in the live stream. Has he suddenly become, much more serious? Indeed, my little one learned from the teacher, just like that, haha. Lu Xingfeng also noted Yaya's transformation and whispered to Lin Yu, how is our little master so adorable? Children tend to have a bit of a round belly. Yaya, exerting herself so much, could not conceal her protruding stomach beneath her thin robe. She styled her hair into 2 round buns atop her head, and paired with her earnest expression on her chubby face, she was simply charming. Lin Yu nodded in agreement. The little master is indeed delightful. As Lu Xingfeng whispered, ABA turned the camera towards him. The audience was astonished to see Lin Yu still at San Kingwen. Why is our Lin Beauty still at San Kingwen? No one has told me what Lin Beauty came to see you for. Exactly. Starting the live stream so late today, Lu Xingfeng, you owe us an explanation. Lu Xingfeng, catching sight of the barrage of comments, showed them to Lin Yu. Mr. Lin, what do you have to say? Lin Yu pondered for a moment before responding. I will explain this matter during the live stream. Lu Xingfeng felt a twinge of concern, but you are a star, a public figure. Lin Yu gazed at the small, earnest figure of Yaya as she invited everyone into San Kingwen with utmost sincerity and smiled. If it weren't for Yaya, he would have become an entirely different person by now, no longer a star. Therefore, he should share anything that would showcase the greatness of San Kingwen, as it was a promise made to Yaya and a way to accrue merit for his sister. Thus, being a star was just right. Chapter 28. Lu Xingfeng laughs at Yaya heard the exchange between Lin Yu and Lu Xingfeng and turned to Lin Yu to say, thank you. But you need not share your matters with everyone. San Kingwen is my responsibility. In Lin Yu's eyes shone a sincere devotion towards Yaya. Lu Xingyun, listening to the cryptic conversation before him, was filled with curiosity. As he followed Yaya into the temple, he placed a hand on his younger brother's shoulder. Mom and Dad at home praise you for bringing good fortune to the Lu family. Lu Xingfeng chuckled. I have always been a very fortunate person. Lu Xingyan exclaimed. You might have forgotten that you used to struggle with everything. Now, thanks to Yaya, your followers have surged from 10,000 to 500,000 in just 3 days. For a streamer, this is indeed an impressive achievement. It was merely luck that I encountered Yaya. Lu Xingfeng's handsome face, reminiscent of Lu Xingyun, was brimming with pride. It was evident that he felt truly honored to know Yaya. As Yaya listened to the conversation between the two brothers behind her, she blinked her large eyes, remaining silent. The workers brought by Lu Xingfeng were there to construct the Sanqing Guan and did not need to enter the main hall dedicated to the ancestral master just yet. She guided them to the small wooden cabin where they would be residing. The cabin could not accommodate the over 100 workers present, so they had to sit outside. However, the sun was scorching, making it uncomfortable to sit outdoors. Yaya waved her hand, conjuring numerous bamboo tables and chairs. Please take a seat. Esteemed guests of Sanqing Guan. The workers exchanged glances, bewildered. They had been hired to climb the mountain and install a water system for the temple, as well as a solar power system, but they had not anticipated witnessing a child performing magic upon their arrival. Just moments ago, the area had been vacant. How had bamboo tables and chairs suddenly appeared? But that was not all. Yaya waved her hand again, causing teacups and teapots to float to each table, pouring tea for the workers autonomously. Dear guests, thank you for your hard work climbing the mountain. Please enjoy some tea. This tea, crafted from the honeysuckle found on the mountain, possessed properties to dispel internal heat, making it ideal for those who had exerted themselves. The workers were astounded as tea appeared before them seemingly out of nowhere. This seemed to transcend the realm of mere tricks, didn't it? Oldly, I haven't eaten any mushrooms. Why am I seeing hallucinations? I think I'm hallucinating too. I pinched myself, and it didn't hurt. Old who? A companion of Oldly replied incredulously. Oldly, of course it doesn't hurt. You pinched my leg. Oldly was taken aback. Why didn't you shout? Is it still not painful? Am I dreaming after fainting on the mountain? Old who was exasperated. It definitely hurts. I just saw the teacup come to me on its own. I was too shocked to react. Who wouldn't be dazed seeing tables and chairs appear and teapots flying around, pouring tea by themselves? I just pinched myself again to confirm what I saw was real. This must be magic, right? This must be magic. Damn it. I can't continue working at this place. I'm going to quit and pursue immortality. Hold on. Don't forget what the little Taoist, said about connections. Well, I've already acted impulsively, but I didn't manage to quit. The supervisor said if I joke around again, he will deduct my performance bonuses. Boo-hoo. It wasn't just the workers and the viewers in the live stream who were startled by Yaya's display. Lu Xingyun was equally astonished. In Longhua, who didn't know that Taoists could perform calculations and exorcisms? Yet how could the little Taoist Yaya wield magic? This had clearly transcended the realm of exorcism and fortune-telling. How had the world suddenly changed? Surely, the little Taoist Yaya couldn't summon the wind and rain? Just as Lu Xingyun pondered this, Yaya looked up and drew patterns in the air with her tiny hand. Suddenly, thick clouds formed overhead where the workers were, blocking out the sunlight. A cool breeze, seemingly from nowhere, swept through, providing much relief to everyone who had just climbed the mountain. If Lu Xingfeng hadn't come to Sanqing Mountain to livestream, how would they ever have met someone like Yaya? Hearing his brother acknowledge his prowess brought immense joy to Lu Xingfeng. He had always been a rather inconsequential presence at home, a spendthrift during his school years. Thankfully, he became a streamer. Otherwise, he would have to wait an eternity for his family to praise him. Yaya poured a cup of tea for Lu Xingyan. Please enjoy some tea, esteemed guest. The board abbot chimed in. Please enjoy some tea, esteemed guest. Please enjoy some tea. Lu Xingyun was taken aback. Little Taoist Yaya, you don't need to be so polite. You can just give me the tea directly. I can get it myself. Lu Xingfeng's brother exclaimed. A big shot is serving me tea. This is surreal. Nevertheless, could the snapshots of the handsome men in the live stream be turned into memes? I captured quite a few earlier. I don't know. Asked Lu Xingfeng. Upon seeing the audience's inquiries, Lu Xingfeng curiously asked, memes? Let me see. The live stream didn't allow for direct expression of emotions, so they could only create a separate group for that purpose. When Lu Xingfeng inquired, someone suggested, Lu Xingfeng, why don't you take the lead in creating a Sanqing Guan group? We could have a place to chat while waiting for the live stream. Exactly. If we can't be lucky enough to participate, at least we could be part of the audience. Create a group. Create a group. Quickly create a group. Everyone clamored for the establishment of a group. Lu Xingfeng could only approach the composed and dignified Yaya and say, little Taoist Yaya, everyone wishes to create a group. It would be a place to gather everyone's accounts so we can chat like this. Lu Xingfeng's explanation was clear, and Yaya nodded slightly, her small face filled with seriousness as she replied, since the devotees wish for a place to converse, we shall arrange it. This matter is entrusted to you, Lu Xingfeng. The tone of the little milk dumpling had changed, carrying an air of deliberate authority. Unbeknownst to him, Abba noticed this and shouted, Yaya, Lu Xingfeng is laughing at you. Lu Xingfeng is secretly laughing at you. Upon seeing Lu Xingfeng, who was indeed facing away from her, shaking with silent laughter, Yaya felt a surge of irritation. What are you laughing at? She rushed to confront Lu Xingfeng. Seeing Yaya looking up at him with an indignant expression, Lu Xingfeng dared not admit that he found her adult-like demeanor endearing. Instead, he saw an excuse. I usually don't laugh. I merely thought of something amusing. I was laughing at you, Yaya. Yaya furuet herbrot, sekrutinizin, Lu Xingfeng, kulili sikiptikal. Lu Xingfeng patted his chest. Truly, I, Lu Xingfeng, am a good person and never tell lies. Then dare you swear to the ancestral master that you are not laughing at me? Lu Xingfeng fell silent. Having gained a clear understanding of Yaya's abilities, he wouldn't dare to swear before the ancestral master. Thus, he grimaced and explained to Yaya, all right, I apologize for my earlier fib. Little Taoist Yaya, Master Yaya, I just think you are exceptionally adorable. When one sees something cute, it's only natural to smile. I swear that to the ancestral master. Lu Xingfeng raised his hand and indeed swore that if he were lying, he would be struck by lightning. Well, that is true. Seeing Lu Xingfeng take an oath, Yaya nodded, acknowledging that young animals are indeed particularly adorable. Baby tigers and wolves are also quite endearing. Lu Xingfeng, relieved that his oath had the desired effect, exhaled. As long as Yaya wasn't angry with him, it was fine. Observing Yaya engaging with her fourth brother about the renovation plans for the temple, Lu Xingfeng suddenly thought of his late sister's daughter, Bei. He had played with Bei before and found her to be quite mischievous, often teasing her. However, if Bei were to become upset, he would merely think of her as a child prone to tantrums and would not consider apologizing, simply offering her something she liked to appease her. As for how Bei would treat him next time, he was indifferent. Yet, when he got upset because of his laughter, he found himself genuinely worried that she might ignore him. They were both children, after all, but Yaya was a little Taoist and a master of Sanqing Guan. How could she be compared to his niece Bei? Recognizing the differences in their nature, Lu Xingfeng dismissed the matter and focused on listening to the conversation between Yaya and Lu Xingyun. Do we only need to install the water and electricity for this one room? Lu Xingyun spoke as he pointed to the remnants of old blue stones surrounding them, questioning whether these stones needed to be removed by their assistants. Encircled by the dilapidated stones, the only two structures of Sanqing Guan, the wooden cabin honoring the ancestral master and the dwelling house, appeared remarkably distinct. Lu Xingyun's occupational sensitivity flared up as he felt discomfort in residing amidst such disarray. No need to move them, replied Yaya. The master said these stones should be left undisturbed. Previously, she had inquired if they could be transported, but the master insisted that they had become part of Sanqing Guan and thus could not be removed. Isn't it a bit undignified for Sanqing Guan to remain in such a state without moving the stones? Lu Xingyun pondered, feeling perplexed. Never mind, let it be for now. He insisted on adhering to the master's words. While the master might occasionally seem unreliable, he was generally trustworthy. Lu Xingyun nodded, all right then. I shall instruct them to commence their work. Very well. Yaya turned to the workers, clasped her hands, and bowed, expressing her gratitude to the uncles present. Yet, they hesitated, unsure of how to proceed. The temple required electricity, which could not solely rely on solar power. It needed to connect to the national power grid, which would take time. Hence, they could only install the solar panels first and prepare the wiring from the mountain gradually. Regarding the water supply, after learning that it was sourced from a mountain spring at the summit, the workers asked Yaya to lead them to see if they could tap into it. Sanqing Guan was located 2/3 of the way up Sanqing Mountain. Once they arrived at Sanqing Guan, the requirement to ascend on foot was waived. Yaya used her magical ability to transport everyone directly to the spring's location. It was a crystal-clear pool where the mountain's spring cascaded from a higher elevation, forming a small waterfall, with water continuing to flow downstream. Surrounding mist and lush greenery created an ethereal ambience. Do you think fairies might be bathing here? Someone mused. Hey, watch where you're throwing your beads. The live stream continued, with viewers delighting in the scenic beauty, though the elevated altitude caused poor signal reception, leading to frequent disconnections. Is it feasible to connect the pipeline here? Yaya inquired earnestly of the leading worker. Yes, it's manageable, though digging the holes will take some time. What type of holes are needed? She asked. After receiving clarification, Yaya nodded in agreement. Then someone questioned, why are the stones of these steps different from those at the base of the mountain? Yaya, with her innocent tone, replied, because this road was paved by our esteemed master. Taken aback by this response, a silence engulfed the gathered crowd. Lu Xingfeng was the first to break the silence. You, such a little one, pave the road all by yourself? What does your master do? How can he employ child labor? If he were here, I would certainly have a stern discussion with him. Wasn't it child labor? Whether it was allowing Yaya to pave the road previously or now letting her assume the role of the temple master, it was not something for a child to handle. Even if Yaya appeared more astute than her peers, she was still just a child. Lu Xingfeng's face bore a frown of discontent, even rolling up his sleeves, contemplating confronting her master if he were present. Observing Lu Xingfeng's expression, Lu Xingyun discerned his naive brother's thoughts. He was somewhat taken aback. While it was true that Yaya had saved Lu Xingfeng and their father, that alone warranted respect as a savior. However, Lu Xingfeng's genuine concern seemed to arise rather swiftly, did it not? Chapter 30, A Mass Demise of Mountain Chickens. Yaya was equally surprised that Lu Xingfeng wished to confront her master. She gazed at him several times before saying, the master is both good and bad, but paving the road is to make me, the temple master, stronger. Thank you for your concern, Lu Xingfeng. The little one flashed a sweet smile at Lu Xingfeng, her eyes crescent-shaped. Struck by her adorable demeanor, Lu Xingfeng bent down, eager to carry her here. With all the adults around, let me carry you, little master. After some thought, Yaya did not refuse. In truth, she was not lagging behind, as she had been using wind talismans to accelerate her speed. After descending to the mountain, the workers who were installing the solar power system had already assembled the circuits in the small cabin. The house was small and did not require much effort. In the cabin honoring the ancestral master, after Yaya offered incense and received an affirmative response, the workers commenced their installation. After a day of bustling activity, evening arrived, signaling mealtime. In gratitude for the workers' efforts at Sanqingwan, Yaya declared her intention to treat them to something special. Having subsisted on porridge and steamed buns for several days atop the mountain, Lu Xingfeng hardly dared to hope for anything extravagant. However, after Yaya spoke, he was astonished to witness 5 mountain chickens lining up at Sanqingwan. What is happening here? Lu Xingfeng exclaimed in surprise. The audience was equally bewildered. Why were these chickens running up the mountain? I don't know. They appear to be queuing as if they are heading to a market. Soon, the audience realized that these mountain chickens were not merely queuing for a market, but were lining up for their demise. Upon reaching Sanqingwan, the chickens hopped onto the cushions, rested for a moment, and then ventured out to collide with stones, resulting in their own deaths. The entire sequence was seamless, akin to a spectacular performance of collective demise. Lu Xingfeng was left dumbfounded. Is it permissible for them to commit suicide? Furthermore, can we consume meat at Sanqingwan? Looking down, he noticed the camera had focused on the stone tablet, which bore the inscription Devotion to the Tao, Boundless Merit, elucidating the reason for the chicken's voluntary demise. Yet, Lu Xingfeng remained perplexed. Is the Tao truly of such significance? Yaya replied, this was written by the master. When he desires meat, he simply calls out, and they come willingly. In truth, Yaya also did not fully grasp why her master's words held such power. However, he had mentioned that the animals who sacrificed themselves for their dietary needs would be compensated in their next reincarnation. Ultimately, it was beneficial for the creatures. Your master is quite extraordinary, Lu Xingfeng remarked after a lengthy silence. I agree, my master is indeed remarkable, Yaya replied with a grin now. Come help me pluck the feathers. An hour later, a fragrant feast of whole chickens appeared on the workers' tables. The once ordinary live stream of Sanqing Guan transformed into a culinary broadcast. Yaya, holding a chicken leg, began to munch and then inquired, "Why hasn't T. Linyu emerged from his room yet?" After the workers arrived, Linyu had requested some paper and pens from Yaya and retreated to the study. Remaining absent thus far, Lu Xingfeng, aware of Lin Yu's current state, responded, "He is likely composing a song. He mentioned on Weibo that when inspiration strikes, he wouldn't leave until the song was complete." He took a bite of meat. "All right, let us save him some food." The following morning, after the workers had ascended the mountain, Yaya arose to conduct her morning lessons. Spotting Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng brushing their teeth together, she cautioned Lu Xingyun, "Don't leave Sanqing Guan today, or there may be misfortune." Lu Xingyun chuckled in response, "I've been quite leisurely lately, and I want to descend the mountain." Reassured by Lu Xingyun's promise, Yaya descended to help Ah Hua with her toothbrushing. Shortly after she left, Lu Xingyun received a phone call and walked outside Sanqing Guan. Lu Xingfeng was taken aback. "Brother, don't go." Yaya warned that if you leave the temple today, there will be misfortune. What could be more important than my girlfriend's safety? LXNGF Ing was in a state of desperation, exclaiming, "Brother, we cannot be consumed by romantic thoughts. We must prioritize ourselves." LXNEN looked at his single dog of a younger brother in bemusement, responding, "When have I been lost in love? I merely wish to be by my girlfriend's side during her time of need. Rest assured, I am aware of the impending dangers. And as long as I exercise caution, all shall be well." With his legs firmly planted, LXNEN was determined to descend the mountain, leaving LXNGF Ing with no choice but to acquiesce. However, LXNGF Ing remained vigilant and hurried to YY's study, retrieving a talisman inscribed with the character and to give to LXNEN, saying, "Brother, take this with you." LXNEN accepted the talisman, nodded appreciatively, and hastily made his way down the mountain. As LXNEN descended, YY had just finished brushing Ahua's teeth. She was live-streaming on her phone, engaging with her online audience, when suddenly a large panda dashed towards her. The panda moved with remarkable speed, reaching YY within 30 seconds of being spotted by Ab's camera. Upon seeing YY, the panda expressed urgency with anxious grunts and attempted to nibble at her hand. Listening intently, YY's face betrayed her concern. "Oh dear, has DPing gone into labor? When I saw it last week, it still had 10 days until its due date." What a peculiar name, DPing. YY truly had a knack for naming. Moreover, I presume DPing is also a giant panda, isn't it? Are there pandas at SNQNGSHN? To clarify, SNQNGSHN is indeed a suitable habitat for giant pandas. The moment I spotted the bamboo furniture YY had crafted, I pondered whether pandas might inhabit the mountains. While the audience engaged in discussion, YY had already relocated to a natural cave with a panda and Ub. The entrance was adorned with dry branches and weeds, likely intended to confuse carnivorous predators. Inside, anguished sounds echoed, revealing that the panda mother was in distress. YY pushed aside the dry vegetation and entered the cave. The dim light prompted her to produce a luminous pearl for illumination. With the pearl's glow, the audience could discern the unfolding events. Indeed, a panda was rolling about within the cave, its fluffy body and dark-circled eyes hinting at its agony. YY furrowed her brow, addressing DD, "Did you disregard my advice and feed DPing excessively?" DD, the panda in a frenzy, halted upon hearing YY's words, its eyes darting in embarrassment. YY sighed in exasperation. "I told you, DPing is too heavy. The two little ones cannot gain too much weight, or it will increase the likelihood of complications during birth. Yet you refused to listen." While scolding DD, YY remained active, administering a pill to DPing. With the pill consumed, DPing ceased its restless movements and lay down obediently, striving to give birth. Is it truly possible that a single pill could resolve the complications of labor? The audience's focal points varied with each comment. As a panda enthusiast, I wondered why male pandas typically part ways with females after mating, yet it seemed DD was still caring for the mother panda. Uncertain, the audience decided to inquire later. With the help of the pill, DPing swiftly delivered 2 healthy panda cubs. The cubs appeared quite plump, prompting some viewers familiar with panda videos to exclaim, "YY mentioned the cubs would grow larger, but I was skeptical. Could this exceed the historical record of 247 grams? Once the cubs emerged, DP tenderly cradled them, nursing them with love. As YY perceived that the crisis had passed, she playfully tugged at DD's ear, clumsily pulling him out of the cave. Chapter 31. Our base lacks food. Oh my heavens, how could one treat our national treasure this way? YY seemed to possess a sense of propriety, as DD did not protest, clearly following her lead. Perhaps he felt guilty, considering she had just scolded him for overfeeding DPing. Upon reaching the cave's entrance, YY resumed her reprimands. You never heed my words. What if I've been out today? This is sheer indulgence. Such behavior must not be tolerated. She playfully swatted DD's ample backside twice. DD grunted, mumbling in panda language, yet did not resist YY's authority. DPing proudly presented her clean cubs to YY, emitting joyful sounds. As DPing called out, YY responded, all right, I see your mother now. However, I am still young. I cannot be their godmother. Only their sister. Yes, they're the giant pandas of SNQNGSHN, and I will protect and care for them. All right, I shall gather bamboo for you to eat. DPing continued to grunt contentedly, with DD joining in. YY proceeded to feed the two giant pandas bamboo, bringing it close to their mouths. Simultaneously, she glanced at the live stream, noticing the audience's queries. Upon realizing YY was looking at her phone, viewers eagerly posed questions. How do these two giant pandas remain together? Do they lack territorial instincts? In response to the inquiry, YY recounted the story of the two pandas. They were brought to SNQNGSHN by a panda mother, and the teacher mentioned they were only 8 months older than YY. DPing was the offspring of the panda, while DD was a small panda found by the mother after a confrontation with a leopard. Since they had grown up together, they had never been separated. Wow, giant pandas can be childhood sweethearts. And here I am, still single, someone lamented. Are there other rare animals on the mountain? The panda breeding base inquired, YY. We have heard you harbor wild giant pandas. Could we arrange a meeting for them with our lovely pandas? Curiosity piqued. Y yasqued. A meeting? Why the need for one? The audience noticed the unusual account and voluntarily ceased their barrage of comments, allowing space for YY's conversation with the breeding base. All our artificially bred pandas are related. If inbreeding occurs, the resulting cubs may face issues. Additionally, giant pandas are rare, and breeding is essential to prevent their extinction. Before approaching YY, the base had conducted research on her background. Had they discovered a panda in the wild, they would have acted promptly to facilitate breeding. Regrettably, they found that SNQNGSHN was under YY's ownership. Placing their bred pandas in privately owned forests would be tantamount to gifting them away. Thus, the breeding base abandoned that notion. Upon understanding the breeding base's intentions, YY asked DPing and DD, would you like to mate with other pandas? Her teacher had imparted knowledge about pandas, revealing that they are not monogamous creatures. They typically switch partners for mating, as is the way of nature. Yet, DPing and DD had always been together, seemingly contradicting her teacher's teachings. Therefore, YY presumed that the breeding base's request would likely be declined. As expected, both pandas shook their heads, their paws entwined, grinning as if sharing a private joke. Ah, they say giant pandas can understand human speech. I have now confirmed that DPing and DD also embody loyalty. How rare and touching. YY inquired, what about DPing's mother? If she does not mind, could she mate with the base's pandas to produce cubs? The base expressed interest in this possibility and asked YY about DPing's mother's whereabouts. YY replied, she is also an SNQNGSHN. Though not in this particular forest, she has her own territory. The base remarked, wild male pandas are scarce. Could you assist us in inquiring? Yaya bid farewell to Depang and Du and ventured into the territory of Depang's mother. Depang's mother was indulging in bamboo shoots within the bamboo grove when she spotted Yaya and joyfully offered her the tenderest bamboo leaves. Having observed Yaya and her master harvesting bamboo shoots, she assumed that these two bipeds also enjoyed bamboo, albeit in a different manner. However, Yaya was not there to gather bamboo leaves for tea. Instead, she inquired, Fat Mama, do you wish to have little bear cubs with other pandas? Fat Mama was momentarily taken aback, her eyes appearing dazed within her dark circles. Perhaps she was not as astute as Depang and Du, for she stood there bewildered. The spectators found the situation amusing, chuckling at the notion of a child asking a giant panda about procreation. While the audience engaged in discussions, Fat Mama tilted her head and shook it, declining the proposition. Yaya turned to the camera, conveying the rejection. Fat Mama said she does not want to have little bears. The giant panda breeding base responded, "Thank you for the information. If we wish to send 2 pandas to live in your Sanqing mountain, would you Yaya agree?" Yaya, intrigued, asked, "Is it that there is no bamboo for the pandas to eat in your area?" The little cub underestimated the determination of the breeding base to produce panda cubs, failing to connect the two matters. Accepting this reasoning, she confidently patted her chest and declared, "All right, send the pandas over. We have plenty of bamboo here. Excellent. We shall proceed with the paperwork immediately. Yaya, please assist Mr. Lu Xingfeng in completing the necessary procedures for receiving the pandas." Yaya understood the paperwork. She embraced Fat Mama, who made adorable sounds, much like a daughter or son-in-law seeking affection from her. The chubby black and white national treasure cuddling with the charming human cub struck a chord with the audience. In the end, Yaya gave Fat Mama a kiss before departing. "I also want to hug and kiss a giant panda. Sob sob. I wonder which 2 pandas will be sent to Sanqing Mountain. They are so accustomed to the zoo. Will they be able to adapt to Sanqing Mountain?" The fans of the giant pandas in the live stream began to worry for their beloved bears. Yaya's eyes widened with curiosity as she entered the study. Linyu, who was creating in the study, looked helplessly at Yaya and Lu Xingfeng. According to the rules in his studio, he would certainly be furious if someone entered while he was composing. However, Lu Xingfeng had rushed in and out, leaving him no time to express his irritation. Now that Lu Xingfeng had returned with Yaya, Linyu felt even less inclined to scold them, though he was curious about what had transpired. Chapter 32. The amulet you provided is for peaceful childbearing. What is going on? Why the rush? Upon hearing Linyu's question, Lu Xingfeng remembered that Yaya was in the corner of the study. His tone became anxious as he explained. "Yaya said my brother is in danger and cannot descend the mountain, but he went down for his girlfriend anyway. I gave him the peace amulet from the study. Didn't you say that Yaya's thunder symbol represents thunder?" Lu Xingfeng said, producing another identical amulet for Yaya. Yaya examined the amulet and patted Lu Xingfeng's arm, saying, "Let's quickly find Lu Xingyun." Lu Xingfeng was startled. "What's wrong? Did I give the wrong amulet? Does that mean I need to retrieve my brother's body?" Yaya shook her head. "Not yet. It hasn't come to that. Also, this amulet you gave is indeed incorrect. It was meant for Tepang, as she is pregnant with 2 cubs and at risk of miscarriage. I thought of modifying the peace amulet into a childbearing amulet, and it worked quite well. Both of Tepang's cubs are healthy. However, since it was modified from a peace amulet, it should still provide some protection in a dangerous situation. Although using a person for such experiments is not ideal." Yaya sighed, her little face clouded with frustration as she remarked, "Didn't Lu Xingyun promise not to descend the mountain? He didn't even ask me what his danger was. I thought he was resolute about staying put." I understand what happened now. Earlier, before Yaya's live stream, she sensed that Lu Xingyun would face danger and warned him not to descend, but he did so anyway. While Lu Xingfeng hoped that the peace amulet would ensure Lu Xingyun's safety, he wondered if it would truly calm the several hundred-month-old baby. He was curious if Lu Xingyun would continue live streaming after this descent. Lu Xingfeng grabbed his phone and, without checking the live stream screen, dialed. "I'm calling my brother to see where he is." The moment he made the call, the live stream abruptly ended. Lu Xingyun answered, stating he was about to board a flight to Beicheng, and asked Lu Xingfeng what was the matter. After inquiring about Lu Xingyun's location, Lu Xingfeng handed the phone to Yaya. "Yaya, could you speak with my brother?" Yaya took the phone. "Lu Xingyun, do you need my assistance to resolve your danger? You will need to transfer 666 yuan to Lu Xingfeng for me to help." Lu Xingyun felt a bit strange. He observed how concerned Lu Xingfeng was for Yaya, sensing genuine affection, and presumed their family's bond with her had grown closer. Yet, when it came to his brother facing danger, Yaya still insisted on receiving that 666 yuan. This sum was trivial for the Lu family, but made Yaya seem less approachable. Despite his thoughts, Lu Xingyun replied, "All right, I will transfer the money. However, the temple is quite busy, so it would be best if Yaya, the temple master, did not come. Just tell me how my danger arose, and I will avoid it." Lu Xingyun's words unsettled Yaya. However, she did not dwell on it and earnestly replied, "Are you sure about that?" Lu Xingyun had already transferred the money and added, "It's not suitable for me to keep having Xingfeng collect your divination fees. You should buy a phone as soon as possible. Lu Xingyun did not expect his younger brother to be upset over an outsider. After all, his niece Bei was of similar age to Yaya. The matter of the peace amulet was undoubtedly the fault of the Zhou family scoundrels and had nothing to do with Bei. Lu Xingfeng's affection and concern should also extend to Bei. A life-saving grace could be repaid, but genuine feelings were unnecessary. Thinking this, Lu Xingyun's tone turned harsher. All right, fine. I have given you the money. Just let you tell me how things will unfold, so I can avoid them. Lu Xingfeng, exasperated, hugged his arms and found his brother utterly foolish. Yaya noticed Lu Xingfeng's anger and tilted her head in thought, then gently tapped his hand. Turning back to Lu Xingyun, she cautioned, "Be wary of the red car. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, there will be a red car that causes an accident." However, there was something else Yaya needed to convey. She paused momentarily, stating, "If I help you resolve this, the karmic ties will be completely severed. And once you avoid the danger, nothing further will occur. But if you attempt to handle it yourself, the karmic balance cannot be achieved, potentially leading to even graver consequences." Yaya spoke calmly, yet Lu Xingyun perceived her as cunning. It seemed she was deliberately asserting her importance, trying to compel him to accept her aid. Did she intend to gain more through the Lu family? Lu Xingyun shook his head. "All right, I understand. I won't trouble Yaya any further with this matter." With that, he ended the call. Lu Xingfeng leaned in to eavesdrop, feeling a mix of anger and urgency as he heard his brother hang up. Why is my fourth brother such a fool? Why must he be such a fool? He found it difficult to comprehend Lx Ing's intentions. Yet he grasped the essence of Y's words. Fourth brother's attempt to evade disaster would disrupt the natural order, leading to even graver consequences. The involvement of a vehicle suggested a car accident. Could it be that fourth brother would truly meet his demise? Why? Lx sighed, expressing his uncertainty about what to do. Fourth brother may be foolish, but he is still family. Are you worried about him? Il articulated xngf sots. Elle decima NG nodded vigorously in affirmation. Yy continued, "When he rejected my assistance, the bond between us was severed. However, you may beseech our ancestor. If he wishes to aid him, he will provide guidance. Seeing Lx moping daily would also sadden me. As for our ancestor's desire to save him, it would be no trouble for me to intervene. Since our master is no longer with us, we shall adhere to the ancestor's will. For our master once stated that his rescue was due to the ancestor's divine intervention." While Yy pondered these matters, Lx had already dashed to the statue of their ancestor. He closed his eyes and thought, "Ancestor, my fourth brother is a fool, and it pains me greatly. Yet, as his brother, I cannot bear to see him suffer. I hope you, in your wisdom, may assist my fourth brother. I appreciate your efforts, and I promise to support Yy, the young Taoist, in revitalizing S-Q and Goen." Lx knelt on the mat for a full 3 hours. Only then did Yy notice the incense he offered beginning to rise steadily. This signified the ancestor's consent for her to intervene, and the timing was neither too early nor too late. How fortuitous that the ancestor agreed. Yy also paid her respects to the statue before accompanying Lx to find Lx Yin. Chapter 33. Fatally struck by his own vehicle when Yy and Lx located Lx Yin, he was in tears. Upon arriving in the northern city, Lx North instructed someone to drive to the airport to collect him. Initially, he had intended to caution the driver about a red car, but later concluded that it was better to take control of his own fate and sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle initially cruised along the road without issue, but upon reaching an intersection, a red car suddenly lost control and barreled towards him. Lx alert to the potential accident, deftly avoided a head-on collision thanks to years of driving experience, yet still brushed against the red vehicle. While he emerged unscathed, the red car crashed violently into the guardrail, leaving its front crumpled. Emergency services were summoned, and local traffic police arrived to review the surveillance footage and inquire about the incident. As the female driver of the red car died on the spot, he was required to give a statement. After concluding their investigation and determining that the collision was merely coincidental and that he did not know the deceased, the police allowed him to leave. Just before he departed, Lx overheard the coroner remark. The deceased was wearing a red high heel. Given the severity of the impact, the shoe could have landed anywhere, but he thought it irrelevant. He called his girlfriend to explain the situation that had delayed him and then continued driving to her residential complex. The L family was among the elite in a northern city, and his girlfriend was the daughter of another prominent family. However, they could not afford a manor, residing instead in a 3-story villa within the affluent community of Bishuli Nu. As LX Ingi In entered the gates of Bishuli Nu and navigated toward his girlfriend's home, he found himself trapped in a circular intersection. Although the fuel gauge indicated movement, he was unable to exit. By this time, it was 6 o'clock, and the sun had nearly vanished, leaving only a hint of orange glow. The streetlights had yet to activate, casting a dim light over the community. After multiple failed attempts to drive out, LX Ingi North decided to park and walk out, hoping someone could move the car for him. However, as he reached for the accelerator, he sensed something was amiss. It felt as though something obstructed his foot from pressing down. Turning on the headlights, he looked down and was instantly gripped by terror. The elusive high heel, which the coroner had mentioned could not be found, was ensnared on his accelerator. Under the light, the shoe, stained with blood, was a shocking crimson. A chill coursed through LX Ingien's body. YY's existence reminded him that some supernatural phenomena were indeed real. He had not seen the shoe when he exited the car, but its sudden presence upon re-entering suggested that it was perhaps possessed by a vengeful spirit. Realizing this, LX Ingien hastily exited the vehicle and began to run around the circular path. This, however, only heightened his fear. He stood still, contemplating that the female ghost might be attempting to control him, urging him to run in front of the vehicle. If the ghost was indeed orchestrating such a scheme, her objective must be to have the vehicle strike him down. If he remained still, she would be powerless. Yet, a more bizarre occurrence unfolded. He stood motionless by the flower bed at the circle's edge, but the car inexplicably began to move on its own, devoid of a driver. Whenever he ran, the vehicle pursued him, regardless of the direction he took. The darkness deepened, and he found himself utterly alone. LXNGN attempted to call LXNGF Ing for YY's assistance, but his phone had no signal. Realizing he had no means of escaping the fate that had been altered, LXNGN finally broke down, clutching the talisman LXNGF Ing had given him, tears streaming down his face. In that moment, he regretted not heeding YY's advice and not agreeing to her offer of help. Fourth brother? As LXNGN wept while holding the talisman, he suddenly heard LXNGF Ing's voice. He looked up to see LXNGF Ing approaching with a flashlight. The black Hummer continued to inch forward, yet LXNGF Ing had appeared. LXNGN couldn't help but wonder if this was yet another trick of the ghost, perhaps designed to deceive him into discarding the talisman. Fourth brother, stop holding that talisman. It's merely a peace talisman. YY said it's of little use. LXNGF Ing remarked as he drew nearer. LXNGN thought to himself, indeed, this must be the ghost's ruse to have him dispose of the protective talisman. He pointed the talisman at LXNGF Ing and hoarsely declared, "Ghost, do not attempt to masquerade as my brother to deceive me. I shall not fall for your trickery." LXNGF Ing, referred to as a ghost by LXNGN, looked down in resignation and said, "YY, do you see? My brother appears to be frightened out of his wits. A spirit clad in red, harboring resentment, easily transforms into a malevolent ghost. This female spirit, in life, possessed a light constitution, which predisposed her to attract Een energies. Dressed in red garments and high heels, she met her end in a vehicular accident, resulting in her immediate transformation into a vengeful spirit, evading the grasp of the ghostly emissaries. As for why she was fixated on LXNGN, that is a question only the ghost could answer. Had LXNGN's vehicle collided with hers, she likely would have pursued a bystander instead of him. By altering the outcome of his injury, LXNGN had inadvertently unraveled a new thread of fate. YY, intrigued by this newly woven destiny, approached the vehicle to inquire of the ghost concealed within the high heel. "Why do you wish to harm LXNGN?" The ghost, seated in the driver's seat of the black Hummer, turned her head upon hearing the voice from the passenger side. The vehicle crashed into the guardrail, shards of glass littering her face. With a fierce glare, she replied, "His car is identical to that scoundrel's. The numbers on his license plate are the same as that scoundrel's. I want him dead. Why did he evade me? Why did he not perish alongside me? Scoundrels deserve to die." her blood-red eyes fixated on LXNEN, her foot pressing the accelerator relentlessly. She harbored a desire to bring about Lu Xingyun's demise. As for Lu Xingfeng, the presence of one additional casualty was inconsequential, for on the road to the underworld, they could still engage in a game of dodiju. After all, there was nothing to lose. The vehicle continued to advance, yet Lu Xingyun found himself devoid of the strength to flee any longer. He despondently sank to the ground, gasping for breath, contemplating the grim possibility that he might meet his end here. When the police arrived to investigate, how would they conclude the case? Being struck down by one's own vehicle. Was there ever a more bizarre occurrence? Chapter 34. It wasn't until your sister died that he sought another woman. Observing the vacant look in Lu Xingyun's eyes, Lu Xingfeng grew increasingly concerned that his brother's mental state was deteriorating. He called out to Yaya, "Yaya, have you resolved the situation?" Yaya responded, "Almost done. Don't rush me." After answering Lu Xingfeng, she beckoned with her finger. The red high heel that had been lodged on the accelerator found its way into Yaya's hands. Without the red high heel, the vengeful spirit lost its vessel and could no longer control the vehicle. With a fierce glare directed at Yaya, the spirit demanded, "Return my shoe." With that, it extended its manicured hand, attempting to claw at Yaya's face. Yaya swiftly opened the car door and dashed outside, evading the spirit's grasp. Clutching the red high heel, she approached Lu Xingyun and opened his yin-yang eyes. Once endowed with the ability to perceive the supernatural, a look of terror replaced the elegance on Lu Xingyun's refined face. Due to Yaya's diminutive stature, his gaze remained fixed on the spirit, feeling as though the apparition was finally coming to claim his life. Was this truly his final moment? Regrettably, he had yet to bid farewell to his family and girlfriend, nor had he expressed his apologies to Yaya. "This spirit was never meant to follow you," Yaya stated earnestly as Lu Xingyun sank into despair. It intended to accompany those merely passing by to witness the spectacle. Upon hearing her words, Lu Xingyun's gaze fell downward. He beheld the diminutive figure of a young Taoist priestess, clutching the red high heel, and he presumed everything to be an illusion. He murmured to himself, "Am I experiencing a life review as I approach death? Yaya, my sincere apologies. I mistakenly believed that Lao Wu was concerned for you, treating you as a close child, while you remained fixated on that 666 fortune-telling fee. That was utterly inconsiderate of me. I was overconfident, truly believing I could alter my fate, and I uttered some unkind words. I am truly sorry." Lu Xingyun continued to confess, listening to his murmurs. Yaya raised her small hand to block the spirit's sudden attack. "I apologize, Yaya. It is my fault. My arrogance has led to my downfall." The spirit, caught off guard by being restrained by a child, struggled and shrieked, emitting a piercing wail. Oblivious to the chaos, Lu Xingyun only inquired of Yaya, "Yaya, can you forgive me?" Yaya scratched her head and replied, "It's not that bad. It hasn't reached the point of needing forgiveness. You haven't said anything particularly hurtful." She recounted her master's words. "As Taoists, we must be generous when encountering foolish individuals. We cannot always hold grudges, lest we harm our own health." After stating this, she affixed a calming talisman to Lu Xingyun's forehead, aiding him in regaining clarity. The surroundings transformed. They were no longer in his girlfriend's community, but rather in a dilapidated construction site. Indeed, the night had fallen, yet the flashlight held by Lu Xingfeng illuminated shadows. Yaya too cast a shadow at her feet. The spirit, no longer intent on claiming his life, was evidently immobilized by Yaya. "Have you regained your senses?" Lu Xingfeng glanced at her and then at his foolish brother, suddenly crouching down and delivering a forceful slap to Lu Xingyun's hand. The impact was delivered with full strength. Lu Xingyun gasped, fully comprehending the situation. The spirit was indeed restrained by Yaya, unable to pursue him any further. A wave of relief washed over Lu Xingyun, but it was soon supplanted by a profound sense of shame. The words he had spoken were utterly humiliating. He had claimed not to require Yaya's assistance, yet here he was, saved by her. "Fourth brother, you're blushing," Lu Xingfeng remarked without reservation. "Let us see if you dare utter more nonsense. At your age, you should understand that Yaya requires compensation to balance karma. Our good relationship does not grant us exemptions." "It is my fault," Lu Xingyun reiterated. "I sincerely apologize." Yaya regarded Lu Xingfeng and then Lu Xingyun. In truth, given their close relationship, the 666 could indeed be waived. Their destinies had already intertwined, and even without payment, the karmic repercussions would still fall upon her. However, Yaya chose not to voice this. She desired to remain as the Taoist priestess Yaya, free of any family names, simply wishing to dwell upon the three clear mountains. Recognizing your mistake means you should not repeat it in the future, she concluded, turning to the spirit she had captured, which continued to thrash about. Cease your struggles. I am now taking you to the underworld. Upon hearing that she was to be reincarnated, the spirit vehemently shook her head, exclaiming, "No, I do not wish to go. If I am reincarnated, how will I seek vengeance on that scoundrel surnamed Zhou? He caused me to have so many miscarriages, leaving me unable to bear children, yet cruelly abandoned me. He had promised I would become Mrs. Zhou." Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng furrowed their brows upon hearing the name of their niece. "Are you referring to Zhou Wenbo?" The spirit nodded vigorously. "You know Zhou Wenbo?" Lu Xingfeng gritted his teeth. "How long has it been since my sister's passing? And Zhou Wenbo is already seeking other women. He even forced abortions. What a scoundrel." Upon hearing Lu Xingfeng's words, the spirit smiled eerily. "So you are the brother of Zhou Wenbo's first wife? In that case, you're mistaken. It was not after your sister's death that he sought another woman. We were together before he married." Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun's faces darkened instantaneously. Zhou Wenbo had engaged in infidelity prior to his marriage. However, their investigation had revealed that the patriarch of the Zhou family, lacking respect for the deceased, had been searching for women since his wife's death. Zhou Wenbo had always quarreled with the elder Zhou over this matter and had not even received shares in the family business, merely managing it. Moreover, it was the elder Zhou's idea to prevent Bei Bei from visiting their home. While their sister was still alive, she had often remarked that Zhou Wenbo treated her well. But he had a father who was a hindrance. If the spirit's words held any truth, then Zhou Wenbo was exceptionally adept at masking his true nature, leaving no trace behind. Noticing the two brothers deep in thought, the spirit dropped another bombshell. "In truth, I did not intend to die. I was dissatisfied with Zhou Wenbo's continual deception and sought to expose his true character. However, someone tampered with my vehicle, leading to my demise." As she mentioned this, the spirit's aura of resentment intensified. The moon had risen in the sky, the perfect time for spirits to absorb its essence. "Release me. I must seek vengeance on Zhou Wenbo," the spirit cried out in anguish. He smacked the spirit on the head, admonishing in a childlike voice. "You think you can seek vengeance on Zhou Wenbo? The Zhou family itself is protected by wicked individuals. If you go, you will merely become fodder for their schemes." Upon hearing Yaya's words, Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun recalled the protective talismans worn by their parents. Indeed, those had been arranged by the Zhou family, utilizing Bei Bei's maternal grandparents to target her. Given that Zhou Wenbo was such a person, Bei Bei should no longer remain in the Zhou household. Lu Xingyun, already prone to suspicion, suddenly contemplated a deeper issue. If the spirit had connections to the Zhou family, could it be that his accident was also orchestrated by them? Chapter 35. Why is Yaya unhappy? From early morning, Yaya had sensed the ominous bloodshed approaching. It was illogical that the hired talents of the adversary would remain oblivious. Lu Xingyun thought to himself and directly inquired, "Why did you choose to drive this way?" The spirit replied, "I had just quarreled with Zhou Wenbo and was driving to clear my mind. I have always driven this route to find solace." "What is wrong with that? What time did Zhou Wenbo argue with you today?" Lu Xingyun pressed on. At 2 o'clock, a quarrel erupted. By 3 o'clock, a car accident occurred. Lu Xingyun could almost ascertain that this incident was orchestrated by the Zhou family. His demeanor was far from pleasant. Lu Xingfeng, not one to be easily fooled, immediately sensed the thoughts swirling in his elder brother's mind. However, unlike Lu Xingyun, Lu Xingfeng swiftly turned his gaze towards Yaya, carefully weighing his words as he inquired, "Yaya, little Taoist, how should we proceed with this matter?" Lu Xingyun also fixated his attention on Yaya, given that the Zhou family had resorted to using another practitioner to target him. It would only be apt for Yaya to assist the Lu family in retaliating against the Zhou family, wouldn't it? Lu Xingfeng's eyes reflected inquiry, while Lu Xingyun's gaze brimmed with anticipation. Furthermore, Lu Xingyun proclaimed, "I shall provide the funds." His eagerness to offer financial support prompted a glance from Lu Xingfeng, who retorted without hesitation, "Merely offering money does not guarantee that Yaya will do whatever you wish, fourth brother. You truly lack insight." Lu Xingfeng's disdainful tone elicited a chuckle from Yaya, who couldn't help but smile, realizing that Lu Xingfeng was defending her. The little milk bun felt the warmth of affection, her tone softening considerably. In truth, the death of the female ghost has no relation to Zhou Wenbo. The vehicle was not tampered with. The issue lay with her shoes. It merely involved fate intertwining with yours. Luc Saint-Jean exclaimed, "Ah?" After guessing for so long, had he been mistaken? Yaya continued, "Ghosts are deceivers. Isn't there a saying about ghostly tales? Especially for vengeful spirits. They will naturally utter words that humans wish to hear in order to achieve their objectives." The embarrassment that had just faded from Lu Xingyun's face resurfaced. So, he'd been duped again. Noticing that his elder brother had fallen silent, Lu Xingfeng took the initiative to steer the conversation. "What do you mean by fate intertwining? And regarding what the female ghost said about her connection to Zhou Wenbo, is it true? Fate intertwining means that once people meet, their destinies become linked. In such circumstances, one person's decisions can influence the trajectory of another's fate," Yaya elucidated. Lu Xingyun's insistence on descending the mountain is a reflection of this. As for the female ghost's words, apart from her death, everything else is true. Yaya lowered her gaze, clutching the other chubby hand of the female ghost, discreetly forming a fist. Her master had warned her that contemplating the intricacies of fate could lead a sane person to madness, and a mad person to further insanity. Even as the leader of Sanqingguan, she dared not ponder deeply. Noticing Yaya's sudden gloom, Lu Xingfeng quickly changed the subject. "Then let us hasten to escort the female ghost to the underworld." In his preoccupation with why Yaya appeared upset, Lu Xingfeng momentarily forgot to append a suffix to her name. Yet, Yaya was not bothered by this. She addressed the female ghost, "Go seek Zhou Wenbo. You may vanish into ashes, which would not be ideal. However, if you wish to pursue other matters, I could grant you some leniency." The female ghost paused, quickly grasping the implication of Yaya's words, and asked in astonishment, "Are you saying that you are willing to help me unveil Zhou Wenbo's true nature?" Yaya nodded and added, "But do not be overly joyful. Upon reaching the underworld, you will still face punishment. You have caused the death of an elderly woman, though Zhou Wenbo merely arranged for someone else to take the blame." Caught off guard by Yaya's knowledge of this, the female ghost's pallid face was etched with anxiety. If Yaya could perceive this, then her assertion about facing punishment in the underworld must also hold true. How could one who had become a ghost still be subjected to punishment? The female ghost mind raced with calculations, but she feigned compliance. "All right, I understand. Let us retrieve the evidence I have prepared, which is in a flower pot at my best friend's house." Upon hearing the need to find evidence, Lu Xingyun, who had been silent for quite some time, interjected, "I still need to go to my girlfriend's house for evidence. Would you mind if I leave that task to you?" Lu Xingfeng shot a glance at Lu Xingyun. "Fine, fourth brother, then you should go see your girlfriend. I hope all goes smoothly this time." In truth, Lu Xingfeng held some resentment towards Lu Xingyun. Had it not been for his elder brother's insistence on seeking out his girlfriend, they would not be entangled in such a series of events. Yaya's displeasure upon hearing the female ghost's comments lingered in his mind, and he pondered the implications. Suddenly, he recalled that Yaya had mentioned having relatives, but that they shared no connection. She had also remarked that her relatives on her father's side had already found children they liked. Was it possible that Yaya's biological father was a scoundrel like Zhou Wenbo? While Lu Xingfeng contemplated this, Yaya was already inquiring about the address of the female ghost's best friend. After receiving the information, she turned to Lu Xingfeng. "You'll need to guide us there. I'm unfamiliar with the route." Lu Xingfeng blinked. "Huh? But we came here to find fourth brother using your teleportation ability." Faced with Lu Xingfeng's question, Yaya pouted slightly, her voice muffled. Lu Xingyun is Lu Xingyun, and he is different from her best friend. After a moment's reflection, Lu Xingfeng reasoned, "Oh, I see. It must be because you can see fourth brother's face, but not the face of the female ghost's best friend. Am I right?" Surprised by Lu Xingfeng's astute deduction, Yaya nodded with a smile. "MHM, Lu Xingfeng, you are so clever. Il a dit vailli yaspras." Lu Xingfeng was about to use his phone to locate the destination when Lu Xingyun, who had already entered the car, suddenly exited. "I suppose I should drive you there." Lu Xingyun's expression was awkward. I seem to have lost the ability to drive." Perhaps he'd been too frightened, as his hands trembled on the steering wheel after getting into the car. How could he drive in such a state? "And your girlfriend?" Lu Xingfeng seized the opportunity to tease Lu Xingyun, mimicking his tone. "I still need to go to my girlfriend's house." Lu Xingyun, feeling embarrassed, refrained from engaging with Lu Xingfeng's banter. He turned to Yaya, his expression pleading, Yaya, after you help her retrieve the evidence, could you possibly assist me in explaining things to my girlfriend? Yaya regarded Lu Xingyun for a moment before nodding. She could indeed help with the explanation. However, Lu Xingyun's girlfriend was no longer his girlfriend. Should this matter be revealed now? Perhaps it was best to remain silent, as Lu Xingyun seemed to prefer her not meddling in his affairs. Chapter 36. Not wanting her to learn the truth, Lu Xingfeng was at the wheel. After exiting the derelict construction site, they arrived at the female ghost's best friend's residence. The best friend lived on the top floor, which featured a rooftop adorned with numerous flowers. When the female ghost had not accompanied Zhou Wenbo to visit her friend, she had prudently concealed some collected items in a plate, which she had placed in the flower pot on her friend's balcony. The friend was unaware of this arrangement. Thus, upon reaching the rooftop, the female ghost instructed Yaya and the Lu brothers to search the flower pot without disturbing her friend. However, the sight of two men accompanied by a child on the rooftop was bound to attract attention. The female ghost's best friend emerged from the house, noticing the unusual gathering, and did not lower her guard. Armed with a stun baton, she demanded loudly, "What are you doing on my rooftop at this hour? We have surveillance here." Lu Xingfeng hurriedly explained, we just came to admire your flowers. We heard they're exceptionally well kept." As he spoke, Lu Xingfeng scanned the rooftop, searching in vain for the evidence. The female ghost's best friend interjected, "How curious. Everyone seems to be interested in my flowers. Someone just came by and bought all of them for $1,000 each. I made quite a bit of money." This murmured comment was overheard by the female ghost, who momentarily froze, tears of blood streaming from her eyes. Her friend remained oblivious to her passing. It was likely that someone from that side had purchased them. Upon realizing this, Yaya understood the situation. It was evident that the Zhou family was on guard against something. As fellow practitioners, it was challenging to calculate the minutiae of each other's actions so precisely. The brothers of the Lu family had both considered this matter, exchanging glances that betrayed their unease. With their niece still in the Zhou household, any actions against the Zhou family would necessitate careful consideration of her safety. This issue required further deliberation with their family. "I haven't found what you seek, hence it cannot be disclosed," said Yaya. "Yaya is going to summon a ghostly messenger to take you away." Upon hearing this, the female ghost's friend shuddered. "Whom are you speaking to, child?" The ghost, noticing her friend's fearful expression, shook her head. "Never mind. I shall forego bidding farewell. My current state would surely haunt her with nightmares. Upon death, the police would certainly inform the parents first. Once they were aware, her friend would inevitably learn of her demise. She did not wish to burden her friend with explanations that would reveal her long-hidden role as a mistress. For quite some time, she had portrayed herself as a successful entrepreneur before her friend, while in truth, her shop yielded no income, and all her expenditures stemmed from Zhou Wenbo. The gifts she had bestowed upon her friend were also purchased with Zhou Wenbo's funds. Her friend was an upright girl. How revolting it would be if she discovered that the gifts she had received were the fruits of her friend's infidelity. As for Zhou Wenbo's sordid affairs, without tangible evidence, even if they were to surface, they would not be believed by netizens. "Take me to reincarnation," the female ghost smiled, "in my next life. I wish to be a good person, a respectable girl, and it would be splendid if I could be sisters with my friend once more." As she smiled, the tears at the corners of her eyes transformed from the color of blood to a clear hue. Upon witnessing the ghost's transparent tears, Yaya recalled something she had read in a book given by her master. If a vengeful spirit truly repented and harbored no ill will, the color of their tears would change. Such tears would serve as excellent material for a concoction known as Forgetting Worries water. Thus, Yaya produced a small porcelain vial to collect the ghost's tears. In a moment of selfish desire, she hoped the ghost would reveal that Zhou Wenbo was indeed a villain, resulting in an unexpected boon. Although Forgetting Worries water currently bore little significance, it nonetheless afforded her the opportunity to witness its essence. "Having collected your tears, I can assist your friend." The child before her spoke to the air, claiming to help her friend. The ghost's companion was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling a rumor. The child was too young and, with her eyes unclouded by the veil between realms, could see spirits. "Which friend do you speak of?" The ghost's friend inquired anxiously. "Are you conversing with Wei Hui? Please, take me away." "Very well," Yaya acquiesced, grasping the hands of Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun while carrying the ghost's red shoes. They descended directly to the ground floor. Lu Xingfeng drove away from the ghost friend's residence, leaving her in stunned silence. After a while, upon realizing she had encountered a supernatural event, the ghost's friend took out her phone to search for related information. While browsing, she stumbled upon a group where someone was promoting a fortune-telling streamer. This streamer, a practitioner of metaphysics, was set to hold a lottery for divination in a few days, charging 666 yuan for each reading, with each prediction being remarkably accurate. Following the recommendation, the ghost's friend quickly located Lu Xingfeng's account and noticed that he bore a striking resemblance to one of the men who had just visited. She hastily sought out the recorded live stream to watch. Meanwhile, Yi had summoned a ghostly messenger using the talisman bestowed by Changhuang Yuxing. Clad in a long black robe with a matching hat, the messenger's youthful face resembled that of a child. Upon seeing Yaya, he immediately bowed. "Greetings, Guansu Yaya. I am the ghostly messenger, Ai Qian." Upon spotting the female ghost, his eyes widened in recognition. Ah, Zhao Hui. He was responsible for guiding Zhao Hui's spirit, but after her transformation into a ghost, her overwhelming resentment thwarted his attempts to collect her soul, leaving her instead bound to her shoes and taken away by someone else. Ghostly messengers could only sense the vicinity of the dying and were unable to accurately locate wandering spirits, rendering this task a failure. Ai Qian had felt quite despondent for not successfully claiming a soul, fearing a deduction of his merit. However, an ancestor among the shadowy soldiers stationed at the Chenghuang Temple had instructed him to heed the summons of the Chenghuang talisman, especially when encountering a young girl who was the Guanju of Sanqing Guan, advising him to show utmost respect. Obediently, Ai Qian was the first to respond to the talisman's call before any other ghostly messengers could react. Now he was filled with hope, believing that listening to his ancestor would indeed bring him fortune. "Danju, Guansu Yaya." Ai Qian bowed even lower. "You have helped me capture Zhao Hui. I'm immensely grateful." Observing Ai Qian's improved demeanor compared to the previous ghostly messenger she had encountered, Yaya felt a surge of happiness. She casually burned a gold ingot for Ai Qian and handed Zhao Hui to him. Take her away to reincarnate. This was indeed a significant blessing. Ai Qian's eyes crinkled with joy as he took Zhao Hui's hand, bowing once more to Yaya before turning to depart. Witnessing Zhao Hui's departure, Lu Xingyun anxiously said, "Can you now take me to my girlfriend's home?" While Lu Xingfeng drove to Lu Xingyun's girlfriend's residence, they arrived outside her house half an hour later. Chapter 37. Do you wish to go to the Lu family? The three of them exited the vehicle. Concerned that Yaya might be fatigued, Lu Xingfeng offered to carry her. After all, Yaya had not initially intended to leave her home today. It was his fourth brother's matters that had compelled her descent from the mountain. Yaya, however, did not feel tired and was more than willing to be held by Lu Xingfeng. Previously, when he had carried her, she had maintained a stiff posture. This time, she pondered for a moment and gently leaned against Lu Xingfeng's chest. Through the thin fabric, she felt the softness of his chest. Curiously, she reached out her small hand to touch it, asking, "Lu Xingfeng, why are you different from my master? You're so soft." Lu Xingfeng mused to himself. Your master is an old man. His chest has long since lost its firmness. How could he possibly compare to my muscles? However, he deemed such a thought inappropriate to express to a child, so he merely replied, "Your master is old. I am young and somewhat plump." Upon reflection, Yaya found this reasoning acceptable. She patted her own little belly, chuckling, "Yaya is even fatter than you," while the two were engaged in light banter. Lu Xingyun had already taken the lead in knocking on his girlfriend's door. The door swung open to reveal the servant of Lu Xingyun's girlfriend's household. Upon seeing Lu Xingyun, the servant beamed. "Ah, young Master Lu, you have arrived," just as Lu Xingyun was about to inquire about his girlfriend's whereabouts. A girl clad in a white dress dashed out from within. With a radiant smile and a saccharine tone, she called, "Xingyun Gij, you're here." Lu Xingyun was momentarily taken aback. "Huang Meiqi, what are you doing at CC's house?" "Where is CC?" The girl in white pouted at the mention of CC's name. "Xingyun Gij, I no longer bear the surname Huang. I am now a you. ISN, a coincidence. CC and I were switched at birth. I'm the biological daughter of this family." Lu Xingyun was left speechless. His girlfriend, UCC, had just messaged him, stating that there was something important requiring his presence at the Yu family. When he had asked for details, she remained vague, insisting he would understand upon arrival. Yet, en route, he had faced a car accident and encountered a female ghost. Only to arrive at the Yu family to discover such shocking news? Cici. Lu Xingyan called out loudly. I'm sorry I'm late. I have my reasons. Please come out and see me. His voice rang out, but without an invitation from the host, he remained outside. Yu Meichi, observing Lu Xingyun's sole focus on calling for UCC, grew increasingly displeased. Stop calling. Xingyun Gij. UCC has already moved out of the Yu family. Moreover, she has obtained a marriage certificate with Zhou Yang. What did you say? Lu Xingyun pulled out his phone. At the time of the accident, he had just contacted his girlfriend, informing her that he had been caught in a traffic incident, estimating that he would arrive at the Yu family in about half an hour. However, after being entangled with the female ghost, his vehicle had ventured into an abandoned construction site, and without signal, he had been unable to reach out to her again. Lu Xingyun realized that his girlfriend was upset and decided to meet her to offer some comfort. To his astonishment, he learned that she had already registered her marriage with Zhou Yang, the cousin of Zhou Wenba. Lu Xingfeng explained to Yaya that they were all from the same school and moved in similar circles. Oh, Yaya was not particularly surprised and simply inquired whether Lu Xingyun would be angry, noting that his romantic prospects had diminished due to being entangled with a female ghost. Lu Xingfeng pressed his soft, plush little companion closer and huffed. If he is angry, it's his own fault. Our only obligation is to ensure his survival. We need not guarantee the health of his romantic endeavors. Lu Xingfeng was no fool. Yaya's words indicated that she had anticipated this outcome. But who could be blamed for it? It was Lu Xingyun's own obstinacy that led to this situation. When Lu Xingyun attempted to call his girlfriend, he discovered that both his phone and WeChat had been blocked. He felt utterly dejected. In a moment of desperation, he remembered he had Zhou Yang's contact information and hurriedly dialed his number. Zhou Yang answered. After a prolonged silence, Lu Xingyun could not voice the questions swirling in his mind. However, Zhou Yang broke the silence, stating, Are you wondering if I'm married, CC? Yes. We have registered our marriage. You can see it on my social media. Lu Xingyun abruptly hung up and scrolled through Zhou Yang's posts. Meanwhile, Lu Xingfeng set Yaya down and squatted beside her to look at the social media updates. Indeed, a post from Zhou Yang displayed their marriage certificate, with all personal information visible except for the ID numbers, which were obscured. Upon seeing the photos of UCC and Zhou Yang, Yaya calculated their compatibility based on their birth dates. It appeared that they matched well, suggesting a favorable union. However, it was also evident that Lu Xingyun and UCC shared a similar compatibility. It was merely a case of unfortunate timing. Yet, the matter of UCC and the aunt in the white dress switching parents seemed problematic. Yaya scrutinized Huang Meichi, who was fixated on Lu Xingyun. Noticing his sadness, she reached out to hold his arm and said, Xingyun Gij, UCC is being unreasonable. Just because he didn't arrive on time, she chose to marry Zhou Yang. A woman like that, with such wavering resolve, is unworthy of affection. Lu Xingyun shook off Huang Meichi's hand, retorting, Don't sweet-talk me. I'm not interested in you. He turned and walked away. As Lu Xingyun departed, Yaya also stood up. After taking a few steps, she was once again embraced by Lu Xingfeng, who caught up with his elder brother. Fourth brother, where are you going? Lu Xingyun replied, What else is there to do? I'm going to find CC. Yaya looked up at Lu Xingfeng and then realized that from this angle, she could only see his chin. She lowered her head again, pondering whether she wanted to go to the Lu family home. Lu Xingfeng, sensing Yaya's shyness, began to mention the benefits of being at his house. We have plenty of Waha drinks and many treats that children love. You'll have a great time. Waha, I want a drink. Yaya's eyes lit up at the thought of the Waha beverage she had enjoyed at Lin Yu's house. Then take me to get some money first, she said. My money is all on your phone. The fortune-telling fees she had received were transferred to Lu Xingfeng's phone and had yet to materialize as cash in her hands. Chapter 38. Not friends with her, Lu Xingfeng acknowledged this matter with a nod. Lu Xingyan agreed. All right, I'll leave the car for you. I'll take a taxi to find CC. As he spoke, his voice thickened with emotion. Yaya sighed, glancing at Lu Xingyun's forlorn expression. Even a sigh from a child could sound endearing. Upon hearing Yaya's sigh, Lu Xingyun, who had been holding back tears, finally broke down and cried loudly. In his sobs, he pleaded, Yaya, please don't be angry with me. Can you tell me if I still have a chance with my girlfriend? I'll pay you whatever you want. Yaya was surprised to see that when Lu Xingyan cried, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Lu Xingfeng. Being held by Lu Xingfeng had elevated her height. She gently patted Lu Xingyun's head and said, "You've already paid me. There's no need to pay again this time. Be good, don't cry. It will be all right." Yaya shook her head. "There's nothing that can be done. Your romantic fate with your girlfriend has come to an end. This is your own choice. Have you forgotten?" Her words struck like a sword, piercing through Lu Xingyun's heart. Feeling despondent, he muttered, "If my romantic fate has ended, then seeking her is futile, right? No, I still need to clarify why this happened." Determined to confront UCC, Lu Xingyun noted Yaya's advice. Remember to tell her that if she encounters difficulties, she can come to Sanqing Temple to seek help from Yaya. Lu Xingyun paused. Does CC also face the risk of misfortune? Yaya shook her head, then nodded, yes and no. Regardless, she has formed a slight connection with me through you. It all depends on her choices. After this, she fell silent. Reflecting on his own lessons, Lu Xingyun nodded earnestly. All right, I will convey your message. After Lu Xingyun left, Yi got back into the car. The vehicle first stopped at a nearby bank. Lu Xingfeng withdrew a stack of red bills and handed them to Yaya. Counting the money, Yaya realized Lu Xingfeng had given her too much. Once I exchange this, I'll return the extra to you. Lu Xingfeng grinned. No need. The extra is for you to buy sweets. This doesn't count as karma. It's just my own desire to gift you. Well, it doesn't count. Just then, Yaya spotted a store next to the bank and went inside to buy 2 lollipops, sharing one with Lu Xingfeng. He popped it in his mouth and finished it quickly while continuing to drive. Lu Xingfeng unlocked the large iron gate and drove the car inside. Yaya tilted her head, curiously observing the grand house within the estate. Do your family members all live there? Upon hearing her question, Lu Xingfeng nodded, yes. After parking the car next to the villa, he got out and carried Yaya down. Good to see you again, Wang Bo. You still look as lively as ever, he said. Wang Bo inquired, you're driving the 4th young master's car. Where is he? Wang Bo then looked at Yaya, who today was dressed in ordinary short sleeves and long pants instead of her usual robe. The sight of the cute child in such plain clothing seemed somewhat out of place. Lu Xingfeng introduced, this is my savior. Wang Bo nodded in understanding. He had heard of the 5th young master being saved by a child during an outdoor live stream. However, being an older gentleman, he was not fond of the internet and only heard rumors. He had not seen Yaya's appearance before. Now, seeing her, he found her face somewhat familiar, but could not place it. He greeted her with a smile. Thank you for saving our 5th young master. I've heard you're a priest at the temple on Sanqing Mountain. At such a young age, you must have an extraordinary family. Yaya bilinkit no tridi. I was taught by my master, not by my family. Is Bei here? Upon hearing that name, Lu Xingfeng instinctively glanced down at Yaya in his arms. He recalled how she had seemed displeased upon hearing Zhou Wenbao's name. Now, would she also be upset at the mention of Bei? Noticing Lu Xingfeng's gaze, Yaya smiled at him but remained silent. Lu Xingfeng chose not to engage in further small talk with Wang Bo. He stepped forward, carrying Yaya into the elevator of the main building. This preparation also included informing the elders that they had a distinguished guest. Thus, once Yaya was embraced and brought upstairs, she found herself greeted by a throng of people at the elevator entrance. Immediately spotted Old Master Lu and Old Madam Lu, both appearing quite sprightly. Her gaze drifted to the side, where a tall man with a stern expression held a little girl dressed in a pink princess gown. The girl's round, sparkling eyes were fixed on her. As their eyes met, tightened her grip on Lu Xingfeng's clothing. Sensing her emotional shift, Lu Xingfeng furrowed his brow again. Though they had known each other for several days, did not exhibit the typical demeanor of a child. She remained remarkably composed in various situations. Previously, when Lin Yu recounted her experiences, she had remarked that despite her youth, was indeed more dependable than many adults. This baffled both Lu Xingfeng and, carried out of the elevator by Lu Xingfeng, they were met with the voices of Old Master Lu and Old Madam Lu. Your visit truly brings honor to our humble abode, they said. Indeed, our granddaughter is home today. You two are of similar age and may become friends. Clutched Lu Xingfeng's clothing tighter, glancing at Bei. I don't want to be friends with her, she declared. She already had numerous friends on the mountain and had no desire to befriend Zhou Bei, especially since it was Bei who had given her the talisman. When they played with Bei earlier, they had tentatively inquired about it, and Bei had mentioned that her grandfather had given it to them. Unbeknownst to Bei, the talisman was problematic, and if spoke up, Bei might feel disheartened. Observing the two elderly figures, noticed their conflicted expressions. Lu Xingfeng tightened his hold on her and cast a glance at Bei. It was not that he disliked the children of his sister, but if he had to choose between Bei and, he felt compelled to select. This choice seemed unrelated to whether was the head of San Qingwen or possessed remarkable abilities. If were just an ordinary child he encountered by chance, he might still have been drawn to her curiosity, surprised by Lu Xingfeng's inclination, nestled against him and felt a flicker of happiness. Perhaps she could find a few mountain chickens tomorrow to nourish Lu Xingfeng's health. Old Madame Lu followed closely behind Lu Xingfeng, suggesting, why not stay for the night? Old Master Lu echoed her sentiment. As leaned against Lu Xingfeng's shoulder, she observed the two elderly figures, Lu Xingfeng's older brother and Bei trailing behind. Old Madame Lu's furrowed brow indicated her dissatisfaction with their decision to leave. When assessed old Madame Lu, the elders scrutinized her in return. Their gazes met, and old Madame Lu noted the lack of spark in his round eyes, prompting her to gently suggest, seems a tad weary. Perhaps you should stay overnight, Xingfeng. Just then, Lu Xingfeng had reached the refrigerator in the living room. He opened it and instructed a servant to retrieve a bag, filling it with drinks and snacks suitable for children. As he filled the bag, he chatted with, "This one is delicious. It was my favorite as a child. This one's quite good too. This one is a bit spicy. Do you like spicy food?" As he spoke, busily rummaged through her pockets for money. Just then, Bei piped up, "Why are you taking my snacks, fifth uncle?" Paused in her actions, and Bei's face was filled with grievance. But Grandpa and Grandma said these were bought for me. Lu Xingfeng frowned at Bei's impending tears and questioned his parents. "Did you say that?" Turned to old Madame Lu and old Master Lu. The elderly couple exchanged glances and shook their heads, confirming, "We certainly did not mention that." The refrigerator had always contained snacks for children, and while Bei had indulged a bit more during her visit, it was not solely for her. Other relatives' children also partook, as did their sons. The Lu family did not lie. Hearing her grandparents' words, Bei pouted, "How can it not be mine? All the snacks in our fridge belong to me. Grandpa and Grandma are bullying me. I'm so sad." Bei collapsed into Lu Xingzhou's embrace, sobbing. This distressed Lu Xingzhou, who had always been particular about cleanliness. While he could hold his niece, he was uncomfortable with her tears and snot staining his clothes. The thought of such a mess made him uneasy, prompting him to hand Bei to the butler. "Wang Bo, please hold her." Bei was taken aback, not expecting her uncle to pass her to the servant while she cried, which only intensified her sorrow. Her wails echoed, nearly piercing the ceiling. Seeing his granddaughter in distress, old Master Lu felt a pang of sympathy. "All right, Xingfeng, let's not disturb the snacks in the fridge. Wang Bo can fetch you something else." Lu Xingfeng glanced down at the silent, suddenly feeling obstinate. "No, I intend to take these snacks today, regardless of any tears." He recalled what he had heard from the ghost about Zhou Wenbao's infidelities, concluding that Zhou Bei's father was not a good man, which explained her unreasonable behavior. As Lu Xingfeng's words settled in, Bei's cries escalated. Observed Bei, who amidst her tears, glanced at the adult's expressions, biting her lip. Where Master had mentioned her lingering ties to family, she had expressed a desire to sever such connections. But her master had advised against it. How troublesome. The mountain was indeed preferable. Had no desire to descend, and addressed Lu Xingfeng. "Never mind, I don't want these anymore. Shall we leave?" "Don't be afraid. She is merely throwing a tantrum." Lu Xingfeng reassured her, and then unexpectedly smiled. How amusing it was that he would comfort a child capable of befriending tigers. Yet for some reason, those words flowed forth effortlessly. "I'm not afraid." Tilted her head slightly, feeling a bit annoyed. Hearing her speak, Bei suddenly rushed in front of her. "Why should you let my fifth uncle take my snacks? You are not even a member of the Lu family. You are a bad child, making my fifth uncle bully me." Stared at Bei. Initially, she had forgotten about the talisman incident, having been swayed by the kindness shown to Bei by old Madame Lu and old Master Lu. However, Bei's accusation of her being a bad child was unacceptable. She was not a bad child. Her master had declared her to be the most gifted child suited to be the head of the Taoist temple. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Xingfeng interjected. "Bei, your rudeness is growing. It was I who decided to take the snacks, not continue this way, and I may just have to discipline you." He waved his hand. He had indeed spanked Bei in the past, when she had broken one of his cherished collectibles during her visit, which had infuriated him. Recalling this, Bebe hurriedly hid behind Old Master Lu and Old Madam Lu, exclaiming, "Grandpa, Grandma, fifth uncle is going to hit me." Old Master Lu and Old Madam Lu exchanged weary looks. While they loved their daughter, and by extension, their granddaughter, they were increasingly exasperated by Bebe's unreasonable behavior instilled by the Zhou family. They wished to intervene, but found themselves unable to do so. Old Madam Lu knelt down. "Bebe, it is not right to call someone bad without cause. Your fifth uncle claims that your father is wicked, which is also incorrect. Your grandmother will admonish him as well. In our endeavors, we must adhere to reason." The tender-hearted elder, gently imparting wisdom, had little effect. Bebe began to cry loudly once more, this time calling for her mother. Chapter 40. "Uncle, you might as well kill her." "Well, Mama, why didn't you take Bebe with you? Your parents and brothers all bully Bebe." "Woo." Bebe wailed. The moment she mentioned her daughter who perished during childbirth, the expressions of Old Master Lu and Old Madam Lu shifted to one of compassion. He had been observing the Lu family and felt a sense of relief upon hearing Old Madam Lu state that Bebe was in the wrong. Although the elderly couple still could not discern who was truly at fault, at least they were not unreasonable individuals. Thus, Yaya crouched down, her round eyes fixed intently on the tantruming Bebe, suddenly asking with utmost seriousness, "You brought a gift today, didn't you?" In a place hidden from the Lu family, she discreetly placed a truth talisman on Bebe. This was an invention she had fashioned herself on the mountain. "What kind of gift is it?" Yaya inquired again. "It's a bottle. Daddy said it contains spirits that will hasten the Lu family's meeting with Yin Wang Yi. If the Lu family were to meet Yin Wang Yi earlier, the Zhou family would flourish, and we could have a horse farm just like the Lu family." Old Madam Lu, who was closest to Yaya and Bebe, was rendered speechless. She had never anticipated her granddaughter would utter such words. If Bebe were aware that the so-called Ming Dynasty porcelain vase she presented was intended to harm them, did she also know about the previous talisman? "What about the peace talisman you gave them before?" As if she understood Old Madam Lu's thoughts, Yaya asked, "How did you know it required blood?" Bebe remained honest. "Daddy said that the two old folks of the Lu family should drip their blood into it to protect Grandpa from calamities, and it truly worked. Grandpa is just fine." Old Madam Lu felt her limbs grow weak. Just as she was about to collapse, Old Master Lu steadied her. The elderly couple gazed at Bebe in disbelief. Their years of marital harmony compelled them to ask in unison, "Bebe, do you know your father intends to harm us? Why would he still do this? We are your loving grandparents. You have so much money, yet you are selfish and stingy. Why won't you buy me what I want?" Bebe retorted, "Daddy said you don't genuinely love me. You don't love Mama either. Otherwise, why wouldn't you provide more dowry? I despise you, but Daddy said I must pretend to like you. I'm quite good at it." As she spoke, a sense of pride emerged on Bebe's face. The members of the Lu family were filled with anger. How could the child of their Lu family girl be raised to think this way in her husband's household? At merely 3.5 years old, she was already deeply corrupted. Could this ever be corrected? As the Lu family fell silent, Lu Xingyun appeared in the living room. He had been reflecting on why he felt he wouldn't descend the mountain after hearing Yaya mention he was fated for bloodshed. This was being overly self-absorbed. When Yaya later requested him to provide divination money to resolve the issue, he had not listened, thinking she merely demanded 666 yuan to undermine Lu Xingfeng's affections. This too was self-centered and petty. Consequently, Lu Xingyun appeared increasingly melancholic. With a somber expression, he knelt before Bebe. "Bebe, you are correct. One should not be excessively self-centered or stingy." Bebe believed her fourth uncle had come to support her and proudly lifted her head. "Fourth uncle, you should kill her. I despise her." This was what she had wanted to express since she first saw Yaya. Bebe always thought of herself as the most adorable child. But upon seeing Yaya, she felt a sense of crisis, for Yaya's eyes were larger, and her face was cuter. Yaya had already concealed the truth talisman. Having conveyed her thoughts to the Lu family, it was now their own matter to address. As the master of Sanqing Temple, she bore the significant responsibility of ensuring the temple's prosperity and should not waste time here any longer. Yaya rose to her feet. "Kill her?" Lu Xingyun interjected once more, firmly grasping Bebe's shoulders. "Fourth uncle would never harm her. Fourth uncle intends to accompany her to Sanqing Temple to become a monk. Moreover, Bebe, you truly have not been properly educated by Zhou Wenba. Unruly children should be disciplined early. Otherwise, when they grow up, they may end up like fourth uncle, losing the ones they cherish. Lu Xingyun sincerely held Beibei's hand and struck her palm decisively. Beibei was bewildered. The members of the Lu family were equally stunned. Lu Xingfeng was the first to speak. What? Fourth brother, you wish to become a monk? Lu Xingyun struck Beibei's palm 3 times, affirming, indeed, I have decided to become a monk. Yaya, the little Taoist priest, is the one who can save me, but I initially failed to appreciate her. From now on, I shall learn from the little Taoist priest Yaya, take her as my master, and become someone who will no longer miss opportunities. Upon concluding, Lu Xingyun intended to kneel before Yaya. Startled by his series of actions, Yaya was unsure how to respond, but when she saw him about to kneel, she used a wind talisman to stop him. Lu Xingyun gazed at her with a plaintive expression. Little Taoist priest Yaya, do you not wish to accept me as your disciple? Yaya's large eyes brimmed with confusion as she turned to Lu Xingfeng, whispering, oh no, Lu Xingfeng. Something is wrong with Lu Xingyun. She pointed to her head, indicating that Lu Xingyun was not mentally stable. Lu Xingfeng silently nodded, having realized the same. It seemed that the events of the day had profoundly impacted fourth brother, compelling him to express a desire to become a monk. With Lu Xingyun's distraction, the Lu family neglected Beibei. Her palm, reddened from Lu Xingyun's strikes, moved toward old Madame Lu. Grandma, fourth uncle hit me. Woo-woo. Previously, even when she erred, old Madame Lu would embrace her and impart reason. However, this time, old Madame Lu did not receive Beibei, but instead recoiled slightly. Her aged eyes filled with mist as she gazed vacantly at her husband. What will we tell Roru when a century has passed, and Beibei has turned out like this? Old Master Lu also found no answer to this question. He looked down at his granddaughter, disappointment evident in his gaze. Beibei stood there, tears streaming down her face. Grandma, why don't you love Beibei anymore? He had been attentively observing everyone in the Lu family. When Beibei ran toward old Madame Lu, she had been watching closely. The truth talisman she had crafted caused those affected to forget what they had just said, which explained Beibei's question. At that moment, Yaya felt a twinge of mischief, as she experienced a flicker of happiness at Beibei's distress. Chapter 41. Sending Beibei to participate in transformation, Yaya's lips subtly curved upward, feeling a smile emerging. But she quickly suppressed it. She was to become a master of Sanqing Temple and could not afford to be so childish. Master, please accept me. Yet, a dilemma presented itself, as Lu Xingyun insisted on calling her master. What was to be done? Yaya recalled her master's advice. If one encounters an insurmountable problem, one may choose to slip away. Lu Xingfeng, are you still coming up the mountain with me? Yaya whispered to Lu Xingfeng again. Lu Xingfeng nodded, of course. But can we take that jar with us? Although Yaya spoke softly, Lu Xingyun, being close by, heard her clearly. His little master, who he was determined to learn from, was planning to escape with his brother. The young master had no desire to accept him as a disciple, for his previous performance had been utterly subpar. No, he must demonstrate his sincerity to the young master. Lu Xingyun grasped Lu Xingfeng's arm, saying, Dear brother, take me up the mountain. However, Lu Xingfeng inquired of Yaya, Yaya, do you still wish to take my fourth brother up the mountain? Plight, Jis. If he wishes to go, I cannot stop him. He has already gone up the first time. The Sanqing Mountain is not easily accessible. It is guarded by formations. Only those fated with the Sanqing Guan may ascend. Upon realizing this, Lu Xingfeng sighed while looking at his fourth brother. Alas, fourth brother, you used to call me foolish, and now you find yourself seeking assistance from this foolish younger brother, don't you? Lu Xingyun declared, If I must plead, then I shall. As long as I can become a disciple, I will do whatever it takes. He was resolute in his thoughts. To alter one's fate was imperative. However, if Yaya could change his destiny, what was the distinction? The difference lay in Yaya possessing those extraordinary abilities which he lacked. If he could acquire such abilities, he would naturally change his own fate. In the future, should he encounter situations akin to today's, facing some malevolent spirit, he would be capable of vanquishing it with a mere slap. While the two brothers of the Lu family wished to accompany Yaya up the mountain, on the other side, Beibei was weeping before old Master Lu and old Madame Lu. Lu Xingzhou, the eldest son of the Lu family, frowned, feeling a pulsing at his temples. As the overseer of the Lu family business, he had witnessed the myriad of human behaviors in the commercial realm. Zhou Wenbo was easily discernible as a hypocrite. Yet his sister, in her youth, desired to marry Zhou Wenbo, and tragically succumbed to severe postpartum hemorrhage. Although Bei shared half of her sister's bloodline, she had inherited none of her sister's benevolent nature and had gone astray. He disapproved of further entanglements with the Zhou family due to Bei. Yet, the hearts of parents are filled with compassion. They feel a duty to care for their daughter's daughter, believing it a way to honor their departed daughter's spirit. But Bei was already in such a state. Lu Xingzhou quickly devised a plan and approached his parents, saying, "Mom and Dad, allow me to handle this." Yaya watched Lu Xingzhou with curiosity, eager to see how he would address Bei's situation. She then observed Lu Xingzhou lower his gaze, his expression as cold as ice, as he commanded, "Get up." Remarkably, with those simple words, Bei rose from the ground. Her voice trembled as she bowed her head, resembling a frightened quail. All right, uncle, Bei will go. Please don't be fierce with me." Lu Xingzhou nodded and turned to his assistant. The assistant, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses, approached Bei and said, "Miss Bei, let us depart." Bye-bye obediently followed here, assistant. Lu Xingzhou queried, "Mom and Dad, is my handling of this acceptable?" The elderly couple silently nodded. Their eldest son sending Bei to participate in a transformative experience was a means to change her environment, which they could certainly accept. The issue of Bei was momentarily set aside, and the two elders finally turned their attention to Yaya. Old Master Lu then asked, "Young Taoist Yaya, could you assist us in dealing with the porcelain vase that Bei presented?" Yaya nodded, stating, "Of course. However, there is a fee. This falls under the realm of Feng Shui, and it requires 999 yuan. As her words concluded, a servant produced cash, placing it in Yaya's hands. This time, she was quite satisfied with the Lu family's promptness in payment. She then eagerly ascended the stairs, soon spotting the large porcelain vase situated in the corridor facing west. The Lu family members nodded vigorously. Lu Xingfeng, being astute, quickly embraced Yaya with her small hand. Yaya touched Lu Xingfeng's eyes before being cradled by him, as she sequentially touched the eyes of Old Master Lu, Old Madam Lu, Lu Xingzhou, and Lu Xingyun. Everyone's yin-yang eyes were opened, and Yaya, positioning her small hands in a gesture reminiscent of a sword technique, moved her fingers, conjuring a talisman that materialized in midair. The talisman, under Yaya's control, floated above the porcelain vase. With a crackle, the vase was struck by lightning. From within, a dark specter emerged, slowly coalescing into human form, its crimson eyes fixated on Yaya. After a long silence, it opened its mouth, its voice heavy with malice. "Child, you possess some skill. First, you broke my talisman, and now you seek to capture the ghost I have raised." The ghost displayed an expression of fury, declaring, "Child, do not become too complacent. Once my master emerges from seclusion, I shall invite him to your Taoist temple to confront you." A Taoist temple? Yaya recalled her master mentioning that a Taoist temple refers to a place of cultivation. Having grown up on Sanqing Mountain, it was her own Taoist temple. The ghost master intended to bring his master to Sanqing Mountain to confront her, clearly a challenge. Very well, Yaya thought. I shall await your arrival along with your master. For practitioners, being challenged was a fortuitous event, as it could lead to fame and recognition. After making this declaration, Yaya commanded the Thunder Talisman, and, with a crack, the malevolent ghost was reduced to ashes. Old Master Lu and Old Madam Lu repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Yaya, to which she smiled and waved her hand, saying, "It is nothing. By the way, I believe you need genuine talismans for peace. Would you like to purchase some for me?" The round little girl's eyes sparkled with the allure of money. Old Master Lu and Old Madam Lu exchanged glances, understanding, and instructed a servant to retrieve the prepared cash. They had previously set aside a substantial amount for the incense offerings to Sanqing Mountain. In Chapter 42, the daughter is a love-struck fool. Yaya inquired what price the ancestral master would deem appropriate for the talismans. She wrote a note of appeal: "Peace talismans, 6,666 yuan each. Though somewhat costly, they are remarkably effective. You will not regret your purchase." The price of 6,666 yuan was significantly higher than the 666 yuan charged for divination. Yaya's smile was radiant. Observing Yaya's unrestrained glee over the 6,666 yuan, the Lu family members found themselves inexplicably feeling a pang of sympathy. Initially, Lu Xingyun, who thought Yaya was merely seeking to maintain distance, altered his perspective. He then gazed at Lu Xingfeng, suddenly comprehending why Lu Xingfeng truly cared for Yaya. Such an extraordinary little girl, so well-behaved and considerate, always assisting others without causing trouble, deserved to be cherished. Purchase them all, old Madame Lu declared, announcing that they would buy for the household staff as well, instructing them to line up for their employee benefits. Wang Bo, you are in charge of the payment. Understood, madam. Thus, late into the night, the Lu family and all the servants in the Lu estate formed a line to receive yellow talisman papers from small child. Lu Xingfeng also wished to buy some, but he had already considered himself one of Yaya's own, as he aimed to ensure the prosperity of Sanqingguan. Lu Xingfeng was struck by an idea: branding. Since these talismans could be sold, they ought to bear the Sanqing Mountain logo, which would enhance their promotion. Before Yaya distributed the talisman papers, he whispered the advantages of a trademark in her ear. Yaya immediately comprehended. Indeed, the ability to sell peace talismans would not be exclusive to Sanqingguan. Other temples and Taoist establishments might also offer them. In that case, a trademark would be particularly significant. Consequently, she leaned over the tea table, casually retrieving 10 small brushes and 10 boxes of cinnabar. With a flick of her hand, all the brushes dipped themselves into the cinnabar and began to inscribe the outline of the main peak of Sanqing Mountain on the floating talisman paper. Once the mountain peak was complete, she added a small leaf shape atop it. This would serve as the trademark of Sanqingguan. Satisfied, Yaya pondered further based on the principles of trademarks. Strictly speaking, anyone who obtained her talisman paper could utilize it, which was not ideal, right? Lu Xingfeng, surprised by Yaya's rapid reasoning, nodded in agreement. Yes, that is correct. Yaya smiled slightly and said, when you collect the talisman paper, please inform me of your names. The names and soul essence of the current buyers will be inscribed upon the talisman, ensuring it can be used solely by that individual, thereby preventing any possibility of a second purchase. Yaya felt quite proud of her cleverness in conceiving this idea. Consequently, as she distributed the talismans, a sweet smile remained on her cherubic face, so infectious that the servants of the Lu family couldn't help but steal glances at her. Some of these servants even pondered in their hearts, if only the family's granddaughter were the little Taoist, Yaya. Caring for her would surely be far easier than attending to Miss Bei. Not to mention, little Taoist Yaya possessed such extraordinary abilities. While distributing the talismans, Yaya noticed that the Lu family had a remarkable knack for selecting workers. Every individual had a lineage of 3 generations of good-hearted and honest folk, devoid of any malice. They naturally emanated good fortune and indeed seemed destined to be connected with Sanqing Temple. As all the talismans were handed out, a large sum of money began to accumulate before Yaya. In her life thus far, she had never encountered such a substantial amount. With her eyes sparkling, she joyfully gathered the money. By this time, the servants had dispersed, leaving only the members of the Lu family present. Witnessing Yaya collect her earnings, the Lu family members were filled with astonishment. The matter concerning Lu Xingyun had not yet been disclosed to the family, so the elders and old master Lu still remained unaware. However, seeing Yaya's delight in money, Lu Xingyun could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Little master, if I offer you money, would you accept me as your disciple? Any amount will suffice." Lu Xingfeng also noticed Yaya's fondness for money and echoed Lu Xingyun's sentiment, saying, "Yaya, do not be modest with Lu Xingyun. He is a fashion designer whose garments can fetch tens of millions. He is indeed wealthy." At that moment, Lu Xingyun no longer felt any discontent with his younger brother's support for Yaya. He fervently nodded in agreement with Lu Xingfeng, hoping that Yaya would consider taking him on as a disciple due to his considerable wealth. Reflecting on money and his earlier foolish thoughts, Lu Xingyun once again apologized to Yaya. "Little master, I sincerely apologize for my previous behavior." Yaya glanced at Lu Xingfeng, then at Lu Xingyun, and finally at the other members of the Lu family, her round eyes brimming with curiosity about them. Even while seated on the Lu family's sofa, sharing the same space, she remained inquisitive about them. Ultimately, her gaze settled on Lu Xingyun as she said in her sweet, childish voice, "Yaya cannot accept you as a disciple." Lu Xingyun responded, "Why not? Is my sincerity insufficient? I will continue to climb mountains tomorrow." Lu Xingfeng obediently placed his large hand over Yaya's small one, their fingers intertwining. Fearing abandonment, Lu Xingyun also grasped Lu Xingfeng's hand and declared to his parents, "Mom and Dad, I'm going to find a way to become a Taoist. Do not worry about me." In an instant, the trio vanished from the room. Old Master Lu and Old Madame Lu exchanged bewildered glances. They had intended to inquire, but found no opportunity. Previously, the fifth son had engaged in outdoor live streaming, and Yaya had saved him, which was his excuse for following her. Now, the fourth son seemed equally eccentric, insisting on becoming Yaya's disciple. Their puzzlement was resolved 5 minutes later when Lu Xingyun recounted the events that had transpired, including the characterization of Zhou Wenbo as described by the female ghost. The elders of the Lu family exchanged glances and sighed. How could we not have realized that Zhou Wenbo was not a good person? Our daughter is infatuated and does not listen. Now, the Zhou family had also corrupted their granddaughter. Mereli Zending bye to participate in a transformation was insufficient. To properly educate her, she must remain with the Lu family. After making this statement, Lu Xingzhou paused before adding, in fact, when little Taoist Yaya visited our home today, she seemed to pay close attention to each of us. Lu Xingfeng inquired on the mountain, does little Taoist Yaya treat others similarly? Chapter 43. The groundhog construction team, Lu Xingzhou lowered his gaze and, after a lengthy silence, replied, all right, I understand. Fifth and fourth brothers, you both must stay well on the mountain. Lu Xingfeng chuckled, elder brother, even without your prompting, I would reside well. You have no idea how comfortable it is to live on the mountain. The mountain provides sustenance, and now the workers had successfully repaired the electrical circuits. The only task remaining was the completion of the water supply. The brothers of the Lu family exchanged a few more words before retiring for the night. As the night passed, the following morning, upon waking, Yaya heard singing emanating from the temple. With her short legs pattering, she scampered towards the source of the sound and discovered Lin Yu. Previously informed by Lu Xingfeng that Lin Yu was writing songs, it appeared he had now finished one. Yaya stood behind Lin Yu, listening intently as he sang amidst the ruins of the temple, clad in an old, patched, azure Taoist robe belonging to her master. Despite its worn appearance, the robe lent Lin Yu an aura of ethereal brilliance. Seeds thrive amidst ruins, awaiting the bloom of resplendent flowers, he sang tenderly, his voice then transitioning into a melodious, theatrical tone. The deities do not heed wishes. Gentle breezes guide the way to the mountains, where buds emerge. Upon hearing the word bud, Yaya's eyes widened. After a moment, she turned and quietly left to freshen up. The leading worker, noticing Yaya's early rise, approached to show her the blueprints. Little temple master, look here, this is the water pipe diagram we created yesterday. The positions of the pipes are marked according to the route we took down the mountain. Since you were absent yesterday, we marked the locations where the pipes will be laid. After reviewing the blueprint, Yaya nodded, very well, there is no need for you to handle the pipe laying. I will enlist the help of my friends. The leading worker, intrigued, asked your friends? Yes, my friends, Yaya replied, mumbling about needing to prepare food for them. The workers, curious about who Yaya's friends were, silently followed her. With limited work to be done at the temple, many workers found themselves idle. Observing the foreman trailing behind Yaya, they voluntarily joined in her wake. Thus, early in the morning, accompanied by Lin Yu's melodious voice, the small, cherubic figure of Yaya ambled leisurely outside the bamboo house, trailed by a throng of adults. The scene was somewhat comical. Upon reaching the bamboo table where the workers gathered for their meals, Yaya halted, and so did the foreman. The workers following closely behind the foreman were caught off guard and bumped into him. We just wanted to see who your friends are. Oh. Upon receiving her answer, Yaya ceased her inquiries and instead produced a whistle. As she blew the whistle, someone asked, little temple master, are you not going to live stream anymore? You abruptly ended the stream yesterday, and the fans in the group are all inquiring about your whereabouts. Ah, the live stream. Yaya dashed to Lu Xingfeng's room and politely knocked on the door. Lu Xingfeng, bleary-eyed, opened the door and handed his phone to Yaya. Hearing the commotion, Lu Xingyun swiftly leaped from his bamboo bed and rushed to the door. Little Taoist Yaya, wait for me. Let me assist you with anything. By this time, Yaya had already activated the live stream, and a bot had also arrived promptly, capturing Lu Xingyun in his sleepy state. Entering to see two muscular men in tank tops. Is this the morning live stream perk? Hello, handsome. Will you marry me? Wait, how does Lu Xingfeng have muscles too? I never noticed before. I thought he was just a weakling. I want to touch them. I wonder what that feels like. Lu Xingfeng's skin was slightly fairer than Lu Xingyun's, and although they bore a 3-part resemblance, the two brothers donned contrasting black and white tank tops. Their arms rippling with muscle, exuding a ruggedly masculine charm. Observe the lively discussion surrounding the muscular physique of the Lu brothers, her eyes twinkling in innocence as she remarked. It's soft, you know. This innocent comment elicited a blush from Lu Xingfeng. Please refrain from such remarks in front of everyone. Aren't you scheduled for a live stream? You should hurry along. With a wave of her hand, several bamboo baskets filled with large red apples appeared on the table. This magical display had already been showcased when entertaining the workers. However, this time, the fruits sparked curiosity among the audience in the live stream about whom intended to host. With a swift blow on her bamboo whistle, stood quietly in place. The melodious voice of Lin Yu resonated once more, instantly recognizable to those who cherished her songs. Is that Lin Yu singing? Has she released a new song? Our Lin Mei has not sung in a year, and now there's new music to enjoy? The ethereal quality of the aria captivated the listeners, with only the word faintly discernible. 5 minutes later, the audience, previously engrossed in discussions about Lin Yu, fell into silence. The camera panned to the table and chairs, surrounded by desolate ruins. Suddenly, a multitude of round-faced little creatures with prominent front teeth emerged from the shattered walls and stones. Unfazed by the presence of the apples, they rushed towards the table, clutching and nibbling at the fruits. One particular creature, adorned with white eyebrows over its eyes, approached and stood before her. As the camera zoomed in on this creature, everyone realized it was the groundhog that had gained fame across the internet a few years back due to its charming expressions. Upon recognizing the groundhog's identity, the audience noted that it appeared somewhat aged. The elderly groundhog inquired of. She presented a blueprint to the groundhog, explaining, "Yes, indeed. We require your assistance to excavate such a pipeline." The groundhog glanced at the blueprint and nodded in understanding. Called over the foreman, instructing him, "Please explain to Grandpa Aki how to execute this task." The foreman, much like the live stream audience, was astonished that could summon such a creature. Now, hearing her request for him to communicate with the groundhog, he was bewildered. Speak with it? Affirmed. Yes, they're adept at digging tunnels. Just inform them, and they will swiftly excavate the trench for the water pipes on the mountain. The foreman finally comprehended, realizing why I had said they need not exert themselves. This would directly transfer the task to the groundhog construction crew. Chapter 44. The little miss has lost her temper after finishing the apples. One groundhog, clutching a half-eaten piece, presented it to Grandpa Aki, the elder groundhog. Aki savored his morsel slowly, his gaze fixed on the foreman. "Perhaps we should proceed to the mountain and discuss it as we walk," the foreman suggested, swallowing hard, referencing the blueprint as he deemed it inappropriate. Aki nodded, signifying his understanding. "Goodness, if this groundhog named Aki were to don clothing, I might mistake it for a human," one observer mused. "Isn't it said that weasels wear human attire to seek favors? How has it transformed into a groundhog here in Sanxing Mountain?" A fervent request emerged from the audience, yearning to witness the groundhog digging tunnels live. "Then I shall have accompany them," declared, for she had other tasks to attend to. She was quite occupied and could not accompany the construction team. The audience expressed their indifference, stating that they could forego watching for a day. But missing the groundhog digging the pipeline today would mean it would be gone tomorrow. Thus, briefly parted ways with. She diligently completed her morning lessons before deciding to harvest vegetables from the garden. After washing up and enjoying breakfast, Lu Xingyan stubbornly followed closely behind, unwilling to leave her side. Lu Xingfeng did not accompany her in such a manner, yet Lu Xingyun was resolute. "It's all right. Today's harvest does not imply tomorrow's will be the same. I've read stories where extraordinary individuals like you require sincerity to be moved. Rest assured, I won't be a bother. I'll assist you with whatever you need." With such earnestness expressed, ceased her resistance, and handed Lu Xingyun a basket. "Come with me to the garden, and let us gather the ripe vegetables from these past few days." Hearing that was heading to the garden, Lu Xingfeng eagerly chimed in. "I want to go too. I want to help harvest." The garden was situated to the right of the temple, nestled on the mountainside, enclosed by a bamboo fence. Basking in abundant sunlight, various vegetables thrived within, glistening with morning dew. Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun were astonished to discover such a place adjacent to the temple. Gazing in wonder at the garden, upon opening the fence, they bent down to examine the large cabbages near the gate and the fresh, vibrant scent of the cabbages wafted towards them. The brothers exchanged bewildered glances. "Can cabbage have a scent?" asked Lu Xingyun. "Of course cabbages have a scent. Haven't you ever noticed the aroma of the cabbages you eat?" replied. The brothers shook their heads. Not this strong. We usually only smell it when it's cut. In modern times, even vegetables grown in rural areas sometimes had high-tech enhancements during their growth. Where could one find a garden likes? Where the natural fragrance of vegetables was so potent one could detect it from a distance. This left Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun pondering whether all the vegetables in the garden had their own distinct aromas, only to be masked when mixed together from afar. They were eager to explore further. As the brothers were about to venture into other areas of the garden, assign them specific spots for harvesting. After this, she asked with slight concern, "You do know which vegetables are ripe, right?" "Of course. Although we come from a wealthy family, we have worked in the fields," Lu Xingfeng proudly declared. "Our parents, fearing we might grow up unaware of life's hardships, often send us to assist the villagers in the countryside." Lu Xingyun, seeing his brother had taken the lead, found another route to contribute. "Our niece Bebe is set to participate in a transformation show, which is something we had to do as children." The mention of Bebe caused a frown slightly. "I see. That reassures me. Let us split up and harvest." In truth, had much more efficient methods for harvesting vegetables, but her master had advised that if one relied solely on magical methods, life would lose its allure. Engaging with the natural elements through manual labor imbued her cultivation with true significance. After a morning of harvesting, led Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng to the orchard in the afternoon to gather fruits. "The pipeline has been excavated. The pipeline has been excavated," chirped, unabashedly announcing. "Wants to eat cucumbers, pick cucumbers, right?" Produced the cucumber she had harvested that morning and broke off a small piece for, who eagerly pecked at it, savoring every bite. While enjoyed the cucumber, divided the rest into 3 parts and offered them to Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun. "You've been eating instant noodles. It's time to enjoy some of fresh vegetables." Indeed, aside from the occasional noodles and porridge for breakfast, the brothers had been mostly consuming the instant noodles that Lu Xingfeng had carried with him. It was a rare treat to have fresh vegetables, and as they took their first bites, their eyes lit up with delight. Is there a vegetable garden on the mountain? Did really take the Lu brothers to harvest vegetables this morning? I suddenly feel like having some too. If cucumbers taste this good. Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng quickly finished their share and looked at with eager eyes, silently pleading, "Could we possibly have more?" Finding the brothers' expressions amusing, chuckled. "Why didn't you eat while you were harvesting?" With that, she handed them tomatoes and cucumbers. Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun gobbled them down, feeling an overwhelming sense of contentment enveloping them. The two individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving a singular thought reflected in the other's eyes. Could this be the fabled spiritual fruit? However, such a question was ill-suited for a live broadcast. What if some individuals overheard and rushed to pluck it? While the brothers contemplated this predicament, Yaya boldly interjected, "Is it particularly delicious?" The garden was chosen by our master, who claimed it to be the optimal place for cultivation, abundant in spiritual energy. To their astonishment, Yaya had taken the initiative to speak. Lu Xingyun glanced at the camera and frowned. "Yaya, it's best to keep that to yourself. Who knows? There may be unscrupulous individuals lurking, eager to harvest." "Not to worry, they cannot ascend these heights," Yaya declared, lifting her chin defiantly. "Only those with pure intentions are welcomed on the mountain. Ill-intentioned folk are turned away." As she uttered these words, 2 suspicious men were stealthily climbing up the slope of Sanqing Mountain. They exchanged words as they ascended. Is it truly possible to reach the summit? Why we seem to be going in circles? The questioned individual took a sip of water, exclaiming in frustration, "Why ask me? Who should I inquire of? We were instructed to sabotage the Taoist temple and deliberately avoided the steps. Yet here we are, unable to advance." Their quarrel was interrupted by a phone call. After answering, they activated the speakerphone. A voice on the other end launched into a tirade. "It's been an entire morning. Why have you reported no progress? What on earth are you doing?" The young lady is furious. Chapter 45. Reducing Yaya to tears upon hearing their superior's reprimand. The 2 men wiped the sweat from their brows and lamented to the phone. "It's not that we lack effort. After ascending the mountain, we intentionally avoided the steps. Yet we have wandered here for an entire morning and still haven't reached our destination. Indeed, weren't we told it was merely an hour's journey? Why is it so arduous?" Their words were dismissed as excuses. Is it possible that the young lady has sent you on an all-expenses-paid trip to frolic while neglecting your duties? If there is no progress, you will be terminated. With no options left, the 2 contemplated the possibility that avoiding the steps might yield some results. Meanwhile, ABA, responsible for filming at Sanqing Temple, suddenly found himself surrounded by a flock of birds. After a cacophony of chirping, he informed the two riders sharing tomatoes and cucumbers. There are two nefarious characters scaling the mountain. They claim they are acting on the young lady's orders. Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun exchanged glances, both reflecting a shared sense of helplessness. Didn't my elder brother assure us he would keep Bei in check? How is it that she can still reach out to stir up trouble? Lu Xingyun remarked, Yaya, do not fret. I shall contact my elder brother immediately. Lu Xingfeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. My elder brother certainly hasn't confiscated Bei's phone watch. She must be using that device to connect with the Zhou family. A phone watch? Yaya echoed curiously. Lu Xingyun promptly retrieved his phone, showcasing the phone watch to Yaya. As she gazed at the screen, displaying a dapper man, her eyes sparkled with wonder. The notion that a device could allow others to see her was already remarkable, yet there existed a smaller counterpart with similar functionalities. The creators of such marvels are truly impressive, Yi mused. Lu Xingyun nodded. Indeed, those who engineer such devices are scholars of science. Not only do they provide convenience in daily life, but consider how, previously, you mentioned that Sanqing Temple was bombarded. At that time, our nation was relatively weak, lacking the advanced aircraft and munitions of other countries. As he spoke, Lu Xingyun switched the video to one released on the official website, showcasing aircraft carriers and aerial combat vessels. If conflict were to arise now, our nation's high-tech weaponry would not lag behind that of others. Yet, I wonder if other nations possess any secret armaments. Yi had never encountered such devices. Her eyes gleamed with excitement. Perceiving her enthusiasm, Lu Xingyun continued, in fact, the installation of water pipes on our mountain also involves scientific principles. He then proceeded to explain through a scientific video. Yi felt as though a new world was unfolding before her. Inspiration for drawing talismans and formations surged within her. Why do I feel as though this live stream has transformed from metaphysics to science? I recall a saying, the pinnacle of metaphysics is science, and the pinnacle of science is metaphysics. After spending the afternoon harvesting fruits from the orchard and concluding the live stream, Yi decided to dedicate her evening studies to scientific knowledge via her phone. She made a request, and Lu Xingyun, delighted, eagerly found numerous child-friendly scientific videos for her viewing pleasure. However, Lu Xingyun soon realized that the equipment on the mountain was still lacking. While he arranged for computers and phones to be sent to the mountain, Lu Xingfeng suddenly exclaimed, Look, there's news about Sanqing Mountain. The news reported that two individuals had been loitering around the tourism development area adjacent to Sanqing Mountain. Workers at the construction site inquired about their identity. They merely replied, We cannot ascend, we cannot ascend. We will never reach the summit of Sanqing Mountain. They expressed their despair while weeping, claiming, The young lady has wronged us. We shall never complete your task. After watching the video, Lu Xingfeng was left speechless. Was Bei lost in a fantastical dream? Had she truly dispatched these two to confront Yaya? Not to mention confronting her, he could easily subdue them single-handedly. Lu Xingyun also expressed his exasperation toward his niece. How is it that even while under my elder brother's watch, she can still summon others to create chaos? I will contact my elder brother for stricter oversight. Once the water pipes were installed on the mountain, the workers prepared to descend. Having indulged in the orchard's fruits over the past few days, they were now addicted to them, their eyes filled with tears at the thought of not being able to enjoy them anymore. They also lamented the loss of the mountain's bamboo leaf tea and honeysuckle tea. Can I purchase some? The foreman discreetly approached Yaya. She had not considered that Sanqing Temple could offer such a service. However, these items were the fruits of her and her master's labor, much like her fortune-telling services. So selling them should be permissible. Yet as for the pricing, Yaya consulted her divination and determined that all fruits from the mountain would be uniformly priced at 66 yuan per gene, which were easy to obtain, would also be priced at 66 yuan per gene. Upon hearing the pricing, the foreman remarked that, considering the quality of the items, it was not expensive, and he wished to purchase a gene of each. He then approached his colleagues, and after disclosing the prices, some workers expressed their willingness to combine their purchases. Lu Xingfeng, upon hearing of this, was taken aback. How could such delicious fruits and delightful teas be priced at merely 66 yuan? On consulted au registre. Yaya replied. Lu Xingfeng swallowed his inclination to voice an objection regarding the pricing. Well, It seems our ancestor has a fondness for the numbers 6 and 9. The day after the workers descended the mountain marked the 7th day since the last fortune-telling live stream, and it was time for another session. Was your father a worker who labored on the mountain? Yaya pondered, then stated, yes, but you must come to the temple to purchase. Lu Xingfeng caught sight of this message through Lu Xingyun's phone screen and hurriedly explained, it's not that I haven't been looking. It's just that there are far too many private messages, many of which are requests for backdoor fortune-telling that I simply can't keep up with. After Lu Xingfeng's explanation, Lu Xingyun interjected, how about this? I will contact you using my account. Discussing matters with me will suffice. As soon as he finished speaking, the first fated individual appeared in the live stream. This individual opted for a voice connection and subsequently sent Lu Xingfeng a photograph. Upon viewing the image, Lu Xingfeng was taken aback, for it was none other than his fourth brother's ex-girlfriend, UCC. Chapter 46. Casting spells through the phone screen, noticing Lu Xingfeng's unusual expression, Lu Xingyun leaned over to Yaya's side to gaze at the photograph of the fated individual. Upon recognizing his former girlfriend, he chuckled, fear not, my dear brother. Allow me to impart a lesson on the art of letting go. Although he smiled charmingly, a hint of bitterness lingered in his gaze. Lu Xingfeng remained silent. I have seen your photograph, Yaya stated, disregarding the brothers' conversation and focusing intently on communicating with the fated individual. What do you wish to inquire about? On the other end of the phone, UCC gazed at Lu Xingyun on the screen. After a moment, she shifted her gaze and said, Yaya, the little master. Hello. I wish to inquire about my fortune. Lately, I have felt unusually unfortunate, yet I cannot discern the reason. Yaya nodded in understanding. Very well. But I must inform you that a person's fortune can also influence the attitudes of those around them. UCC was taken aback. Attitude? Yaya spoke in a gentle tone. Indeed, the fortunes of myriad beings are intertwined. When an individual's fortune shifts, it can affect the fortunes of those nearby, thereby altering their attitudes towards you. UCC fell into silence, contemplating the little girl seated upright in her chair. She recalled the day Lu Xingyun had come to explain his tardiness and had tearfully conveyed, Cici, the master of Sanxing Temple. Yaya asked me to tell you that if you encounter difficulties, you can seek her out. You may face bloodshed, but the choice lies solely with you. This implied that this little girl, named Yaya, had genuinely foreseen the events that awaited her. If he was aware, why then mention that it all depended on her own choices? The alteration of fortune affects those around her. If I were to regain my previous fortune, will my husband and his family be influenced by it? UCC pondered aloud, pausing before continuing. Well, I only have a few good friends here, no relatives. Would it affect them? Yaya shook her head. No. Those whose attitudes towards you can be swayed by fortune do not truly cherish you. The shift in fortune does not equate to a change in your essence. A person's fortune is not perpetually favorable. It may fluctuate into a state of despair, sometimes due to external interference. What impact will it have on me? UCC inquired. In recent days, I have broken several cups while working, nearly stumbled myself. Is there a more severe consequence? Can fortune stand independently? Is there such a notion? It seems I am beginning to understand. Wasn't there a fated individual whom Yaya mentioned was afflicted by her blood-related fiancé? That represents a fortune being influenced. Severing ties and independently cultivating one's fortune implies a complete disconnection from the past. I comprehend the prior explanations. However, I remain perplexed about this young lady. Does she know Master Yaya? No, it's hard not to know each other. Did you not notice the initial behavior of the Lu brothers? Yet even so, the gossip remains incomplete, which is rather disconcerting. The audience urged Yaya to elaborate on the matter. Plight. This is something to ask the fated individual if they are willing to share. Well, I can mention it without issue, as it will also convey my decision to the master. UCC began recounting the occurrences in her life. Moreover, her biological daughter was actually a college alumna of her former boyfriend, continuously pursuing him. However, he had never offered her any opportunities. On this front, her ex-boyfriend was flawless. UCC chuklet legally. The issue arose a few days ago when her biological daughter once more framed her, leading the entire household to blame her, asserting that she should not have allowed her to remain. They claimed she had already occupied her biological daughter's life for 26 years and still wished to expel her. UCC had never contemplated driving away her biological daughter. It was her adoptive parents who insisted on keeping her, only for the blame to fall upon her. I wonder if others have experienced such moments when it feels as though the entire world has abandoned them. UCC's voice quivered. All explanations felt futile. Even when she presented evidence of her biological daughter's slander, her adoptive parents merely dismissed her with a light remark. This time, we were wrong. But she has been lost for so many years. She dislikes you, and there's nothing we can do. Cece, you should move out. In that moment, she yearned for a home that belonged solely to her, a place where no one would point fingers and demand her departure due to misunderstandings. She had asked her boyfriend to come to her, but he had failed to show up as promised. Disappointment washed over her. Even knowing he might have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances, she could not absolve him when she could not reach him. Those who had let her down, perhaps, should not have been in her life. UCC expressed her resolve. Master Yaya, please allow me to sever ties with my past. I do not desire my original fortune. I seek a new life. Lu Xingyun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Yet her lips remained curved in a smile. Lu Xingfeng glanced at Lu Xingyun, who, upon noticing, pressed her lips together and declared, "What are you looking at? I told you I've moved on. I truly have." Lu Xingfeng patted his younger brother's shoulder. Well said, fourth brother. Just as Lu Xingfeng finished speaking, Lu Xingyun suddenly exclaimed to Yaya's phone, "You must find happiness. You definitely must. If he treats you poorly, do not hesitate to inform me." How ironic. Just moments ago, she had claimed to have let go, yet here she was embroiled in it once more. The experiences of this fated individual echoed the popular online tale of the true and false heiresses. Who would have thought that art truly springs from life? Amidst the discussions, Yaya raised her small hand, sketching on the screen of the phone. In recent days, she had been watching videos on scientific topics, discovering that the internet is, in fact, a form of energy. Energy permeates every aspect of life, be it wind, electricity, or water. She pondered whether, even through the phone screen, she could directly cast her spells on those visible to her. Magic is indeed a form of energy. Perhaps it could be transmitted through the internet. After all, when she interacts face-to-face, she also sends her magical energy across distances. With this thought, Yaya was inspired to conduct an experiment. Since UCC needed her assistance, she could attempt to sever the chain of misfortune surrounding her through the phone screen. With her chubby little hands, she traced all the necessary lines in the air, directing the energy she conjured into the screen. The energy orb, visible only to her, exploded around UCC, effectively severing the line that had been siphoning her fortune. The origin of this interference stemmed from the individual who had aided Yumechi in stealing UCC's fortune. Chapter 47. True Love Found for My Father? Previously, Yaya had sensed something amiss with Yumechi, yet since the matter related to UCC, her intervention required UCC's consent. Acting without the party's approval would be akin to a dog meddling in affairs not its own, incurring double the karmic consequences, as her master had said. Thus, Yaya had asked Lu Xingyun to convey the message, allowing UCC to make her own decision. She had initially thought UCC would come to the mountain herself, yet she chose to enter a lottery instead. Perhaps she was deeply confused within and wished to see if the lottery might bring her success. Yaya's little mind had yet to grasp the connection between UCC's decision not to come to the mountain and her former boyfriend. Watching her energy successfully reach its destination, a subtle smile graced her lips. Those who consistently aided wicked individuals in their malevolence must face retribution. Although she was uncertain of the form this punishment would take, it would surely bring some discomfort. Far away in the northern city, in a villa nestled within the woods, a man reveling in pleasure with a beautiful woman on the sofa suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his temples. He paused for a moment, and in the next instant, the glass chandelier above him crashed down, sending shards flying toward his face. The man furrowed his brow. Having previously accepted a task to siphon fortune, he should have experienced an enhancement in his own fortune. How could he suddenly be injured? It must be a coincidence, he reasoned. He continued his actions, but suddenly felt a numbness in his lower body, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The woman, evidently experienced, shouted, Are you having a stroke?" The man grimaced in pain. What he had initially dismissed as coincidence now seemed to confirm his suspicion that his spell had been countered. The misfortune that had been siphoned from the individual had been transferred back to him. Otherwise, how could he, a person with generally good health, suddenly fall ill? The previously audacious child had the audacity to converse with the malevolent spirit he controlled, but now, someone has sabotaged another of his ventures. This is unacceptable. I must inform my master that numerous meddlesome cultivators have recently emerged. My master, a formidable demon who has cultivated for several centuries, relishes devouring those endowed with spiritual power and will undoubtedly teach them a lesson. Yaya remained oblivious to the fact that the ill-fated individual intended to find someone to teach her a lesson. Once she confirmed that the backlash had taken effect, she said to CC, "All right, you will no longer have any karmic connection with your adoptive parents. Thank you, little Taoist." After expressing her gratitude, CC proactively stated her intention to get busy and ended the call. Lu Xingyun felt a wave of despondency wash over him, but he quickly forced himself to regain composure. He continued to liaise with the giant panda breeding base and contemplated calling the Forestry Bureau in Yin City, where Sanqing Mountain is located. Such matters concerning the reception of animals must be sanctioned by the relevant authorities. Yaya, noticing that Lu Xingyun's eyes were merely a bit red, ceased to worry about him and commenced the second round of the lottery. This time, the winner was a girl named Xian Ruji Shui. Upon discovering her good fortune, Xian Ruji Shui was initially incredulous. Nevertheless, she chose to connect via video, gracefully accepting this opportunity for fortune-telling. "Hello, little Taoist Yaya. I am honored to be selected." Xian Ruji Shui greeted her. "You seem like a character from a two-dimensional world. You are truly adorable." It was her affection for cute children that made her a fan of the live stream. However, Xian Ruji Shui noticed something was amiss in Yaya's demeanor. Initially, she did not believe there was anything troubling her that required Yaya's assistance. But with a sense of trepidation, she inquired, "Little Taoist Yaya, is there something that will happen to me? Please, just tell me what you see." She then transferred the fortune-telling fee to Lu Xingfeng. Upon hearing the inquiry from the fortunate soul, Yaya directly revealed what she perceived. "Are you about to get married?" Xian Ruji Shui nodded. "Yes, I am indeed getting married. My fiancé is from my game, and our relationship is quite strong." This development reminded her of a previous fiancé who was related to her. Mentioning this matter caused Xian Ruji Shui's expression to sour. Surely, she could not be so unfortunate as to have a fiancé who was also blood-related to her. Yet, her grandfather had passed away at a young age, and her grandmother had never spoken of any infidelities during her grandfather's youth. As Xian Ruji Shui's anxiety heightened, Yaya remarked, "Your fiancé has a romantic connection with your father." This statement not only left Xian Ruji Shui bewildered, but also stunned the audience. The concept of romantic connections typically conjured thoughts of opposite-sex relationships, yet the terms fiancé and father inherently suggested same-sex implications. Wait a moment, if it is a same-sex relationship, then where does Miss Xian Ruji Shui fit in? As Xian Ruji Shui read the comments, she attempted to refute them, but only managed to open her mouth in vain. In that instant, countless threads of evidence flashed through her mind, substantiating Yaya's claim. For instance, when she and her fiancé had tried on wedding dresses, her father had also attended and seemed transfixed by her suited fiancé. Furthermore, during meals with the three of them, her fiancé consistently served her father's favorite dishes. Could the world be this surreal? Did her deceased mother know about this? Was her father truly a homosexual? Upon contemplating this, Xian Ruji Shui clenched her fists in anger. As an avid anime fan, she was well-versed in same-sex relationships and had always maintained a stance of non-discrimination, though she held disdain for those who deceived others into marriage. Such individuals were truly despicable. "I thought I had finally found true love," Xian Ruji Shui mused bitterly, only to discover it was for my father. "My mother passed away long ago. I wonder if she ever knew her husband was a homosexual." The audience empathized with her plight, lamenting how she had finally reached the brink of engagement only to find herself entangled with a deceitful man. "You do not deserve to exist in this world," exclaimed one commenter, echoing the feelings of many. After a moment of contemplation, a small child chimed in earnestly, "Your fiancé also shares a romantic connection with you, albeit a less favorable one. Throughout life, one may encounter many fleeting romances, but there will always be one that blooms the brightest and truest waiting for you." Upon hearing Yaya's words, Xian Ruji Shui felt as if the insightful little Taoist was genuinely comforting her, and she managed a less than pleasant smile. Following Yaya's lead, she inquired then, "May I ask, little Taoist, where might my true love be?" In Chapter 48, this ghost claims to know you. Yaya refrained from directly disclosing the answer to Xian Ruji Shui, stating only, "If I tell you, it may alter your true love's fate. In any case, do not be too disheartened. Sometimes, opportunities are closer than they appear." Yaya's reticence prompted Xian Rouge Yishui to refrain from asking further. She thanked Yaya and declared, "I will confront my father and fiancé now. Farewell." Before Xian Rouge Yishui could close the live stream, she received a comforting message from a longtime male friend. "Are you alright? I, too, am a fan of Lu Xingfeng's live stream." After reading the message, Xian Rouge Yishui shut down the live stream and exchanged a few words with her male friend. At that moment, Yaya had already initiated the third round of the lottery. After the draw concluded, the winner's account name consisted of a string of initial digits, with even the avatar left unupdated. Yaya inquired, "Hello, third fortunate soul, do you prefer a voice or video connection?" After posing the question, there was an extended silence. Yaya glanced at Lu Xingfeng, who suggested, "Let me try sending him a private message." After Yaya accepted the connection, the other party's camera was dimly lit, revealing an empty space. "I thought this time it might be another animal, but why is there no one present? Is this a prank?" I also suspect it is a prank, perhaps someone intentionally connected and is hiding beneath the table. From the video feed, it appeared the fortunate soul was watching the live stream on a computer. The computer was positioned on a table, capturing a view that included an esports chair and the table's edge. While everyone speculated about the emptiness, Yaya calmly raised her hand and remarked, "Greetings, third fortunate soul. Or perhaps I should say, fortunate ghost? Is it that day again? A ghost on the internet? Isn't it still broad daylight? How could a ghost brazenly surf the web? From what I know, ghosts can linger in places devoid of sunlight." As viewers commented, Yaya remained quiet. In her view, hovering in front of the computer was a male ghost clad in a Zhongshan suit who was rambling about the reasons for his participation in the live stream. "Little host, you must advocate for me. I'm a good ghost, never committing any wrongdoing. However, the owner of this house has intruded into my former residence and used a strange device to capture me from my home. He filled the house with this device, and once I entered, I found it impossible to leave. I wish to advocate for you, but that person has yet to appear, rendering me unable to contact him." Yaya felt a sense of frustration as well. Ghosts had transcended the realm of what cultivators could divine regarding the past and future. They had lost their corporeal forms, and the Taoist intervention could only lead to reincarnation or obliteration. While one could deduce aspects of a ghost's life from their visage, the dangers they faced after becoming a ghost were inscrutable. Upon hearing Yaya's words, the ghost's pale face displayed an expression of disappointment. He began to ramble, pacing restlessly before the computer. Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun leaned in curiously, scrutinizing the scene but failing to glean any insights. They collectively implored Yaya, "Little Taoist, could you grant us the ability to see into the yin-yang realm?" Jia nodded, "Certainly." Just as she was about to grant Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun this ability, the restless ghost suddenly pointed at Lu Xingyun, exclaiming, "I have seen this person in this house. He knows the owner." Yaya gazed at Lu Xingyun and said, "This ghost claims to know you. Lu Xingyun, do you recognize this room?" Lu Xingyun was momentarily taken aback by Yaya's words. He scrutinized the dimly lit room, furrowing his brow for a long while before responding, "I cannot discern anything. Even when I visit a friend's home, I do not observe it from this angle." After Lu Xingyun finished speaking, Yaya had just activated his yin-yang eyes. Suddenly, Lu Xingyun exclaimed, staring intently at the ghost, "I recognize this person. No, this ghost. We own a Sihiyuan property located in the old city of Beicheng. The neighbors next door renovated their Sihiyuan and have been reporting strange sounds of reading emanating from ours, suspecting it to be haunted. I mentioned this to a friend of mine, a scientist with a penchant for inventions, who then devised some equipment to investigate the Sihiyuan. Inside, we found several old photographs, and the male owner looked like this. I'm tired of hearing about jealousy. Can I also have yin-yang eyes? How absurd. I want to yell and express my frustration at not being able to see the fated ghost. The ghost is not appealing, and I fear it might be too terrifying, causing me nightmares. Even if it were attractive, I still wouldn't be able to see it." The audience in the live stream expressed their dissatisfaction through comments, but Yu was powerless to address them. She could not see all the viewers in the live stream, so she could not assist them as she had in the past. Fortunately, thanks to Lu Xingyun, the room's owner, Luo Cheng, appeared before the computer, bleary-eyed. He had pronounced dark circles under his eyes, and his hair was slightly curly, resembling the fleece of a sheep. Yaya's chubby little hands moved excitedly, I want to touch Luo Cheng's head. Lu Xingyun, what is it that you wanted to wake me for? I just completed an experiment and am very tired. Luo Cheng inquired. Lu Xingyun gestured toward Yaya. Wait for my future master to speak with you. Future master? Luo Cheng looked at Yaya. You come a long way, taking a child as your master. Yaya hurriedly shook her head. No. I cannot be Lu Xingyun's master. Luo Cheng chuckled. You're even being looked down upon. This man who just appeared and knows Lu Xingyun is so adorable, with his curly hair and big eyes, resembling a Barbie doll. I do not understand your tastes, ladies. What is so exciting about a man who looks so feminine? Upon seeing comments about his appearance, Luo Cheng's expression turned cold, and his voice lost the warmth it had when speaking to Lu Xingyun. So, who can tell me why I must come before the computer? I am here to inform you that your room is haunted. This individual remained remarkably composed, even as his computer automatically connected to the live stream, showing little reaction. Chapter 49. Was it live streamed the entire time? The sincerity in the request of the little milk bun was palpable, her grape-like black eyes brimming with anticipation. Anyone who saw would find it hard to refuse. However, Luo Cheng declined. No, do not bring him in. This statement clearly indicated that he was already aware of the ghost's presence in his home. Considering what Lu Xingyun had said about the Lu family property being haunted, it was evident that Luo Cheng had deliberately confined the entity within his house. Why refuse? Yaya Titet had heat, puzzled. The childlike face of Luo Cheng was filled with fervor for research. I am studying the energy of ghosts. I am on the verge of discovering their underlying patterns. While I sleep, the ghost can control my computer and log into my account. You must understand that according to your account, he is a ghost from the Republic of China period, a time when Longwa had yet to see the advent of computers. Initially, Luo Cheng appeared calm, with his naturally curly, youthful face. Now, his gaze burned with intensity, and his curly black hair seemed to straighten under the heat of his passion. As he descended into madness, just as Yaya was about to speak again, Luo Cheng abruptly ended the live stream. At the moment he did, the ghost hovering behind him had already transformed into a menacing visage. Having lingered in the house for approximately 90 years, this ghost had attained the qualities of a malevolent spirit. However, he still harbored love, allowing him to maintain his semblance from life. Now that the hope of meeting his beloved was shattered, the ghost could no longer restrain himself. Is this ghost intending to harm someone? Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng were no fools. They could deduce a thing or two from the ghost's expression. Indeed, Yaya's small face was heavy with concern. Although this ghost was her fated one, it had not followed the rules set forth by the ancestral master to present her with money. And Luo Cheng had also refused to connect with her live stream, leaving her unable to intervene. The audience in the live stream had already grasped the situation when Yaya spoke about the ghostly matters to Luo Cheng. The owner of the Sihiyuan from the Republic of China had passed away for unknown reasons. In life, he had promised his beloved wife that they would reunite in the Sihiyuan, and as a ghost, he had remained fixated on this promise, continuing to reside in that very Sihiyuan. After complaints from the neighbors, the current owner of the Sihiyuan, the Lu family, learned of the situation, prompting Lu Xingyun to share this with his friend. The ghost, having returned home, remained a toy for Luo Cheng. Now, that toy was attempting to rebel. However, Yaya could not intervene because Luo Cheng had declined the live broadcast connection and had not provided the money necessary for her assistance. How peculiar is that such bizarre events occur in the world, a clash between science and metaphysics. I lament why I do not reside in Sanqing Temple. I long to know the outcome, yet it seems that when the master of Yaya goes out on errands, she does not live stream. Do Taoist priests receive a salary? If they do, I would like to be a Taoist priest at Sanqing Temple, so I could accompany the master on her journeys. Who can distinguish you from Einstein? However, I heard that the temple is not recruiting. You might as well give up hope. Doesn't anyone care about what will happen to Luo Cheng? Lu Xingfeng, knowing that Luo Cheng and his fourth brother had been good friends since university, pulled Lu Xingyun aside and said, previously, when you refused Yaya's help, I was the one who kneeled before the statue of the ancestral master, pleading with him. I promised to do more good deeds to help revive the temple, and only then did the ancestral master allow Yaya to intervene. Lu Xingyun's eyes brightened. Is that so? He walked toward the statue of the ancestral master. Upon seeing this, Yaya also got off her chair and followed Lu Xingyun. She did not mind Lu Xingyun making wishes to the ancestral master. In fact, she wanted to help save others. When she first descended the mountain with her master, she wanted to assist anyone in distress. However, her master advised her that interfering with others' destinies could lead to moral entanglement, thus emphasizing the importance of establishing proper rules. If the other party refuses, one should cease to intervene. Meritorious deeds cannot be forced. Perhaps forcing an issue could result in even more dreadful turns of fate. Yi remembered these words well. As Lu Xingyu knelt and prayed to the ancestral master, the live stream camera remained focused on him. The man, possessing a scholarly demeanor, closed his eyes while kneeling on the mat, as sunlight streamed down upon his face. This scene was both sacred and devout. I am collecting experiences. This Saturday, I plan to set off for Yuncheng. I want to see if I can ascend the mountain. Remember to document it. I have not had a vacation lately, and cannot go. I want to see if others can successfully make wishes. I plan to go this Saturday too. I am a local of Yuncheng. My mother is ill, and I want to see if I can pray for medicine. The audience began to chatter excitedly about their plans to visit Sanxing Temple, eagerly watching the screen to see how the ancestral master would respond to their wishes. They then witnessed the incense that Lu Xingyun had personally placed in the burner. The once drifting gray smoke suddenly rose straight up. At that moment, Yaya bowed to the statue of the ancestral master and, in her sweet, childish voice, declared, "All right, ancestral master agrees to your wish." Allowing Jiajiato assist Luo Cheng. Lu Xingyun sighed in relief. He had been pondering, as Lu Xingfeng suggested, in hopes that the ancestral master would allow Yaya to intervene and save Luo City once more. In return, he would assist Yaya in revitalizing the incense offerings at Sanxingwan. Indeed, it proved effective. Shall we hasten to Luo City now? I possess their address. As Lu Xingfeng spoke, he took Yaya's small hand in his own. Yaya nodded, saying, "All right, let us proceed." This time, she brought along a ba. Wow, are we live streaming the entire journey? One moment closes the eyes, and the next, a day has passed. Upon reopening them, the host has teleported. By the way, can we experience teleportation? I am willing to pay. Amidst the playful barrage of comments, Yaya walked ahead, intending to knock on the villa's door. However, Lu Xingyin stopped her, saying, No, Yaya, that fellow Luo City has set up an electric fence at the door. Unauthorized strangers who knock will be stunned. Allow me to handle it. Electric fence? Before Lu Xingyin could finish his sentence, Yaya's eyes lit up. Then I must certainly give it a try. With that, she tapped the door with her small hand. Chapter 50. What face remains to meet his wife? Yaya's small hand had already made contact with the door. She wore a cerulean robe today, her hair half-draped. Upon touching the door, both her hair and robe glimmered, clearly indicating that an electric current had coursed through her. Yaya, the little master's hair has stood on end. Is she unharmed? Children are so stubborn. Even when warned about the electricity, she still insisted on touching it. Now, look where that S led her. She turned into a little Mei Chao phone, hasn't she? Ha! Yaya's face has turned shade darker. Upon seeing Yaya's state, both Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun grew concerned, hastily pulling her towards them to assess her condition. Adults may merely be stunned, but a child could be in grave danger. Yet, each of them, in their eagerness, tugged at her from opposite sides, causing Yaya's small hands to be pulled. She hurriedly reassured them, It's fine, I'm all right." The little dumpling, with her face slightly darkened, turned and flashed a smile, revealing her pearly white teeth, a stark contrast to her dusky visage. "Yaya, we cannot be so mischievous anymore." Lu Xingyun breathed a sigh of relief, his typically smiling face now serious. "It's quite dangerous, do you understand?" Lu Xingfeng added, "Indeed, Yaya, should you suffer any harm from the electric shock, how could I possibly live with that?" In her wide, expressive eyes, confusion was evident as Yaya replied, "If something happens to Yaya, why can't you live?" Lu Xingfeng spoke earnestly, "Because I vowed before your ancestral master to assist you in rejuvenating Sanxingwan. If anything were to happen to you, my oath would be rendered void. Then what purpose would my existence serve?" Though Lu Xingfeng appeared carefree, he took his promises quite seriously. Yaya produced a cleansing talisman, wiping away the dust from her face and body, then said, "Lu Xingfeng, rest assured, I only engage in endeavors I'm confident about. I am not foolish." Lu Xingyun suddenly felt a twinge of grievance. He too cared for Yaya, so why had she assured the fifth? Was it perhaps due to his tone? After all, he had called her name in haste earlier, neglecting to address her as Master Yaya. Reflecting on his previous words, he heard Yaya's inquiry. "Lu Xingyun, if I forcibly open the door, will Luo City be angered?" Force open the door? Lu Xingyun's expression changed dramatically. There was no time to reflect on his interactions with Yaya. No need to force it open. I have the code, allow me, he declared. But as he moved to input the code, he noticed the door had already swung open. In Yaya's round, innocent eyes, she lowered her head slightly and poked with her fingers. I merely tested the direction of the electric current and inadvertently triggered it. The innocent expression she crafted, combined with her deliberately soft, mellifluous voice, left no room for blame. Lu Xingyun clearly could not fault her. He patted his chest reassuringly. Don't worry. If Luo City is upset, I shall transfer him some money to soothe his temper. Lu Xingfeng, fearing to be outdone, chimed in. I can also offer him a prayer before the ancestral master for the success of his research. How about that? As the two exchanged light-hearted banter, Yaya furrowed her brow. This is not good. She quickly affixed 2 talismans to Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng, then placed one on a ba before striding towards the villa. The previously silent ba suddenly exclaimed, A ghost is killing people. A ghost is killing people. Upon entering the house, Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng, both possessing yin-yang sight, shivered. In their view, the room was filled with black mist. What is this black mist? Lu Xingfeng inquired. Yaya responded, It is yin energy. With her short legs moving swiftly, she aimed to ascend the stairs. Lu Xingfeng scooped her up. Heading to the 2nd floor, are we? I can run quite fast while carrying you. Lu Xingyun lagged a step behind, unable to catch Yaya, and could only follow Lu Xingfeng. Indeed, the house felt remarkably eerie. Even through the camera, it seemed foreboding. Wait. When I heard the story from Yaya, it seemed the ghost was benign. It wasn't he intentionally harmful. Luo City brought this upon himself. There's no remedy. I thought the name Luo City sounded familiar and searched it. He actually has a profile indicating he is the developer of the Longqi chip for mobile phones. Along with some inventions I cannot comprehend, he appears quite formidable. While the comments discussed Luo City's identity, Lu Xingfeng had already brought Yaya to the 2nd floor. To the restroom. Yaya. Lu Xingyun quickly led the way, soon locating the restroom, only to find the door locked. Lu Xingfeng recognized this as a moment to rescue. He set Yaya down and called for his 4th brother to assist in breaking down the door. Yet before he could finish, Yaya had already leapt up and kicked the door open. Ba flapped his wings, excitedly shouting, The martial arts master Yaya has made her move. The martial arts master Yaya has made her move. Once the door swung open, they finally beheld the scene within the restroom. Inside the large bathtub lay a man, completely naked. His wrist bore a wound, evidently from a suicide attempt. Just 5 minutes prior, he had been in a live stream, declaring his intent to continue researching ghosts. In Yaya's line of sight, a ghastly spirit hovered beside Luo City, its countenance twisted with fury, murmuring, You've prevented me from meeting my wife. You've prevented me from meeting my wife. Die. D. The spirit's wails grew increasingly mournful, the yin energy coalescing, prompting Lu Xingyun to draw nearer to Lu Xingfeng. The female ghost they had encountered during the car accident had left Lu Xingyun with psychological scars. Now, seeing a ghost filled him with dread. Lu Xingfeng observed his timid 4th brother and chuckled. 4th brother, do not be afraid. Consider that once Luo City is saved, you will no longer be the sole individual to have declined Yaya's assistance, only to regret it later. Lu Xingyun retorted, Is that truly something to be pleased about? Their conversation startled the frenzied malevolent spirit, which suddenly aligned its head with its shoulder, adopting a peculiarly curious posture as it proclaimed, All must die. All must die. As the malevolent spirit prepared to strike at Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng, Yaya, with remarkable quickness, affixed a Qingxin talisman to its forehead. The talisman activated, and the spirit's blood-red eyes gradually regained clarity. Upon seeing Luo City's wrist bleeding in the bathtub, it knelt panic-stricken. After becoming a spirit, the desire to see his wife had allowed him to evade the ghostly reapers. In his flight from them, he had encountered a Taoist priest. Now, in a moment of rage, he had broken his vows and harmed another. How could he face his wife? Chapter 51. Lu Xingfeng's live stream was banned. The malevolent spirit crouched on the floor, weeping disconsolately, but Yaya had no time to spare. She produced a Baoyuan Dan and placed it in Luo City's mouth, followed by a medicinal ointment to treat his lacerated wrist. The wounds of Luo Cheng run deep, severing his vital channels, and the gash is starkly visible. Without stitching, it would be impossible to heal. Yet, with the assistance of Yaya's medicinal ointment, astonishingly, the channels began to merge together, Am I seeing things? A gaping wound on his wrist healed in an instant. Is there still time for me to ascend the mountain to seek medicine? I assure you, my mother is a kind-hearted middle-aged woman. She suffers from multiple polyps, with one appearing here and another there, and neither traditional nor Western medicine has managed to remedy her condition. I have a foreboding that the medical field in Longhua is on the brink of upheaval. The weeping specter, upon witnessing the healing of Luoqing's wound in the bathtub, widened his eyes in shock. He floated over to Yaya, anxiously exclaiming, He even consumed the poison he concocted himself. I saw the introduction. It contains several types of toxic herbs blended together. Yaya was already taking Luoqing's other hand to check his pulse. Confirming the specter's words to be true, she retrieved an antidote pill and administered it to Luoqing. The resuscitation and detoxification pills were crafted from the body of the gecko demon she had previously vanquished. Remarkably, the efficacy of the pills was exceptional, owing to the gecko demon's nearly 5 centuries of cultivation. With the poison alleviated, the wound on his wrist ceased to bleed, and with the Baoyuan pill safeguarding his heart channels and replenishing his vital energy, Luoqing soon opened his eyes. He sat up abruptly, gasping for breath. I am awake. My heavens, Yaya is truly remarkable. If those pills were sold, they would fetch quite a fortune. I could see that Luoqing was on the verge of tears, ready to express his profound gratitude to Yaya for saving his life. The onlookers, Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng, shared the audience's sentiments. Lu Xingyun, himself a representative of those who have been rescued from the brink of death, crossed his arms, preparing to provoke Luoqing further during his moment of repentance, hoping to ensure that Luoqing would never again refuse Yaya's assistance. I just nearly died. Yet, Luoqing's reaction was entirely unexpected. He wore a manic smile, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others, and after uttering a single phrase, he climbed out of the bathtub on his own. The viewers in the live stream, however, did not close their eyes. They were keenly aware of what transpired. Is this something I can witness? What luck! I'm going to feast tonight. The preceding comments erupted, and suddenly, the live stream cut off, displaying, Your host has temporarily left. Please return later. Lu Xingfeng's live stream was abruptly shut down. As Lu Xingfeng lamented his failure to cover Yaya's eyes in time, he caught sight of Luoqing's bare backside and suddenly recalled the live streaming guidelines. Engaging in indecent content could lead to a permanent ban on his account. Without delay, Lu Xingfeng pulled out his phone, checked the regulations, and exclaimed, Ah! Fourth brother, make Luoqing compensate for my live stream account. My follower count is about to surpass 5 million. Lu Xingyun, feeling helpless, quickly sent a message to the fan group established for the Sanqing Temple's followers. Apologies, everyone. The live stream has been temporarily suspended. Upon seeing someone post under Lu Xingyun's name, the fans eagerly urged, then use your account to live stream. Hurry. I have an affliction that makes me itch all over if I miss the live stream. Realizing there was a solution, the fans began to follow Lu Xingyun's account. Although Lu Xingyun's account was relatively new, this sudden attention propelled his follower count to over 1 million. He could only acquiesce very well. He then explained the plan to switch accounts and handed his phone to Lu Xingfeng, saying, I'll go dress Luoqing. Otherwise, my account will also be banned. Yaya followed closely behind Lu Xingyun. He took some clothing and instructed Yaya to stay behind for the time being. Uncertain of Luoqing's current state, he worried about what might happen if he were to see something inappropriate. He strongly insisted she not follow him, believing that as long as Luoqing had returned to normal, there was no need for her presence. He turned to the ghost who had been silently following her. What is your name? Su Jianshan did not depart. He pulled out some bills from his pocket. His eyes reddened as he implored Yaya, Little observer, you can divine. Could you perhaps tell me where my wife is? After my death, I encountered a Taoist who clearly told me that if I stayed in my home, I would reunite with my wife. 80 years have passed, yet I have not seen her. Su Jianshan was already a spirit, and the money he produced was merely ghost money, useless to Yaya. However, even if Su Jianshan had presented real currency, Yaya would still be unable to assist. I cannot predict your future, for you are already a spirit with cultivation. Despair flickered in Su Jianshan's eyes. Could that Taoist have deceived me? Yaya scratched her head. This has nothing to do with whether he deceived you. How about this? You owe me 666 yuan, and then provide me with your wife's birth date and time, and I will help you ascertain what has transpired with her. Su Jianshan was filled with excitement. As long as he could learn about his wife's whereabouts, he would agree to anything. He promptly shared his wife's birth date and time with Yaya, providing intricate details, including the location of their courtyard, so that Yaya could glimpse her face. No need to see her face. The birth date and time will suffice. Yaya sat cross-legged on the ground, closed her eyes, and began to calculate. Su Jinshan hovered quietly in place, observing her. The once ordinary child suddenly emanated a dazzling glow as she performed her incantations. Is this what they refer to as the spiritual power of cultivators? I could finally live stream. Lu Xingfeng suddenly dashed over. Upon noticing he is seated with her eyes shut, he realized she was engaged in something significant and promptly fell silent, quietly squatting beside her. After an extended period of calculation, Yaya opened her eyes and looked at Su Jinshan. She will come to the Sanqing Temple tomorrow. Chapter 52. Researching monsters and spirits. Yaya's words sent Su Jinshan into a state of elation. His wife would visit the Sanqing Temple. Thus, he must go as well. How could he possibly miss the chance to see her? Yaya nodded. That's fine. You may come if you wish. She could also sense that Su Jinshan possessed great merit, being the spirit of one who had performed heroic deeds for his country. This was also why he hesitated to reincarnate. The ghostly officials could not capture him, allowing him to linger in the mortal realm for so many years. Once Su Jinshan arrived at the Sanqing Temple, he would certainly have much to discuss with the esteemed elders. The ancestral master would surely welcome him. Having received Yaya's permission, Su Jinshan joyfully floated about the room. Spirits are not bound by the constraints of the physical world, and when elated, they often manifest in contorted forms. Lu Xingyun assisted the dazed Luo Cheng out of his laboratory, only to be met with this peculiar scene, causing him to shudder. What in the world, little observer? Why is this spirit behaving like that? However, Yaya had yet to share another crucial detail, that the incense offerings at the Sanqing Temple tomorrow would not only include the reincarnation of Su Jinshan's wife, but also several other destined souls from different temples. She intended to keep Su Jinshan from disturbing the devotees. Otherwise, it would be unfair to his wife's reincarnation. If it is meant to be, they shall meet. Having resolved Su Jinshan's matter, Yaya turned her attention to the now-clothed Luo Chen. His damp, curly hair had yet to dry, and he was mumbling nonsensically. When a person dies, the soul, as the energy of the body, briefly separates from the physical form. No electricity, no electricity. Once the power box is repaired and the computer is backed up, I want to examine the waveform of my body at the time of death. Thankfully the detection watch is waterproof. Ha ha ha. Why does it seem that after awakening, Luo Cheng has completely forgotten to express his gratitude to Yaya for saving him? Instead, he continues to ramble about his experiments. The genius is to the left, the madman to the right, such as the inherently unstable mental state of those engaged in scientific research. Wait, what did you just say? Luo Cheng seemed to suddenly regain his composure and squatted in front of Yaya. He wishes to go to San Kingwen to find his wife? Absolutely not. I cannot permit that. I require his cooperation for my experiments. Luo Cheng's gaze was sharp as he attempted to exert pressure on Yaya with the authority of an adult. Children must heed the words of their elders. Do you understand? I'm not the kind of child who must always obey adults. Yaya firmly rejected Luo Cheng's assertion, insisting she would listen to her own reasoning instead. Moreover, if she were to take him away, he would be unable to stop her, for his house is devoid of electricity. As her hand pressed against the door, feeling the energy of the electric current, Yaya uncovered the reason behind Su Jinshan's entrapment in this house. Luo Cheng had installed an electric net throughout his entire residence. Yaya surmised that the net would automatically activate upon the passage of energy. Spirits also possess energy, akin to her attempts to trace the source of the electric current with her spiritual power. Did you burn out the circuits in this room? Luo Cheng's expression was one of shock. Upon arriving at the laboratory, he discovered the circuits in the electrical box had been damaged and initially assumed it was the result of the ghost confined in the house. Now it seemed this incident had nothing to do with the ghost, but was, in fact, the doing of the little bundle of mischief before him. Realizing Luo Cheng had deduced she was the culprit behind the damaged circuits, Yaya innocently looked left and right, her finger pointing in acknowledgement. Here comes Yaya, the little Taoist priest, feigning innocence again. One could reasonably suspect that whenever she did not wish to study, she employed such expressions to deal with her master. Lu Xingyun, overcoming his fear of encountering ghosts, stood in front of Yaya. Luo Cheng. It was merely a damaged electrical box. I shall compensate you for it. When Yaya heard Lu Xingyun mention compensation, She suddenly recalled that she had saved Luo Cheng's life moments ago using 3 pills on him. Although I damaged the circuits, I also saved your life. So you cannot demand money from Lu Xingyun. The pills that saved you cost money as well. The little bundle of mischief blinked her eyes. Stepping in front of Lu Xingyun, Luo Cheng glanced between Yaya and Lu Xingyun, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Suddenly, he grasped Lu Xingyun's hand and hurried into another room, shutting the door to converse. Yi suspected Luo Cheng intended to ask Lu Xingyun for money in private, pouting in discontent. At that moment, Luo Cheng had been unconscious, his soul lingering at the threshold of departure. Had she known, she would have allowed Luo Cheng to fully depart, making it easier to negotiate the compensation for the electrical box. She was uncertain how much Lu Xingyun would be willing to pay. After all, she was the one who had caused the damage, and it was her fault. As he pondered this, Lu Xingyun and Luo Cheng eventually emerged from their discussion. Lu Xingyun wore a smile, gesturing for Luo Cheng to speak with Yaya. Luo Cheng's youthful face radiated excitement. Are you the Guanju Yaya? I wish to reside in Sanqingwen as well. However, I have many belongings to bring, and it may take me a week to relocate. If you agree, I promise to upgrade your living space with technological advancements, transforming it into a technological ecosystem, ensuring you experience the wonders of technology to the fullest. Luo Cheng's final statement caused Yaya's eyes to sparkle with enthusiasm. Ever since viewing those high-tech videos on Lu Xingyun's phone, she had yearned to intertwine such innovations with her Taoist practices. Alas, until now, the only high-tech items on the mountain have been her phone and the live-streaming equipment. If Luo Cheng were to ascend a mountain, might she not be able to conduct numerous experiments? Yaya directly inquired, if I were to damage your belongings again, would you demand compensation from me? Upon uttering these words, Luo Cheng suddenly stroked his chin, mumbling, if it pertains to researching monsters, I must contemplate how to approach the report on that. What did I just hear? Researching monsters and ghosts? Is that even possible? This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible to me. Must technology and metaphysics be combined? I find this concept fascinating. Does this project require crowdfunding? I can invest 5 yuan, but no more. The audience in the live stream interjected with playful banter, and at that moment, Yaya nodded in agreement. Is it not merely about capturing monsters and ghosts? In the future, once she apprehends malevolent spirits and monsters, she can report to her ancestral master and subsequently hand them over to Luo Cheng. Yet she wondered if Luo Cheng could successfully make it up the mountain. Perhaps he was not destined to be connected to Sanqing Mountain. Chapter 53. Offering incense and petting the tiger. Since Luo Cheng would not be heading to Sanqingwen for the time being, Yaya bid him farewell and then, accompanied by the Lu brothers and Su Jianshan, relocated to Sanqingwen. Coincidentally, they managed to capture Ahua, who had come up the mountain to sneak some candy. A 3-year-old child fiercely tackling a tiger. How amusing. Observing such a plump tiger scurrying about, I felt a strong urge to join in. I plan to go up the mountain tomorrow, wondering how much incense I should offer to pet Ahua. As a bird enthusiast, I wish to converse with a ba. Lu Xingyun excitedly informed Yaya that many viewers had expressed their intention to visit the mountain to offer incense the following day. This coincided perfectly with Yaya's calculations. She earnestly advised Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng, you two should dress formally tomorrow. This marks the first time Sanqingwen will host so many visitors. Lin Yu, immersed in songwriting outside, overheard Yaya's words and inquired, when you say formally, do you mean suits or Taoist robes? Yaya pondered for a moment, realizing it was indeed a dilemma. She had never seen a suit, but she could surmise that suits are what people wear for significant occasions. However, Sanqingwen also required a certain level of decorum, as she was currently the only official Taoist priest. It would be rather underwhelming for her to be the sole greeter for the incense-offering guests. Yet, if all 3 attendees donned Taoist robes, would they be recognized as disciples of Sanqingwen? Furrowing her brows, Yaya approached the small mat before her ancestral master and introduced Su Jianshan, who would be visiting the temple that day. After the introduction, she offered incense to her ancestral master and discussed the arrangements for the guests the following day. Inspiration soon struck her. There exists such a designation as an outer disciple. This title does not require them to address her as master, as she need only occasionally lecture them for their observation. Yaya asked the 3 individuals kneeling behind her if they would be willing to assume this identity as outer disciples. Allow me to be this outer disciple. I do not seek to be an inner disciple, only to secure a meal within the temple. Being an ordinary worker is truly arduous. Enough of that. Even if I were to recruit you outwardly, you would not join, as you, like me, need a salary. It is a bitter reality. Speaking of this topic, it is understandable for Lin Yu to reside in the temple due to his wealth. But how can Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng remain comfortably in the temple without income? The audience is well aware that Lu Xingfeng is not the main character of the live stream, and the account does not belong to Yaya. Thus far, aside from the 666 yuan fortune-telling fee, no one has rewarded Lu Xingfeng's account. After all, Lu Xingfeng and Yaya merely cross paths. What if he is unwilling to share his earnings with her? Furthermore, Yaya's live stream does not require donations to provide ample entertainment. One could say everyone is quite taciturn when it comes to enjoying free content. Upon considering whether Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng might be signs of wealthy families, the audience began to tag the neighboring Wang Ge. Initially, when Wang Ge insisted on challenging Lu Xingfeng to debunk Yaya, he had remarked that Lu Xingfeng possessed such capability. However, no matter how much netizens inquired, Wang Ge remained tight-lipped. Having witnessed Yaya's abilities, he was reluctant to provoke her further and actively sought to prevent his childhood friend from mistreating the mice. Just as Wang Ge thought of his friend, he heard a knock at the door from outside. He opened the door and was met with the sight of his childhood friend clutching his neck, weeping uncontrollably. Wang Ge, please save me. I think I've been poisoned after being bitten by a rat. Meanwhile, Wang Ge, having set aside his phone, hastily abandoned the live stream of Yaya and rushed his friend to the hospital. At that moment, Yaya was bidding farewell to her audience, stating, "This concludes today's live stream. Perhaps tomorrow, I will encounter a guest who prefers to remain anonymous, so I may not broadcast. See you the day after." Upon hearing that there would be no stream the next day, viewers flooded the comments with expressions of dismay, but Yaya was oblivious to their lamentations. She had gifted her 3 external disciples with Taoist robes that had never been worn by her master, and Lu Xingfeng remarked how they finally had uniforms. In addition to the uniforms, she introduced a project for purchasing safety talismans. Yaya resolved to create more talismans to offer to the fortunate souls visiting Sanqing on the following day. Perhaps due to her anticipation of the first bustling scene with guests, she found herself unable to sleep that night, and by morning, faint dark circles adorned her eyes. Then she saw Lu Xingfeng, who also bore similar shadows beneath his eyes. "Yaya, you didn't sleep either?" She nodded in agreement. "Yes, and you?" They brushed their teeth while engaging in conversation under the gentle morning breeze. Lu Xingfeng explained, "I have always been the least capable child in my family. I have witnessed many grand occasions, yet they had little to do with me. The thought of guests coming to Sanqing, knowing I contributed to this, fills me with joy." The handsome man flashed an excited smile at Yaya. In that moment, she felt a profound connection with him. Indeed, this was her first time participating in such a significant event, and she was a key organizer. Uncertain how to ensure the guests would be satisfied enough to return and offer donations to their venerable ancestor, she pondered throughout the night. Besides using talisman paper to create fireworks for the guests and providing ordinary refreshments, she could not conceive of any more appealing hospitality methods. Observing Lu Xingfeng's enthusiasm for the temple's matters, she could not resist voicing her doubts. "Do you have any good suggestions to encourage them to return?" Surprisingly, Lu Xingfeng did. "Last time, you had the groundhog team come out, right? They can make another appearance for the guests to see from a distance. However, I only suggested this because I read that groundhogs carry many germs, and I was afraid guests might get sick from touching them. As for Ah Hua the tiger, it seems cleaner than the groundhogs. Perhaps it could greet the guests? Ideally, after making donations, guests could pet the tiger. What about other animals, like giant pandas? If they are willing, we can invite them to the temple too." Lu Xingfeng concluded, waiting for Yaya's decision. After some contemplation, she deemed this a viable option. Those who could come to Sanqing to pay their respects were indeed recognized by their venerable ancestor. Allowing them to interact with small animals would not be remiss. Thus, she assigned a task to a ba, asking it to inquire with the mountain's animal friends. Those willing to meet the guests would accompany her to the temple, while she would not pressure those who declined. With a ba's assistance, a list of animals willing to meet the guests was quickly compiled: golden snub-nosed monkeys, the giant panda Fat Mama, a family of groundhogs, a fox named Ahong, a harmless little green snake, and a family of deer. For the time being, these were the only animals willing to visit the mountain. Yaya promised to reward them with fruits and vegetables. Those who declined were understandable, as today marked a joyous occasion with an influx of guests at Sanqingguan. By 8 o'clock, the first guest arrived at the mountain. This guest was a short-haired girl, dressed in athletic attire, and her appearance was striking. Yaya had prepared for her arrival, adorning herself in her finest attire, complete with a small hair crown crafted by her master and wielding a small whisk. The hair crown styled in a way that made her resemble a young boy at first glance. The short-haired girl was astonished upon seeing Yaya in her purple Taoist robe. Yaya, the little temple master. Oh my, is that a miniature version of the Tian Shi purple robe? Are you a celestial master? Yaya first performed a Taoist greeting before replying, indeed. This kind-hearted believer demonstrates a deep understanding of our ways. I have come today to seek friendship, Mo declared, setting down her backpack. I have brought 30,000 yuan in cash to donate to the temple, hoping our venerable ancestor will grant my wish. Yaya vavet hervisk, den, kint biliever. Please proceed. Mo nodded, nervously entering the room, depositing 30,000 yuan into the merit box, and then kneeling to offer her prayers and incense. Lu Xingyun, clad in a green Taoist robe, guided Mo, saying, "Kind believer, please join me in the tea area for refreshments." The tea area was where Yaya had arranged numerous tables and chairs. Lin Yu and Lu Xingfeng were responsible for attending to the guests, ensuring a warm and welcoming atmosphere. Upon arriving at the tea area, Mo spotted Lin Yu. She pulled out a prepared album and said, "Mr. Lin, I hope you can sign for me. I often find inspiration for my new book by listening to your songs. They truly spark my creativity." Lin Yu, surprised to find his first guest was a fan, quickly signed for her and remarked, "I am currently working on a new album and hope you will enjoy it when it releases." Mo's eyes brightened. Really? Will the song that Yaya sang during her live stream be included? I loved it the moment I heard it and play it often. Lin Yu replied, "Yes. That song's inspiration stems from a shared understanding among creators." Given their similar ages, Mo and Lin Yu enjoyed a delightful conversation, and before long, they exchanged WeChat contact information. Lu Xingfeng observed that this guest seemed uninterested in interacting with the animals, feeling a bit disheartened. At that moment, Yaya was welcoming yet another guest. This time, it was an elderly couple, visibly weary and panting. They did not express their wishes to Yaya. They merely greeted her before kneeling on the mat in prayer. Yaya soon discerned their heartfelt desires. The couple had toiled for half their lives, and at the age of 49, they finally had a son. Their son, clever and charming, had just turned 21 when he became a vegetable after saving a child from being struck by a vehicle while crossing the road with his grandmother. Yaya was astonished that she could hear their wishes, though she had already deduced their plight. However, she quickly realized that their venerable ancestor intended for her to assist the elderly couple. The means of assistance, of course, was through the elixirs. Yaya approached the elderly couple after they finished their prayers and handed them the elixirs. Previously, when inquiring about the price of talismans, the venerable ancestor had stated that all talismans and pills were treated equally. The elderly couple's donation of 10,000 yuan was sufficient to cover the cost of the pills. The brain injury their son sustained was difficult to heal on its own, and the elixirs made from lizard spirits combined with other herbs were just the remedy for this ailment. The elderly couple received the pills, their joy radiating like that of children, their eyes shining with gratitude. They departed, filled with appreciation, and Yaya smiled as she continued to greet guests. The third guest was a man seeking love. The fourth was a student brought by their parents, hoping to gain admission to their desired school through the upcoming college entrance examination. Following them were the fifth and sixth guests. Su Zian-sang, witnessing Yaya attending to so many guests, grew anxious. "Which one is my wife? Which one is my wife?" Yaya reassured Su Jianshan, "Being anxious does not help. You must wait for fate to bring her to you." Su Jianshan was so frantic he twisted his body like a pretzel. Lu Xingyun, seeing this, nearly fainted. Do spirits behave like this? Can there be fewer spirits at Sanqingguan? Otherwise, my heart cannot bear it. After not winning the lottery during the live stream the previous day, this particular guest was terrified that he could not turn off his yin-yang eyes. The presence of the yin-yang eye profoundly disrupts his life, compelling him to feign ignorance to the spirits surrounding him, lest he be ensnared by their grasp. Since he can remember, he has accompanied his family to numerous Taoist temples and monasteries, seeking divine intervention to close his mystical sight, yet all efforts have proven futile. Arriving at Yaya's Sanqing temple, he clung to the hope of success with unwavering conviction. However, After offering 2 months' wages as incense money, he still found himself able to perceive ghosts. Upon hearing the wishes of this visitor, Yaya candidly remarked, "Your yin-yang, I was bestowed upon you through the merits earned in your previous life, petition from the king of hell. Are you certain you wish to sever this connection?" The male visitor paused, bewildered. What purpose did my previous self have in seeking this? Was it mere curiosity? The burdens of past lives can be quite burdensome. Being able to see ghosts hardly seems a cause for joy. Heaven knows how terrified I am at every funeral of friends and family, and the dread I feel at hospitals has nearly cost me my life on multiple occasions. Are you truly ready to learn the reason behind your previous life? Yaya pondered, feeling a slight unease. After a moment of silence, she proposed, "How about this? Su Jianshan is an outer disciple of our temple. Accompany him on a tour, and then return to me with your decision." The male visitor, taken aback, glanced at Su Jianshan, who had now regained his composure. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit from the Republic era, he had perished at the tender age of 28. Yet, the weight of his experiences lent an unexpected maturity to his handsome visage, a depth rarely found in men of his age. For reasons unknown, the male visitor found himself unconsciously agreeing to Yaya's suggestion and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Jianglai." Chapter 55. You should listen to the little Taoist. Master Su Jianshan was reluctant to guide anyone. Frowning, he addressed Yaya, "Little Taoist, I wish to remain here and wait for my wife." Yaya responded with utmost seriousness. "By guiding him, you can still await your wife. Do you not trust me?" Su Jianshan remained silent. Yaya continued, "Moreover, I saved you. You must assist me to balance the scales of karma. Otherwise, you and your wife may miss each other due to this minor twist of fate." Lu Xingyun interjected on Yaya's behalf. "Yes, Su Jianshan, you should heed our little Taoist master's advice. I'm living proof. I ignored her counsel and my girlfriend ended up marrying someone else." As he spoke, Lu Xingyun's eyes reddened, and he discreetly wiped away tears. Encouraged by Lu Xingyun's example, Su Jianshan felt fear creeping in. He turned to Jiang Lai, politely extending his hand. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Su Jianshan." Understanding Su Jianshan's true nature, Jiang Lai was not foolish enough to shake hands, but instead mimicked the gesture, forcing a smile as he said, "Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Su, to show me around." Committed to fulfilling his promise to Yaya, Su Jianshan embraced his role as a guide. Aware of Jiang Lai's fear of spirits, he instinctively lowered his ethereal form to appear as a normal person walking. "You may rest here," Su Jianshan offered. "What kind of tea would you like? I shall pour it for you." Jiang Lai's eyes widened in disbelief. "You are a ghost, and yet you can serve me tea?" Su Jianshan nodded slightly. Jiang Lai found a seat, nervously requesting, "Then I shall have a cup of chrysanthemum tea." Clean teacups had been prepared on the table. In Lu Xingyun, along with Lin, you would collect the used cups. The first visitor to the Sanqing Temple, Mo, was also assisting with the cleanup. After observing the setup of the resting area, Jiang Lai watched as a clean teacup floated effortlessly beneath an outdoor water pipe. The faucet turned on by itself, rinsing the cup before it glided back to Jiang Lai's table, where a teapot filled with warm, pale yellow chrysanthemum tea followed suit. "How enviable," Jiang Lai murmured, recalling how he had wished for such control over the teacups and teapots during a live stream where he had entertained workers. Su Jianshan, seated across from him on the long bench, exhibited a faint sadness in his gaze. Rather than envying others, it is far more prudent to recognize one's own strengths. At the very least, acquiring these skills has not brought me joy. Realizing he may have misspoken, Jiang Lai awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry. It seems I reminded you of something sorrowful." Su Jianshan shook his head. "It is not you who reminds me. I think of it constantly." After taking a sip of tea, Jiang Lai felt the sweet chrysanthemum fragrance soothe his throat, gradually easing his tension, and Su Jianshan began to appear less terrifying. Noticing the clarity and innocence in Jiang Lai's eyes, Su Jianshan felt an urge to confide. He recounted meeting his wife in school, how she had confessed her feelings first, leading them to take simple photos in everyday attire before registering their marriage. He spoke of the turmoil in the country at that time and his decision to become an undercover operative for his nation. To rationalize his actions, he and his wife had staged a ruse. He portrayed a cad who had taken interest in another woman, causing his heartbroken wife to leave him and depart from Beijing. Before she left, she told him, "Sir, I may never see you again. However, no matter where fate takes me, I shall find you again." Later, As his undercover work progressed, he discovered that his gentle and kind wife had become a significant figure in the resistance. Unfortunately, her duties kept her away from Beicheng, preventing them from even meeting. It was only when he transmitted crucial intelligence regarding the recapture of Beicheng that the enemy uncovered his identity, leading to his demise after sustaining 108 wounds. Even then, he never had the chance to see her again, to reunite with her. He wandered as a spirit, initially lacking the ability to manipulate objects, merely watching as fellow spirits were taken away by the enforcers of the underworld. While he escaped in search of his wife, after numerous attempts to flee, he became a wandering ghost. Occasionally, during nights of full moons when the darkness thickened, he felt an urge to harm innocents, to bring about their demise. Su Jianshan fought to suppress this consuming instinct until he encountered a Taoist who explained that those ghosts unwilling to be taken would dissipate in the presence of malevolent energies. The notion that evil spirits fear the wicked holds a kernel of truth. She must have perished, crossed the Naiha Bridge, and reincarnated, Su Jianshan concluded. As Jiang Lai heard his story, tears welled in his eyes. You are a good person. You will certainly reunite with your wife. Yet, Su Jianshan's gaze drifted to the surrounding visitors, furrowing his brow. Yaya, the little Taoist, is unwilling to reveal who she truly is. Among the many female visitors present, none struck him as familiar. Had the fated reunion with his beloved not yet arrived? Or had she transformed so entirely in her rebirth that he, as a mere mortal, could not recognize her? Su Jianshan's expression clouded with melancholy. Jiang Lai noticed Su Jianshan's distress and softly remarked, I've always found ghosts quite frightening, which is why I avoided speaking to them. Yet now it seems that not every spirit is to be feared. At the very least, Su Jianshan, you are a national hero in life and have refrained from harming others for over 80 years in death. As for yesterday's incident during the live stream, when you confronted Luo Cheng, that was out of desperation after being trapped. While Jiang Lai grappled with empathy and curiosity towards spirits, Su Jianshan's demeanor shifted abruptly. He transformed into the gruesome state he had been in at the time of his death and sternly warned Jiang Lai, Mr. Jiang, do not harbor curiosity towards every ghost. Some spirits exploit this trait to turn the young into scapegoats. Unbeknownst to you, harming others ultimately leads to your own ruin, as you may mistakenly believe that by finding a replacement for death, you can reincarnate, when in truth, you are sealing your own fate. Jiang Lai trembled in fear at Su Jianshan's tragic visage, yet soon found himself silently shedding tears as he gazed at the bloodied wounds. Chapter 56. The Divergent Paths of Humans and Spirits. Jiang Lai wept bitterly. Su Jianshan, upon seeing the situation, hurriedly composed himself and extended his delicate, white fingers to help Jiang Lai wipe away his tears, only for his hand to pass right through Jiang Lai's face. Anxious, Su Jianshan exclaimed, Please do not cry. It was my fault to frighten you. In a moment of desperation, he shielded his face and, in a playful manner akin to amusing a child, made a funny face at Jiang Lai. With tear-filled eyes, the thought that a true ghost was making faces at him caused Jiang Lai to involuntarily laugh. Turning his head, he noticed a sign that read for encounters with animals, Please proceed this way, and inquired of Su Jianshan, Are there other activities over there? Su Jianshan nodded. There are some rare animals there that you can play with and feed. Jiang Lai responded, Then, could you please take me to see them, Mr. Su? He wiped away his own tears. A surge of regret washed over Su Jianshan. He was unable to wipe Jiang Lai's tears. It reminded him of the time when he and his wife feigned a quarrel, and she left with a suitcase, her eyes red under the watchful eyes of their enemies. Back then, she had also cried, yet he could not hold her in his arms again. The inability to see her before his death became an obsession. And now that the nation was peaceful, even if he were to encounter his wife's reincarnation, what could he do? Su Jianshan felt a profound loneliness but did not wish to distress the youth beside him, so he feigned a carefree demeanor while leading him to observe the animals. Soon, the morning passed. Yaya distributed the steamed buns she had begun preparing earlier to the visitors still at the Taoist temple as lunch. Many people have made donations today. I roughly calculated it to be around 300,000. Will that box be able to hold it all? Or should we get another one? Yaya shook her head. No need for a new one. The merit box will never be full. However, a question lingered in her mind. What did Master mean when he said the temple would not need to be rebuilt manually? The visitors could only eat outdoors. which seemed rather neglectful. It would be wonderful if the temple could have a dining hall or similar structure. While the guests were eating, Lu Xingfeng leaned over to Yaya and said, "That Jiang Lai is quite kind to Su Jianshan. He even asked me if the buns could be given to Su Jianshan. So, clever and charming little temple master. Can Su Jianshan eat them?" "Of course he can," Yaya replied. "A ghost can receive things as long as the person offering them sincerely wishes for it. As for the buns, Su Jianshan can savor the flavor, but he cannot physically consume them." Lu Xingfeng relayed this information to Jiang Lai, who followed suit. Su Jianshan felt a gentle breeze in his nostrils and smiled softly. "After so many years of being dead, this is my first time tasting the flavor of buns again." "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Just call me Jiang Lai," he replied, feeling a bit shy at hearing Su Jianshan say his name. Then, an unsettling feeling crept in. The internet is so advanced now, filled with all kinds of information, including discussions on sexual orientation. Jiang Lai was certain of his normal orientation. Even accidentally clicking on an advertisement would leave him blushing. Yet now, what made his heart race was a male ghost. "Am I losing my mind?" "Take your time eating," Su Jianshan suddenly said. "I will go have a chat with the little temple master." Jiang Lai nodded. "All right." Su Jianshan asked Yaya to accompany him to a quiet spot for their conversation. Holding a large bun, Yaya followed Su Jianshan to a tranquil area beside the temple. "Yaya, is Jiang Lai the reincarnation of my wife?" Su Jianshan asked directly. His eyes filled with sorrow. Yaya nodded. "Yes, you sensed it." Su Jianshan sighed. How could he not feel it? Even after 2 reincarnations, certain small habits remained unchanged. The way she wiped her own tears was always brisk, and she liked to lift her little finger when holding things. Jiang Lai was just like that. Moreover, there was a familiar feeling that arose at just a glance. "I have seen her. This can be considered a resolution of my obsession." Su Jianshan smiled slightly. "So, little temple master, is there a way to close his yin-yang eyes so that he no longer remembers me?" Yaya regarded Su Jianshan for a while before replying. "This matter depends on what Jiang Lai wishes. You cannot make all the decisions for him." Su Jianshan ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. Indeed, he could not decide everything for him, just as he had sent her away, hoping she would find a quiet place to live peacefully. Yet in the end, he and she were spiritually on different paths, while their souls remained apart. Jiang Lai sat at the table, his gaze lowered as he pondered. Su Jianshan spoke directly. "Jiang Lai, have you made up your mind? Do you want to close your yin-yang eyes?" "I would suggest you do so. The Liu brothers mentioned that a week ago, little temple master Yaya encountered a malevolent ghost. In my past life, who did she wish to see with her yin-yang eyes?" This time, Su Jianshan fell silent. Jiang Lai smiled at Su Jianshan. "Thank you. Perhaps my eyes have already seen the ghost she wished to meet. But I also do not know if she can accept this meeting." Jiang Lai was no fool. He understood why Yaya arranged for Su Jianshan to guide him and guessed why Su Jianshan wanted to speak privately with Yaya. There's a saying in the world that humans and ghosts are on different paths. Past lovers in this life are no longer the same as they once were. Su Jianshan wanted to say something more, but he found himself unable to speak. The young man before him, capable of articulating such sentiments, had surely already discerned something. Su Jianshan was at a loss for words. Yet Jiang Lai spoke again. "I actually quite like you, Su Jianshan, but it is time to say goodbye." Jiang Lai extended his hand for a handshake. Su Jianshan gently grasped it, and Jiang Lai felt a chill at his fingertips. With a faint smile, he walked towards Yaya. "Little temple master, I will make my own decision regarding my eyes. Please help me close my yin-yang eyes." "Yaya, have you made your decision?" Jiang Lai replied. "Yes, I have thought it through. While past feelings are precious, the future is what I should hold on to." Yaya placed her hand over Jiang Lai's eyes and closed his yin-yang eyes. Chapter 57. A half-cooked melon. Originally, they had been calling each other by their names. But now he suddenly reverted back to Mr. Su. Su Jianshan lowered his gaze to conceal his disappointment and nodded slightly before drifting away. Yaya looked at Su Jianshan, then at Jiang Lai. Jiang Lai had already begun to express what he wanted to say. "Little temple master Yaya, thank you for helping me close my yin-yang eyes. I would like to ask, can ghosts like Su Jianshan smoothly reincarnate as humans?" Yaya sensed that Jiang Lai's inquiry was rooted in concern for Su Jianshan. Yet, Jiang Lai had closed his yin-yang eyes, not wishing to see Su Jianshan again. Her little mind could not comprehend such complex matters, so she voiced her curiosity. "You clearly care about him. Why then do you want to close your yin-yang eyes?" Jiang Lai offered a bitter smile. "Because I am a man, and it seems he cannot accept that. Moreover, the reincarnated me is no longer the person he was waiting for. The more crucial point is that even if there are feelings between humans and ghosts, what difference does it make? With the answer in hand, Jiang Lai felt at ease. Then, could you please advise him to reincarnate sooner? The past is behind us, and Jiang Lai still hopes Su Jianshan could have a good future. Yaya plight. That is his own thought. I cannot decide for him. All right, goodbye then. Yaya watched Jiang Lai leave the temple, and shortly thereafter, she heard Su Jianshan bidding farewell. Little temple master, my wish has been fulfilled. I shall also descend the mountain. Yes, goodbye. Yaya similarly watched Su Jianshan depart, then murmured to herself, one is closing his yin-yang eyes while urging the other to reincarnate, and one expresses a wish for the other to forget him, yet turns around and follows behind him. Is this what Master meant by the most unfathomable emotions in the human world? The little milk ball, clad in her Taoist robe, spoke with an air of maturity that bore a striking resemblance to those ancient scholars. However, after a moment of reflection, she heard a voice calling from outside. Yaya, Yaya, the neighbor Wang Gu has come, seeking your help to save his friend. Nig Bu Vang Ye. Yaya recalled the uncle who had initially claimed he would expose the fraud during Lu Xingfeng's livestream, as she walked with measured steps toward the main hall's entrance. Indeed, she soon spotted Wang Gu, who had adopted a new hairstyle, shaved on the sides, leaving a comically long strip in the center. However, as a streamer, one must occasionally offer the audience a fresh perspective. While his hairstyle appeared amusing, Wang Ji's expression was anything but. Upon seeing Yaya, he nervously exclaimed, Yaya, the little observer, it has been quite some time. I have just donated 100,000 yuan to our ancestral master. Could you, in consideration of our ancestor, say my childhood friend? The moment Yaya beheld Wang Ji's face, she comprehended the gravity of his visit. Wang Gu realized that Yaya's perceptive nature had discerned everything. Bowing his head, he bit his lip, preparing to kneel before her. Yaya furrowed her brow, preventing him from doing so. Kneeling without reason is inappropriate. Wang Gu looked up, his face full of sorrow. But I have no other recourse but to beseech you. Lu Dafu's father once rescued me from a pond, saving my life. I owe the Lu family an immense debt of gratitude. How can I watch him become a rat? Lu Xingyun, who had been listening nearby, was taken aback. Transformed into a rat? What kind of sorcery is this? However, he had not ascended the mountain, an indication of the ancestral master's unwillingness to accept him. This predicament could not be blamed on anyone else. He had advised Lu Dafu to engage in self-reflection, but Lu Dafu had not heeded his words. Nevertheless, he found it peculiar that Wang Ji's plea mirrored Lu Dafu's situation. Why had the ancestral master permitted Wang Gu to ascend? He believed that Yaya could undoubtedly save Lu Dafu, which prompted him to fly here in the middle of the night with Lu Dafu, whose cries resembled those of a rat. Upon landing, Lu Dafu claimed he needed to use the restroom, so Wang Gu accompanied him. After Lu Dafu finished, Wang Gu turned to check on him, only to witness Lu Dafu's sprouting rat ears and a tail right before his eyes. The sight of a person suddenly acquiring rat-like features was terrifying. If discovered by others, it would undoubtedly lead to an immediate call to the authorities. In such a scenario, matters would become exceedingly complicated. Wang Gu hurriedly dragged Lu Dafu into the restroom and sought a courier service to purchase a hat, hoping to conceal Lu Dafu's ears. As for the tail, it had to be stuffed into his pants for the time being. Just as the hat order was accepted, Lu Dafu's ears became pointed, transforming into a rat's snout, and whiskers sprouted on his face. Wang Gu quickly placed an additional order for a mask. Once he finished communicating with the courier, Lu Dafu's body gradually shrank until he truly became a large gray rat. It was impractical for a half-human, half-rat to roam the streets, but a rat could. Wang Gu expressed his gratitude to the courier and settled the payment, tucking Lu Dafu into his pocket and hailing a taxi to the foot of Sanqing Mountain. Fortunately, Lu Dafu retained some semblance of human consciousness. Although he could not speak and was continually weeping, he was obedient. Eventually, Lu Dafu wiped his tears and pointed at the mountain, then at himself, making a cross with his fingers before bowing to Wang Gu. Wang Gu understood his friend's intention. Realizing that Lu Dafu felt unworthy of ascending to Sanqing Mountain, he refrained from wasting a moment, fearing that time would not be on their side. Yet he received such an outcome upon arrival. Wang Gu was not unreasonable. Otherwise, he would not have amassed millions of followers online. After accepting that he could not save his benefactor's son, Wang Gu bowed to Yaya, saying, I understand. This is the consequence of his own misdeeds. I shall descend the mountain now. At worst, I will care for him until the end of his days in gratitude to his father. Lu Xingyun, listening nearby, felt anxious. He discerned that someone had transformed into a rat, and it seemed that the individual had engaged in wrongdoing to incur such a fate, though he remained unaware of the specifics. It was akin to biting into an undercooked melon. Chapter 58. Seeking the gray fairy who transformed him, Lu Xingyun contemplated advising Wang Gu to plead once more with the ancestral master. But he feared that Lu Dafu's actions might have been too egregious, potentially inciting the ancestral master's wrath. Thus, he kept his thoughts to himself. Just as Wang Gu was about to step out of Sanqing Temple, Yaya suddenly heard a tremor from the merit box. This jolt sparked a revelation within Yaya. She understood why the ancestral master had specifically allowed Wang Gu to ascend. It was due to money. In fact, during their previous connection, Yaya had recognized that Wang Gu was a person of fortune. His wealth palace, his nose, was smooth, full, and slightly flushed, indicative of financial prosperity. Given that the ancestral master had spoken, Yaya felt compelled to heed the call. She stopped Wang Gu, saying, Wait, I have thought of a solution. Wang Gu paused, surprised. Really? Yaya nodded. Yes, but this method will bind Lu Dafu's fate to yours. Are you willing? Of course. I am eager. If I do not save him, my conscience will trouble me. Binding our fates together is acceptable. After all, if it weren't for his father rescuing me from the pond, I wouldn't be who I am today. Hearing Wang Ji's resolute agreement, Yaya furrowed her brow and let out a sigh. The ancestral master had indeed presented her with a difficult conundrum. Previously, she had observed that Lu Dafu bore a financial misfortune mark on his nose, signifying that he was destined to lose wealth. Moreover, his eyes often darted about, revealing the traits of a treacherous individual. Wang Gu was a good person, but binding his fate to Lu Dafu's would undoubtedly subject him to Lu Dafu's influence. There was a possibility that he could face poverty and betrayal in the future. Though reluctant, Yaya recognized that the ancestral master had tasked her with assisting, and she could not refuse. Calculating with her fingers, she exclaimed, Oh no, we must hurry to find Lu Dafu. We can address other matters once we locate him. At that moment, Lu Dafu was indeed in a precarious situation. As a robust and plump new rat, he was still acclimating to his rodent form. On the way to Sanqing Mountain, he was nestled in Wang Ji's pocket. When Wang Gu ascended the mountain, fearing for the safety of the lone rat, he placed Lu Dafu in a large tree, advising him to hide well. Lu Dafu swore he had concealed himself adequately, yet out of nowhere, a cat appeared. This feline seemed to have caught the scent of mouse and swiftly climbed the tree, baring its teeth at him. Lu Dafu was not an animal enthusiast. He typically felt disheartened upon seeing a cat. At this moment, his feelings escalated from mere dislike to sheer terror. Cats prey on mice by nature, especially when hungry. However, he was not truly a rat. He was a human. How could he find himself in such a predicament? Fortunately, his survival instincts compelled him to climb to the end of a branch, where his petite weight allowed him to dangle precariously. Otherwise, the cat's initial pounce could have claimed his life. As Lu Dafu trembled in fear, he suddenly recalled Yaya's previous counsel during the live stream. Engage in self-reflection. In truth, Lu Dafu had been indifferent at the time, believing that exterminating mice was a service to the public. As for whether he forced mercury into the mice, flayed them alive, subjected them to slow torture, or deliberately crushed the baby mice in front of their mother, all these actions were aimed at exterminating the rodents. Yet, what is wrong with that? Apparently, there are indeed issues. Mice, too, strive to survive when faced with life and death. They are undoubtedly pests, but they should not endure such unwarranted suffering in their lifetimes. For instance, he does not wish to be bitten to death by a cat. It is the cat's instinct to hunt mice, while his cruel treatment of them is purely born from his own malevolent thoughts. Now, he is facing retribution. While wandering on the mountain, he spotted a mouse gnawing at a trap that had ensnared a rabbit. Upon seeing this extraordinary mouse, Lu Dafu felt a surge of excitement at the thought of inflicting cruelty upon it. Squeak, 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 Lu Dafu cried, tears streaming down his face. He wished to proclaim, I was wrong. I should not have treated the mice so cruelly. The mice stole my rice, and I could have simply killed them without resorting to mercury. Even less should I have lured them into my home to commit such heinous acts. After his moment of repentance, Lu Dafu ceased his cries. Clinging to a small branch, he could no longer hold on. Perhaps his life was destined to mirror that of the mice he had tormented, meeting his demise at the hands of a cat. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the cat before him overcame its fear of the swaying branch and approached him step by step. In the tremors of the branch, Lu Dafu found himself oddly relaxed. The tree was tall. Falling to the ground would mean death, and being caught by the cat would also lead to his end. The emaciated cat before him seemed to suggest that offering himself to it might imbue his life with a semblance of meaning. Lu Dafu clung to the branch, repositioning himself on the trunk, extending his mouse-like paws toward the cat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Do not come closer. I will come to you. While calling out, Lu Dafu struggled to walk on his hind legs. The slender branch could not withstand the prolonged shaking and snapped with a crack. The mouse and the cat plummeted to the ground together. As he resigned himself to death, Lu Dafu suddenly heard the voice of his childhood friend. He flailed his limbs, colliding with the cat that was adjusting its position. The cat's outstretched claws grazed his nose, drawing blood, yet he sensed his descent slowing. Was it merely an illusion? He used a wind talisman to rescue Lu Dafu and the cat, hastening to embrace the gaunt little feline. The kitten, initially inclined to struggle, gradually relaxed upon sensing Yaya's presence. Where did this kitten come from? Why is it so thin? Lu Dafu, nestled in the palm of Brother Wong next door, also squeaked in distress. Yaya tilted her head. No, we must find the gray fairy who has transformed him into this state. Brother Wong next door was momentarily taken aback. Gray fairy? Yaya nodded. Yes, we need to seek out that gray fairy. However, there are still worshippers arriving at the temple, so we shall go tomorrow. Chapter 59. The Ancestors' Decree. Indeed, new worshippers arrived at Sanqing Mountain, with Lu Xingyun attending to them. Yaya nodded. Yes, the ancestor has spoken. She felt certain that she had not misinterpreted the ancestoress words. Otherwise, when she brought Lu Dafu, now a mouse, up the mountain, she would have been stopped. Lu Xingyun also noticed the moment the merit box stirred slightly and cast a curious glance toward it. He held Yaya in high regard now and naturally refrained from touching anything within the great hall, merely observing. Where should we place the cat and the mouse? Yaya gently stroked the kitten's head. The cat should be sent to the animal zone managed by Lu Xingfeng. As for the mouse, I cannot intervene. Personally, she had little fondness for Lu Dafu. In nature, the survival of the fittest is a common occurrence. Sometimes, when animals on the mountain clash over territory or mates, it brings forth casualties, which saddens her, yet she does not actively disrupt their instincts. Mice exist in the human realm, occasionally bringing diseases or stealing well-placed possessions. If one dislikes them, one can resort to poison or direct extermination. After all, that too is a mouse's fate. She did not glance at Lu Dafu, merely carrying the kitten to the animal zone and entrusting it to Lu Xingyun. This kitten has wandered to Sanqing Mountain. Please let it stay for now. Lu Dafu was not foolish. He recognized that Yaya's unwillingness to look at him signified her refusal to forgive his transgressions. In an instant, the gray mouse's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Brother Wong next door, observing his childhood friend cry again, sighed. Brother, I must say, you have truly brought this upon yourself. When I heard Yaya, the little Taoist, say such things during the live stream, I feared for your safety and stayed vigilant in the village. Yet you still found an opportunity to act this way. Those mice stealing things could be scolded, or in dire circumstances, put out of their misery with a swift strike. Why resort to such deliberate cruelty? Lu Dafu could not speak, only nodding repeatedly to acknowledge his wrongdoing. Yet he could not help but think, Brother Wong must have sacrificed greatly for him. Otherwise, how could he persuade Yaya to descend the mountain to find him? With this thought, Lu Dafu felt an intense regret. He incessantly squeaked, honoring Brother Wong with his pink paws and bowing deeply. Life is fraught with such flaws. He never anticipated that he would not only harm himself, but also his dear brother. Brother Wong next door, unaware of what Lu Dafu was squeaking about, assumed that Yaya bringing the kitten was an indication that she intended for Lu Dafu to stay here, allowing him to coexist with the other animals. The little Taoist Yaya, having put aside past grievances, assisted you. I must see if there is anything I can do to help. With that, Brother Wong turned to leave. Lu Dafu found himself standing before a multitude of large animals. The red fox, squinting its eyes, suddenly displaying a canine-like grin. A Ba perched in a tree, using a voice only the animals below could hear, remarked, This mouse is rather annoying. This mouse is rather annoying. A boss call was heard by Yaya, who was awaiting worshippers at the entrance. She followed the worshippers to offer incense to the ancestor. Contemplating, Yaya has helped Brother Wong next door. The wayward Lu Dafu shall not perish, but his transformation into a mouse is the punishment he deserves. After conveying this thought to the ancestor, Yaya placed her hands behind her back, standing with a composed demeanor to address the queries of the worshippers. By 4 p.m., the morning worshippers began to bid farewell, and no new patron arrived. Yaya stretched lazily. Finally, it is time to conclude. Then she noticed that one worshipper had yet to descend the mountain. Disbeliever? M.O. Upon hearing Yaya call her name, blushed. Yaya, little Taoist. I wish to camp on the mountain. I felt an instant connection with Lin Yu and wished to chat with him more. Yaya did not object, merely stating, then you can sleep with me, as there are few places to rest on the mountain. She had intended for Brother Wong next door to use a bamboo bed to make do for the night, as there was no longer room for the bamboo bed in her masteress' former dwelling. M.O. retrieved the tent she had brought up the mountain from her backpack. I brought my own tent, but since this gentleman has also stayed, I will sleep with you, and this tent is for him. Brother Wong next door expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Thank you. I happen to need it, and I will buy you a new one after we descend tomorrow. After all, it is a girl-less tent. It would be inappropriate for a stinky man like him to use it. Once they reached a consensus, Yaya did not interfere further. She was tired herself and did not wish to cook, so she fixed her round, glistening eyes upon Lu Xingfeng. Is there any more food? Lu Xingfeng understood what Yaya was referring to, smiling as he retrieved the last 7 packets of instant noodles from his backpack. This is all that remains, along with the snacks we had earlier. Snacks are also a favorite of Yaya. She boiled water and went to the animal area to find the little creatures, while taking out the prepared rewards. According to Lu Xingfeng, the animal that interacts well with the visitors is the fox, Pangma. The other animals, perhaps not wishing for too much contact with humans, simply stayed within the bamboo enclosure that Yaya had created, preoccupied with their own affairs. Regardless, having come to assist her, they're good friends. The rewards had already been agreed upon, and it was not appropriate to alter them suddenly based on the animal's behavior. Yaya placed the fruits and vegetables into a basket and set it on the table for the animals to eat before she found time to check on Lu Dafu. The tiny mouse was covered in wounds. Upon noticing Yaya, Lu Dafu hastily bowed and lay down on the ground. He knew well that being treated this way was his own fault. Yaya observed that there were wounds around Lu Dafu's eyes, not knowing who had inflicted them. The injuries on either side had altered the appearance of his eyes. Additionally, there was a wound on his nose that had conveniently removed the unsightly blemish. It seemed that one's appearance is not fixed. Sometimes, unexpected injuries can serve as a catalyst for change. Could it be that the ancestral master wished to convey to her that one should not be overly harsh towards evildoers? Yaya's mind was filled with questions. But with her master absent, she had no one to consult. With these thoughts swirling in her head, Yaya dreamt that night. Chapter 60. The ancestral master constructs a house in her dream. She was meditating in a grand hall made of wood when she suddenly heard the voice of the ancestral master. Yaya, the merit box has accumulated 2 million incense funds, and now we can restore the Sanqing Guan to its original appearance. Which part do you wish to restore first? The main hall or the backyard used for resting? Of course, the main hall. Yaya replied earnestly. I will be live streaming from the main hall for the audience. It makes no sense for the main hall to be dilapidated while the backyard is in good condition. Haha, very well. Then the ancestral master shall grant your wish. The next day, as soon as Yaya woke up, she dashed to the front hall. Her master had mentioned that those who had already acquired skills like them would not dream casually. If they did dream, it would either be a reflection of reality or a premonition. Upon arriving at the front hall, Yaya was astonished to find that the wooden structure that had housed the deity statue had transformed into an impressive building with green brick walls and a red-tiled roof. Moreover, the entrance of the temple, adorned with the grand characters Sanqing Guan, and the area between the front hall had been paved with green tiles, even leaving a square space for planting trees. Yaya was dumbfounded. The Lu family brothers, Lin Yu, as well as Wang Ge, who lived in the tent next door, and Lu Dafu, all woke up with Yaya and noticed the changes in the front hall. Standing before the dramatically altered Sanqing Guan, Lu Xingfeng exclaimed, Yaya, you can build houses too? Yaya looked up at Lu Xingfeng. I can build houses, but not like this. My master taught me to use mortise and tenon joints to construct houses. Initially, The house for the ancestral master-s statue, and the dwelling was built by my master and me together. But I have no idea how to create such a grand brick house, especially not in just one night. Even magic could not accomplish that. Yaya was amused by Lu Xingfeng's words and stifled her laughter, not wanting anyone to know. It was quite an extraordinary feat for the ancestral master to rise and build a house himself, wasn't it? Lu Xingyun, however, seemed to have some recollection. He walked over to the merit box, bowed to the statue, and leaned in to take a look. Sure enough, all the incense money collected by Sanqing on the previous day was gone. The majority of it should have been the 150,000 cash he had donated. However, he had heeded his parents' advice and had not mentioned it to Yaya directly. Now it seemed that this 2 million had merely funded the main hall and the outer green tiled ground. The money was gone, but who had received it? Who had constructed the building? Lu Xingyun was also engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, a ba flew over, landing in front of Yaya, flapping its wings with a hoarse voice. Someone built a house yesterday. Who built the house? Yaya extended her hand, allowing a ba to perch on her arm. A ba, being small, nestled its head against Yaya's right hand, knowing that she wished to see its memories, and thus complied. Yaya connected her spirit with a ba's, and soon she witnessed everything that had transpired in the front hall the previous night through a ba's perspective. Then, with a hammer strike, the foundation appeared. Another strike, and the floor, walls, and roof materialized above the foundation. Throughout this process, the ancestral master's statue remained undisturbed, not even gathering any dust. After completing the front hall, the elder took the money from the merit box and left with a cheerful demeanor. Having viewed the memory, Yaya hurried into the grand hall, stepping onto the green-tiled floor to gaze upwards. The ancestral master's statue did not have highly realistic features, but his long beard bore a slight resemblance to that of a robust old man with white hair. Little Guanju, come look here, there's a mark. Yaya approached to find that it was an ancient character band, with the hammer in hand and such skill in construction, leaving behind the character band as a mark. Could it be the renowned Lu Ban, the founder of the art of carpentry that her master had spoken of? Yaya's eyes widened. Yet, the historical Lu Ban had long passed away. Her master had also taught her some of Lu Ban's mechanical arts. Little Guanju, do you recognize this symbol? Lin Yu inquired. It should be the mark of Master Lu Ban, Yaya responded. The others fell silent. Previously, Yaya had mentioned that the surrounding dilapidated stones were irrelevant, and that it was her master who said so. Could it be that Yaya's master was indeed Lu Ban? Yaya sensed what they were thinking and shook her head. No, my master is not Lu Ban. Regardless of why Lu Ban had come to assist, she had received his help, and thus felt it appropriate to express her gratitude. Therefore, Yaya took out the fruit wine she had brewed with her master, set up a small altar, silently uttering the name of the well-known Lu Ban, and began to burn incense. The smoke from the incense rose straight up, and soon the fruit wine placed on the altar lost its fragrance. This signified that Lu Ban had partaken of the wine, leaving the remaining wine in the jar devoid of its original flavor. All right, let us prepare. We need to find the gray spirit who turned Lu Dafu into this. With a command from Yaya, everyone sprang into action, including Mo promising the audience a live broadcast today. She looked at Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun. Which of your phones shall we use for the live stream? Hearing this, Lu Xingyun produced a new phone. Little Guanju, this is a gift for you. A phone? Yes, we'll get a card for it shortly, and you'll be able to live stream on your own. Little Guanju. Lu Xingyun hastily declined. How can I accept money? My brother and I have always eaten and stayed at Sanqingwan. This phone is merely our meal expenses. Yaya contemplated this and agreed. She did not insist on payment, accepted the phone, and, with Lu Xingyun's assistance, learned how to connect to the live streaming device. Lu Xingfeng sulked. Fourth brother. You're so mean. Not only did you get my account banned, but you also made it so Yaya doesn't need me anymore. While Yaya was busy adjusting the live streaming room, she ignored Lu Xingfeng. Lu Xingyun, however, glanced up, smugly looking at Lu Xingfeng. Old 5, take a lesson. Your fourth brother is more sensible than you. Lu Xingfeng was irked by Lu Xingyun. Nevertheless, he proclaimed, but I know more about live streaming than you. He took Lu Xingyun's phone, opened a live stream using Lu Xingyun's account, and then instructed Yaya to insert her new account into Lu Xingyun's live stream. Upon witnessing the online audience surpassing 5,000 within the first minute of the broadcast, Lu Xingfeng promptly declared, Dear friends, our Sanqingwan now possesses its official account. Henceforth, we shall conduct our live streams through this official channel. Please do inform everyone in the fan group. Lu Xingfeng initiated the live connection, and the screen revealed the cherubic face of Yaya. As she was yet to share the screen, she hastily instructed Abba to commence work. In the comments, viewers inquired, "What will today's live stream entail?" With a radiant smile, Yaya responded, "Today, we shall seek out mice for amusement." The words spoken by the little milk dumpling instilled a sense of dread in those who harbored a fear of mice. Seeking out mice for fun? Surely, that cannot be. To my astonishment, I noticed that Wang Ge from next door was also present beside Yaya, and perched upon Wang Ji's shoulder was a mouse. This very mouse I had seen yesterday on the mountain, where the animals had all united to pummel it. Wait a moment. Did those who ascended the mountain to pay homage at Sanxin Guan truly frolic with the mountain as creatures? Why was this not shared in the fan group? Such a tight-lipped bunch. Some viewers who had not visited Sanxin Guan began to reproach those who had already gone to offer incense, thereby diverting the conversation from the mouse. Yaya, as usual, employed her spell to traverse distances with ease, arriving at Wang Ji's village. The raucous audience ceased their tirade against the visitors of Sanxin Guan and began to question, is this mouse connected to Wang Ge from next door? Wang Yi, a seasoned live streamer, seized the opportunity to clarify, "My connection to this matter is rather tenuous." He then cast a glance at Lu Dafu, who understood that Wang Ge was shielding him from exposure. Yet, at this juncture, what privacy remained? It was an opportune moment to share his personal experience, which might serve as a cautionary tale for others who, like him, had mistreated animals. Observing Lu Dafu's agreement, Wang Ge turned to Yaya and inquired, "Little Taoist Yaya, do you wish to disclose the actions of Lu Dafu?" As the protagonist of the live stream, Yaya refrained from overstepping and succinctly recounted how Wang Ge had escorted Lu Dafu up the mountain for assistance, detailing Lu Dafu's misdeeds and their consequences. Her narration, though youthful, was articulate. The audience listened with rapt attention, left speechless by the conclusion. The mouse may be detestable, yet must one execute the young in front of their mother? Such cruelty is the domain of demons. This brought to mind the students at our school who had tormented cats. Fortunately, our institution upholds proper values and expelled them. Stray cats have short lifespans and cannot attain enlightenment. Hence, no righteous feline intervenes against such wrongdoers. We must continue to advocate for the protection of small animals. Throughout this discussion, Lu Dafu kept his head bowed, acutely aware that he would undoubtedly face scorn for his cruel treatment of defenseless creatures, deserving of his transformation into a mouse. Indeed, as the saying goes, to acknowledge one's errors and amend them is a virtue. Yaya flictith. For Lu Dafu had resolved to change. However, she wished to inquire about the thoughts of the mouse's kin. Thus, Gray Sienner, might you emerge to converse with me? The location of Yaya's spell was Lu Dafu's home. After uttering this, a large, white mouse emerged from the clutter at Lu Dafu's doorstep. Strangely, it was evident at first glance that this mouse was quite aged, despite its lack of any distinguishing marks aside from its grayish-white hue. The elderly mouse bowed respectfully to Yaya and, opening its mouth, spoke, "I am Gray Daji, possessing a mere 200 years of Taoist cultivation. May I inquire, esteemed young Taoist, upon which mountain do you practice your asceticism?" Ah, this mouse is rather polite, its voice resonating with age, reminiscent of the legends surrounding the yellow weasel seeking a title. Yaya discerned that Gray Sienner bore a luminous aura of virtue, clearly having performed numerous good deeds post-transformation. Effortlessly conjuring a bamboo table and chairs, she invited everyone to sit. Gray Daji also received a chair, a miniature bamboo seat that perched atop the table. It was quite endearing to see a standing mouse seated upon such a small chair. "Can this chair be linked? I wish for my doll to sit upon it." Ah! The prior comment also indicated a fondness for toys. "Ah, it seems I am in the presence of the Sanxin Guan's leader. Forgive my earlier oversight," Gray Daji remarked courteously, then turned its beady eyes upon Lu Dafu. "This individual has wreaked havoc upon my mousekin, not only affecting our kind, but also adversely impacting the ecological balance of this forest. The weasels, deprived of mice, have turned their predatory instincts upon other small creatures, while snakes have consumed countless bird eggs. What innocence those lives possess! Thus, I transformed him into a mouse, desiring that he experience the anguish of losing his strength. I surmise that if you truly sought his demise, there would have been no need to merely transform him into a mouse. You could have taken his life directly. What does Zao Zhu mean? I have not encountered that term before. Ah, I recently read a supernatural novel about a murderous circus that transforms people into animals for performances. Once transformed, they retain human consciousness. Thus their acts surpass those of ordinary beasts, yielding immense profits. How frightful! I must treat animals kindly henceforth. Should I encounter a formidable being, I might find myself transformed into an animal, which would be a calamity. I suspect had he not encountered you, he would have met with disaster. Grey Daji noted the wounds on Lu Dafu, indicating that he had crossed paths with a cat, resulting in a scratch upon his nose. As for the injuries surrounding Lu Dafu's eyes, they bore an uncanny resemblance to those inflicted by a fox. A fox, too, preys upon mice. Faced with both a cat and a fox, and devoid of aid, Lu Dafu's life would indeed be in peril. Upon hearing that Yaya initially harbored no intention to save Lu Dafu, the audience shuddered. This live stream imparted the notion that supernatural occurrences could transpire at any moment. Should they find themselves in a similar predicament, burdened by past misdeeds and unworthy of Yaya's mercy, their fate would be sealed. The charming little child and the grayish-white mouse swiftly concluded the fate of Lu Dafu. He stood atop the table, repeatedly bowing to the mouse. Gripped by fear that should Yaya choose to abandon him, the gray mouse would demand retribution for the lives of its kin. Yet Grey Daji suddenly uttered a transitional phrase, falling silent as it regarded Lu Dafu. Lu Dafu trembled in fright. Yaya titet head rund. Sparkling eyes focused on Grey Daji, eager to hear its forthcoming words. A smile graced Grey Daji's mouse visage. However, he must also erect memorial tablets for my mouse descendants, contributing merit towards their rebirth as humans. This demand was neither excessive nor unreasonable. He turned to Lu Dafu. Do you consent? Lu Dafu nodded vigorously. Ji. I agree. Will donating to the Taoist temple earn me merit? In truth, the funds he had acquired from selling charms were intended for charitable acts. Abandoned by his biological father, he pondered how many children like him, unloved and without a place to belong, existed in this world. Thus, he intended to save that money to establish a charitable foundation at Sanxingguan, specifically to shelter such children. The only concern was that Sanxingguan appeared somewhat different. The money from the merit box had already been claimed by the divine Lu Ban, and any future funds would likely be directed towards the temple's construction. He remained uncertain whether donations to Sanxingguan would yield merit. In moments of doubt, an experimental subject was necessary to ascertain the outcomes. Lu Dafu was overwhelmed with excitement, nodding vigorously. Although his streaming career did not reach the heights of Wangge, he had managed to accumulate nearly 70,000. He was willing to donate the entire sum to Sanxingguan, thus offering a prayer for the unfortunate mice he had cruelly slain. Thus it was settled. Yaya clapped her small hands and asked if the Ji would stay to supervise him. Huida Ji nodded affirmatively, expressing his desire to visit Sanxingguan alongside Lu Dafu. You are most welcome, she replied, clarifying that it was merely a visit, not a challenge. This matter was thus resolved. In the neighboring area, Wang Gu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Yaya, little temple master. I shall not see you off. Meanwhile, Abba, facing the now grand and beautiful main hall, showcased the transformation of Sanxingguan to the audience. My goodness, how has the main hall of Sanxingguan changed so dramatically? It looks stunning. The ancient architectural marvel appeared remarkably new, as if it had just been completed the previous night. In fact, it truly seemed as if it had just been finished. For I was present at the temple yesterday, when the main hall was still a small wooden house. Those who had visited the temple the day before chimed in to attest that the main hall was indeed still a wooden structure. In no time, the audience began to speculate about the extraordinary force that had caused such a rapid transformation. The consensus was that Yaya had constructed the building. Yaya, modestly declining credit, quickly clarified, No, this house was not built by me. The funds from the merit box were received, and then someone was sent to construct it. And who might that be? Who could build a house in one night? A deity? Neza? Erlang Shun? Or perhaps one of the 4 heavenly kings? None of them, she replied. They do not concern themselves with such matters. It was Lu Ban, Lu Bon Kui Ho. Master Lu Ban? The one with the supposed IQ of 250? No, rather it was Gong Shu Ban, for he invented many things and is thus referred to as Lu Ban. He was a native of the state of Lu during the spring and autumn period. A figure from long ago. The audience was merely teasing Yaya, but she, unfamiliar with the gaming culture surrounding Lu Ban, remained oblivious. Nonetheless, their astonishment did not wane. The legendary Lu Ban, the ancient architectural master of Longwa, had become a deity? Does this not affirm the saying that when there is a lack of talent above, they draw from below? It seems I must find an opportunity to visit Sanqingguan, as I am studying architecture and would love to see the work of the architectural progenitor. Alas, as a corporate worker, I can only go on weekends. How I envy those who do not have to work. Yet, it seems those who do not work are not particularly convinced by such tales. As the audience continued discussing Lu Ban, Yaya awaited her anticipated guest. It was a middle-aged man wearing glasses who, upon ascending the mountain, disregarded the sweat on his brow and crouched down to introduce himself to Yaya. Hello, Little Temple Master Yaya. I am Sun Yu from the Forestry Bureau of Yinchang. I heard that Sanqing Mountain is to host 2 giant pandas from the breeding center, and I came to observe your panda-rearing environment. After speaking, he appeared somewhat nervous, fearing he might offend her. Tai Nai remarked that Sanqingguan had indeed helped many villagers in the past, proving itself to be a commendable temple for the nation and its people. This deepened Sun Yu's respect for Sanqingguan and, consequently, for its current master, Yaya. Certainly, you're welcome to visit. I will take you there now. Since he was to assess the living conditions of the giant pandas, Yaya first led Sun Yu to the domain of Depang and Du Depang. Caring for his cubs in the cave and needing substantial nourishment for nursing, was being assisted by Du, the devoted partner, who diligently plucked bamboo. Upon seeing Yaya, Du greeted her with a series of vocalizations. Noticing the unfamiliar person beside Yaya, Du showed no fear, but instead sniffed Sun Yu curiously with his large black nose. Sun Yu, a panda enthusiast, was taken aback by the close proximity of the giant panda. Unable to resist, he reached out to gently pat Du. Du, feeling the touch, kicked the spot with his leg and then nuzzled Yaya with his massive head. Huh, it seems Du is saying, did I permit you to touch me? Du was utterly adorable, rivaling even the star pandas of the zoo. With that round face, he resembled the quintessential panda. A friendly reminder, it is perfectly fine to adore Du, but please do not belittle others. Every giant panda is an angel and equally charming. It's all right, his hands are clean, Yaya reassured Du, encouraging Sun Yu to explore. This bamboo forest represents the quality of bamboo here on Sanqing Mountain. If you worry they might arrive without food, I can always cultivate more. Ahem. Sun Yu nearly choked on his saliva. Cultivate bamboo? After pondering for a moment, he inquired, do you mean to encourage growth? Yaya nodded, of course. As she spoke, she pointed to the ground, which had been barren just moments before, and in an instant, several bamboo shoots sprouted. Yes, just one for me. You can take the rest back to the cave for Depang. With Yaya's permission, Du proudly lifted his panda rear and began to pull up the shoots. He left the smallest one for Yaya and swiftly made off with the already harvested bamboo leaves. Yaya then extracted the remaining bamboo shoots, breaking one for Sun Yu to taste. Try this. The bamboo here at Sanqingguan is exceptionally delicious, and there's plenty to go around. Clearly, the little dumpling had taken the previous comments about the panda's food situation from the breeding center to heart. I genuinely enjoy bamboo shoots. Oh, how I wish to visit Sanqing Mountain to eat some. After tasting a piece of bamboo shoot, Sun Yu concurred with Yaya. Indeed, it is delightful. Typically, when one eats bamboo shoots, they may find them bitter and unpalatable, but this one, provided by Yaya, was not bitter at all. It had a sweet flavor and a fragrant bamboo essence. Unable to resist, Sun Yu finished it and remarked, however, the giant pandas sent from the center are likely to have territorial instincts, and there are already 2 bears residing here. Yaya responded. There are other places where they can stay. There is plenty of space on Sanqing Mountain. Leading Sun Yu to another grove, she pointed out, see, this area is quite suitable for the pandas. She gestured to the lush bamboo forest, which, when combined with the bamboo groves of Pangma and Depang, formed a triangular enclosure, enveloping Sanqing Mountain. Sun Yu gazed at the verdant bamboo forest, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Indeed, this location is excellent. The giant pandas will surely be happy here. Yet, Sun Yu harbored further concerns. Although the 2 pandas were said to have been raised in the wild, there was no guarantee they would not encounter real predators, leading to injury or even death. If Sanqing Mountain were truly an untouched wilderness, it would be one thing. But with Yaya as the current steward, should anything happen to the 2 pandas, there were bound to be ill-intentioned individuals who would cast blame upon her. Thus, Little Temple Master Yaya, there are some matters I wish to discuss privately with you. Confidential, 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 you say? Yaya inquired with great curiosity, calling out, Abba, Abba. Ever understanding, flapped his wings and chirped, Yaya wants to discuss something confidential. Yaya wants to discuss something confidential. Abba will show you the scenery, the scenery. The voice of the parrot echoed loudly, and in no time, he soared high with the camera. Abba, fly slower. I'm feeling nauseous. This was even more exhilarating than watching aerial drone footage, causing bursts of laughter. Look at that waterfall over there. As Abba flew into the distance, Yaya curiously asked, what is the confidential matter? Son, you replied directly, it is this little temple, Master Yaya. After the two pandas are delivered, should anything go awry, I fear it may be difficult for you to explain to the authorities. Therefore, are there any wild beasts in this forest? Jaja Nadith, Jis. Abba and Da have occupied this area. However, you need not worry. I assure you they will not be overly aggressive. The territorial instinct of wild beasts is indeed strong, but primarily among their own kind. It is entirely feasible for different predators to coexist within the same region. Otherwise, how would the animals survive? Would each predator establish a separate territory? That is simply not practical. Despite Yaya's reassurances, son, you still felt a twinge of anxiety. May I see the A-by, Indy you mentioned? Certainly. The viewers eagerly listening in the live stream also caught wind of this, each one curiously inquiring, is he about to summon the army of groundhogs again? Surely not. What purpose would it serve to introduce the groundhogs to the Forestry Bureau? Perhaps to showcase their burrowing prowess? As if anticipating the audience's questions, Abba began to explain, the wolf pack is approaching, the wolf pack is approaching, and the big silly bear is coming too, the big silly bear is coming too. Initially, Abba intended to take the viewers on a scenic journey to showcase the beauty of Sanqing Mountain, but upon hearing the whistle, it altered its flight path. The audience was still pondering the identities of the wolf pack and the big silly bear when the angle of the live stream shifted. Abba adjusted the mini camera mounted on its head downwards, hanging it around its neck to provide viewers with a clear view of the ground. Then, a scene unfolded where a white wolf led dozens of gray wolves sprinting through the dense forest, captivating every viewer's screen. Shortly after, a large black creature, running swiftly alongside, caught Abba's attention, which zoomed in to reveal the true nature of this creature, larger than the wolves. A bear, specifically a Nike bear. A xiong? Where did it come from? It seems there are no xiong around Yinchang, right? As the audience speculated, they were suddenly greeted by the sound of howling wolves. Awa! The bear, undeterred, responded with its own growl. Awo! The two canines appear to be engaged in a contest, albeit in different manners, seemingly racing against each other. Abba tilted its head and remarked, I wonder who will run faster this time. Are these two ferocious beasts racing for the chance to meet you first? Ha! I declare the wolf the victor. The reason for the wolf's triumph was evident. The Wolf King led the charge while the smaller wolves hindered the Nike bear, preventing it from exerting its full strength. The White Wolf King sat before Yaya, its tail swaying side to side, stirring up a cloud of dust. Yaya gently patted the Wolf King's head. Ah, Abba, have you held it back again? Abba lifted its head, displaying an air of pride. Woo-woo. That silly bear deserved to lose. Once the Nike bear arrived, Yaya finally revealed the purpose of summoning them today. Abba, woo-woo-woo. The tail wagging of the big white wolf noticeably diminished. The Nike bear, in contrast, nodded amiably, nuzzling Yaya gently with its head to show acknowledgement. Ha ha! I can hardly believe I witnessed the Wolf King's grievance. If I were the Wolf King, I would feel equally aggrieved. I exerted every effort to meet my beloved human cub, only to be told that newcomers were arriving. It's a grand competition for affection. When newcomers laugh while the old ones weep. Son, you finally understood why Yaya was so certain that the carnivorous animals in this area would not be excessively aggressive. Goodness. The Wolf King behaved like a dog in front of Yaya, while the A Xiong appeared as docile as a teddy bear. Chapter 64. The Rules of Sanqing Mountain. All right, go ahead and take pictures. It's merely a photograph. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Yaya even struck several poses with Abba and A, including one where she touched one with each hand, another where she leaned against A while petting Abba, and yet another where she directed the wolf and bear to perform various actions. Sun mused. He merely mentioned wanting to film a video, and Yaya instinctively knew to showcase her close relationship with the animals. Truly impressive for someone so young to be the host. Yaya stated, of course. But wouldn't it be more appropriate to take you directly to the place on the mountain? Indeed, Sun Yu chuckled. Thank you, little host. After bidding farewell to Sun Yu, they resumed a Boz live stream. The comments section erupted with excitement. Those who went to Sanxingguan yesterday finally have news. Why were they able to touch the panda? I wish I could too. Why does that red fox have a tuft of deep red fur on its forehead? Is it a fox demon transformed? Woo woo woo. Today I witnessed you petting pandas, wolves, and even a Nike bear. I feel a strong urge to pet them myself. At the zoo, one can only watch from afar, never enjoying such privileges. It turns out that the individuals who ascended the mountain yesterday finally posted about their experiences. Mo's post was the most detailed, beginning with an account of her climbing experience, followed by the surprise upon meeting Yaya, and the outcome of her wish to become friends with Lin Yu, concluding with a fluffy group photo. The entire internet was abuzz. There exists a place in this world where one can engage in physical activities, delve into metaphysics, and also pet ferocious beasts? These national treasures, allowing people to rub their bellies and paws while grinning widely? Furthermore, the midday meal consisted of purely organic vegetables and rice. It was a day of joy akin to a farm stay, achievable simply by offering incense money. Who could resist? Besides Mo sharing that her wish had been fulfilled, others had their wishes granted as well. For instance, someone wished to see their dog, which had passed away at home, one last time, hoping for a dream visitation. That night, they dreamt of their dog happily playing ball with them, eventually walking toward the door leading to reincarnation. Additionally, an elderly couple had their son saved from being a vegetative state by the pill given by Yaya. Today he awoke, and reporters were interviewing them. The elderly couple stated that once their son's condition improved further, they would take him to Sanxingguan to express their gratitude. While witnessing various wishes of friendship and companionship with cats and dogs come true, the audience remained largely indifferent. However, upon hearing about the vegetative individual regaining consciousness after taking the medicine, the viewers were intrigued. If a vegetative person could be revived, what about cancer? What about other incurable ailments? Could they also be saved? These individuals swiftly searched for information regarding Yaya, including some wealthy magnates. Upon discovering that the fourth and fifth sons of the Liu family had a good relationship with Yaya, a call was placed to the elder Liu. When the elder Liu answered, he was in the midst of a family banquet hosted by the Zhou family. The elder Zhou was persistently toasting him, and he, not wishing to drink, seized the opportunity to step outside the private room with his phone. The caller immediately began to establish a familial connection. Old Liu, we are distant relatives, after all. I have a bit of a kidney issue, and I heard there's a little girl at Sanxingguan with miraculous medicine that can even treat vegetative states. Could you help me out? I can pay any price. The elder Liu, unaware of the news circulating online, was taken aback. What medicine? The caller then relayed the information from the internet. After a moment of contemplation, the elder Liu replied, Old Jiang, I cannot assist you with this matter. There are rules at Sanxing Mountain. Even if that couple obtained the medicine, it would have been after they ascended the mountain. If you desire the medicine, you must climb the mountain yourself. Old Jiang found himself at a loss for words. He had seen the online explanations stating that one must ascend the mountain to obtain the medicine. However, as a member of the elite world, how could he personally go to a remote temple? Never mind. If old Liu is unwilling to help, I shall seek someone to make a wish on the mountain. That should suffice, right? Haha, your Liu family is thriving and looking down on old friends. Is that it? Fine, I will find my own way. Old Jiang angrily hung up the phone. The elder Liu sensed the anger in old Jiang's voice and frowned as he put away his phone. At his age, having to maintain a facade is truly exhausting. Old Master Liu entered the room, reseated himself, and continued to engage in light-hearted banter with Old Master Zhou. Sensing the insincerity in Old Master Liu's demeanor, Old Master Zhou's expression turned serious. Old Liu, he began, we have been in-laws for many years. The passing of Ruo grieves us deeply. Bei Bei is Ruo's daughter and the only child of one Bai. How can your family simply send her away without even disclosing where she has gone? Old Master Liu dropped the pretense. His face contorted with anger as he retorted, I have been diligent in raising my daughter, ensuring she was well-educated and had proper moral instruction from the age of 3. He paused, contemplating with a hint of regret that he had failed to instill in her a sharp intellect. Otherwise, how could she have fallen for such a scoundrel? Fixating on Zhou Wenbai, Old Master Liu demanded, Are you aware of what Bei Bei has said since coming to my home? Zhou Wanbai felt the piercing gaze of old Master Lu, akin to that of a hawk, and a wave of anxiety washed over him. Children often embellish their stories. And old Master Lu, with his extensive business acumen, had previously refrained from confronting Zhou Wanbai, considering him the father of his granddaughter. However, upon realizing that Zhou Wanbai was far from a respectable individual, old Master Lu reverted to his former authoritative stance. Observing Zhou Wanbai sweating profusely confirmed the words spoken by his other grandsons. How audacious Zhou Wanbai was. Moreover, how could a Zhou family conceal such scandals, allowing old Master Zhou to bear the burden alone? Despite the Lu family's extensive intelligence network, they had been utterly oblivious. In Chapter 65, old Master Zhou found himself exasperated. The old Mistress Zhou, with tears in her eyes and a heart full of sympathy, chimed in. Indeed, Bei Bei has never faced hardship. How could she endure the rural life? I heard she even had to collect pig fodder. Old Master Lu disregarded the Zhou family's attempt to divert the conversation, stating, it was merely because the fifth child wanted snacks from the fridge and did not leave any for her that she claimed we do not care for her and wish she were dead. Old Mistress Zhou interjected, we should limit children's exposure to inappropriate cartoons and dramas. How can a good child develop properly without any exercise? My eldest and my fifth were all sent to the countryside during their childhood. The Lu family was unwilling to entertain the Zhou family's emotional appeals, and old Master Zhou's face darkened considerably. In truth, they did not particularly value a mere little girl from the Zhou family. Were it not for the connections with the Lu family and the fortune-teller's assertion that Bei Bei's destiny aligned with theirs, serving as a talisman to elevate their family while countering the Lu family, they would not have bothered to raise a financial liability with such kindness. Now, the talisman had been sent away. Contemplating these matters, old Master Zhou's gaze revealed a flicker of malice. He raised his glass to old Master Lu, saying in laws, you are right. We were indeed short-sighted, thinking we could provide Bei Bei with a good life in the big city while neglecting her character development. To express my regret, I shall drink first. The ritual of toasting was still a matter of respect. After a round of drinks, both families refrained from mentioning Bei Bei again. Once satiated, they parted ways. As old Master Lu and old Mistress Lu entered their vehicle, old Mistress Lu suddenly froze, exclaiming, Old Master, the talisman given to us by the young master, Yaya, has shattered, far away on Taiching Mountain. Yaya had just completed her daily talisman drawing when she felt the special marked talisman fracture. She stepped outside to find Lu Xingyun and Lu Xingfeng. The two, feeling idle on the mountain, sought to engage with Yaya and had taken it upon themselves to learn some physical routines for health. After observing their movements and confirming their correctness, Yaya left them to their practice. At this moment, she wished to converse with them, but hesitated to interrupt their training. Instead, sitting quietly to the side, the daily live stream on the mountain was ongoing. Earlier, Yaya had refrained from allowing her master to film her drawing, concerned that some individuals might misuse the talisman paper. If someone with genuine spiritual insight attempted it, it would be acceptable, but if an uninformed person altered the lines, it could produce different and potentially harmful effects. As she reflected on these matters, the audience grew ecstatic upon seeing Yaya's appearance. Many were undoubtedly enamored with adorable beings, unable to resist the charm of a charming young girl. With nothing else to do, Yaya took to her phone, reading the barrage of comments. One particularly stood out. Master, how much for a pill? Just tell me directly. In truth, she had sensed some ill-intentioned individuals attempting to obstruct access to the mountain in recent days. These people were not true believers of Sanqing Wan, but were rather seeking to exploit it for their own gain. Such individuals could not ascend the mountain. Those permitted to do so must possess a pure heart inclined toward goodness, which explained why the temple had not welcomed numerous visitors. As she pondered over these thoughts, the account claiming to be a relative of the Lu family reappeared in the comments. We have already sent someone up the mountain, but they were denied entry. Is this how you treat guests? This comment left Yaya momentarily stunned, her big eyes filled with confusion. Sanqing Guan is indeed a temple. Those who come are believers and patrons, not mere guests. The other viewers began to catch on. The individual claiming to be a relative of the Lu family had no genuine ties to them. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to using comments to communicate with Yaya instead of reaching out through proper channels. More importantly, Yaya had previously stated that only those with fate could ascend a mountain. What kind of person would be deemed without fate? Surely, It would be someone who had committed wrongdoings. For instance, Lu Dafu, who had become a rat due to his addiction to cruelty. This individual sought medicine but could not reach the mountain. How could they remain unaware of the situation? Certain people ought to reflect upon their actions, questioning whether their misdeeds were the reason they cannot acquire the medicine from Sanqingguan. Indeed, how laughable. They were attempting to deceive a child, thinking her naive. But our little Taoist Yaya is not so easily fooled. It is truly contemptible for adults to project their own shortcomings onto us, labeling us as mere guests. Those who can ascend the mountain are all individuals with a fated connection to Sanqingguan. As the audience voiced their criticisms, the account claiming to be a relative of the Lu family vanished from the comments. Behind the scenes, its owner closed their phone, fuming as they posted on social media. Who can help me obtain medicine from Sanqingguan? Generous rewards offered. Upon returning home, old Master Zhou saw this social media post and privately messaged the individual. I have the contact of a gifted person. Meanwhile, on Taiching Mountain, Yaya informed her viewers that she had some personal matters to attend to and ended the live stream. Lu Xingfeng, astonished, exclaimed, My little Yaya, the most powerful master in the world. Did you also calculate my parents' situation? Yaya, feeling overwhelmed with affection, responded, You are too kind. As she spoke, Lu Xingfeng crouched down, leaning against Yaya's small shoulder, crying. His pitiful demeanor evoked envy in Lu Xingyun. He had been striving to interact with Yaya as naturally as Lu Xingfeng did, yet he could not capture the essence of Lu Xingfeng's charm. How did Lu Xingfeng manage to be so effortlessly affectionate with such a delightful little girl? In chapter 66, Lu Xingyun expressed sincere gratitude. Thank you, Yaya. He resolved to use sincerity to counteract Lu Xingfeng's charm. Yaya nodded at Lu Xingyun, then patted Lu Xingfeng's shoulder. Feeling a bit weary, she found herself comforting the adults, saying, All right, Lu Xingfeng, stop it. You're soaking my clothes with your tears. Only then did Lu Xingfeng look up, genuinely sobbing. Yaya had so many responsibilities yet still found time to care for his parents, while he and Lu Xingyun had contributed little to help her revitalize Sanqingguan. As Lu Xingfeng observed that Yaya's mood had stabilized, she spoke up, Why not inquire and see if they would be amenable to a visit from me? Lu Xingfeng felt an urge to retort. How could it possibly be inconvenient? However, since he had indicated her intention to make a call, he obediently dialed his mother. When Madame Lu received the call, she was feeling quite unwell. It had only been a brief meal with the Zhou family, yet the protective talisman had already shattered, signifying the malevolence of the Zhou clan. How could they feign hospitality while harboring ill intentions? Madame Lu couldn't help but ponder whether her daughter's demise had any suspicious circumstances. Her eldest son had mentioned that the matter was still under investigation. Could it be that the investigation pertained to her daughter? The more she contemplated these thoughts, the more her heart ached. When the phone rang, and it was the fifth son calling, she took a deep breath before answering. Xingfeng, what prompted you to call home so suddenly? Is there something that little Taoist Yaya requires assistance with? The elderly lady's first concern was for the temple. She had previously watched a live stream and was aware of the rudimentary living conditions that Yaya endured. The quirky little Taoist, despite now having access to water and electricity, still resided in a wooden house that was quite heart-wrenching to behold. Madame Lu's concern was transmitted through the speakerphone to Yaya's ears. Yaya bit her lip, feeling a mixture of emotions that she struggled to articulate. Yet, there was no alternative. Lowering her gaze, her long eyelashes obscured her clear, bright pupils. She was merely a little Taoist, capable only of performing the duties befitting her role. And that was sufficient. Madame Lu was momentarily taken aback. It had only been 10 minutes since the talismans of the two elderly folks had been damaged. And yet Yaya from the distant Sanqing Mountain already knew and was preparing to send new ones. However, if it were merely for the sake of the 6,666 yuan talisman paper, it hardly warranted such urgency. They could simply wait for the family to reach out. After all, once they discovered the efficacy of the talismans, how could they refrain from purchasing? The allure of rarity and direct sales was far more lucrative. Madame Lu believed that with Yaya's intellect, she would certainly comprehend this. In a moment, Madame Lu felt her eyes welling with tears, an overwhelming desire to see Yaya immediately igniting within her. She proactively transformed the voice call into a video call, addressing Lu Xingfeng. Of course, there's time. How could there not be? Has little Taoist Yaya eaten? What does she enjoy? I shall have the servants prepare some small cakes and candies. along with milk-based beverages. Last time, she didn't dine with us. This time, she must stay. The warmth of her affection resonated in her voice. Yaya, caught off guard, found herself gazing into the elderly lady's caring eyes. She slowly blinked twice, responding, "That sounds wonderful. I would be delighted to enjoy a meal at your home." Madame Lu beamed with joy, her wrinkles softening with a smile. She rose, momentarily setting aside thoughts of her daughter, and busied herself with preparations for Yaya's visit. During this flurry of activity, she received another call from Lu Xingfeng. Lin Yu and Mo had not eaten either, and Yaya expressed her wish to include them. Madame Lu readily consented, suddenly inspired, instructing the servants, "Prepare some mung beans. I shall make mung bean cake." The servant, an old hand in the Lu household, promptly set about their task. The mung bean cake had been the favorite of the eldest daughter when she was at home, claiming that the old lady's version tasted like a mother's love, a comparison that none other could match. It was clear that the old lady intended to prepare this treat for the little Taoist Yaya, indicating her genuine affection for the young girl, a sentiment shared amongst the staff as well. The protective talismans previously sent by the little Taoist had reportedly been utilized by several individuals, each time in perilous circumstances. However, as they worked under the master's roof, they refrained from sharing their personal experiences, only exchanging a few words among themselves. Now that the little Taoist was returning, the kitchen would undoubtedly strive to showcase their finest culinary skills. May the little Taoist find joy in her meal. When Yaya arrived at the Lu residence, it had only been 5 minutes since her last call with Madame Lu. Lin Yu and Mo were feeling shy, expressing their regret at not bringing gifts for their visit. Yaya, whose intention had been to deliver talisman paper, had not anticipated such concerns. Upon hearing their words, she suggested they consider the fruits from the mountain as gifts. Lin Yu and Mo hesitated, stating that it would be inappropriate to accept gifts from Yaya. Yaya then proposed, "In that case, you shall take responsibility for watering the orchard tomorrow in exchange for these fruits," thus resolving the matter smoothly. As the Lu family servants welcomed Yaya at the door and excitedly informed Old Master Lu and Lu Xingzhou of her arrival, they witnessed Yaya waving her hand to reveal 3 bags of fruit placed on a coffee table. The bags were simple cloth pouches, yet the fragrant aroma of the fruits wafted into the hearts of everyone present. Such fine offerings, they collectively acknowledged. Old Master Lu cheerfully engaged with Yaya, saying, "Little Taoist, you need not have brought gifts. Your presence alone is a delight. Consider our home as your own, and there is no need for such formalities." Lu Xingzhou, typically reserved and contradicting the elders, astonishingly echoed his father's sentiment. Indeed, this home is like a second family to little Taoist Yaya. The sincerity of their words was unmistakable. Old Master Lu was taken aback by his eldest son's public contradiction, casting a wary glance at Lu Xingzhou, only to find him fixated on Yaya. Lu Xingzhou, the eldest of the Lu family, bore a striking resemblance to his younger sister. His intense gaze upon Yaya stirred an inexplicable feeling within her, as if he possessed knowledge of something unspoken. Chapter 67. This child is quite resourceful. Old Master Lu found it amusing that his eldest son had contradicted him in front of outsiders, only to be countered once more by Yaya. Observing Lu Xingzhou's face, he sought to detect any signs of displeasure, but found none. His mature and composed eldest son displayed no superfluous emotion, his features seemingly set in stone. "Yes, indeed, this is your second home," Lu Xingzhou reiterated, his gaze shifting to Lin Yu. "I hear that Mr. Lin has completed a new album. Would Lu Enterprises be interested in investing?" Lin Yu had never signed with a company. His musical achievements were solely due to his talent and the support of his audience, representing a triumph of skill over capital. Many companies had extended lucrative offers, yet Lin Yu had declined them all, wishing to present only the purest form of his music to his listeners. Upon hearing Lu Xingzhou's proposal, Lin Yu instinctively began to refuse, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lu," but before he could finish, he noticed Lu Xingzhou's gaze fixated on Yaya, who was enjoying the candy given by Lu Xingfeng, her cheeks adorably puffed like a little hamster. Compared to other capitalists, Lu Enterprises, a national enterprise consistently siding with the country in significant matters, might indeed be the most suitable partner. After all, both young masters of the Lu family were also on Sanqing Mountain, standing alongside Yaya. A smile spread across Lin Yu's delicate features as he extended his hand, saying, "In that case, I would be grateful to collaborate with Lu Enterprises. Include me as well. Interjected Lu Xingyun, big brother. Mr. Lin, don't forget me. I have a bitter reputation myself. Lin Yu, intrigued, inquired, I haven't asked yet. Where's Mr. Lu Xingyun currently employed? Yaya also turned her gaze to Lu Xingyun, recognizing that he, like Lin Yu, was someone who relied on his own skills for a living. While Lin Yu excelled in composition and singing, she had yet to discern Lu Xingyun's particular talents. Immediately aware of Yaya's scrutiny, Lu Xingyun puffed up with pride, declaring, I have another name, you know, it's Zyrus. Yaya's face lit with curiosity. You have an English name? The adults present were momentarily taken aback. Yaya, you understand English? Nodded her little head and said, yes, my master taught me that. He said one must not become complacent, but should absorb knowledge like a sponge to enrich one's mind. Lu Xingfeng, who was busy recommending delicious snacks too, was momentarily taken aback by her words. Not becoming complacent? Absorbing knowledge? It seemed he had never truly engaged in such pursuits. He had muddled through his undergraduate studies, and while several of his brothers had achieved success in their preferred fields, he still struggled to discover his own passion. Frustrated, he decided to earn money on his own, dabbling in outdoor adventure live streaming until he encountered. Although he claimed he would assist in revitalizing the Taoist temple, it was in reality who did all the work. He wasn't even a proper assistant. As Lu Xingfeng pondered these matters, Lu Xingyun coughed twice and interjected, You are absolutely right, little Taoist. In fact, my English name is a trademark. I am a renowned fashion designer who has won the prestigious Golden Thimble Award internationally. To elucidate the significance of this accolade for, Lu Xingyun added, to commission me for a clothing design, you must start with at least 5 million. That's how famous I am. S eyes widened in astonishment. Such a large sum? If this money could be used to restore the original side hall of the Sanqing Yuan, that would be wonderful. Determined, she resolved to work hard to earn it, clenching her little fists with utmost seriousness. As earnestness caught Lu Xingyun off guard, as he had merely intended to showcase his excellence. He found himself mimicking her gesture, utterly perplexed by her meaning. Lu Xingfeng, however, mirrored its action and earnestly declared, Let us work hard together, little Taoist. Together, we shall revitalize the temple, and I will find my true calling. The harsh reality weighed heavily on Lu Xingyun, who felt a pang of inner turmoil as he gazed at. Feeling uneasy under Lu Xingyun's stare, tilted her head, her big eyes filled with confusion. Lu Xingyun, why are you looking at me like that? Lu Xingyun, desiring praise but feeling somewhat awkward, replied, Oh, it's nothing. With that, the conversation between them dwindled. Took a sip of the drink Lu Xingfeng had given her, her eyes squinting with delight at the sweetness, resembling a crescent moon. Such an adorable little bundle of joy. She was endearing to everyone who laid eyes upon her. Lu Xingzhou, who typically harbored a dislike for children, found himself unexpectedly wanting to pinch the cheeks of this charming little one. This man, who commanded the business world, suddenly realized that it was not children he disliked, but rather those who were greedy, uncouth, and self-serving. However, children were not easily approachable. Lu Xingzhou cast a glance at his younger brothers, observing the distinct differences in their interactions with. If he were to suddenly become close to her, she likely wouldn't accept it easily. This little one had her own opinions. Having sorted out his thoughts, Lu Xingzhou resumed discussing collaboration matters with Lin Yu, with Lu Xingyun joining in. Meanwhile, Lu Lazizi quietly approached, observing her with a smile as he began to feed her, imitating Lu Xingfeng. On one side, Lu Xingfeng offered her a fruit-flavored candy, while on the other side, Lu Lazizi presented her with a piece of chocolate. The two, one old and one young, delighted in their feeding session. Unreserved, accepted all they offered, having prepared her funds and feeling no shame in indulging. The peculiar atmosphere in the living room persisted until Lu Laodai came to the doorway, calling out, Come, come. No more chatting, it's time to eat. With that, she stormed towards Lu Lazizi, who trembled in fear but was still tugged by the ear. Chapter 68. An apple worth 30,000, the old man cried out, drawing the attention of Lin Yu, who was engaged in conversation, while Mo, who had been engrossed in her phone, also looked up in surprise. Both of them, accustomed to the upper echelons of society, were taken aback by the dynamic between the elderly couple. The way Lu Laodai fiercely tugged at Lu Lazizi's ear was clearly a frequent occurrence. Had never witnessed such a scene and was so astonished that she forgot to chew her potato chips. Her round eyes darted between Lu Laozizi and Lu Laotai, and she raised her little hand to gently touch her own ear. Please don't be angry, Lu Laotai. It was who wanted to eat. She began to speak to Lu Laozizi, who smiled back. Huh, my dear wife, look how I've spoken. Please don't pull my ear anymore. Otherwise, when I go fishing tomorrow, those folks will surely laugh at me. Fishing was Lu Laozizi's favorite pastime, where he donned the guise of an ordinary old man, accompanied by a butler to find a picturesque spot, often sitting for hours. Children are thoughtless, and adults are no better. Lu Laotai pointed to the snack platter. Do you think I wouldn't know what I personally placed there? Is it appropriate to feed so many candies to a child? She then turned her gaze to Lu Xingfeng. Fearing his mother's ear-pulling tactics, Lu Xingfeng shrank his neck and attempted to hide behind. However, such a petite figure could hardly conceal an 8-foot man. It was merely a psychological comfort for Lu Xingfeng. Fortunately, he had a clever excuse ready, saying, Mom, it was Dad who insisted on feeding so much. Please don't pull my ear. Lu Laotai felt particularly speechless. Overindulgence could lead to cavities for children, which was painful. When Roru was young, she had been spoiled by her brothers and father, consuming too many sweets, resulting in a mouthful of decayed teeth. Had they not found the best dentist, using medication daily, how could she have grown up with such a beautiful set of natural teeth? These men simply did not understand the importance of self-restraint. Reflecting on this, Lu Laotai released Lu Laozizi's now red ear and smiled at, I hope you weren't frightened. Little Taoist, come, let us go eat with me. The kindly elder extended her hand, recognized that Lu Laotai genuinely cared for her. And as she placed her little hand in Lu Laotai's, she sweetly responded, Dear lady, please don't worry, has a special medicine for teeth. So I want tea get cavities. Only Ahua from the mountains loves to get cavities. After a moment's thought, she added, I could bring her here to the Lu family. I could visit her too. Lu Laotai pondered, Indeed, my husband and I have not traveled in a long while. Since you've shown such concern and sent us talismans, it is only fitting we visit your revered ancestor and those esteemed masters. It must be their presence that makes you so clever and adorable, right? The gentle tone and soft voice of Lu Laotai were pleasing to the ear. Grasped Lu Laotai's hand tightly, suddenly imagining whether her own mother had been similarly guided by Lu Laotai in her youth, worried about excessive sugar leading to cavities. Contemplating this, looked up at Lu Laotai, realizing that the woman who held her hand decades ago surely did not have such a mane of white hair. The Lu family's meals were truly delectable. Feasted until her belly was round and full, nearly unable to walk. This was due in part to her own gluttony, as well as the others around her who eagerly served her dishes. Especially the aunt standing nearby, who refused to join the table but exclusively served her, was exceedingly enthusiastic, ensuring that new dishes appeared in her bowl before she had finished the previous ones. Lu Xingfeng explained that the aunt was their family maid, someone employed by the Lu family, which was why she did not dine with them. After finishing their meal, seizing the opportunity while everyone was in the living room, took out the talismans she had prepared. This is a newly prepared talisman for you. She handed it to Lu Laoi and Lu Laofuren. The elderly couple then presented a prepared red envelope to Yaya, stating that it contained money for the talisman. Using a red envelope was a mutual agreement between the elders. The large envelope concealed the amount inside, allowing them to add a little extra without concern. If you wish to open it, they would explain that the envelope is an auspicious symbol and should remain closed. The elders thought this plan was ingenious. But upon receiving the envelope, Yaya merely waited in her small chubby hands and furrowed her brows, saying, No, you've given too much. The two elders exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. How could this little dumpling be so perceptive? She could discern the excess money solely by its weight. Yaya promptly opened her wallet, first extracting the 24 extra red bills and then adding 10 more, declaring, This is for my friends to eat with me. She pushed the money towards Lu Laoi, who was stunned, completely unprepared for such a turn of events. This little dumpling had come to dine, yet also intended to pay for them? What should they do now? Lu Laofuren was equally taken aback by Yaya's actions, momentarily forgetting how to respond. They had always believed in the principle of reciprocity in social etiquette, yet in this moment, Yaya's clear display of it left the elderly couple feeling somewhat bittersweet and uncomfortable. Eventually, it was Lu Xingzhou who spoke up. Previously in our circle, there was a trend surrounding the longevity-boosting divine apples. One of my subordinates received one, reportedly purchased for a staggering 30,000 yuan. It originated from Sanqing Guan. Lu Xingzhou's words caused Yaya to gasp. Ah, is there such a thing? Earlier, the workers from the mountain brought down some fruits and vegetables, but they certainly weren't priced that high. How could they sell for 30,000 yuan at the foot of the mountain? Could it be that I misjudged? Were those workers merely greedy? As Yaya wrestled with her doubts, Lu Xingzhou continued. Initially, it was a gift for family, passed down from them. Yaya then sighed in relief. Lu Xingyan also felt reassured. Brother, please finish your statements in one go. Those workers are from our family's construction team. I told you they wouldn't be the type to resell. After saying this, Lu Xingyun felt a vague sense of something amiss. However, questioning how the apples had transformed into 30,000 yuan each seemed excessive at this moment. Lu Xingfeng hurriedly chimed in. Yes, little Guanju Yaya. Please don't be polite with us. What is the relationship between us? It's just a meal. While saying this, Lu Xingfeng signaled to Lu Xingyun to join in the conversation. Indeed, my fifth brother and I have been living and eating on the mountain. Your meal barely counts. With the Lu family members expressing such sentiments, Yaya had no choice but to accept the money. But you must eat the fruits. You cannot give them away. She earnestly advised, the fruits from the mountain are very spiritual and truly beneficial for health. The Lu family collectively sighed in relief, fearing that Yaya would continue her politeness and insist on paying for their meal. Lin Yu, I will come to pick you up here tomorrow. Lin Yu shook her head in refusal. There's no need to trouble you. I have some matters to attend to at the foot of the mountain, and I will go up myself then. All right then, Lu Xingfeng, Lu Xingyun, and Mo. Are you all going back up the mountain? Lu Xingfeng nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. Lu Xingyun and Mo, however, shook their heads. Mo remarked that she had already overstayed her welcome and would directly go up the next time. Lu Xingyun was taken aback. Is little Daolang Yaya leaving already? Why didn't she say she would come and pick him up? Clearly, Lin Yu wanted to stay just now, and Yaya had mentioned she would pick her up. Lu Xingyun looked longingly at Yaya, but she remained oblivious, engrossed in conversation with Lu Leo Furin. Green bean cake? Yaya had initially intended to refuse, but after hearing Lu Leo Furin mention that it was her daughter's favorite, she accepted it with a sweet, "Thank you, old madam," upon returning to the mountain. Although her belly was full, Yaya could not resist indulging in a piece of green bean cake. The freshly made delicacy was delightful. As she savored it, she suddenly took a portion and placed it before the ancestral tablet in her room, lighting incense. This is something you like. You should try it too. With 3 fewer people on the mountain, it felt eerily quiet. Yaya continued her live broadcasts, as usual, busily managing her affairs when she received a visit from Sun Yu. This time, Sun Yu brought the contract for the reception of 2 giant pandas from Sanqing Mountain for Yaya to sign. Lu Xingfeng assisted in reviewing it, confirming there were no issues, and once the contract was signed, the pandas would be delivered in 7 days. Sun Yu mentioned that they might need Yaya's assistance in receiving them at the bottom. Upon hearing this, Yaya thought for a moment and said, "Then I will just go to fetch the pandas. It's merely a matter of using a spell. Quite simple." Sun Yu considered it and agreed. After the arduous journey of delivering the pandas, they might not adjust well to the new environment. Having Yaya directly retrieve them would indeed simplify matters. What? We are to receive the pandas already? Are we certain which 2 pandas they are? I don't know. Once Yaya arrives at the breeding base, we will find out. This time, the live broadcast at the breeding base remained open. When Yaya arrived, the person in charge, who had already received a call from Sun Yu, was eagerly waiting at the entrance. He squatted down to shake Yaya's hand, expressing, Thank you. Little Guanju, your presence has truly resolved a significant dilemma for us." Yaya blinked. "You don't seem impoverished. Why is there no bamboo for the pandas to eat?" Huh? The base director suddenly remembered that they had initially used the lack of bamboo for the pandas as an excuse to persuade Yaya to help them send the pandas over. Realizing there was indeed little bamboo cultivated at the base, he felt relieved that Yaya's visit wouldn't expose them. He genuinely feared that the opportunity to receive the pandas would vanish. "Our base indeed has very little bamboo," the director said. "I kindly ask little Guanju to take good care of those siblings when they arrive. They have quite the appetite." Indeed, the pair of pandas destined for Sanqing Guan were siblings, renowned as the gluttons of the base. While other pandas would be satisfied with a certain amount, these 2 could only manage a third of that. During work hours, whenever they felt hungry, they would incessantly bang on iron basins, truly giving the caretakers quite a headache. "That's all right. No matter how much they eat, I can afford to feed them. Yaya flash da polite is mine. So where are those 2 pandas? I will take them down the mountain to enjoy some good food." The base director led Yaya toward the siblings' residence. This place, although labeled a breeding base, resembled a large panda zoo. The pandas had their own accommodations of varying sizes. Previously, it had been the Yunchang Zoo that received them. But when they fell gravely ill, the zoo was unable to treat them. Out of curiosity, her master had once used an illusion to show her the living conditions of the bears at that time. They were quite pitiful, as the space was far too small. You have so many pandas. After touring for a while, Yaya took the initiative to suggest if it's really too difficult to care for them. I am willing to help raise them. There is plenty of space on Sanqing Mountain, and they could live there. Why do I feel like Yaya is somewhat disdainful of the breeding base? If it were me, I would feel the same. They mused. Think about how vast Sanqing Mountain is. Those animals live freely, and one can understand how good the relationship with Yaya is. Indeed, without comparison, there is no harm. Reflecting on how Fatma enjoyed an entire bamboo grove while observing the pandas of the breeding base, the director also sensed Yaya's implication. He awkwardly replied, "Little Guanju, as much as I would like to have you take care of them, the authorities do not permit it." The moment the director mentioned the authorities, Yaya fell silent. Her master had said that as a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, one must heed the words of the authorities. Even though they were Taoists from Sanqingguan, they must implement any policies issued by the authorities. To be a good citizen of Longhua, one must cultivate patriotism, dedication to work, integrity, and kindness. Chapter 70. I did not come to save anyone. During the subsequent tour, Yaya refrained from voicing any further opinions. Soon, they arrived at the location where the base director prepared to send 2 pandas to reside on Sanqing Mountain. These 2 pandas happened to be neighbors, and their living environment was designed to resemble the wild more closely. The base director introduced them. This is Meng Duo, and this is Mengyu, his sister. They share the same mother, but have different fathers, thus they are related by blood. Yaya nodded, saying, "Yes, I remember their names." It is Meng Duo and Mengyu. I was fortunate to see them during my previous visit. The introduction mentioned that they're specially trained for wild release. No wonder their habitat differs from that of the other pandas. The base director inquired, "Which one do you plan to take to Sanqing Mountain first? We need to arrange for anesthesia." Anesthesia? Yaya pondered and quickly declined. "There is no need for anesthesia. Just let me in with them, and everything will be fine." The temperament of these 2 pandas is somewhat unpredictable. The base director expressed concern. "Perhaps we should proceed with anesthesia?" Yaya remained resolute. "Really, there is no need. They once attack me. You must trust me." The base director expressed his apprehension, noting that the pandas on the mountain had grown up alongside Yaya, and he worried about the unfamiliar pandas outside. Is my concern excessive? After all, our Yaya is quite formidable. I am worried too. It's not about Yaya's prowess. What if something goes awry? The base director was adamant about using anesthesia, prompting Yaya to propose, "How about this? I will feed them first, and then take them to Sanqing Mountain. Would that be acceptable?" The base director nodded. "That works. We can simply feed them through the gate." Pandas typically do not react too strongly. However, once we enter their living area, it could be a different story. They then gathered near the feeding door for the pandas. Mengyu appeared confused, not understanding why it had suddenly changed locations, and the previous small room was nowhere to be found. Yaya offered a bamboo shoot to Mengyu, saying, "Hello, we will be neighbors from now on. I'll live on the mountain over there, and you will reside here from now on." Mengyu stared at Yaya with wide eyes, puzzled. In its mind, it registered that while the previous bipedal creatures had spoken to it with only partial comprehension, this little one seemed fully understandable. "I still need to fetch your brother, so you can play for now." To avoid potential conflict between the 2 pandas, Yaya did not place them together. She also explained the situation to the surrounding carnivores, urging them not to harm the siblings, assuring them they eat bamboo and will not compete with you for meat. This rationale was sufficient to appease the carnivorous creatures. "Yaya, my mother just called. She said a cousin of mine had an accident and needs to have a limb amputated. She wanted to know if you could help." "Your cousin? That connection is rather distant," Yaya remarked as her small hands calculated the situation, her round eyes fixated on Lu Xingfeng. "Is this cousin close to you?" Lu Xingfeng nodded. "Fairly close, but since he got married, we rarely see each other. We only catch up at banquets." Upon hearing this, Yaya patted Lu Xingfeng's shoulder and sighed softly. Indeed, these relations can be quite troublesome. If he had not dined with the Lu family or tasted the green bean cake made by the matriarch, I could have declined Lu Xingfeng immediately. However, now that I have savored the sweet green bean cake, it feels somewhat awkward to refuse her. Noticing Yaya's reluctance, Lu Xingfeng quickly suggested, "Perhaps we should not go? I can speak with my mother about it. Regardless of our relationship, we cannot make exceptions. What do you think? Amputation is just amputation. His life remains intact." Lu Xingfeng intended to prioritize Yaya's opinion. Yaya shook her head. "Let us go. We can decide once we arrive. Should we visit the Lu residence first or go directly to his home?" Lu Xingfeng replied, "Let us go to my house first. My parents are waiting." This made things simpler. Upon arriving, she did not hesitate to appear at the door, but directly entered the Lu family's living room. Indeed, the matriarch was anxiously pacing, muttering, "My elder sister is in tears. I truly hope Xiao Feng won't have to undergo amputation." Just as she finished speaking, upon seeing Yaya, the matriarch's face lit up with a smile. "Little Taoist Yaya, you have come. Thank you for being willing to help my nephew." Yaya shook her head. "I did not come to save anyone. I merely came to resolve this predicament." The matriarch was taken aback. "Not to save him? What does that mean?" Yaya replied, "We will discuss it once we arrive at his home." While en route to the matriarch's sister's house, another call came through. Upon answering, an elderly woman's weeping voice filled the line. "Sister, when will you come? Has your family truly abandoned Xiao Feng? All these years, aside from asking you to assist in getting Xiao Feng into your family's company, we have not asked for anything else. You cannot simply ignore my family's Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng needs to earn a living. How can he manage if he loses a leg?" Upon hearing such accusations, the matriarch felt a flush of heat rise to her face as she glanced at the obedient Yaya seated in the car. Her elder sister's desperate tone was understandable. She hoped you would not take offense. "I have invited the little Taoist and am currently bringing her to your home," the matriarch stated. "But let me be clear. If Xiao Feng's leg requires amputation due to wrongdoing, the little Taoist cannot save him." Upon hearing this, the recipient's excitement was palpable. "You have secured her? It is indeed the renowned little Taoist from Sanqing Mountain? Wonderful. Please hurry. We will be waiting." After the call ended, the matriarch anxiously glanced at Yaya. Although the young girl displayed no unusual expression, the matriarch felt a sense of displeasure emanating from her. This situation was indeed poorly handled. She should not have assumed Yaya would assist simply because of their connection to the Lu family. It seemed that the pilgrimage to Sanqing Mountain would need to be expedited. Chapter 71. The resemblance between the younger sister and Yaya. The car eventually halted before a quaint villa. The villa appeared quite nice, but it paled in comparison to the Lu family's estate. At the entrance stood an elderly woman, bearing a resemblance to the matriarch, who was none other than her sister, Elder Yu. Upon seeing the car, Elder Yu joyfully exclaimed, "Park right at the entrance." As Yaya and the Lu family disembarked, Elder Yu's gaze immediately fell upon Yaya, her face breaking into a broad smile. Lu Xingfeng recalled that from his earliest memories, his Aunt Yu Giju was always at their home, seeking favors and attempting to take advantage of their family. While it is normal for relatives to help each other occasionally, Aunt Yu and her husband were not particularly astute, often failing to capitalize on opportunities presented to them. The only way to assist them was to hand over money directly. However, this was not a viable solution. The Lu family had wealth, but that wealth should not nourish parasites. Eventually, Lu Xingfeng's elder brother devised a plan to catch them stealing and reported them, thus putting an end to their antics. Recognizing that the younger generation of the Lu family held little regard for them, and that the future of the Lu family would be determined by the younger generation, Aunt Yu finally ceased her attempts. They learned their lesson, and Lu Xingfeng's elder brother managed to arrange decent jobs with benefits for Aunt Yu and her husband. While the jobs were commendable, it was the last time they would receive assistance. Should they encounter any issues at work, they would still face dismissal. Thus, the entire family finally settled down. Later, it was heard that Xiao Feng's cousin had seized an opportunity to acquire a convenience store, managing to negotiate lower prices for goods due to the status of the Lu family relatives. Only then did Auntie Calculator share. However, Lu Xingfeng always remembered the smile on Auntie's face when she saw the money. How could she smile as though she had encountered gold bars? Lu Xingfeng couldn't help but murmur. Perhaps it was her deep concern for her son, believing there was hope for his leg to be healed that brought about such joy. Although Lu Xingfeng spoke in a hushed tone, Yi still managed to hear him. She cast a glance of approval at Lu Xingfeng, thinking to herself, Lu Xingfeng is quite astute. Even without calculations, he can discern that this elderly lady was overjoyed at the sight of gold bars. "Ah, dear sister, the old lady has truly been waiting for you all. Elder Yu cheerfully welcomed, reaching out to take Lu old lady's hand. The two elders stood together, resembling not contemporaries, but rather two generations apart. And Xiaofeng? Lu old lady did not express much warmth towards her sister. Rather, her demeanor remained serious. Now, could you enlighten us on how his leg was broken? Elder Yu nodded. Of course, I will explain. Let us step inside first, and we shall discuss it further. While the two elders conversed, Yaya had quietly affixed talismans onto Lu old lady and Lu Xingfeng. She gazed up at the small villa before her. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in her grape-like, dark eyes. The actions of her companions were somewhat unclear, but upon arrival, if she were still unable to perceive the truth, she would not be the formidable Yaya whom her master entrusted with Sanqingguan. Prepared and eager to understand the capabilities of those she was about to confront, Yaya was more enthusiastic than the Lu family, her short legs pattering towards the house. Let us go inside and talk," she declared. Upon seeing Yaya enter, Elder Yu followed suit, her demeanor cheerful and unreflective of a mother whose son had just suffered a grave misfortune. She guided Yaya and Lu old lady into the house, commencing the account of her son's leg injury. It turned out he had taken a girl on a mountain climb during their courtship and had accidentally tumbled down 2 flights of stairs. As she recounted the incident, Elder Yu's tone bore a hint of sadness, lamenting, that girl bears no sense of responsibility. She refused to compensate at all." Listening to this, Lu Xingfeng felt utterly speechless. Why take a girl out for a courtship and lead her into the mountains? Wouldn't it be better to sit in a CAF or dessert shop and chat? Given the weather, unless the girl was genuinely fond of climbing, one could only conclude that his cousin was rather foolish. To mask his true thoughts, Lu Xingfeng pulled Yaya into his embrace. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they found the walls adorned with balloons, each containing a faint response of spiritual energy. Yaya recognized that they were filled with talismans. She recalled the earlier words of a gecko spirit who had mentioned her talisman's impressive ability to become invisible, and indeed, it seemed to be true. Otherwise, how could someone who had repeatedly targeted the Lu family employ such a clumsy method to conceal the talisman paper? It was rather childish. As she pondered this, a smile threatened to break across her face, her eyes curving like a crescent moon. Unable to resist, she stole a few more glances. Elder Yu, having grown up in poverty with parents working long hours, often found herself caring for her younger sister while her grandmother tended to the children of her father's brothers. The resemblance between her younger sister and the young Taoist from Sanqingguan was striking. Did the sister ever notice? Elder Yu thought to herself. It is often said that people do not remember their own appearances well, and there are many who bear resemblances in this world. Whether her sister noticed or not made little difference. As she contemplated Yaya's features, they arrived outside her son's room. She opened the door and pointed at the person on the bed, exclaiming, "Look, Xiaofeng is truly unfortunate." Upon seeing the clearly plump and fair man adorned in an intricately patterned robe lying on the bed, both Lu old lady and Lu Xingfeng were momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Yaya took the initiative to speak. "Indeed, his leg is broken. How unfortunate." As she spoke, she squeezed Lu Xingfeng's hand and subtly winked at him. Understanding her implication, Lu Xingfeng quickly interjected before his mother could respond. "Indeed, Xiaofeng's situation is quite dire. The bandaging is rather poor as well. It seems that so-called family doctor should be dismissed, don't you think, Mom?" He grasped his mother's hand and mimicked Yaya, blinking several times. Yaya had already discerned that this was a ruse, which was why she had set something in motion ahead of time. Thus, what they saw was not the injured Xiaofeng, but rather the realization that this sister was becoming more muddled with age, though she concealed it well. Approaching the bedside, as if genuinely concerned about Xiaofeng's injured leg. Alas, one must not be injured. Such injuries do affect one's complexion. Yaya, the young Taoist, chimed in, "May I first take a look? I must test whether the nerves in his leg are still responsive." She then feigned retrieving a 5-inch silver needle from her sleeve. Chapter 72. The experiment subject has arrived as soon as the silver needle appeared. Lu Xingfeng cooperatively escorted Yaya to the bedside. Yaya pointed to the Taoist's waist to test if the leg has sensation. "We need to pierce the acupoints on the waist." "Lu Xingfeng, you are in the wrong position." "What?" The Taoist on the bed turned pale. He had no desire to be pricked in the waist. Observing Lu family members and that little girl, it was evident he was under the influence of his illusion talismans. At this moment, if he merely cast a spell, he could make the little girl pay for her previous arrogance. The stout Taoist thought this. His hand moved to form a seal. Yet, Yaya's movements were swifter. She flicked out a piece of candy that struck the stout Taoist in the dantian. As the energy channels were sealed, the stout Taoist's complexion shifted dramatically, finally realizing something was amiss. But it was too late. You seem quite confident in your talismans, Yaya remarked, no longer pretending not to notice, her round eyes gleaming with mischievous delight. The stout Taoist's expression darkened. How did you discover it? He had set up an inner formation with talisman paper, and outside, there was a killing array arranged with formation flags, hidden beneath the decorations of the roof. These two formations were taught to him by his master. Many meddlesome individuals had perished within these formations. So how could a mere child be the one to suffer a setback? Quite evidently, Yaya replied. Do you believe that placing items on the roof would prevent anyone from noticing? Anyone sensitive to spiritual energy could easily detect them. The stout Taoist was nearly driven to madness. The audacious child spoke with an innocent expression, as if discovering that his formation was indeed quite easy. Yet, if one were not well versed in formations, how could they comprehend the significance of the item's placements? You may have restrained me, but you wouldn't dare to act against me. The stout Taoist felt a surge of panic, but recalling his master, he regained his confidence, thinking, my master is a 500-year-old great demon. Do you still have a master? Yaya inquired, intrigued. Then show me what else you have learned besides these two formations. If I can see that your master is indeed formidable, I shall promise not to harm you. The stout Taoist, perceiving the sincerity in Yaya's words, thought, children are easily deceived. In truth, he had not been in contact with his master for quite some time. His master had been in seclusion for too long. Nevertheless, since this child feared his master, it proved she was aware of the futility of opposing a 500-year-old demon. Then, will you release this acupoint? The stout Taoist asked, pride evident on his face. Only then can I demonstrate. Yaya nodded. That can be arranged, but you must accompany me to Sanqing Guan afterward. Only then will I release it. With that, Yaya fixed another talisman to the stout Taoist's throat, rendering him unable to speak. She then turned to glance at Elder Yu, who had begun to tremble. Do you not inquire about our matters? If this formation is successfully activated, we shall all perish within. Yaya paused momentarily and added, it would be the kind of death that could be made into a documentary, yet ultimately declared to be a perfectly normal demise. If she and the Lu family were to die in this house, perhaps they would indeed be subjected to scrutiny, resulting in the conclusion, they simply died, with no discernible cause. Lu Xingfeng was already quite irate. I believe it is best for us to sever ties with this family. You cling to that meager sense of kinship, while they seek our very lives. Lu Laofu-Ren's eyes were filled with sorrow. From her earliest memories, it was her elder sister Yu Guiyu who cared for her. It could be said that her recollections are scarcely populated by the presence of her parents, but rather dominated by that of her beloved elder sister. Yet how did matters devolve into this turmoil? Why must you act in this manner? Ru Laofu-Ren inquisited. Is it true that your son has suffered a leg injury? As she spoke, Yu Laotai's face contorted with a look of bitter enmity. You should hasten to report this and have him apprehended. It is entirely his fault. Upon hearing this, the rotund Taoist was filled with derision. Is it truly the fault of this humble monk? Mortals are so fond of shirking responsibility. Clearly, it is your family's avarice that led you to devise a scheme using your own household to extract funds from the Jiang family. What does this matter have to do with the Jiang family? Lu Laofu-Ren frowned, referring to the Jiang family engaged in the building materials business. The stout Taoist nodded. Indeed, he established contact with the Jiang family, who financed his scheme with the intention of acquiring the pills from Sanqing Mountain. He also mentioned that this family was provided by the Jiang family, hinting that Lu Laofu-Ren and Lu Laogong would witness friends perish. Yet they would never neglect their kin. Upon hearing that the Yu family would receive 5 million as long as they assisted in luring someone in, they were quite pleased. To avoid suspicion, Yu Laotai's spouse and son had concealed themselves. However, they did not fare well either. Jia remarked. To convince me that the old lady's relative was in trouble, you truly made her son suffer a leg injury, did you not? Yu Laotai was taken aback to hear from Yaya that her son had indeed suffered a leg injury. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You are speaking nonsense. How could my son possibly have a leg injury? They merely wished to borrow the house. How could they cause my son to be injured? Her son was the lifeblood of both her and her husband. If his leg were truly injured, how would he ever find a wife? Without a wife, who would care for their family of 3? Yet the stout Taoist's words extinguished the last flicker of hope within you, Lao Tai. Indeed, they caused your son's leg injury. If money is desired, one must pay a price. At that moment, Yu Lao Tai's gaze was filled with hatred towards the stout Taoist. She lunged at him, clawing and scratching. Return my son's leg, return my son's leg. While weeping and striking, she pleaded with Lu Laofu. Wan. It truly is not the fault of the elder sister. They deceived me. They deceived me. It is all their fault. Please have the young Taoist treat my son's leg. The Zhang family claimed this young Taoist possesses a remedy for everything. Lu Laofu merely xiaokil coldly. Sister, it seems you have forgotten my words. The ever-kind elderly lady's expression was laden with disappointment towards her own elder sister. I have stated that if Xiao Feng's leg was injured due to misdeeds, the young Taoist Yaya would not offer assistance. After uttering this, Lu Laofu gazed at Yaya, her eyes filled with remorse. I apologize, Taoist Yaya, for the trouble I have caused you. Yaya waved her hand. It is not truly a bother. I had already intended to capture this fellow. She had yet to voice her unspoken thought. She had previously promised Luo Chang to allow him to conduct an experiment. Now, would not the subject for the experiment present itself? Chapter 73. Because Yaya intends to challenge the dojo. Lu Laofu discerned that Yaya was genuinely unperturbed, and she exhaled in relief. However, Lu Laofu also recognized that there was little sincerity in the matter. The sister was not wholeheartedly caring for her. She consistently took advantage of their parents' absence to bully her. Now, the time had come to bring closure to this situation. Lu Laofu proclaimed her intent to resolve the matter, and Yaya nodded in agreement. Then, I shall take him away. Before departing, we must remove those talisman papers from the house. Yaya applied a method she had learned previously at the entrance of Luo Chang, successfully destroying all the talisman papers. At that moment, Lu Xingfeng suddenly said, Yaya, I will remain here to accompany my mother. I will join you later with my fourth brother. There is no need. Simply send me a message when you are ready, and I will come to fetch you, Yaya replied directly. Lu Xingfeng smiled. Very well, you have worked hard today. The stout Taoist was taken aback by Yaya's display of skill. For words popped into his mind, shrinking the earth to an inch. This spell could also be wielded by his master. Yet it was said that using it once would consume half of one's spiritual energy. It was a high-level spell. He lacked the requisite level to learn it. The master of Sanqingguan could actually employ such a spell. At such a tender age, she surely possessed remarkable abilities. Yaya informed ABA of the stout Taoist's identity. Upon hearing that the stout fellow had aided the Zhou family in bullying the Lu family, ABA promptly defecated on the stout Taoist's forehead. Furious, the stout Taoist's face turned ashen, and he shouted, You are insulting a captive when my master arrives. How will you explain this to him? ABA tilted his head, his pea-sized eyes gazing at Yaya inquiringly. Does he even have a master? Who is his master? Yaya shook her head. I do not know. It cannot be calculated. Speaking of this, Yaya grew curious. Her master had advised against forcing calculations on matters that could not be determined, which was why she had refrained from attempting to calculate the stout Taoist's actions. Up until now, the only calculation she had forced was concerning her master's lifespan, prompted by his first declaration of impending death. Do cultivators at the foot of the mountain adhere to similar rules? Does your sect also have principles regarding matters that cannot be calculated? Yaya inquired of the stout Taoist. The stout Taoist frowned. What do you mean by matters that cannot be calculated? Yaya explained, It pertains to matters concerning those close to you, as well as those who have also embarked on the path of cultivation, be they demons, monks, or Taoists. Are they not fated to have their destinies calculated? The stout Taoist replied, Of course, those matters cannot be calculated. Do you think your sect can ascertain them through forceful calculations? Yaya kunitit herbereis, her samal face reflecting her confusion. Her sect could indeed determine such matters through forceful calculations. She had successfully calculated her master's lifespan, had she not? Was the outcome of the calculation not accurate? As Yaya pondered, the stout Taoist spoke again. Was it not suggested that I demonstrate what I have learned? If you place me in a position where I am hindered, how am I to showcase my abilities? I propose you accompany me to my place of cultivation. Only there can I adequately exhibit what I have learned. The stout Taoist spoke with reason, and after a moment's consideration, Yaya consented. With these thoughts in mind, Yaya asked the stout Taoist, Where is your place of cultivation? She presented her phone map for directions. The stout Taoist glanced at the map and smiled slightly. The journey from Sanqing Mountain to his master's dojo would take at least half a day by plane. This afforded him at least another half day of complete safety. Once at the dojo, he would be his master's most favored disciple. His master would certainly not abandon him. At that time, the master and disciple united. Capturing a mere child would be a trivial task. Not to mention, his master possessed numerous magical artifacts, which originated from various temples and monasteries, and were exceedingly formidable. The stout Taoist relished the thought, and, after giving directions, said, "I will provide you with my identification. You can purchase the plane ticket." Plane ticket? Why must we buy a plane ticket? Yaya's small face was filled with confusion. We can go directly, cannot we? Nevertheless, before proceeding, she needed to make thorough preparations. This was a venture into another's dojo, and they had captured a disciple, which amounted to a challenge. Therefore, weapons and defenses must be optimized, and at least 3 escape routes should be carefully planned. Her master had stated, while Sanqing Guan could abstain from challenges if one were challenged, they must present themselves with vigor and establish a reputation. To achieve fame, one must certainly not remain inconspicuous. ABA, we are going to challenge the dojo now. This live broadcast could be perilous. Will you accompany me? Yaya inquired earnestly, fully attired. ABA flapped his wings against his chest, demonstrating utmost seriousness. War correspondent ABA. Ready for battle. Yaya beamed with delight. All right, since you're coming with me. Let me first equip you with some protective charms so that you can escape at the fastest speed should danger arise. ABA nodded his small head in approval. Brimming with satisfaction, mission assured. Yaya mentally rehearsed the potential scenarios they might encounter before initiating the live stream. By now, it was already 6 p.m. The moment the stream commenced, 1,000 viewers surged in, as they were part of the avid online audience who had received notifications about Yaya's broadcast. Upon seeing Yaya adorned in a lavish purple, traditional robe, curiosity ignited among the viewers. Little Taoist Yaya, what attire are you wearing? It looks rather formal. Is it the uniform of your Sanqing Guan? Are those symbols intricately woven into the fabric? I recognize that robe. It is the Tianshi purple robe. Can it be that such a young age holds the title of Tianshi? Upon reading the comments, Yaya, in a sweet voice, explained, I dress formally because I'm going to challenge the dojo. I have apprehended a Taoist who has been using malevolent spirits for nefarious deeds, and now I am heading to confront his master at their dojo. The audience erupted in excitement. Ah, a dojo challenge between sects. Is this something we can witness? Will we see flying swords? Haha, it feels like watching a live performance of Xian, Jin, Qi, Xiaozhuan. Yaya added during the challenge. I won't be able to check my phone, so you may quietly observe. Chapter 74. Am I safe now? After addressing the viewers, Yaya stowed her phone and approached the rotund Taoist. The Taoist, initially pondering how to torment Yaya once he and his master subdued her, broke into a cold sweat upon meeting her gaze. Why, you are Tianshi? Yaya nodded. Indeed, my master conferred this title upon me, stating that I could be a Tianshi. The Taoist swallowed hard. Can you summon heavenly thunder? Yes, Yaya confirmed with another nod, as this was a simple feat. The Taoist fell silent, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his eyes darting restlessly, clearly scheming. Oh dear, this rotund Taoist is contemplating how to outsmart Yaya. Does he think he can bully our young Taoist just because she is a child? Do not fret. Our clever little Taoist will not be deceived. Ha. Beads of perspiration covered the Taoist. He must have been unaware of Yaya's Tianshi status. Yaya, unperturbed by the Taoist's scheming, crouched beside him. Let us find your master. Donning the Tianshi purple robe, Yaya's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Following the Taoist's earlier directions, she calculated the landing point for a spatial contraction spell. And in the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery transformed. They found themselves in a secluded forest filled with graves. Despite arriving at her master's dojo, the Taoist felt increasingly tense rather than relieved. He had brought Yaya here with the intention of having his master utilize his Taoist prowess to capture her. However, no one had informed him that this petite figure from Sanqing Guan was, in fact, a Tianshi. His master had always warned him that while some individuals could be provoked, others must not be trifled with. The most formidable of all were the Tianshi, whose summoned thunder could overwhelm even the mightiest of demons. What to do? After much contemplation, the Taoist finally pleaded with Yaya. In truth, all that I have done was instructed by my master. I was merely an ordinary person, completely innocent. Yaya scrutinized the Taoist. The dark aura upon his forehead was a testament to his previous misdeeds. With such malevolence lingering, how could he claim to be a victim? If one commits wrongdoings, they bear the full weight of their karma. Yet, if coerced by another, the burden is somewhat lessened, as the primary causality rests upon the instigator. Do you take me for a child? Yaya inquired, a hint of anger in her voice. She surveyed the surroundings and asked, Did you not say your master is here? It appears there are no formidable demons present. There is a trace of demonic energy lingering, albeit faintly, and it felt somewhat familiar. Wait, there are living beings here, Yaya exclaimed, moving towards the sense presence. The Taoist was left frozen in place as Yaya abandoned him. How thrilling! Could there be a living person in the graveyard? Was this individual captured by the demon she sought? Could she rescue them? I suspect that the demon has sensed my arrival and fled. Ha ha ha. Amidst the audience's speculations, Yaya discovered the living being she had sensed. It was a girl in tattered clothing. Upon seeing Yaya, the girl shivered and exclaimed, I am not a bad person. I was abducted. You must seek vengeance against them. They do not like girls and are intent on trafficking women. Her tearful voice sent shockwaves through the live stream audience. What on earth? This girl has been trafficked? Where on earth has our Taoist arrived? She bore numerous signs of abuse, her face marred with blood. She must think Yaya is the vengeful spirit of a girl who has suffered. Noticing the girl's agitated state, Yaya affixed a calming talisman to her. Then she crouched down, gently grasping the girl's hand. Do not be afraid, big sister. I am a living person, not a ghost. With the calming talisman's influence, the girl's terror-stricken spirit found solace. She felt the warmth of Yaya's small hand, and, in that moment, tears streamed down her face. I'm not a ghost, truly. I'm not. Yes, Yaya softly reassured her. Do not fear. If evil spirits approach, I will protect you. Yet the girl shook her head fervently. No. You cannot protect me. How can a little girl like you be here? Hurry, flee. The villagers are looking for me. They will capture you too. Seeing that the girl doubted her strength, Yaya pointed to a nearby tombstone. Look. With a flick of her small hand, the tombstone shattered. The girl stood in disbelief, staring at Yaya in astonishment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the light dimmed, yet the girl discerned the significance of the purple robe adorning Yaya. Are you wearing the purple robe reserved for Tianshi Taoists? Yaya nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am Yaya, the master of Sanqingwan. I came here to seek out a demon for a challenge, yet have found none. The girl hesitated before responding. Cautiously, she stood up, glancing at the spot where Yaya and the Taoist had landed, then back at Yaya, finally breaking into a smile. If I'm not dreaming, does this mean I'm safe? Indeed, then I shall lead you to the demon. I believe I know where its lair lies. With that, the girl took the lead, swiftly approaching a low hillside. At the base of the slope, there was a cave. The girl pointed to it and said, I saw some bones inside, along with strange animal skins. I was hiding in there, but the spirits from the bones kept speaking to me. Yaya nodded steadily, pulling the Taoist along as they ventured toward the cave. The unassuming entrance revealed a spacious interior, reinforced by some unusual means. Inside lay several bones, with spirits hovering above them. The reason they could not depart was that the skulls bore engraved soul-binding talismans. Upon further inspection, the girl pointed out that the peculiar skins shed by strange creatures were all piled together. Yaya activated her phone flashlight, crouched down, and began to collect the skins. The top layer conveniently formed the shape of the creature, revealing itself to be a gecko. She then waved her small hand over the ground, placing a complete gecko skin alongside the white shed skin, which indeed matched perfectly. The stout Taoist priest witnessed this scene, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. In Chapter 75, Allowing Spirits to Avenge Humanity, Yaya understood why the Taoist fainted. The juxtaposition of the two skins provided irrefutable evidence that the gecko monster she had slain at her ancestral master's behest was, in fact, the master of the stout Taoist. The Taoist, in bringing her here, had not intended to showcase the spells learned from his master, but harbored a desire to eliminate her. Unfazed by the Taoist's treachery, Yaya felt a tinge of regret. She had come with the intention of learning and now found that goal unattainable. It dawned upon her that this rotund fellow's master had already met his demise at her hands, eliciting a chuckle from her. The gecko must have sought to lure her into a trap, only to have his master outmaneuver him by dying first. However, Her concern lay with the situation of the girl. Had she been abducted? Were there others in this village? As this thought crossed her mind, the audience posed a similar question, and coincidentally, Yaya was inquiring the guide, a young lady. You mentioned that the villagers are searching for you. Are there other girls like you who have been deceived? The girl shivered at Yaya's question, replying, yes, or rather, most of the women in this village share my plight. However, they have been assimilated by the village and have become accomplices in deceiving other girls. The girl's words rendered Yaya silent. Once they became accomplices, they were tainted by sin. Those individuals were no longer who they once were. Regardless, such a malevolent village should not exist in this world. The they Yaya referred to were the souls trapped within the corpses. These spirits had remained silent upon seeing Yaya, which she found peculiar. Why are you confined here by the gecko monster? She inquired. I wish to see, she continued. Were you also deceived, only to be captured by the gecko monster? While the audience contemplated this matter, unexpectedly, Yaya's live stream abruptly ceased. In truth, while she delved into the memories of the gecko monster, she employed the method of judgment taught by her master. That spell did not allow her to fully absorb the memories of the gecko monster, but merely informed her of the wrongdoings committed. The corpses of these girls were not significant memory points within the gecko monster's mind. I shall send you to reincarnation, Yaya declared. The spirits exchanged glances and made a request. No, little Taoist priest, we know you are powerful, but could you grant us the chance to avenge ourselves? The gecko monster had killed them, yet it was the villagers who had offered them to the monster. Those individuals were also murderers. Seeing the eager expressions of the spirits, Yaya paused for a moment before saying, however, if you are stained by the blood of others, you shall owe a debt of life in the afterlife. You will be tormented by the ghostly messengers of the underworld, suffering immensely. It is wrong for one to harm another, yet a spirit, innocent of sin, is also not permitted to take a life according to the laws of the underworld. Yaya initially thought her words would dissuade the spirits from seeking vengeance. To her surprise, the spirits cried out, we have already endured suffering as humans. What difference does it make to suffer again as spirits? I only desire those individuals to perish. The girl beside Yaya, upon hearing the spirit's words, felt tears welling in her eyes. She lifted her clothing, revealing wounds on her body, leaving Yaya in silence. In that moment, Yaya recalled that, had her master not saved her, she too might have been sold like those girls. With this thought, Yaya suddenly exclaimed, oh dear, how curious that there are talismans here. As she spoke, she began to peel the talismans from the corpses. The girl, witnessing Yaya's actions, quickly grasped the implication. Allowing spirits to exact revenge on humanity was indeed inappropriate. But if it went unseen, it might be acceptable. She hastily urged the spirits, hurry and leave. Yaya cannot see you now. Upon hearing this, the spirits instantly vanished from their location. Although they were confined and unable to act, they could still absorb the energy from the surrounding cave. The gecko monster depended on this energy for sustenance, and the cave's position was optimal. Now these spirits had reached a formidable level. 7 formidable spirits venturing out would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the village, yet they were deserving of their fate. Just as Yaya inquired about the girl's plans, her phone rang. She answered, and the caller introduced themselves. Hello, little Taoist priest Yaya. This is the 110 emergency hotline. Please provide your location, and we will dispatch the nearest police to the village to apprehend the human traffickers. Upon hearing this introduction, Yaya glanced at her phone, confirming it was indeed the official number taught by her master. However, she had already released the formidable spirits, and it seemed unlikely that there would be any traffickers left to capture. What should she do? The thought made her somewhat anxious. Was she opposing the authorities? Surely not. The little girl, feeling apprehensive, nervously provided the address of the mountain village, ensuring accuracy by consulting the map and asking the girl for directions. Just as she finished, another call came through. Yaya, my second brother has contacted me. He wishes for you to bring him directly to the vicinity of the village, along with that girl. Curious, Yaya asked, why does your second brother want to come? The village is filled with bad people. In truth, the call to Yaya was intended to prompt her to conclude the live stream, not out of fear of public exposure, but rather to avoid alerting the perpetrators. Earlier in the live stream, the girl's face was dirty, concealing her true identity and providing an opportunity to trace the matter back to its source. Lu Xingfeng pondered over these details and added, it appears to be a significant case, which is why your live stream was abruptly terminated. Now, My fourth brother is assisting in explaining things to the fans, fearing they might be upset. A case? Yaya understood the gravity of this, and her expression grew serious. All right, I will go fetch your second brother. After ending the call, Yaya relayed Lu Xingfeng's message to the girl, inquiring if she wished to wait at Sanxin Temple or accompany her. In Chapter 76, The Inquisitive Little Priestess, the girl had witnessed Yaya's ability to traverse distances in an instant, erasing the last remnants of fear she harbored about encountering bad people, replaced instead by a surge of excitement. I want to help solve the case. I can assist you. After agreeing, the girl cautiously added, but I haven't burned incense at your temple yet. Is that all right? Of course, it's fine, Yaya replied. There will be opportunities to burn incense later. For now, let us help catch the bad guys. This is a good deed to accumulate merit. The girl's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Yes, let us gather merit together. By the way, little priestess Yaya, my name is Xiaoling. As Xiaoling introduced herself, Yaya took her hand. Utilizing her ability to traverse distances once more, they arrived at the Lu residence. The family was gathered in the living room, where the only unfamiliar face was a tall, dark-skinned man with thick brows and large eyes. He wore a well-worn shirt that suggested his age. Upon Yaya's arrival, he scrutinized her from head to toe. Hello, I am Lu Xingbai. Lu Xingbai approached Yaya, crouching down to engage her in conversation. Although even in this position, his height of 192 meters made him tower over her. Hello, I am Yaya, earnestly introduced herself, and then said, holding my hand, we are heading over there. If we don't hurry, those malevolent spirits will strike at the villagers, making it exceedingly difficult to solve the case. Lu Xingbai was somewhat surprised by how eager was to lead him. Typically, children, regardless of their abilities, exhibit certain tendencies akin to procrastination, much like Bei. However, seemed entirely devoid of such traits. This is troublesome, little Guanju, Lu Xingbai remarked, extending a finger for to grasp. The moment he felt her warm little hand enveloping his finger, the scene before him transformed, revealing the exterior of a village. This extraordinary occurrence filled Lu Xingbai, who had been raised on scientific teachings, with a sense of novelty. Before he could fully appreciate the wonder of it all, spoke again, there's a slight deviation in our landing spot, but if we hurry, we should still make it in time. Lu Xingbai was taken aback. Hurry? Hurry for what? At this juncture, the culprits in the village were likely unaware that they were about to be apprehended. The order had just been issued, and the nearest police station would take 2 hours to arrive. I will lead you, Xiaoling, aware of his anxiety, added with a hint of embarrassment. I know who they despise most. That person mentioned that the crackdown has intensified, and she just happens to be resting in the village. Mentioning that individual, Xiaoling gritted her teeth, immediately took hold of Xiaoling's hand, exclaiming, all right, Sister Xiao, lead us there. The softness of the little one's hand eased some of Xiaoling's rising negativity. Holding his hand, she proceeded in the direction etched in her memory. Soon, they arrived at a house where terrified screams from a man and a woman echoed, accompanied by pleading cries for mercy. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't intend to deceive you. It was that wretched old fool who coerced me, the woman begged hoarsely. The man retorted, you shameless woman. You were the one who wanted to engage in this trade. How can you shift all the blame onto me? It was you who maintained contact with those individuals. I was merely your subordinate. Everything was your doing. Lu Xingbai's dark eyes brimmed with confusion. He could discern that there were only 2 living souls in the house. Yet, these 2 individuals appeared to be witnessing something and were earnestly begging for mercy. Could it be that they were seeing ghosts? Just as Lu Xingbai entertained this thought, the woman let out a loud cry. Ah, please spare me. It was evident that she was on the verge of being killed. Lu Xingbai whispered little Guanju. This individual is a crucial witness we cannot afford to lose. Nodded, all right, let us hurry inside. Due to the urgency of the situation, primarily stemming from her earlier release of the malevolent spirits into the village, was exceptionally proactive. She leaped up, her chubby little legs delivering a powerful kick to the door, shouting, spare the villain, spare the villain. The vengeful spirits preparing to kill the human trafficker within the house reacted to his voice with a flash of ferocity in their eyes. Previously, had promised them vengeance, yet now she seemed to waver. No, it was too late for any change of heart. This detestable villain must die today. The girls collectively exerted their power, striving to compel the woman to choke herself in a hallucination, but in the next moment, their strength waned. Patted her chest, relieved few. We managed to avert disaster. Her eyes and ears had been ensnared by the ghost's trickery, which explained the village's eerie silence. At this moment, the malevolent spirits were immobilized by spell, and the people in the neighboring house began to hear the commotion, as anxiously attempted to substitute the spirit's abilities with a magical talisman. She suddenly heard a voice identical to the man's emerge from Lu Xingbai's mouth. "It's nothing, just a quarrel with my wife." Then, Lu Xingbai emitted the woman's voice. "You old fool, are you out of your mind to speak so recklessly during an argument?" And then silence ensued. To be cautious, unleashed a talisman with a range vast enough to envelop the entire village. Once activated, she gazed at Lu Xingbai with admiration, her voice sweet and innocent as she asked, "Lu Xingbai, how can you speak in their voices?" For reasons unknown, being looked at by in such a manner made Lu Xingbai feel more elated than when he was admired by recruits. With an expression of righteous pride on his square face, he declared, "I learned this during my military service." Had long perceived that Lu Xingbai was closely linked to the authorities, yet she had not anticipated that he possessed such a remarkable skill. Hence, she curiously inquired further, what was the primary purpose of learning this? In truth, they were capable of anything to accomplish their missions. Mimicking others' voices was merely a means to effectively disguise oneself, even taking on a woman's persona, if necessary. He had done so before. However, would revealing this diminish admiration for him? Chapter 77. Why did you suddenly hug me? Felt an increasing number of questions swirling in her mind. As she spoke, she remembered that Lu Xingbai lacked the ability to see spirits. She waved her small hand. "Lu Xingbai, could you crouch down a bit? I will grant you the ability to see spirits." The ability to see spirits? Lu Xingbai echoed the term, obediently crouching down and leaning forward to facilitate operation. "All right, you should now be able to see those sisters." S face flushed with embarrassment, fearing she might become a promise-breaking. Lu Xingbai indeed saw 7 girls. Their faces were contorted, unmistakably frozen in anger. Their ire was directed at the couple. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and stated, "I have captured one key perpetrator today." He then retrieved handcuffs from his pocket and shackled the short-haired woman. The implication was clear. He intended to blind himself, much like, "What happens to this perpetrator after the interrogation?" Inquired. "If the interrogation concludes, can the sisters exact their vengeance?" The little one's eyes sparkled with anticipation, prompting Lu Xingbai to suddenly realize that if he denied her request, he would be deemed the most heinous adult in the world. What would he do? Clearing his throat, Lu Xingbai replied, "Once she confesses her crimes, she will be incarcerated. In such places, some individuals may not endure and perish within, which is only natural for a principal suspect involved in over 40 trafficking cases." Immediately comprehended Lu Xingbai's meaning. Concerned that the vengeful spirits might not understand, she turned to them and explained, "Do you all understand? You can take your revenge on this person right now, but the other must wait until after the interrogation." Still, Xiao Ling, noticing that seemed inclined to continue speaking, interjected, "Little Guanju, it seems they still cannot move." "Oh, right?" exclaimed, slapping her forehead as she dispelled the immobilization spell on the vengeful spirits. In her anxiety over speaking with the authorities, she had almost forgotten to lift the binding spell she had placed on the spirits. Now that the spirits could move, they nodded in understanding too. "We comprehend. We can wait," they whispered, subtly distancing themselves from Lu Xingbai. Allowed a gentle sigh of relief. "That's wonderful." She didn't mean to cause trouble. As she relaxed, one of the vengeful spirits clad in a school uniform leaned close to S' ear and whispered, "Little Guanju, could you please make that man keep his distance? The light surrounding him makes us very uncomfortable." Indeed, Lu Xingbai radiated a predominantly golden light, but the hue closest to his body was red. Red signifies bloodshed. Lu Xingbai was a genuine killer, yet while he committed acts of violence, he simultaneously accrued merit, resulting in the duality of his aura. Such individuals are typically feared by ghosts and lesser malevolent beings, comparable to the legendary Zhong Kuei of the mortal realm. "Lu Xingbai, since we can see nothing here, shall we take our leave?" suggested Yaya. Lu Xingbai nodded in agreement. "Very well, let's exit." With one hand, he effortlessly lifted the incapacitated female prisoner and carried her out. It was now 8 in the evening, yet the village lay in utter silence, devoid even of the sound of barking dogs. Liu Xingbai suspected that Yaya had meddled once again, and he placed the female prisoner gently on the ground. I will return to the village to investigate further. Could you keep an eye on her for me? He asked. Yaya shook her head. Let Xiao Ling watch over her. I must also take a look around. Having been preoccupied with rescuing the wrongdoers, she had neglected to consider the village's overall situation. Upon inspection, she realized that the entire village was ensconced in a formation. This formation was not one meant to repel evil spirits, but rather one that intentionally gathered Yin energy. With the sun now set and the moon rising, the village was suffused with an overwhelming aura of darkness, which coalesced towards the center. Yaya began to stroll toward the heart of the village. However, after only a couple of steps, a large hand scooped her up. Recognizing Liu Xingbai's touch, she made no resistance and settled comfortably on his sturdy arm. Why are you suddenly holding me? She asked curiously. Liu Xingbai could not articulate that his body had acted before his mind, compelled by a desire to embrace the adorable little bundle. Wouldn't that be a tad inappropriate? Thus, he devised a perfect excuse. I simply wish to accompany you. I'm uneasy about you wandering alone. The man with bushy eyebrows spoke with an air of righteous concern. Upon hearing Liu Xingbai's words of care, Yaya did not refuse. Then let us proceed to the village center. You should be able to see as well. Liu Xingbai nodded slightly. All that black energy is converging in the center. Why is that? Yaya explained the details of the formation to him. This day had opened a door to a new world for Liu Xingbai, and new questions began to stir within him. I have frequently encountered gruesome matters. How have I never encountered anything supernatural? This query struck at the heart of the matter. Yaya repeated in her sweet voice. It is because you are enveloped in golden light and the aura of killing intent, making it perilous for ghosts and malevolent spirits to approach you due to the risk of being counterattacked. Liu Xingbai was taken aback. Is it truly so? Could it be that I have unwittingly become a human talisman, warding off evil spirits? As these thoughts unfolded in his mind, he voiced his curiosity. He affirmed, yes. Indeed, although to call it a talisman is somewhat inaccurate, you're more akin to a peachwood sword. A smile curled at the corners of Liu Xingbai's lips as he paused. Looking up, we have arrived at the very center of the village. Within a square wooden enclosure stood a flourishing locust tree, which, as Liu Xingbai and Yaya approached, suddenly appeared motionless, not a single leaf stirring. Liu Xingbai possessed commendable night vision. Although there was a breeze, logically the locust tree should have swayed, yet it stood utterly still. Indeed, this supernatural world was quite intriguing. Wow, a sentient locust tree, exclaimed Yaya after a moment of astonishment, her gaze fixed on the soil within the enclosure, which had nourished the tree to such a colossal size, having consumed the flesh and blood of many. Its form was indeed terrifying, large enough that 3 or 4 adults could not encircle it. The tree, aware of its transformation into a demon, spoke. I did not intend to consume those individuals. I am immobile, and they bury their flesh and blood beneath my roots. It whimpered. In truth, I am terribly frightened. Listening to the locust tree's plaintive tone, he struck a pose reminiscent of a sword master. Do not act rashly. You are already surrounded. Under her command, numerous lightning talismans materialized on the ground. To provide the locust tree with a slight shock, she activated a talisman, delivering a gentle electric jolt. The locust tree fell silent for a moment, retracting the roots it had intended to use against Liu Xingbai and Yaya. Its tone shifted from a cute, feeble voice to that of a serious man. When did you lay down so many talismans? Liu Xingbai was equally astonished. Just moments ago, while carrying Yaya, he had made no extraneous movements. Yet the ground was indeed adorned with a cacophony of crackling lightning talismans. This little bundle of joy was truly impressive. Liu Xingbai felt a surge of admiration for Yaya, a proud smile gracing his face. Confusing the enemy is the essence of strategy. There is no need for astonishment. The locust tree, agitated by Liu Xingbai's nonchalant demeanor, stirred its branches in frustration, taking a considerable time to regain its composure. It then spoke in a half-hearted tone. What do you wish to do? I truly did not harm anyone intentionally. The formation and these corpses were set by that gecko demon and these villagers. The locust tree harbored deep resentment, lamenting its fate of being a tree. If it were a rabbit spirit, it would have the freedom to run with 4 legs, thus avoiding capture. Yet being a tree, it was immobile. Consequently, it was forced to consume corpses and absorb the Yin energy. The gecko demon's ultimate aim in nurturing it was to hope that it would transform and become his wife. The locust tree secretly aspired to become a male demon. However, if it disobeyed, the gecko demon would sever its roots. Without its roots, the tree demon could not survive. It had to feign femininity to secure its own survival. Now that the gecko demon was dead, it seemed there was still no escape. What do you suggest? Yaya asket luing bai, tink herit. As for the matter of demons, is it not beyond your official jurisdiction? Lu Xingbai nodded. Indeed, matters regarding demons fell outside his purview. Yet it was rumored that another official would soon take charge, collaborating with the head of Sanqing Guan to combat crime. However, he chose not to disclose this at the moment, as the little bundle in his arms seemed overly concerned with the term official. Then I shall make the decision myself, Yaya declared, turning to the locust tree. Would you be willing to relocate? I wish to cleanse you of your improper yin energy, allowing you to cultivate normally. The locust tree was not malevolent. There was no need for a total eradication. I would, the locust tree exclaimed, its voice brimming with delight. It had expected Yaya to harbor a deep-seated aversion to demons, yet it hesitated. But I am rooted here. How can I change my location? Plight directly. That depends on whether you're willing to make a bold decision. Such a large tree cannot be moved, but if you can grow a smaller sapling, I can take you with me. The locust tree suddenly comprehended Yaya's intention. She wished for it to produce a small tree, relinquishing the immense yin energy within its main body. This method was undoubtedly the best, yet there remained one concern. However, I still have some. The locust tree allowed the souls hidden deep within its body to emerge momentarily. You need not worry about these souls. I will summon the ghostly messengers to take them away, Yaya assured. She recalled how the city god of Beicheng had initially been uncooperative. She wondered if the local city god would be more amenable. Regardless, it was worth a try. Yaya, accompanied by the souls and Lu Xingbai, made their way to the local city god temple. Such services exist? Yaya was pleasantly surprised. If I wish to proceed with this service, shall I offer you more gold ingots? 100. Will that suffice? The city god beamed with delight. That is more than sufficient. In the small mountain village, the locust tree had successfully sprouted a sapling. Most importantly, its malevolent spirit had departed, leaving the once robust trunk's verdant leaves rapidly withering, soon to become a dead tree. Yaya unearthed the small locust tree, brushed off the excess soil, and placed it into fresh earth. There you go. Now you can be reborn. The young Huai tree, valiantly severing its own wrist, had become largely incapable of speech, yet it fervently nodded to convey its happiness. I shall proceed to dismantle the formation, said Yaya. Then my tasks will be complete. Lu Xingbai, will you remain here? Lu Xingbai nodded affirmatively. Yes. I intend to meet with the arriving police to apprehend everyone in this village for questioning. Merely engaging in trade carries a light sentence. But if murder and concealment of bodies follow the transaction, then the punishment will be severe. The report of this village's incident will surely sound the alarm, especially for those locals who feigned ignorance while neglecting their duties. They will have to face the consequences. As Lu Xingbai contemplated these matters, a chilling coldness emerged upon his amiable visage. Chapter 79. Yaya is not a porter. Upon witnessing the sudden shift in Lu Xingbai's expression to something rather fearsome, Yaya instinctively retracted her neck. Lu Xingbai, embodying the authority of an official, exuded an intimidating presence when angered, causing even a child to feel apprehensive. Noticing Yaya's subtle movements, he hastily softened his demeanor. Yaya, my little observer, please look after her for me. Once matters here are resolved, we may need her for identification. Xiao Ling nodded vigorously, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. She had remained largely silent, wishing not to intrude upon the affairs of her elders. Now, with her assistance required, she felt a surge of excitement. Then I shall take those malevolent spirits away and accomplish another task. The vengeful spirits had caused their intended male tormentor to take his own life under the influence of their sorcery. His face bore numerous scratch marks, and the marks around his neck, inflicted by his own hands, were fatal. However, the blood loss from his lower body was the most pronounced. The punishment they had employed was one of utmost humiliation and retribution for wicked men, self-castration. Yet, it worried Yaya that such a sight might corrupt her innocence. Sensing the discomfort of her elder sisters, she merely captured the spirit of the tormented man with a talisman. The vengeful spirits exchanged glances, pondering whether their transformation into resentful entities would lead them to be exorcised by the deities enshrined in the temple alongside Yaya. Do not fret. Our revered ancestor is quite understanding and will not allow you to suffer, Yaya reassured them. With her promise, the spirits nodded in relief as they were gathered by her. ABA promptly approached, reporting the plump Taoist has awakened. He wishes to emulate the stories of people biting their tongues in self-destruction, but I stopped him. Upon glancing outside, Yaya indeed noticed blood at the corners of the plump Taoist's mouth. He continued to mock them, deliberately causing a disturbance. The recollection of those scenes brought tears to the plump Taoist's eyes. He truly regretted his actions. Seeing him cry piqued Xiao Ling's curiosity. Yaya, he's crying. Yaya replied, my master once said that there exists a type of crying known as crocodile tears. She then dragged the plump Taoist to the room where Lu Xingfeng resided, and afterward, she planted the young Huai tree in the cultivation area left by Lu Ban. Once she was certain everything was completed, she took Xiao Ling for a refreshing bath and a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Yaya began her day with the morning rituals before strolling through the vegetable and fruit gardens, preparing fresh vegetable buns for breakfast. Afterward, she dashed to the study to examine the magical artifact she had acquired from the wall-climbing demon. This task had long been overdue, yet she had been preoccupied with live broadcasts and other matters, causing her to forget. Nevertheless, it was not too late to attend to it now. As Yaya busied herself, Xiao Ling's voice resonated from outside. Yaya, someone named Luo Cheng is here to see you. Oh, Luo Cheng mentioned he was planning to move in. Yaya set aside her bagua mirror and hurried outside to greet Luo Cheng. He was frowning, peering through the plaque-framed doorway of the temple. He glanced left and right, only to see a beautifully decorated ancient-style room. Yaya, your temple is quite impoverished. How can such a place accommodate my machinery? Yaya looked outside, puzzled. What machinery? Luo Cheng replied. Those are precision instruments that cannot be moved. I was counting on you to employ your magical abilities to assist in relocating them. Speaking with a tone that lacked courtesy, yet wearing a radiant smile, Luo Cheng crouched down to face Yaya. She gazed at the boyish face before her, exuding a sense of helplessness. Yaya is not a porter. Moreover, relying excessively on magic is inappropriate. My master has said as much. But if you do not help me move, then the scientific experiments you wish to witness shall not materialize. Luo Cheng was undeterred, his charming youthful face brimming with mischief. In that moment, Yaya found herself uncertain as to whether she was the child or if Luo Cheng was. Yet, Luo Cheng had struck a chord. She genuinely wished to see him conduct experiments. The videos she had previously viewed on her phone showcasing scientific experiments had been most fascinating, akin to the joy of creating talismans. Very well, I shall assist you in moving, she relented. Hearing Yaya's agreement, Luo Cheng chuckled gleefully. In recent days, Luo Cheng had engaged in conversation with Lu Xingyun, who had shared some rules regarding the temple with him. Although he fancied himself a mad scientist, he also possessed a modicum of politeness, since he intended to utilize someone else's territory for his endeavors, and potential mishaps such as explosions could occur. It was prudent to maintain a good rapport with the land's owner. Yaya was one of the proprietors, while the other was the venerable ancestor enshrined within the temple. Upon entering the temple with his large bag, Luo Cheng furrowed his brow. Why does it feel as though the bag has suddenly become lighter? As he opened it, both Xiao Ling and Yaya gasped in unison. Wow! The source of their astonishment was that the bag was filled with bundles of cash, each containing 100 yuan notes. A single bundle amounted to 10,000. With such a large bag, how much wealth lay inside? 3 million in total, Luo Cheng remarked with a grin. It took me quite an effort to bring it up. Fortunately, I have always understood that maintaining physical fitness is essential for scientific endeavors, or else adhering to the temple's rule of offering cash would have made it impossible for me to transport this money. Although it was all new currency, collectively it weighed 70 pounds, making the trek uphill arduous. Yet, upon entering the temple, that weight seemed to dissipate. How strange. I have also heard that this house was constructed by the Master Lu Ban. Luo Cheng dragged the bag of money into the main hall, eagerly inquiring about the intriguing subject. Yaya nodded. Indeed, look here. The little dumpling pointed to the characters representing Lu Ban. After seeing them, Luo Cheng roamed around the room, tapping and knocking, confidently declaring, truly, he is the progenitor of scientific technology. The progenitor of scientific technology? Yaya tilted her little head, pondering before nodding in agreement. Indeed, within Lu Ban's mechanisms lay traces of science. Otherwise, how could a wooden bird fly so extensively? Chapter 80. This is simply unscientific. After thoroughly inspecting the house inside and out, Luo Cheng approached the statue of the ancestor. First, he offered incense, then bowed and made a wish, and finally, he deposited the cash into the mirror box. After witnessing the house, Luo Cheng's faith in the supernatural deepened, and his tone became more respectful than before. Seeing Yaya nod, he took the incense from her hand and earnestly placed it in the incense burner. Luo Cheng made but one wish. Please, ancestor, allow me to meet with my esteemed predecessor Lu Ban. Upon concluding his wish, he began placing money into the merit box. The box had but one opening, just large enough to accommodate a bundle of 10,000 yuan notes. Xiao Ling could not help but exclaim, "This will surely take a long time to fill." She quickly whispered to Yaya, "Yaya, I forgot to call my family to inform them of my safety. May I borrow your phone?" Indeed, Yaya had never undertaken such a task, so she had overlooked it. After hearing Xiao Ling's request, she promptly handed her phone over and released the vengeful spirits she had captured within the soul-collecting talismans. "Good morning, dear sisters." After the arrival of the 7 malevolent spirits, they beheld the statue of the revered ancestor. Although sculptures are devoid of life, they inexplicably felt as though they were being scrutinized, causing each of them to shiver and ask little Guanju, "Is it truly safe for us to be here?" Yaya reassured them once more, "Not at all. If there were any danger, you would feel weak by now. Do you sense any such weakness?" The girls exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. They did not perceive any signs of weakness. Rather, they felt an absence of the ominous energy typically found in a Taoist temple. Indeed, with a formidable Guanju like Yaya presiding, how could such a place harbor any negative aura? Thank you, little Guanju," the girls chorused in gratitude. Yaya retrieved a talisman from her pocket, saying, "This is a dream delivery talisman specifically designed for spirits, though I have yet to use it with any ghosts. Would you be willing to assist me in testing whether it can enable a spirit to deliver dreams to their loved ones?" The oldest among the malevolent spirits, a short-haired woman named Su Meili, was struck with sorrow at the mention of delivering dreams to loved ones. She had been dead for 20 years. Selected by villagers to be offered to the lizard demon due to her fierce resistance and somewhat pleasing appearance. She had been abducted in her desperate attempt to seek treatment for her father, who was suffering from cancer. Her father was in the early stages of cancer, with a chance of recovery, yet the treatment costs were exorbitant. With minimal assets and earning only 5,000 yuan at the age of 30, she could not afford the expenses. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she was introduced to a malicious trafficker named Zhang Mei by a colleague. Although she was wary of strangers, she was easily persuaded by Zhang Mei's sweet words and boarded a train. Throughout the journey, Zhang Mei was overly cordial, offering her canned food and water, employing a barrage of flattery. Su Meili was charmed, envisioning the day she would earn a fortune to pay for her father's medical bills. However, after consuming Zhang Mei's concoctions, she grew increasingly dizzy, ultimately failing to notice when she disembarked at the wrong station. Realizing she had been deceived, she considered fleeing, but once ensnared in the trafficker's lair, escape was impossible. Ultimately, Su Meili met her demise under the lizard demon's torment, her soul shackled within her own remains. Upon becoming a ghost, she longed to deliver dreams to her family, but found herself utterly powerless. "I am willing to try this talisman," Su Meili volunteered first. "I have long wished to contact my family in a dream, though I am uncertain if they are still alive." He scrutinized Su Meili's face and responded, "Do not worry, your parents are still alive." Su Meili was overcome with excitement. "Is that true? How does this talisman work?" Yaya explained, "I will affix the talisman to you, and you simply need to think of your loved ones." This talisman was of Yaya's own creation. Traditional dream delivery talismans are placed on a person, who must then think of deceased relatives or friends while asleep, allowing the remembered to appear in their dreams. Yaya believed this method was somewhat inconvenient. What if the wandering souls were not adept at delivering dreams? Thus, the spirit-specific dream delivery talisman was deemed absolutely necessary. Now, it was indeed functional, as the spirits accepted Yaya's talisman and floated in mid-air, concentrating on their loved ones. Seeing them preoccupied, Yaya's gaze shifted back to Luo Cheng. He had already deposited half the money, his expression one of incredulity. Little Guanju Yaya, shouldn't our temple's system be updated? I do not mind bringing money for offerings, but placing it in bundles like this is rather disheartening. Yaya responded innocently. These rules were not established by me, but by our revered ancestor. They are meant to test everyone. Climbing the mountain tests sincerity and filters out those with ulterior motives. Carrying cash up the mountain is to remind them of the weight of their desires. Some may qualify to ascend, yet may not reach Sanqing Temple smoothly. Their fate may only be half realized. Luo Cheng should be grateful that his wish was not of great weight. Otherwise, carrying such a heavy sum could easily crush him. Very well, Luo Cheng discerned from Yaya's expression that the rules could not be altered. His gaze settled on the merit box. If the rules were immutable, perhaps the box could be modified? The small opening made depositing money exceedingly slow. If the fear was theft, a mechanism could be created to allow only deposits, not withdrawals. Akin to a fish trap. Having devised a plan for the merit box's improvement, Luo Cheng spoke again. Little Guanju Yaya, could you assist in petitioning our revered ancestor for a new merit box that allows for direct deposits? This suggestion resonated with Yaya. Just as she intended to light incense for the revered ancestor, she noticed the merit box tremble once more. Luo Cheng sensed the box vibrating as well, incredulously asking, "This box, is it actually moving?" A box placed on the ground could move. This was utterly unscientific. Chapter 81. How could this child steal? Yaya pondered thoughtfully, stroking her chin. The last time she hesitated to save Lu Dafu, the merit box vibrated to indicate that he could be saved. Now that Luo Cheng suggested modifying the box, the same vibration occurred. Thus, it was evidently a rejection. The revered ancestor did not permit alterations to the merit box. Yaya concluded, smiling at Luo Cheng. It seems our revered ancestor wishes to see you deposit your offerings in bundles, so do your best. Having said this, Yaya decided to leave it at that. Xiao Ling, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Little Guanju Yaya, my parents are en route to the temple to express their gratitude." All right, Yaya nodded in acknowledgement, accepting the phone from Xiao Ling. She intended to keep the live stream running to maintain the temple's popularity. As she opened the stream, viewers immediately commented on the morning news. Little Guanju Yaya, did the live stream abruptly cut off yesterday because you were assisting the police in capturing criminals? Oh my. The morning announcement truly thrilled me. They apprehended a trafficker suspected of abducting over 40 individuals. We suspect that the girl you encountered hiding in the graveyard was a victim. Is that true? Interestingly, had that girl indeed been a victim, it was fortunate that the late hour and her dirty face obscured her features. Observing the discussion. Yaya curiously inquired, "What announcement? Where can I find it?" Viewers, noticing Yaya's lack of knowledge, began to instruct her through text. Following their guidance, Yaya opened a prominent app and searched for the Public Security Bureau's official account. The first post revealed the announcement regarding the apprehended trafficker, displaying their photograph alongside a written account detailing when they began abducting women and children, the number of accomplices in the village, and the discovery of numerous corpses beneath a withered locust tree. The note indicated that the investigation was ongoing. After reading the announcement, Yaya understood the topic of discussion and promptly closed it. She nodded, "You are correct. I did indeed assist yesterday. The subsequent matters are now in the hands of the authorities, and I shall not involve myself further. Today, I must focus on restoring these items, as I'm quite busy." After addressing her audience about her plans for the day, Yaya turned her attention back to purifying the malevolent energy within the gossip mirror. After only 10 minutes of work, Luo Cheng's voice called out, "Yaya, the offering money has been exhausted. Now we should retrieve my equipment together, right?" As he spoke, Luo Cheng made his way to the study. He entered without the slightest hesitation, pushing the door open. Abba directed the camera towards Luo Cheng. Isn't he the scientist who previously confined the ghost to home for research purposes? He mentioned he would be relocating to Sanqing, and today is the day. Every time I see his face, I can't help but think how utterly adorable it is. Equipment? What equipment? Soon, the audience beheld the true nature of the apparatus. Most of it consisted of bizarre contraptions, including a trumpet flower-shaped ornament and a large square device adorned with numerous buttons and displays. The most outrageous was a human model. This model resembled those used by medical students, complete with veins and muscle structures, yet it had additional nails protruding from it. If it were merely that, it wouldn't be so absurd. Why create a model of yourself to place here? Yaya pointed to a model identical to Luo Cheng, which bore these peculiar objects. Upon hearing the question, Luo Cheng gazed at his model with fascination. I aspire to create a robot that can move autonomously. Do not underestimate this model. The features are merely stickers, and beneath them lies its true skin. Current research projects often focus on the superficial, but I aim to develop a genuine, intelligent robot. Having articulated his intentions, Luo Cheng beckoned to Yaya. Little Guanju, hurry and move these items to the temple. I can see that creating a robot is a splendid idea, but why replicate your own face? Indeed, scientists can be quite mad, ha ha ha. Having already promised Luo Cheng to assist with the relocation, Yaya could only toil diligently. The sheer volume of items exceeded what she could carry in a single trip using her shrinking technique, necessitating multiple trips. By the time all the items were moved, Yaya felt utterly exhausted. She longed to sit down and rest while perusing the audience's comments, when she stumbled upon an unusual one. The penniless Taoist. Thief, were your parents? How could you steal? This comment piqued the attention of other viewers, who began to question him. What thief? Good sir, do not speak carelessly. Our Yaya is the Guanju of Sanqingguan. How could she possibly be a thief? The penniless Taoist insisted. Is she not a thief? If she isn't, how did the Bagua mirror of our temple end up in her possession? This left the audience perplexed. They recalled the object Yaya had mentioned wanting to repair, which indeed was a mirror. Yet, was this mirror from another temple? The viewers had not witnessed Yaya capturing the wall-climbing lizard demon. Thus they were unaware that the Bagua mirror had been confiscated from it. The audience was inclined to trust Yaya. After all, she was the Guanju of Sanqingguan, and many had already validated her prowess. However, the penniless Taoist remained adamant. If you are not a thief, then clarify from whom you obtained the mirror. Yaya calmly produced the lizard demon's skin, placing it before the camera, right from its hands. The audience was taken aback upon seeing the lizard skin. The penniless Taoist took a moment before responding. You cannot be suggesting that this lizard stole such a large Bagua mirror, and you acquired it after defeating it, right? Yaya, indeed. How did you know it was precisely as such? The penniless Taoist. Do not jest with me. A lizard is just a lizard, with a lifespan of merely 5 years in the wild. If it can steal a mirror, you might as well claim it was a cat or dog that did. Yaya Saif. Why would this penniless Taoist refuse to believe her honesty? Helpless, she replied. If you truly are a Taoist, surely you must have a master? Let your master speak with Yaya. The penniless Taoist. I haven't even sought your master, and you, a mere child, wish to call upon my master? Chapter 82. There is a fish demon beside you, he typed in the comments. I am a university student from Longnon University. Where is the injustice in my words? Unless you can prove that this lizard truly can steal my master's Bagua mirror. Yaya felt her head swelling. How could this penniless Taoist, being both a university student and having a Taoist master, not believe in the existence of demons? What troubled Yaya the most was that the lizard demon was already dead, leaving her with no means of further investigation. As Yaya pondered helplessly, the audience began to defend her against the penniless Taoist. I stand with Yaya. I wonder, are you truly a Taoist? The owner of this lizard skin might indeed be a demon, one that Yaya has defeated. Indeed, previously Lu Dafu was transformed into a mouse, and the talking gray fairy also existed. It is entirely plausible for a lizard to become a demon and steal the Bagua mirror. Penniless Taoist. If you truly are a Taoist and a university student, you ought to hasten and present your credentials. The individual behind the penniless Taoist account was Zhao Qian, who was watching the live stream from his dormitory. Upon noticing the audience rallying in support of Yaya, Zhao Qian was incensed. He was indeed a student at Longnon University and a Taoist, with a master who had taken him in due to their shared affinity for Taoism, envisioning a future where he could illuminate every household with its teachings. His master had showcased remarkable abilities, such as jumping down from an 8-meter-high wall without a scratch. It was important to note that his master was already 70 years old. Possessing such skills surely attested to the existence of phenomena beyond scientific understanding. As for the stolen Bagua mirror, its theft occurred during the winter break 2 years prior while he was at the temple with his master. One day his master, who usually awoke early, slept in late. Feeling something was amiss, Zhao Qian roused him, only for his master to exclaim, "Oh no, someone has been here." Subsequently, the Bagua mirror, left by their ancestors for the temple, vanished. After the mirror was stolen, Even after reporting it to the Taoist Association, his master remained despondent. The once robust elder had lost his appetite, now looking as gaunt as a skeleton. Zhao Qian understood that the Bagua mirror was a source of anguish for his master and spent his spare time searching for it in his own manner. Most often, he scoured antique websites and second-hand platforms for leads, sometimes attempting to observe in temples and Taoist communities. Yet, he had still found nothing. Today, with no classes, Zhao Qian was resting in his dormitory while browsing short videos when he unexpectedly stumbled upon a live stream showcasing the daily life of the Guanju of Sanqingguan. He instantly recognized the Bagua mirror. For reasons unknown, he was convinced it was his master's mirror. The mirror must have been stolen by this child's adult. Trusting his sudden intuition, which had saved him numerous times, he promptly commented to expose the situation and demand an explanation from the child in the live stream. His aim was to draw out the adult behind the child for further dialogue. However, the adult did not appear, and instead, he was labeled as a child who needed to summon their parents. Moreover, how is it that the audience seemed to have been brainwashed by a cult? Regarding the matter of the lizard demon stealing the Bagua mirror, Zhao Qian found it utterly implausible. His master had informed him that the 5 most likely animals to evolve into spirits were lizards, frogs, fish, and insects. And it would take a millennium for even one to appear. Surely this child could not have encountered a once-in-a-millennium lizard demon? While contemplating these matters, Zhao Qian shared his Weibo account in the comments. Just wait, I shall prove myself. Should TU cult supporters also request this child to present her credentials? The audience erupted in laughter at this remark. Yaya is a little celestial master. She has donned the celestial purple robe. And yet you demand proof of her identity? This penniless Taoist must be a village internet troll. Immediately, someone uncovered Zhao Qian's Weibo account and shared screenshots from Yaya's previous live streams, including the one where she had brought Lu Dafu to find the Gray Fairy, followed by the video of the Gray Fairy speaking. Zhao Qian was taken aback upon witnessing these events. The livestream footage depicted Yaya appearing in Sanqingguan one moment, and then suddenly transitioning to another location the next. Furthermore, Yaya could converse with a mouse imbued with spiritual prowess, which displayed an unusual level of respect towards her. This Yaya indeed seemed to possess remarkable abilities. Frowning, Zhao Qian sent out a photo of himself holding his Taoist temple certificate and student ID. Yaya managed to enter Zhao Qian's livestream, and after gazing at his photo for some time, she retrieved various certificates given to her by her master, mimicking Zhao Qian's pose for the video. You should take a look at Yaya's certificates, she suggested. They formed a substantial stack, including a land ownership qualification certificate, a certificate of the Sanqingguan Temple Master issued by the Taoist Association, and a Tianshi qualification certificate, among others. All right, I now believe you are indeed a qualified individual. Zhao Qian continued to send messages. Yet he maintained that he could not substantiate the claim that the gecko skin had once belonged to a monster. His master had mentioned that creatures like geckos, frogs, and insects could only become spirits if they originated from a sacred or mystical realm. Otherwise, it would take them millennia to achieve such transformation. Do not attempt to shift the blame onto the monsters. Rather, summon the elders from the temple. I will report this to the Taoist Association. Having read Zhao Qian's latest message, Yi replied calmly, Oh, so you mean that geckos, frogs, and fish are all exceedingly rare to encounter as monsters? Zhao Qian nodded. Then do you have fish on your desk? Yaya Ingui read. Zhao Qian glanced at his desk, where a small fish, which had a long lifespan, had been his companion ever since he left home for university. Fearing that the fish would not receive proper care while he was away, he had brought it to his university dormitory. Perhaps due to having limited space for growth in its early years, the fish had remained a mere 5 centimeters long. Online, this species was dubbed Old Man Fish. Zhao Qian believed that, despite its nickname, his little old man fish was the most beautiful of all. However, a sudden shift in conversation puzzled him. They had been discussing the theft of the Bagua mirror, yet now the topic had turned to fish. You are quite the sly one, adept at diverting the topic. Were we not discussing the gecko monster? Yaya responded, because, according to your words, gecko monsters are as rare as fish monsters. You think my encounter with the gecko monster is false, yet you have a fish monster right beside you. Listening to Yaya's innocent voice casually uttering frightening revelations, Zhao Qian felt increasingly uneasy. Chapter 83. This child is quite my taste. Zhao Qian sensed that something was amiss. While the audience in the live stream found the situation entertaining, Come on, Wu Qianzi. You wouldn't want our little temple master to help prove that there are no monsters near you, would you? One viewer jested. I think he would, but I must say, I've been raising fish for several years now. Could Master Yi help me check if my fish is a monster? Everyone, do not be overly suspicious. If there were monsters among us, they would not harm us. Otherwise, how could we have lived so long? A viewer asserted. The earlier comment is correct. Ghosts, spirits, and monsters do exist, but there must be a balance. We are not easily harmed. Indeed, under normal circumstances, we should not be affected, Yaya explained to the audience. In truth, ordinary people are protected. For instance, everyone possesses yang fire on their shoulders and foreheads. If one does not engage in heinous acts or venture into strange places, their yang fire remains potent, and they will not be plagued by monsters or spirits. This yang fire signifies the presence of deities just above our heads. Upon concluding her explanation regarding the three flames, the audience responded affirmatively, expressing their belief. Others may remain skeptical, but how could one doubt the words of the temple master of Sanqingguan, who dons the purple robe of Tian Shi at such a young age? While the host and audience shared a delightful rapport, Zhao Qian had been fixated on his small fish tank for 2 minutes. The square tank, measuring 40 centimeters, was equipped with a silent oxygen pump, providing air for the beautiful red goldfish within. As Zhao Qian observed the little goldfish, it swam closer to him, and their eyes met through the glass. Unable to resist, he sprinkled 5 fish pellets into the tank. While the little goldfish feasted, he gently scooped it out for a closer inspection. After sending a message, Zhao Qian spoke to the fish. Isn't that right, Xiao Hong? Seeing that Zhao Qian still doubted her words, Yaya sighed. If you do not trust me, there is little I can do. Tomorrow, the fish monster that has been by your side for 10 years will begin to take a toll on your body, leading to excessive drowsiness. Eventually, your life will be in danger. Zhao Qian could not help but laugh, replying, Goodness, are you now resorting to alarmist tactics by saying I will die? If Xiao Hong were a fish monster, it would have killed me long ago, not wait until the day after tomorrow. Sanqingguan, just wait. I will ensure you pay the price for your thievery. With this message, Zhao Qian ended the live stream and called his master. Seeing Zhao Qian's disbelief, Yaya felt powerless. Meanwhile, the audience reassured her, Little temple master, do not worry. Tomorrow he will regret his actions today. We await Wu Qianzi's regret, haha. The barrage of comments encouraged Yaya, yet she felt a twinge of insecurity. After all, it was Wu Qianzi's disbelief that prevented her from helping. If he did not need her assistance, she would not offer it. She was quite busy, so busy in fact, that she worked tirelessly to repair magical artifacts until late at night, ultimately closing the live stream due to the hour when Luo Cheng came to find her. Little temple master, I have pondered and concluded that I must place my equipment in this room. Luo Cheng's tone was filled with disdain. He had initially wanted to scout for a suitable location to have Yaya construct a house. However, the surroundings were filled with crumbling walls and stones. The room where Luo Cheng intended to place his equipment belonged to Yaya's master. Yet, recently, it had been occupied by the Lu brothers and Lin Yu. In addition to that plump Taoist, remembering the plump Taoist, Yaya entered the room. Luo Cheng soon realized that the only place he considered suitable had someone else inside. The plump Taoist was awake but unable to move. Upon seeing Yaya enter, a look of sheer terror filled his eyes. Yet, Yaya was engulfed in her own troubles. As she contemplated her predicament, Luo Cheng inquired, Who is this person? Yaya explained the identity of the plump Taoist and shared her concerns. Of course, scientific experiments are fascinating, just like the peculiar talismans I have invented. Her eyes sparkled at the thought, but then dimmed when she remembered the plump Taoist. Despite his numerous misdeeds, he was still a human, under the jurisdiction of the authorities. Luo Cheng's dark eyes scrutinized the plump Taoist for quite some time. His intense gaze made the plump Taoist feel like a pig awaiting slaughter. Yet, Yi still remembered him. Please grant me a quick end, the plump Taoist pleaded, fearfully raising his neck. Luo Cheng blinked. Actually, I just studied some of these paranormal phenomena. There is a theory that as long as a person retains one soul and one spirit, they are not considered dead, correct? Yes, Yi affirmed. Luo Cheng grinned mischievously. Then, since he is confirmed to be a wrongdoer, let us first subject him to official punishment. Afterward, he can be imprisoned while retaining his soul and spirit. The other souls can simply be extracted, can't they? That is a method, Yaya nodded. But I must consult with my ancestor first. The small, innocent child declared, before scampering into the main hall to pay respects to her ancestor. Observing the incense rising straight upwards, she understood that her ancestor approved of the plan. Luo Cheng, my ancestor has agreed. Let us proceed. Luo Cheng rubbed his nose. Since meeting Yaya, he had felt that she was unlike any child. But just now, when he mentioned asking the ancestral master, it dawned upon him that, Yaya is indeed still a child. For any significant matters, one must seek out their parents. However, Yaya's parents are not like others. They're divine beings. Wait a moment. Luo Cheng suddenly contemplated a serious question. Even if Yaya's current parents are deities, she was not born of divine origin. She must have corporeal parents. Right? Could it be that she is an orphan, bereft of both parents? This possibility seems quite plausible. Had Luo Cheng not formed any bond with Yaya, he might have directly inquired, "Where are your parents?" Now, perceiving that Yaya shares his interests, he resolved to keep this question to himself. As friends, over time, such matters would surely come to light. Chapter 84. Creating a technological ecosystem for Luo Cheng. Friendship entails mutual care and affection. Let us refrain from moving anything today. You should take your rest, he stated. Children must ensure they get ample sleep to grow tall, and it is already 9 o'clock. Luo Cheng's sudden concern left Yaya feeling somewhat perplexed. She gazed at him for a moment, confirming his sincerity, and her round eyes curled into crescent moons as she replied, "All right, then I shall go to sleep. You can rest in this room tonight." The little bundle of joy promptly succumbed to slumber. Yet the others in the temple remained awake. Having been busy all day, Luo Cheng initially believed he would fall asleep the moment he touched the bed, but he found himself unable to do so. Since sleep evaded him, he decided to step outside for a look. He nudged the plump Taoist on the floor with his foot and wandered outside, unknowingly arriving at the main hall. At that moment, the moon had risen high into the sky. He stared at it for a while, suddenly sensing that something appeared to be approaching from a distance. Closing his eyes and looking again, he was astounded. That speck grew larger until it transformed into a robust man standing upon the clouds, clutching a hammer. His face adorned with a bushy beard, he seemed oblivious to Luo Cheng as he ambled over to Yaya's bamboo cottage. With a swift motion of his hammer, the unremarkable bamboo hut instantaneously morphed into a grand courtyard-like residence. At a glance, Luo Cheng realized it was intended for the inhabitants of the temple. Hurriedly, he dashed forward, eager to witness the completion of the temple's rear hall. As he ran, he noticed a multitude of blue brick pathways had appeared on the ground. The moonlight illuminated the ground, allowing Luo Cheng to clearly discern that the blue bricks were deliberately laid with spaces left open, presumably for future planting of greenery. Once he comprehended the structure of the blue bricks, he looked up and saw that the bearded man had taken flight, slowly vanishing into the night sky. Had the wishes made by day truly manifested by night? Yet, why was this encounter one-sided? The other party had not even seen him. Luo Cheng felt a tinge of regret, groggily sitting up from his bed, eyes wide open. Outside, he heard Xiaoling's voice filled with excitement. "Ah, Yaya, our residence has changed so suddenly." Yaya was outside practicing her martial arts for strength, and upon hearing Xiaoling's voice, she paused and smiled. "Indeed. Thanks to the donations, our abode has transformed." Xiaoling scurried around the courtyard, having previously visited renowned temples that had undergone renovations. She noted the resemblance to the current surroundings, akin to a garden. Beside the main hall was an annex, which led to guest rooms and the quarters for the Taoists. Typically, the doors were locked, allowing only for viewing, not entry. The Sanxing Guan had already begun to exude such an ambience, and this newly appeared structure contained numerous beds and even a large communal dormitory. The largest room was designated as Yaya's, with the words Guanju Sure inscribed in an elegant cursive, exuding charm. As Xiao Ling reveled in her exploration, Luo Cheng followed suit with excitement, eager to discover the whereabouts of his equipment. Eventually, he stumbled upon a room labeled Research Room. Such a modern name. Upon opening the door, he found his apparatus neatly arranged within. The walls of the room were adorned with many red lacquered covers, revealing electrical sockets when opened. This was truly remarkable. Luo Cheng explored the room, quickly grasping its dimensions, which covered an impressive 120 square meters. Though the merit box was immutable, this new room had indeed provided a research space. Luo Cheng speculated that aside from the unalterable main hall, he would certainly have the freedom to innovate elsewhere. In a surge of determination, Luo Chung rolled up his sleeves. All right, watch me create a technological ecosystem for our living quarters. However, first, he needed to rearrange those cumbersome pieces of equipment. The question of how to transport additional materials arose. Surely he could not continuously rely on Yaya. Contemplating this, he approached Yaya. All right, Yaya, I present you with a research challenge. Given the weight of these items, how might you employ your cleverness to allow an ordinary person like me to move them effortlessly? Upon hearing this, Yaya chuckled. She had risen at 5 in the morning, researched diligently, and developed a new type of Qingqing Fu. The Qingqing Fu is an improved version of the wind talisman, which, when placed upon an object, activates automatically, enabling Luo Chung to move his equipment with ease. Here, apply this talisman to the equipment, and you'll be able to lift it, she said, emphasizing once more that today was her day for the fortune-telling live stream, urging him not to disturb her unnecessarily. Luo Chung nodded, acknowledging her request. He had his own tasks to attend to. He would not intrude upon Yaya. With Luo Cheng's assurance, Yaya felt content. She initiated her live stream, unveiling a lottery page. The audience, who had been eagerly awaiting in the stream, participated enthusiastically. After Yaya mentioned that the fish raised without money were actually monsters, her fans deliberated in the group for a while and deduced a pattern. Their encounters with Yaya in the live stream signified a connection. If any serious issues arose in their lives, the lottery would serve as a test. Fans shared the news, informing everyone that Yaya had commenced her broadcast, and soon the first fated individual appeared. The first was the president of the Xiao Qiao Protection Association, whose avatar depicted the masked assassin, Lanling Wang, from the game King of Glory. What a surprise! This person seems to enjoy playing Lanling Wang. The Xiao Qiao players were adamantly against it. How could anyone watching a live stream still be preoccupied with Xiao Qiao? Isn't this the King of Glory streamer I follow? How did they suddenly become Yaya's fated person? Upon seeing the barrage of comments, Yaya's large eyes were filled with confusion. Wasn't Lanling Wang a historical figure? How could he be used in a game? What did the Xiao Qiao players mean? Lanling Wang and Xiao Qiao did not belong to the same era. While Yaya pondered, Xiao Ling outside beamed at her. Noticing the rosy glow on Xiao Ling's face, Yaya understood that her parents must have arrived. Indeed, shortly after, a middle-aged couple appeared behind Yaya, their faces reflecting joy and gratitude. Yaya waved her hand, signaling them to enjoy themselves while she attended to her tasks. To her surprise, the couple pressed Xiao Ling down and insisted on bowing 3 times to her. Xiao Ling, still young, did not find it odd to bow. Instead, she lifted the Taoist robe she was wearing to show her parents, speaking softly. The injuries she had previously sustained in the mountain village had vanished. Her skin smooth and unblemished, as if nothing had ever occurred, including the marks left by burns. Chapter 85. The male ghost who is in love with you. Observing Xiao Ling's actions, Yaya surmised what she was conveying. She refrained from directly showing Xiao Ling her injuries, fearing that such attention might lead her to relive those terrifying experiences. The fruits and vegetables from the mountain had been plentiful these past few days, and in the buns, Yaya had intentionally included herbs to promote healing. The nourishment from both spirituality and medicine yields particularly remarkable results. In her heart, Yaya noted the benefits of such treatments before shifting her gaze back to the screen. After a brief delay, the first fated individual, the president of the Xiao Qiao Protection Association, had already chosen his method for fortune-telling. Seeing that Yaya had finally completed her tasks at the temple, he sent her a video link. Upon connecting, a pale, slender boy appeared on screen. With a helpless expression, he smiled and paid Yaya for the fortune-telling service, stating that he found her live stream quite entertaining and wanted to join the fun. Not expecting to be selected. Ah, my fans, please refrain from flooding the chat with my name. This is Yaya's live stream. I am unsure why I was chosen. Yaya, please feel free to tell me anything that comes to mind. Upon hearing the first fated individual's words, Yaya curiously glanced at the comments. Realizing that today's first fated person was also a streamer. Clicking on his account, she noted he had 3 million followers. Hello, so you're also a streamer? Just like Wanga next door? Yaya politely greeted her fellow streamer and, noticing the payment had been received, began to elaborate on her observations. Recently, there has been a girl who has been playing with you, hasn't there? The male streamer, who was watching Yaya's live stream, believed in her abilities. Therefore, it was no surprise when he nodded in agreement with Yaya's fortune that he had been playing with a girl, adding, "Yes, I've been posting videos about it." I confessed to her yesterday, and she agreed. We are now in a romantic relationship. Having candidly shared his situation, the male streamer nervously stared at his computer screen. He often appeared on camera during his live streams, blessed with good looks thanks to his parents, and was frequently met with comments praising his attractiveness. Such comments were not solely from female viewers. Sometimes they came from male viewers as well. In the streaming industry, if a portion of the audience was purely captivated by looks, one must remain vigilant. There could be peculiar individuals who could not accept a streamer dating someone else, potentially causing harm. It was not that he was afraid. He simply wished to maintain his peaceful life. Fortunately, the comments in the chat were filled with blessings. In this day and age, falling in love is a wonderful thing. How envious. I also want to find someone. The audacious Xiao Qiao, who played with the president, was truly outrageous. How could she like Lan Ling Wang? Seeing the names of historical figures flood the comments once more, Yaya could no longer resist asking, "Why do you keep mentioning these historical figures?" The audience was intrigued by Yaya's question, finding it particularly unusual that the renowned diviner, Xiao Tianshi, would inquire about them. They hurriedly began to explain the game Wang, emphasizing that the heroes within the game shared names with historical figures, but were essentially reimagined versions. Although their names were the same, they were not the same individuals from ancient history. After pondering for a while, Yaya concluded, "I understand now. It means they have their own world, distinct from those in ancient times." After summarizing her thoughts, the young girl's gaze turned serious as she focused on the male streamer. "You must cease playing with him. You have attracted Yin Taohua. Your brow is darkening, and your complexion is pale. This indicates that your yang energy is being drained by Yin Taohua, which is quite dangerous." The small child lowered her voice when speaking of danger, even though her tone remained soft and sweet. The gravity of her warning sent a shiver down the male streamer's spine. The male streamer, now visibly terrified, exclaimed, "I thought my pale complexion was merely due to my prolonged streaming. I've adjusted my schedule for quite some time. Could it be that I have encountered a female ghost?" He was not the type to be obstinate. While he cherished the sweetness he shared with Xiao Qiao in the game, life itself took precedence. The male streamer, looking fearful, implored Yaya, "Quickly, Liu Guanju, save my life. I no longer desire sweet romance. I wish to live." The audience found humor in the streamer's awakening, recalling a certain university student who had been stubborn and skeptical, further discrediting Yaya. If the streamer were not stubborn, it would be less amusing. I enjoy that initial disbelief followed by the realization of truth. Yet, the male streamer was taken aback. A male ghost? That's impossible. I've spoken to him over voice chat, and it was a girl's voice. Yaya replied, "Indeed, but some individuals can produce a female voice. It's possible for some ghosts as well." The person Yaya referred to was Lu Xingbai. Lu Xingbai could emit a girl's voice. How much more so could a man transformed into a ghost? Clearly, the male streamer also contemplated this. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. "All right, if it is a male ghost, I accept that. How do we resolve this?" "Point your phone at the screen," Yaya instructed. She identified the source of the male streamer's energy emanating from his phone. After he complied, Yaya cast a revealing charm from a distance. In her vision, a pale-faced male ghost materialized above the phone. To provide the male streamer with some experiential insight, Yaya inquired, "Would you like to open your yin-yang eyes? I'm about to ask him why he is entangled with you." The male streamer eagerly replied, "Yes." He was curious to discover which male ghost was clinging to him. Yaya utilized a spell she had researched that did not require direct contact with the eyes to open the yin-yang eyes, directing it towards the male streamer. Then she anxiously asked, "Look to your right. Do you see anything?" The male streamer cautiously glanced to his right, just as the male ghost leaned closer to his head in response to Yaya's words. Consequently, as the male streamer turned his head, he was met with a ghastly face. The specter, a middle-aged man with pockmarked skin, chuckled eerily. "Brother, why did you fall? Get up, get up." Typically, while gaming, hearing such a voice through the microphone would bring the male streamer immense joy. However, witnessing the ghost's face and hearing the dissonant voice filled him with both fear and disgust. Just yesterday, he had been chatting with this male ghost on his phone, exchanging affectionate words like "moi," "I love you." He truly felt he had escaped a grave situation. Chapter 86. I'll strike you through the internet cable. The male streamer's panicked demeanor piqued the audience's curiosity. "Please, let me see too. I want to open my yin-yang eyes." "Don't speak carelessly. Having yin-yang eyes is not necessarily a good thing. Although the president's situation is unfortunate, I still find it amusing. But why did he become entangled? As the person involved, the male streamer was equally eager to understand why he had been ensnared. Trembling, he asked, why did you deceive me? The male ghost glanced at the phone, chuckling, have you forgotten that ranked game from that evening? I am Xiao, the one you defeated with a score of 0 to 18. Indeed, I am just one of the many Xiaos you have defeated, so you surely would not remember me. The male streamer genuinely did not recall. He had a penchant for Lanling Wang. Upon seeing Xiao selected on the opposing team, he could not help but unleash Lanling Wang's prowess upon her. Who would have known which ghost this one was? Seeing the confusion on the male streamer's face, the ghost murmured, my company went bankrupt, and my wife cruelly divorced me. With nothing to do at home, I turned to gaming, only to be defeated so miserably. Then I took my own life. That day was my fateful year. The male streamer was infuriated by the ghost's words. So you targeted me simply because I was unlucky? At that moment, Yaya interjected, no, he did not choose you because of your misfortune. It is because you constantly avoid sunlight, and your body is laden with yin energy. Ghosts can sense yin energy, and if the yang fire is too weak, they will mark you as a target. They gradually extinguished the yang fire within you, and it was soon time for you to become a scapegoat. Ah, did the male ghost say anything just now? I am eager to know. Please, esteemed leader, enlighten me. What exactly does this male ghost intend to do? Yaya expressed her desire to speak. The audience, brimming with curiosity, urged the male host to share. After regaining his composure, the male host generously suggested, Yaya, why don't you tell them and ring the alarm for them? Sigh, I truly need to spend more time outdoors basking in the sun. The male host, unfazed by the situation, allowed Yaya to recount the sequence of events. After hearing the entire story, the audience fell silent. So, after facing personal misfortunes in life, he randomly chose to exact revenge on the audience? No wonder he went bankrupt. Heaven surely has its eyes. Such a ghost should not have a smooth reincarnation, should it? I concur. Deservedly divorced and bankrupt. The male ghost, hearing the audience's remarks, protested. How can you say such things about me? The divorce was due to that wretched woman's fickleness. Upon hearing this, Yaya frowned and retorted, what are you talking about? Your wife did not abandon you. It was you who fathered a child with another woman. And only when your wife found out did she decide to divorce you. The male ghost, whose demeanor was initially mild, revealed a terrifying expression of rage when Yaya stripped away his pretense. My restraint is merely a sign of good temper. Do you truly think a mere child like you can intimidate me? He roared as he charged toward Yaya. Are you planning to crawl through the wires to strike me? Yaya inquired, glancing up at the floating ghost. Sister, can you really crawl through the wires? The ghost, the youngest among the 7, was named Yao. Thanks to the dream talisman given by Yaya, they had successfully met their loved ones in dreams. Each relative had shared some unfortunate news, but overall, every ghost felt quite joyful. They had originally planned to wait for Yaya to finish her tasks before seeking her out, but Yao, unable to contain herself, wished to see her benefactor from the ceiling. It was then that she realized Yaya had spotted her upon entering. I can only try, though I'm unsure if it will work. After saying this, Yao cautiously tried to enter Yaya's phone. However, it was futile. Shortly after, she was ejected by the electric current within the phone. This is impossible. Once inside, it feels as if I'm being jolted uncomfortably. Yaya observed the phone and deduced that the electrical current was the culprit. Ghosts fear thunder and lightning, hence their inability to move within. Yet the male ghost claimed he could. Intrigued, Yaya challenged, you must be boasting. My ghostly sister cannot traverse the wires, so how can you? The male ghost noticed Yao as well. Since Yao had been offered to the lizard demon by the villagers, she must possess a striking beauty reminiscent of a youthful college student he once encountered. In that moment, the male ghost was filled with excitement. Why bother avenging himself on the male host when he could pursue a romantic relationship with the ghostly beauty on the screen? Meanwhile, Yaya reacted swiftly. As soon as the male ghost revealed himself, she extended her little hand and pulled him out of her phone, securely binding him with her specially crafted ghost-binding rope. The male host, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but laugh. No wonder your company went bankrupt. With your intellect, you drool if you were cured. You must have relied on others to establish your business. Although unsure of the exact events, One could surmise that the male ghost had indeed crawled through the wire to Yaya's side. Ah, such a sophisticated self-trap. Ha ha ha. He doesn't believe Yaya is a celestial master just because she isn't wearing the robes, does he? The malevolent ghost sought out a Taoist. I can't stop laughing. Having captured the male ghost, Yaya scrutinized him for a moment. Let's conduct an experiment before sending him to the city god. That should be acceptable, right? After saying this, the little one retracted her neck, her round, big eyes darting left and right, feeling a twinge of regret. Would using private punishment on a ghost that hasn't committed a grave sin lead the Grandmaster to deem her a bad Taoist? Surely. The Grandmaster wouldn't strike her with lightning as he had done previously? The audience, perplexed by Yaya's sudden apprehension, questioned her. And even Xiao Yao was curious. What's wrong, little observer? Why do you suddenly seem frightened? Seeing that nothing strange was occurring around her, Yaya quickly straightened her expression and declared, No, this observer is not afraid. This ghost has not committed a major offense. It merely harbors ill intentions and has made a minor mistake. Using it for an experiment poses no issue. She was particularly curious about how the male ghost managed to crawl through the wires. However, she could not seek out Luo Cheng just yet, as he had stated he was busy. Chapter 87. The boyfriend who only meets at night. Yaya requested Xiao Yao's assistance in delivering the male ghost to the Huai tree spirit. The male ghost resentment would be advantageous for the Huai tree spirit to absorb, although the Huai tree spirit could now cultivate using the spiritual energy from the Sanqing temple. Additional nourishment would still be beneficial. Xiao Yao was taken aback. Little observer, you are truly impressive. You even guessed that my sisters and I currently reside near the Huai tree spirit. This was something Yaya had not anticipated. She intended to express it, but Xiao Yao had already taken the male ghost out of the room. Once it was clear that Yaya could no longer see her, Xiao Yao's innocent demeanor vanished, replaced by a sinister expression. She had acted that way in front of Yaya to maintain a better image. Despite her youth, having endured the torment of human traffickers and the cruelty of the lizard demon, how could she still be as naive as before? Naturally, Xiao Yao could see that this male ghost had lascivious intentions, which led him to clumsily crawl out of the phone. As her sisters were also grieving over some relative's poor health or passing, why not use this lustful male ghost as a punching bag? With the male ghost dealt with, the male host expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yaya, forming a heart shape with his hands across the screen. Yaya, little observer, I vow to love you for a lifetime, sob sob sob. There was something unsaid. He hoped not to win Yaya's lottery, as that would imply he was free from any supernatural entities. Yaya replied, Thank you, but I hope you will love the Grandmaster for a lifetime, as I do. Ha ha. Yaya playfully declined his affection. The adorable Yaya, devoted to the incense offerings of the Sanqing temple for life. Amidst the audience's banter, the second lottery commenced. This time, a girl named Mango was selected. Upon realizing she had won, she was not as bewildered as the male host. She readily accepted a video call and stated, I would like you to help me determine an auspicious wedding date. I wish to marry my boyfriend. The moment it was revealed that she sought a wedding date, the audience's radar was instantly activated. Goodness, the last person seeking a wedding date nearly got taken away, and now another one appears. Mango was strikingly beautiful, and upon realizing such a lovely girl had already found a partner, I felt a pang of sadness. Yaya observed Mango for a moment, tilting her head. You cannot marry him. Upon hearing this, Mango's expression turned bitter. Was there indeed an issue? Was he a ghost? After asking 2 questions, Mango began to recount her story with her boyfriend. We met through online gaming. After getting to know each other, we added each other on WeChat and chatted for 3 months, during which I realized I had developed feelings for him. I confessed, and he reciprocated by sharing photos. We met in person after that. It has been 3 months since our first meeting, and we always meet at night. He claims to be busy with work, but I suspect it's just an excuse. Moreover, when I bring up marriage, he shows no interest and is unwilling to introduce me to his family. I suspect he might be a ghost. Mangwa, speaking to herself, finished her thought, paid for the fortune-telling, and intended to start a live broadcast. Yaya hurriedly stopped her, saying, No, he's not a ghost. Yaya explained that the reason she could not marry him was that he was not the person she initially knew. What do you mean? He is not the person I first met. She frowned, incredulous. It's impossible. The photos matched, and our online conversations aligned. How could it not be true? Mangwa's words made Yaya sigh. The little milk dumpling began to reveal the truth. The person who initially chatted with you was his brother. They are twins. The brother was already in the late stages of cancer, and the younger brother took care of him. Occasionally, when the brother experienced sudden illness during their conversations, the younger brother would take the phone and chat with you in his stead. The younger brother wanted the girl his brother liked to be unharmed, and the brother didn't want you to be sad either, thinking that the younger brother could accompany you. Then, the brother passed away last month, entrusting the younger brother to take care of you. And that is how things turned out. Mangwa was left in shock. The person she had been chatting with was her real brother. And now the twin brother was taking his place? What was the reason for meeting me that night? Mangwa frowned. She had only seen a photo, and twins often looked alike, so she wouldn't have noticed. Indeed, the first photo featured a man in a white shirt with a mole beneath his right eye. When they met, she had specifically observed that mole to confirm it was in the same spot. However, the person she met had an additional small mole at the corner of his mouth, enveloped in a rosy bubble of romance. Mangwa had not considered the implications. After all, who would think about whether the person they knew could be a twin or if someone might be taking their place? As for not wanting her to meet his family, it was likely to prevent her from discovering this truth, right? Mangwa smiled bitterly, saying, I suddenly do not know what to do. If even their conversations were a collaboration between two people, whom had she truly fallen in love with? Yaya added another reason why she couldn't marry. Looking to Mangwa's left, she dropped another bombshell. The twin brother had not been reincarnated, but had turned into a vengeful spirit, lingering around you and the younger brother, becoming increasingly potent and capable of causing harm. After hearing such distressing news consecutively, Mangwa felt numb. Once the numbness faded, her heart filled with grievance. Why did the brothers conspire to deceive her under the pretense of caring for her? Why not tell her the truth? It was absurd that the twin brother had the audacity to turn into a vengeful spirit. Yaya, I will call the younger brother over. Please let me and him see the elder brother. Mangwa clenched her fist, her fair and beautiful face filled with determination. She wanted to resolve this matter entirely. After saying this, she called the younger brother. Normally, when a girl is willing to consider marrying a boy for life, it signifies that their feelings have reached a peak. Yet, this beautiful relationship had begun with deceit. The audience felt a sense of lamentation. These brothers had their own issues, having misled the girl. Alas, this elder brother is strange. He never revealed the truth to Miss Mangwa at the outset, and now, after his death, he feels resentment for becoming a ghost and seeks to harm others. Miss Mangwa seems ready to confront the truth, and I too believe that confronting is the right course of action. As the audience discussed, a ghost in a white shirt floated beside Mangwa, its expression growing particularly odd. Chapter 88. My mother is online dating? Because Mangwa directly stated that she knew she had been deceived, the younger twin brother arrived at Mangwa's home only 10 minutes later. Panting heavily, the audience heard him before seeing him. Gwagwa, let me explain. Mangwa remained expressionless. The boy named Ayu appeared to be momentarily stunned, eventually saying, then, I will reveal myself alongside you. Mangwa did not respond. Once Ayu settled in front of the camera, the audience began to send comments. Oh, he really has a mole at the corner of his mouth, but not at the corner of his eye. He didn't wear makeup this time, did he? By the way, this young man is somewhat handsome. I quite like him. Yet, being handsome is of no use. I believe that feelings must be sincere. As Ayu settled in, Yaya said, now, I will open your yin-yang eyes. Ayu nodded silently. He had heard about this matter on the phone during his arrival, knowing that Mangwa had summoned him for this purpose. Once their yin-yang eyes were opened, they saw another person sitting at the table, Ayu's brother. The man in the white shirt, with a pale complexion, emitted waves of dark mist, particularly concentrated around his face. Without needing any explanation, Mangwa understood that the dark mist represented resentment. In fact, when Ayu attempted to hold her hand, the dark mist intensified even more. However, Mangwa did not allow Ayu to touch her, feeling unsettled. Brother, I burned so much paper money for you, hoping you would support my relationship with Gwagwa. Ayu lowered his head and spoke first. I love Gwagwa, and she loves me too. You initially agreed to let me accompany Gwagwa. Why are you reversing your decision now? Ayu's preemptive remarks made his twin brother increasingly agitated. I never consented to you replacing me to be with Gwagwa. My last words before dying were for you to break up. The twin brother's emotions became overly intense, causing the dark mist around him to thicken. This mist was even captured by the camera. Was it just my imagination, or do I see dark mist beside Miss Mangwa? I see it too. Isn't that the ghost of the twin brother? Let me see it. I want to hear what the twin brother has to say. Everyone clamored to see the ghost. And Yaya felt troubled. She could not make everyone see the ghost, as this video call wasn't directed at all the viewers. Perhaps this matter could be entrusted to Luocheng? However, she wondered how long it would take Luocheng to assist her in conducting this experiment. While Yaya pondered these thoughts, Ayu spoke. Brother, you're dead. Why do you still concern yourself with the affairs of the living? When you were alive, because you were frail and sickly, the whole family only had eyes for you. I was always the surplus. Ayu, with red eyes, began to voice his grievances while subtly observing Mangwa's expression. He felt anxious. After all, his brother had indeed instructed him to tell Mangwa the truth before he died. He had been reluctant to part with her, going against his brother's wishes. Since brother is dead, why should he still affect the living? But now Mangwa had learned everything. Yet, Mangwa's gaze remained half-hidden, making it difficult for Ayu to discern her emotions. After his accusations, the brother's ghost became darker, but when Mangwa raised her eyes, she asked the ghost, "Did you truly want him to tell me the truth? I do not wish to be with you." Mangwa looked at the brother and then at the younger brother. "I confront you both merely to express that love is not a necessity in my life. This relationship has never been genuine from the start, so I will choose neither of you. Yaya, the little Taoist, can you help me ensure that he no longer clings to me?" Mangwa addressed the brother's ghost. Yaya nodded, "Of course. It is wrong for a ghost to cling to the living. My intention has always been to help him reincarnate." "Thank you, Yaya, the little Taoist." Upon hearing Yaya's intention to help him reincarnate, the brother's ghost grew increasingly filled with resentment, and he attempted to act against Mangwa right before Yaya. As he vented his resentment, he murmured, "Guogwa, I cannot be without you. Please accompany me to reincarnation." Witnessing this scene, Yaya was perplexed. Why were the ghosts she encountered today so peculiar, attempting to act against her in her presence? Yaya took out a soul-capturing talisman and trapped the brother's ghost within the paper. As the ghost vanished, the twin brother Ayu abruptly ended the live stream. The final expression captured on camera was one of fierce determination. The audience was taken aback by Ayu's gaze. Did he intend to harm Sister Mangwa? How could he display such an expression while shutting down the stream? Yaya, the young Taoist priestess, implored, "Please save Sister Mangwa." Noticing the barrage of comments, Yaya chuckled and remarked, "Indeed, the brother seems to harbor ill intentions, but there's no need for us to worry about Sister Mangwa." The little milk bun naturally transitioned into the next round of giveaways. 5 minutes later, Mangwa's account sent a message in the chat. "Thank you, Yaya. Moments ago, that scoundrel attempted to force himself upon me. Fortunately, I have practiced Muay Thai since childhood and managed to subdue him with a few strikes. My study has surveillance, and he initiated the aggression first. I was merely acting in self-defense. Thank you all for your concern." This message evoked a profound sense of sympathy among the viewers. What a surprise. I praised the twins for their good looks, only to discover they are indeed scoundrels. The story of the previous fated individual concluded, and the final one was selected for the giveaway. His prize was the shark pepper. The shark pepper nonchalantly sent Yaya a small fortune and then connected a video call. A young man appeared on screen, smiling. "I am here to inquire about my wedding date. My girlfriend and I are discussing when to get married." "All right, you can leave now," Yaya quipped. "If you are here to discuss marriage, it seems unlikely that it will happen. Let me guess. This young man's girlfriend must have some hidden issues. Perhaps she is a ghost or a fraud." The shark pepper had approached the fortune-telling with hopeful anticipation, only to be met with such remarks from the audience, which infuriated him. "My girlfriend and I know each other very well. There is no way there is a problem. Please do not speak carelessly." While scolding the viewers, the shark pepper's gaze fixated on Yaya's cherubic face. Seeing her frown, he lamented. "Could it be that my fiancé, he truly has a problem?" Yaya shook her head. No. What I mean is, you should not rush into marriage. Perhaps you should be concerned about your mother. Has she been spending an inordinate amount of time on her phone lately? She seems to be involved in some kind of online romance, just like the previous two fated individuals. The little milk bun casually mentioned a new term she had learned from the comments. The shark pepper was taken aback. "What? My mother is in an online relationship?" His mother was already 58 years old. Had she also taken to online dating like the youth? Is today a themed event on online romance? The audience shared the astonishment of the third fated individual. "Dare I ask, Shark Pepper, is your mother single?" Such an unconventional question, inquiring about someone's mother's relationship status, was met with laughter. Has the world truly turned this upside down? The sharp pepper's face paled upon seeing the audience's inquiries. My mother is indeed single. She divorced my father 20 years ago due to his infidelity and left with nothing. After revealing his mother's marital status, the sharp pepper asked Yaya, I have a bad feeling about this. Is there something wrong with the person my mother is dating online? The sharp pepper had watched all of Yaya's fortune-telling live streams. He had concluded that being selected was both a blessing and a curse. The blessing was that the misfortune surrounding him could be resolved through Yaya, while the curse was the revelation of truths that could be unbearable for the fated individuals. At that moment, the sharp pepper silently prayed that the truth regarding his mother, as revealed by Yaya, would not be too difficult for him to bear. As the sharp pepper felt the tension mounting, Yaya displayed a look of surprise. You are quite impressive. You actually guessed what I was about to say. By the way, did you previously have a very good friend? Yaya nodded. Ah, Xiaoping is indeed quite interesting. Before the audience could inquire further, the sharp pepper coldly recounted the events. He had met his good friend Xiaoping at a company after graduation. Both were programmers, and during their internship, they earned only 800 yuan a month, yet found joy in their work. Eventually, they decided to switch to a larger company, diligently studying and working together. And within a year, their monthly salary rose to 40,000 yuan, 50 times their original pay. With stable incomes, they discussed finding girlfriends. One fateful night, the sharp pepper worked late until midnight and helped a girl being followed by a homeless man. From that moment on, they became friends and occasionally chatted. He learned that the girl was a jewelry store manager. That night, she stayed late for a colleague's birthday party. One day, their schedules coincided, and the sharp pepper invited her to join him and his good friend for a game of murder mystery. He enthusiastically introduced her to his friend, who treated her with utmost courtesy, resulting in an enjoyable experience for all three of them. A month later, his friend suddenly messaged him on WeChat, Bro, how are things going with that girl? The sharp pepper indeed had intentions of pursuing her, but was uncertain, as she only agreed to hang out with him. So he replied, I'm not sure. We discussed the possibility of a relationship, but she doesn't seem very interested in finding a boyfriend. Perhaps remaining friends is more suitable? After that day, they attended various gatherings with friends. The sharp pepper felt bewildered at first, but upon observation, he realized that his friend was overly concerned about the girl. However, the girl maintained her boundaries and had not engaged in any intimate actions with anyone. Until one day, his friend suddenly announced to colleagues that he had planned to go shopping with the girl that weekend, his tone brimming with pride. This prompted the sharp pepper to receive warnings from coworkers. He's going shopping with that girl, and you're here still enjoying yourself? The sharp pepper questioned several colleagues and confirmed that Xiaoping was boasting about his plans with the girl. Heartbroken, the sharp pepper confronted her. Did you arrange to go shopping with my brother? I have always liked you, but you seem uninterested in dating. It appears I expressed my feelings too late. The girl was taken aback. What? I arranged to go shopping with him because your birthday is approaching, and I want to give you a gift. He was eager to help me choose, as I thought he understood your preferences well, so I agreed. With the misunderstanding resolved, the sharp pepper was particularly enraged. Isn't he just stirring up trouble? I considered him a brother, yet while he inquires about my progress with you, he is simultaneously trying to pursue you. The girl was equally astonished. Pursue me? Surely not. The sharp pepper replied. Did you not notice how attentive he was towards you? The girl shook her head. Not at all. When we hang out, I see him being kind to all the girls. I thought that was just his personality. Previously, he asked me how things were progressing with you, and I mentioned we were still friends. I assumed he was trying to matchmake us. When the sharp pepper and the girl compared notes on their timelines, they discovered that Xiaoping had asked her about his intentions just 2 weeks after they met. Moreover, he had never informed the sharp pepper about this inquiry. There was no way to assist his friend without first consulting him, at the very least asking if he wanted help engaging her feelings or assessing their progress. Ultimately, the sharp pepper severed ties with him, stating, Perhaps my sense of morality is too strong. I detest those who prey on their friends' romantic interests. He was well aware of my ongoing efforts to pursue that girl, yet chose to disregard our friendship and create chaos. Wow, there are indeed such green tea types among men. I have witnessed it firsthand. The sharp pepper, I must say, when he inquired about you, you should have told him that you were actively pursuing someone. If you consider him a brother and share your confusion about pursuing a girl, he seems to have interpreted it as you not wanting to be with her. You were mistaken earlier, despite the fervent declarations of affection from Xiaoyu Lajiao. This so-called good brother still sought to create mischief. His covert inquiries into the feelings of the girl toward Xiaoyu Lajiao were purely self-serving, revealing his selfish nature. Indeed, it was for his own advantage. Sha Yu La Jiao chuckled, and upon reflection, recalled how he had confided in this brother about his unjust criticisms from their superior, only to receive no support in return. At that time, he believed this brother to be forthright and someone with whom he could relate. However, it dawned on him that, deep down, this brother had always deemed him inferior, harboring a sense of contempt. When asked about subsequent developments, Sha Yu La Jiao recounted how Qiu Ping had misappropriated a colleague's credit for a project, resulting in the colleague being unjustly deprived of a bonus, which ultimately led to Qiu Ping's dismissal when the project encountered issues. It was rumored that Qiu Ping later transitioned to another company, where he befriended a rival, who, coincidentally, was also acquainted with the individual who frequently reminded Sha Yu La Jiao of his shortcomings. As fate would have it, this new acquaintance often brought a girl to gatherings, allowing Qiu Ping to employ his old tactics once more. I exposed him, much to my amusement. Sha Yu La Jiao beamed with delight. Was his subsequent dismissal a form of retaliation against me, leading him to engage in an online romance with my mother? Affirming that this was indeed a factor. The audience, upon hearing this, was left utterly speechless, likening it to a real-life scenario where an affront leads to dire consequences. In Chapter 90, Do You Want a Father? Yaya's affirmation deepened Sha Yu La Jiao's understanding of Qiu Ping's shamelessness. Yet, Sha Yu La Jiao did not overlook the implication in Yaya's words. Was there another reason? This prompted him to spring from his seat, declaring that a phone call was futile and he would report the matter to the authorities immediately. Sha Yu La Jiao eagerly agreed and expressed his gratitude to Yaya, stating that he must first address his mother before they continued their conversation. However, Yaya informed him that she had calculated an auspicious date for his wedding, set for the 23rd of the next month. Overwhelmed with joy amidst his turmoil, Sha Yu La Jiao realized the significance of this date for his mother's awakening, ensuring that she would not miss it. He promptly ended the video call. With that, the final divination for a fated individual concluded, and Yaya announced that her next session would be in 7 days. With other matters to attend to, she decided against continuing the live broadcast. After addressing the audience, she closed the stream and resumed her task of delivering the newly captured spirits to the small locust tree below. The female spirits surrounding the tree expressed their heartfelt gratitude to Yaya, thanking her for the dream talisman that had allowed them to converse with their loved ones. The spirits, all strikingly beautiful, surrounded Yaya in a flurry of appreciation. Caught off guard, Yaya was momentarily overwhelmed until one of the spirits affectionately kissed her. Covering her face in shock, her wide eyes reflected her astonishment. Seeing her reaction, the other spirits mimicked the gesture, bestowing kisses upon her as a token of thanks. Please, sisters, there is no need for such gestures, Yaya protested, but it took considerable effort for her to extricate herself from the throng of grateful spirits. She eventually found Qiao Ling, who was leisurely showing her parents around the temple. Noticing that Abba was not with Yaya, Qiao Ling quickly introduced Mom, Dad. The little master is free now. Qiao Ba, with tears of gratitude in his eyes, addressed Yaya. Little master, I couldn't speak with you earlier, but I truly appreciate your saving my daughter. Qiao Moon nodded in agreement, her eyes brimming with tears once more. The couple informed Yaya that Xiao Ling had taught them how to offer incense money to the ancestors of the Sanqing Yuan, and they had already completed the ritual. With that, they departed down the mountain, leaving Yaya to watch them go. Not long after, Lu Xingbai appeared at the temple entrance. Lu Xingbai, what brings you here so unexpectedly? Yaya asked, sensing the need to pause. She recognized him as a somewhat capable yet unscrupulous priest, and she needed to seal his powers first. Upon seeing her again, Lu Xingbai's eyes were devoid of their former light. As someone also on the path of cultivation, he was aware of the peculiar occurrences that had transpired. He understood that the adorable little figure before him possessed the ability to connect with the divine. In light of this realization, the thought of fleeing was no longer an option. Thus, when Yaya presented him with a pill, he obediently opened his mouth to consume it. Yaya proceeded to remove the talismans from Lu Xingbai, declaring, now, he cannot utilize his spiritual energy until he has ingested the antidote I provided. Lu Xingbai expressed his satisfaction with a simple good. He did not indicate any intention to leave immediately. Curious, Yaya inquired, aren't you in a hurry to descend the mountain? Lu Xingbai could not confess that he had come to San Qingshan to observe her living conditions. Ever since their previous meeting, he had felt an inexplicable desire to care for her. Ordinarily, he would have delegated such tasks to his subordinates. Yet this time he had taken it upon himself. I received a task to tour San Xingwan, he stated with a fa of righteousness. Oh, you should have mentioned that sooner, Yaya replied, leading Lu Xing through the temple. The temple was adorned with a magnificent main hall and an impressive residence, while other areas remained in disrepair, creating a discordant atmosphere. Lu Xing focused not on the newly constructed edifices but on the dilapidated surroundings. The thought of Yaya growing up in such a neglected environment stirred his heart. How could he, a stranger to her, feel such empathy? Quickly, he concocted a rationale. Perhaps there was a paternal connection between them. Yaya, would you like a father? Lu Xing gazed at her with affection. Taken aback by his sudden inquiry, Yaya's fair face was filled with disbelief. What? I mean, I wish to adopt you, he clarified. He had no intention of marrying, but found himself longing for a daughter as delightful as Yaya. Completely blindsided, Yaya felt a mix of incredulity and exasperation. The Lu family was already large, and with each brother of Lu Xing Feng being more peculiar than the last, she was taken aback by his proposal. I don't want a father, she firmly replied. Please seek out another child to fulfill that role. Pausing briefly, she added, I can manage well without adult supervision. But there are countless children in the world who have been abandoned by their parents and need someone like you. With his proposal rejected, Lu Xing felt a twinge of disappointment. However, he quickly regained his composure, informing her, well, I am indeed doing something about it. I have used shares from the Lu Group to establish a children's welfare institution. Lu Xing did not refuse Yaya's offer to escort him. After seeing him off, Yaya found herself alone on the mountain, save for Luo Cheng, who was conducting experiments, leaving her feeling slightly out of sorts. Yet, she soon became engrossed in her activities when Wuqianzi, the individual who had accused her of thievery, sent a message during her live stream. Yaya, please sábeme. The audience, witnessing this message, eagerly began to mock Wuqianzi, exclaiming, Ha, this person has finally come for help? Wasn't he the one who refused to believe in Yaya before? I want to see him regret it with tears streaming down his face. Seeking assistance may imply that the lesson has not yet been learned. Here, it is suggested that you should wait a while before proceeding. However, Yaya disregarded the audience's counsel and promptly initiated a live broadcast connection with the account of Wu Qianzi, following the teachings of Lu Xingfeng. The connection was swiftly established. Wu Qianzi lay pale upon a hospital bed, accompanied by a frail old man with graying hair, who was asleep, as was Wu Qianzi, his eyes tightly shut. Both individuals in the frame were in slumber. Who, then, had answered the live broadcast? As this question flickered through the audience's minds, a sudden sound of soft weeping emerged. The camera shook with the sound of the cries, evoking an unsettling chill despite it being broad daylight. Had it not been for Yaya's face appearing on the live stream, timid viewers might have already abandoned their phones in fright. Direct the camera towards yourself, Yaya calmly instructed amidst the eerie atmosphere. Little fish demon, she said, simply tap that rotating symbol to turn the camera around. To her astonishment, it was indeed a fish demon that sought Yaya's help. This was not what she had envisioned. I had thought that the fish raised by Wu Qianzi was malevolent. How then could it be seeking assistance for Yaya? As the audience pondered this, the weeping little fish demon finally turned the camera toward herself. Her appearance was adorably charming, with round eyes that were nevertheless filled with sorrow. Little Taoist, please save Zhao Qian. I did not intend for him to end up like this, the little fish demon pleaded, her expression one of deep distress. Even when others reminded him that I was a fish demon, he never cast me aside. I truly love him. Originally, those who had believed the little fish demon to be a wicked entity began to soften their stance upon witnessing her tears. Ah, such a lovely fish demon sister. She must have unintentionally caused Wu Qianzi to fall into a coma. Exactly. There must be a reason for her actions. As the comments on the screen reflected this shift, a glimmer of hope appeared in the little fish demon's eyes. She continued to express her affection for Wu Qianzi, also known as Zhao Qian. Some viewers, feeling pity for the little fish demon, even ventured to Zhao Qian's account to offer him rewards. Yaya, little Taoist. The fish demon did not appear pleased by the audience's generosity. She continued to call out for Yaya. Yaya blinked innocently. Yes, I am here. Please send me the address. I will come at once. Upon hearing this, the little fish demon finally managed a small smile. With joy, she sent the hospital address to Yaya. After receiving the address, Yi exchanged a knowing glance with Ba. Ba flapped his wings and bowed to Yaya, his small eyes filled with determination. Understanding Ba's silent communication, Yaya smiled and placed some charms on him, concealing them before using a spatial contraction spell to transport herself and Ba to the address provided by the little fish demon. Indeed, the location was a hospital, and Zhao Qian was truly there. However, upon their arrival, the camera revealed an astonishingly damp ward. Both the floor and ceiling, as well as the bedding, exuded a sense of moisture. This environment bewildered the audience. What kind of hospital is this? The conditions are worse than those during the rainy season back home. Where exactly is Zhao Qian's hospital? How can it be like this? It was not an issue with the hospital. Yaya explained in a gentle voice as she read the comments. It is the doing of this little fish demon. Only in such a humid environment can she harness her power to ensnare me. Unbeknownst to her, the little fish demon, small and seemingly innocent, had been seen through, causing her expression to shift dramatically. You realized I intended to trap you here, yet you still came? Yaya nodded. Of course I came. How else could I save a life? Zhao Qian and the old man were indeed under the control of the little fish demon. If she did not act, it would be tantamount to neglecting their plight. Zhao Qian and the old man were not malevolent beings, unlike Lu Dafu. To turn a blind eye to such individuals would invite censure from her master. Yet her master was not present at the Taoist temple. Perhaps it would be her ancestor who would reprimand her instead? Yi was uncertain. The little fish demon, perceiving Yaya's unflinching confidence, inquired further. If you recognized me as a demon, why did you not strike first? The little fish demon was rendered speechless. Throughout history, any self-proclaimed righteous Taoist would directly confront a demon upon sighting one. Why had this anomaly emerged now? Regardless of her unusual circumstances, she would ensure that the little Taoist paid for her actions. With this thought, the little fish demon's eyes hardened and she expelled a shimmering golden rope from her mouth. The rope flew towards Yaya, swiftly ensnaring her securely. Ba, witnessing this scene, flapped his wings in alarm, exclaiming, "Oh no! Yaya has been captured! Yaya has been captured!" The incessant cries of the parrot exasperated the little fish demon. Her head suddenly morphed into that of a fish, startling Ba so much that he nearly plummeted from the sky. After scaring Ba, the little fish demon transformed back into her human form, crouching before the securely bound Yaya, coldly stating, "You caused my gecko brother's demise. Now I shall consume you, thereby fulfilling the retribution spoken of by your kind." With that, the little fish demon laughed heartily, opening her wide mouth to devour Yaya. The audience was thrown into a frenzy. "Ah, you deceitful female demon. Release our Yaya. Is it true? Will Yaya truly be consumed? Quick, call the authorities. We cannot allow Yaya to be eaten." Not only the audience, but Ba also cried out in despair. "Yaya is going to be eaten. Yaya is going to be eaten." At that moment, the little fish demon's mouth had already enveloped Yaya entirely. The scene was so horrifying that the viewers flooded the chat with panicked messages. As the fish demon savored her triumph, she attempted to crush Yaya with her teeth, expecting the taste of blood. Yet after a few bites, she encountered only the sound of cracking wood. Hovering near the ceiling, Ba changed his tune. "Yaya has been crushed. Yaya has been crushed." Surprise. It was Yaya made of wood. Yaya made of wood. Big foolish fish, ha ha. Big foolish fish, ha ha ha. Ba laughed maniacally at the fish demon. Chapter 92. The esteemed master has great patience, realizing she had been deceived. The fish demon swiftly lunged towards the bed where Zhao Qian lay, intending to use him as a hostage. However, a cacophony erupted from her belly. The agonizing sensation caused the fish demon to collapse onto the floor. Just then, the door to the hospital room swung open. Yaya, clad in her celestial purple robe, poked her round little face through the door's surprise. "Did you think I would fall for your tricks?" The audience exhaled in relief upon seeing Yaya reappear. "I knew she would not be so easily devoured. After all, she is a celestial master. Hey, I just saw you suggesting calling the police. Why the sudden change of heart? Woo-woo. As long as Yaya is safe, everything is all right. I'll just pretend that the earlier scene was a magic trick." As the atmosphere in the live stream lightened, the fish demon was already shedding tears of pain. Rolling on the ground, she glared at Yaya, her mind swirling with questions. While Taoists and monks could foresee the destinies of others, they could not predict their own, nor could they anticipate the actions of demons who tread the path of cultivation. If all Taoists could easily foresee when demons would devour humans, Such entities would not exist in this world. Yet this child, how did she manage to prepare in advance and place a puppet to mock her? Moreover, the puppet was so lifelike that she had sensed no anomaly whatsoever. Yaya, perceiving the fish demon's unspoken questions, entered the hospital room and, mirroring the little fish demon's earlier posture, crouched before her, explaining in a childlike voice. Upon seeing Zhao Qian, Yaya recognized that he was in grave danger, the source of which indeed lay with the little fish demon. However, she could not definitively ascertain whether the demon was good or evil. The master once remarked that some demons, unaware of their surroundings, unconsciously siphon off the vital energy of ordinary people, often leading to their demise. However, there are others that prefer to wait until their prey matures, as it is said that such victims are more delectable. Yet, as Yaya gazed at the fish demon, she discerned that the illusion it had conjured was rather rudimentary. If you were indeed a virtuous fish, why would you resort to casting illusions in a hospital room? The fish demon had thought that if Yaya could see through the illusion, she would refrain from approaching. If Yaya did come closer, it would indicate that she lacked significant prowess, and the demise of her gecko elder brother might have been merely a coincidence. This plan was meticulously crafted. It could both launch an offensive and retreat defensively by threatening Yaya with the lives of Zhao Qian and her master, making it an impeccable stratagem. However, to her astonishment, young Yaya was already adept in the art of puppetry and skillfully turned the tables. Tears streamed from the fish demon's eyes as she cried out, "Gecko elder brother, I shall soon join you." She contemplated self-detonation using her inner elixir, believing this would scatter her soul and prevent her from falling into Yaya's grasp to endure torment. Yaya, perceiving the fish demon's intent, smiled and lightly touched her, sealing her spiritual energy. "Do not perish just yet. If you die now, it would not vindicate me." After uttering this, Yaya cast a calming talisman upon the unconscious old priest and then administered a pill to Zhao Qian. Gradually, Zhao Qian awoke from his stupor. One might imagine a barrage of comments here, eager to witness Zhao Qian's genuine transformation. Haha, I am prepared as well. Unbeknownst to Zhao Qian, he was being broadcasted live. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Yaya, he was utterly astonished. How did this child come to my dormitory?" The old priest, having awakened earlier than Zhao Qian, was incensed by his disciple's words and struck Zhao Qian on the head. Feeling aggrieved, Zhao Qian protested, "Master, were you not also furious?" Claiming she had stolen our Bagua mirror and blamed it on the demons, insisting that you would seek justice as the president of the Taoist Association? What has caused this sudden change of heart? The old priest, caught off guard by his disciple's revelation, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Previously, when his disciple had called him to report seeing the Bagua mirror, he had relayed Yaya's account. As a Taoist who had practiced for 60 years, yet remained unable to advance in magical arts, the old priest had naturally concluded that such a multitude of demons was implausible. After all, it is far more challenging for animals to cultivate than for humans. His own sect had failed to enter the realm, so how could ordinary geckos and fish possibly have that opportunity? Yet, having suddenly succumbed to slumber and witnessed a creature with a fish's head and a human body, the old priest realized his narrow-mindedness. While it was one thing for him to err, it was another to lead his disciple astray. "You are correct. I too have made mistakes." The old priest maintained a stern demeanor as he admonished Zhao Qian. "Look at the ground. What do you see?" Zhao Qian glanced down, gasping in shock. He recognized the fish head, having nurtured it for a decade, yet he had never seen a fish's head atop a woman's body. Fearing he had overworked himself and simply dreamt, Zhao Qian bit his tongue. The pain affirmed the reality. The fish demon on the ground was indeed real. Tears welled in Zhao Qian's eyes, but rather than confessing to Yaya, he confronted the fish demon. "I have cared for you for 10 years. Why would you wish to harm me?" He was indeed weak and drowsy, and upon awakening, he had never doubted the innocence of the fish he had raised. Yet now he found himself confronted with the truth. The fish demon, already frustrated by her failed attempt at self-destruction, retorted coldly, "What do you mean you cared for me? I have raised you for 10 years, biding my time until your 24th year, when your yang energy would peak to feast upon you." Zhao Qian's face flushed with rage. When he had questioned Yaya about why the small fish had not consumed him sooner, he had not anticipated that the small fish was akin to a farmer patiently awaiting the ripening of fruit. Moreover, since the fish he raised was indeed a demon, perhaps the theft of the Bagua mirror had been a result of collusion. "I am sorry. Rising from the sickbed, Zhao Qian solemnly bowed to Yaya. I misjudged you. Esteemed leader of the Sanqing Temple, I sincerely apologize and hope for your forgiveness. Pleased with Zhao Qian's newfound humility, Yaya stood tall, embodying the dignity of a temple leader, and waved her hand. It is quite all right. This leader possesses a generous spirit and will forgive you. Haha. Does our little leader aspire to emulate the grand figures of authority? The adorable little dumpling is quite charming indeed. Has no one noticed how prominently Yaya's baby belly stands out? Haha. My niece's belly only flattened by the age of 6. In that moment, Yaya was too preoccupied to check her phone. She felt a profound sense of authority as she beamed with her bright eyes. Zhao Qian, standing opposite her, observed her deliberately poised demeanor with clarity. The exquisitely crafted little dumpling was simply enchanting. Were she any other child, as a university student, he would have teased her. But the fact that she was the temple leader rendered him cautious. In Chapter 93, Offering Tea to Your New Master, Zhao Qian reflected on these matters and expressed his gratitude to Yaya with sincere emotion. Thank you, Yaya. Yaya nodded in satisfaction, producing the restored Bawa mirror and presenting it to the old priest. This is an item belonging to your temple. Now, in the presence of the audience, it is returned to its rightful owner. Please safeguard it well henceforth to prevent any further theft. Upon seeing the Bawa mirror, tears welled in the old priest's eyes. This mirror was a treasured artifact from the founder of their temple, having been passed down for 5 generations. Its theft had caused him sleepless nights. Thank you, little leader Yaya. You're a benefactor to our Ling Song temple. The old priest, clutching the Bawa mirror, instinctively prepared to kneel before Yaya, but she quickly intervened. No need for kneeling. I did not seek to recover your mirror specifically. It was merely a matter of circumstance. So there's no need for such gratitude. Yaya's sincere words dissuaded the old priest from insisting on bowing, though he continued to murmur words of thanks. Perhaps overwhelmed by emotion, the old priest recounted the history of their Ling Song temple's construction and its lineage. So the legacy of a temple can unfold in such a manner? One might self-learn a few things, fortuitously acquire a magical artifact, and subsequently establish a temple? This was rather intriguing. The old priest's journey has not been easy, despite the absence of any traces of spiritual power on the old priest. He was purely a cultivator of the body, yet he inexplicably saw a reflection of her own master in him. Both were white-bearded elders, seizing opportunities to lecture. However, her master had vanished. Upon hearing that Yaya intended to depart, the old priest's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He grasped Zhao Qian's arm and commanded, Zhao Qian, kneel before the Yaya. Confused, Zhao Qian nonetheless obeyed his master and knelt before Yaya. The unexpected scene startled Yaya, who had not anticipated such an occurrence and was unable to intervene in time. In my youth, I had some understanding of the path, the old priest sincerely stated, acknowledging that he had indeed discerned a connection between this lad and the Taoist way. However, that connection was not with Ling Song Temple. Thus, the old priest sought to use the Bawa mirror and his own aging visage to humbly request that Yaya accept him as a disciple of the Sanqing Temple. Oh my, how swiftly we have progressed to the matter of changing allegiance. Zhao Qian's master was truly benevolent. Envy and jealousy arose within Yaya. Would she acquiesce? Standing before the old priest, Yaya was currently gazing at Zhao Qian. The little dumpling's mind echoed the words once spoken by her master. Her master had once said that the ability to read fortunes was incredibly mysterious. Some individuals could perceive everything clearly at a glance, while others, even when forcefully employing spiritual energy, could see nothing and might even harm themselves. There were also those who, upon initially glimpsing another's fate, could see it clearly a few times before becoming unable to perceive it again. Zhao Qian belonged to that latter category, having seen her fate twice and then become blind to it. This signifies that either she has indeed accepted Zhao Qian as a disciple of the Sanqing Temple, or Zhao Qian may eventually evolve into a formidable Taoist. Alas, such realizations are hardly comforting. Yaya gazed at the old Taoist's face where the center of his forehead, representing his destiny palace, faintly radiated a white glow. This manifestation reflected the essence of a soul that, in life, had neither committed great evils nor performed remarkable virtues. Yet, that white light began to dim, indicating that the old Taoist life was now on a countdown. Master is on the verge of death, and Zhao Qian remains oblivious. Unlike her master, who shamelessly deceived children to ensure her ascension as the head of the Sanqing Temple before fleeing, Zhao Qian's master had the foresight to entrust him to an exceptional leader like her. In contrast, Yaya felt betrayed after being deceived and abandoned by her own master, leading her to seethe with frustration. Contemplating these thoughts, Yaya deemed it not impossible to accept the old Taoist's request. She extended her hand to receive the old Taoist Bawa mirror, saying, "Shi Xiang, I have agreed to take in Yaya as my disciple. But he need not report to the Sanqing Temple just yet. Let him come later." Zhao Qian, astonished at Yaya's acceptance, gazed at his master in disbelief. However, he witnessed his master handing him a glass of water from the ward, saying, "Here, offer tea to your new master." "Master, I." The old Taoist interjected sternly. "When you pledged to become my disciple, you affirmed your commitment to heed my words. A master for a day is a father for life. Have you forgotten?" Zhao Qian lowered his gaze. "I have not forgotten." Years ago, he had met his master after carelessly falling into a river, where his life was saved. His master then revealed that he was destined to join the Taoist path and took him as a disciple. His parents had initially wished for him to be like a son to his master, but the master insisted that as a member of the Taoist community, he could only have disciples and not sons. However, this was not the time for such discussions. Zhao Qian obediently offered Yaya a cup of tea and bowed 3 times in reverence, completing the initiation process. Did the young head truly accept Zhao Qian as a disciple? Can I also take the young head as my master? Such thoughts of envy filled the air. As it seemed, Zhao Qian was destined for greatness. I am Zhao Qian's roommate, and while we are overwhelmed with our graduation thesis, Zhao Qian is embarking on the path of cultivation. Will he still pursue his research on the large yellow cow? As these thoughts emerged in the comments, everyone recalled that Zhao Qian was still a university student at Longnon University. While university students were venturing into the world of cultivation, what about them? Each felt a pang of jealousy. Indeed, he spoke of creating an ecological circle that would become more convenient in the future, a concept that neither Yaya nor she fully understood. She dragged the fish demon and sought out Luo Cheng, inquiring about his current endeavors. Luo Cheng was engrossed in studying the architectural structure, pondering how to incorporate his desired elements. Upon seeing Yaya approach with a fish-headed, human-bodied demon, his eyes lit up. "Is this your newly captured demon?" Yaya nodded. "Yes, it is a wicked demon, and I intend to report to the ancestor to impose punishment." The punishment of demons does not fall under official jurisdiction. Luo Cheng, intrigued, asked, "May I observe?" Yaya tilted her head, of course. Reporting the capture of the harmful fish demon to the ancestor follows the same procedure as when she reported the capture of the gecko demon. Yaya first offered incense to the ancestor before delving into the fish demon's memories to uncover the extent of its malevolence. In comparison to the gecko demon, the fish demon had caused relatively fewer fatalities, only 20 young men. Luo Cheng, curious about Yaya's closed eyes pressed against the fish demon's head, inquired about her actions. In Chapter 94, the Lu family arrives at the temple. Yaya explained the judgment process to Luo Cheng. He was fascinated. "So, you mean to say that by probing her thoughts, you can visualize her harmful actions?" Indeed, Yaya affirmed this is a form of magic. Luo Cheng pondered deeply. "I've heard that you can encapsulate lightning within talisman paper. Can this magic be stored as well?" "Oh, that is an intriguing perspective," he mused. "It would indeed be cumbersome to press against the heads of wicked demons every time to discern their thoughts. If the magic could be stored in talisman paper, it would present a different challenge, as the paper cannot vocalize its observations, thus hindering the judgment process." Luo Cheng smiled proudly. "Look at what you've said. There s still me. I shall temporarily set aside the ecological circle project and focus on your matter." This was certainly not due to his realization that the traditional residence was ill-suited for high-tech installations. Luo Cheng, wary of revealing his thoughts to Yaya, continued with their discussion. Meanwhile, Yaya was unconcerned with Luo Cheng's musings and stated, "Then let her be for now. Assist me in investigating why some spirits can emerge from smartphones." She was genuinely curious about how that phenomenon occurred. Luo Cheng agreed. Yaya presented the male ghost she had encountered while online dating with a male streamer, allowing Luo Cheng to handle it. To prevent the male ghost from escaping, Yaya affixed talisman paper around Luo Cheng's residence. After resolving this curious matter, Yaya resumed her morning rituals, restoring various magical artifacts she had received previously. In the midst of her tasks, a call from Lu Xingfeng interrupted her. Upon answering, she was met not with Lu Xingfeng's voice, but that of the matriarch, Mrs. Lu. She relayed that they had finally resolved the situation, and the charges were established. The son of her good sister, who had taken money, had suffered a leg injury. A fitting outcome for a villain. Additionally, the matriarch's sister and husband, naturally implicated, had also been apprehended. After tidying up familial matters, Mrs. Lu wished to express her gratitude to Yaya. However, Yaya felt no need for acknowledgement, as assisting the Lu family was her own choice. And she had no expectations of gratitude in return. Mrs. Lu, there is no need for thanks. That matter has passed, she reassured. Understanding Yaya's kind nature, Mrs. Lu smiled slyly. Very well. Although you say it is unnecessary, I wish to offer some incense money to the ancestor of the Sanqing Temple. Surely, that is permissible? Before she could finish, Lu Xingfeng's voice called out from the entrance, "Young head Yaya, we have arrived." Yaya was taken aback, realizing that the Lu family had already arrived at the door, yet still chose to call her. She set down the phone and went to greet them. The Lu family had mostly gathered, including Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, the eldest son Lu Xingzhou, the second son Lu Xingbai, as well as the fourth son Lu Xingyun and the fifth son Lu Xingfeng. Indeed, the sight of several tall and handsome men standing at the temple entrance was a striking tableau. However, the temple was unlike the mountain below, where no one appreciated handsome men, only spirits. 7 female ghosts approached without exception, circling the 4 Lu brothers. Xiaomei gazed at Lu Xingzhou and exclaimed, "Sisters, I believe this man is the most handsome." "Eldest sister, I beg to differ. I prefer this one." The female ghost sisters, forming bonds of sisterhood, shared a deep camaraderie. The second sister pointed at Lu Xingbai, her eyes sparkling. "He went to the small mountain village that day and even allowed us to deal with a beast ourselves. I find him truly handsome. I have different tastes. I favor this one." The fifth sister pointed at Lu Xingfeng, who appeared youthful and handsome yet lacked aggression. "I adore him." Humans possess a certain sensitivity towards ghosts, especially when confronted with 7 formidable spirits at once. Though the lingering Yin energy from the previous encounter still enveloped them, it did not prevent the Lu brothers from feeling a chill. Lu Xingyun, the most sensitive to the presence of spirits, shivered and moved closer to Lu Xingbai. He had some understanding of ghosts and was aware that certain public officials could frighten them. Conveniently, his second brother, Lu Xingbai, fell into that category. Lu Xingfeng, too, was perceptive. Upon noticing his fourth brother's anxious demeanor, he chuckled, teasing, "Fourth brother, do not be afraid. The ghosts that can linger in the temple are certainly not like the one you encountered that day, intent on harm." Lu Xingyun found himself utterly exasperated by his younger brother's antics. "Lao Wu, if you do not wish to acknowledge me as your elder brother, simply say so. Why do you always resort to mocking me with past events?" Lu Xingyun's words fell on deaf ears for Lu Xingfeng. He suddenly adopted a pitiful expression. Squatting in front of Yaya, lamenting, "Yaya, dear master, look, my fourth brother no longer wants me. I shall continue to stick with you." His display of childlike charm was remarkably adept. Originally, Yaya felt somewhat out of place with the Lu family seeking her out, but Lu Xingfeng's antics made her feel much more at ease. The little one chuckled sweetly. "Whether or not Lu Xingyun desires you, you can always find your place at Sanqing. After all, she adored Lu Xingfeng, and he surely had a spot there." Upon hearing Yaya's comforting words, Lu Xingfeng beamed with joy, completely shedding his earlier sorrow. The transformation was so remarkable that it left Lu Xingbai and Lu Xingzhou in awe. How did their fifth brother manage to navigate the outside world in such a manner, seeking care from child? Shouldn't it be Yaya, the one who ought to be crying and seeking comfort? Nonetheless, Lu Xingfeng's presence was indeed a blessing. Lu Xingzhou felt a sense of relief. As the head of a major conglomerate, he could sense that when he stood at the entrance of Sanqing, she did not seem particularly welcoming. The elder Lu and matriarch Lu, along with Yaya, refrained from extending further pleasantries. With a small gesture of her hand, she welcomed them, inviting them to enter. The Lu family had indeed come to offer incense to Sanqing, but they did not carry it themselves. They had bodyguards. A few bodyguards bore 3 sacks made of snake skin, filled to the brim with cash. Upon seeing the money, Yaya's smile became genuinely radiant. With funds in abundance, the temple could be restored to its former glory, allowing her to set aside any personal concerns. Once inside the temple, the Lu family first offered incense to their ancestral master, then instructed the bodyguards to deposit the money into the merit box. Meanwhile, they followed Yaya as she guided them through the temple. Lu Xingfeng inquired, "Is this the house purchased with the incense money from Luo Cheng? Does that mean I can have my own room? Such a large residence surely allows for a private chamber." Of course, Lu Xingyun, unable to bear seeing Lu Xingfeng monopolize Yaya's attention, brought a computer over to her, stating, "Yaya, look, this is a custom live streaming computer made just for you. I brought it here for you." Chapter 95, the former Sanqingguan. Yaya's curiosity was piqued, and she gazed at the boxes, asking, a live streaming computer? Lu Xingyun, aware of her unfamiliarity with such devices, chuckled as he played a prepared video for her. After watching, Yaya nodded, "Then please teach me how to use it later." Lu Xingyun readily agreed, cheerfully inquiring about the location of her study. The elder Lu and matriarch Lu exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of nostalgia as they observed their fourth and fifth sons encircling Yaya. When their daughter Ruo was young, she too had been surrounded by her brothers, with the fourth and fifth always vying to shower her with affection. After Ruo had her child, Bei, it was expected that the fourth and fifth would similarly dote on her. However, Bei, unfortunately, had been raised by the Zhou family in a manner that rendered her quite unlikable. The couple wished for their sons to treat Bei well, yet their efforts bore little fruit. To be candid, they had also found Bei's antics troublesome in the past. Was it simply that their granddaughter lacked a bond with their family? While the elders pondered this, a video call came through on their phones. Soon after, Bei's tear-streaked face appeared on the screen. The young girl, who had previously lived in Beicheng, had fair skin, and although her eyes were not double-lidded, they were still quite lovely. Yet after merely half a month in the countryside, her complexion had darkened, and she bore a deep wound on her face. The matriarch Lu anxiously inquired, Bei, how did you get hurt?" Bei placed her other small hand before the camera to show her grandmother. It was a small basket used for collecting pig fodder. "They made me pull grass, and I fell," Bei explained, her red-rimmed eyes filled with grievance. "Grandma, I know I was wrong. I won't be willful anymore. I'm sorry for saying you and Grandpa should have died sooner, because you wouldn't give me money." The little girl sincerely apologized, clearly having experienced hardships in the countryside, leading to her contrition. Lu Xingzhou remained indifferent. When Bei was sent away, he had insisted on taking away her phone watch. Yet her parents had resisted, arguing that the watch was for her safety. It contained a chip developed by Luo Cheng, allowing for satellite tracking even in remote areas. Lu Xingzhou wished to express that he had sent numerous people to accompany Bei and would ensure her safety. But the elders would not listen. Before Bei boarded the plane, she had called upon two individuals in the Zhou family's name to create trouble for Yaya at Sanqing Mountain. However, those two never managed to ascend the mountain. The matriarch Lu felt a pang of sympathy, but also recognized the truth in the situation. Ruo had been obedient as a child, yet she too had spent time in the countryside, experiencing falls and various trials without such extreme outcomes. As a girl, Ruo's daughter would also require a firm hand. Children pulling grass were accompanied by the bodyguards arranged by Lu Xingzhou. What could go wrong? There were even female bodyguards among those he sent, so Bei would be perfectly safe. Upon realizing that her attempts at garnering sympathy were in vain, Bei's countenance soured. Rising early in the countryside was one thing. As a small child, she was also expected to assist with household chores, gathering firewood, pulling fodder for pigs, weeding the crops, and so forth. It felt as though her efforts were futile. Those people were merely following Lu Xingzhou's orders, purposefully tormenting her. Grandpa was right. The Lu family was truly unbearable. Why did she have to carry the blood of the Lu family? It was utterly detestable, fueled by anger. Bei contemplated hanging up the phone, but suddenly noticed that the background behind the matriarch Lu was not that of the Lu family. "Grandma, where are you?" she asked. The matriarch Lu, without a hint of deceit, turned the phone to reveal the ancient architecture. "Grandma is at Sanqingguan. Yaya, the little Taoist priestess, has saved me, and I am expressing my gratitude." Upon hearing Yaya's name, Bei clenched her small fists. It was all because of Yaya that she had been sent to the countryside. All of them were children. Why was Yaya so formidable? Fueled by indignation, Bei abruptly hung up the phone and resumed pulling grass in the field. Her small, slender hands, now thinner, furiously yanked at the weeds. Nearby, The bodyguards formed a protective formation around her, with the closest female bodyguard gently instructing Bei on how to properly pull grass. The farmer's land was tilled well, making it easy to uproot the common weeds. However, Bei grew weary of following the bodyguard's advice and instead tugged at the wild grass along the ridge. The grass, sharp as a blade, swiftly sliced into her hand. Ouch! She cried, blood flowing forth as she sobbed, shaking her hand in distress. The blood fell to the ground, with the largest droplet expected to remain on the soil, yet it vanished in an instant. No one noticed this detail. The bodyguards paid no heed to Bei's cries. While in the countryside, as long as there was no life-threatening danger, she was expected to work. This was Lu Xingzhou's command, and they adhered to it strictly. Back at Sanxingguan, while the matriarch Lu spoke with Bei, Lu Xingzhou's gaze remained fixed on Yaya, noticing that her previously radiant smile had dimmed. He lowered his eyes to conceal the myriad of thoughts swirling within, ultimately letting out a long sigh. Approaching Yaya, he inquired, "Little master, what do you plan to plant in these empty spaces?" Taken aback by Lu Xingzhou's sudden question, Yaya hesitated for a moment before replying, "I haven't decided yet. I don't know what plants were here before." She intends to restore the plants in the Taoist temple. Yet the masters and elders, who once knew how the temple looked, can no longer appear to converse with her. In the face of impending war, they performed noble deeds but lost their ability to manifest like ordinary spirits. Yaya wishes for the masters to materialize, yet that is not possible. They remain confined within the wooden tablets made of peach wood, communicating with the world through the sound of the tablets clattering, signaling their presence. Lu Xingzhou smiled at Yaya when she expressed her desire to recreate the temple as it once was and gestured for a nearby young man to present her with the prepared documents. The file box was blue, and upon opening it, she discovered it contained black and white photographs. As she flipped through them, her eyes widened in delight. These were images of the former Sanxingguan. Lu Xingzhou had brought her photographs of the old temple. How kind of him! Chapter 96. The brother of the richest man in Longwood, the little milk dumpling, not only praised Lu Xingzhou at her heart, but also voiced her admiration. "Lu Xingzhou, you are truly a benefactor of Sanxingguan." The purpose behind Lu Xingzhou's gathering of this information was to bring joy to Yaya, while the details of how he deduced this from her past live broadcasts remain unspoken. It is evident that a CEO of a large corporation has put considerable thought into supporting the young master of the temple. However, as Lu Xingzhou observed the little dumpling clutching a file folder much larger than her own face, a sense of regret flooded his heart. The warm and joyful scene he wished to see, where the Lu family and Yaya shared delightful moments together, seemed perpetually out of reach. Lu Xingzhou was not the type to force things. Thus, he nodded and said, "The young master is also a benefactor of our Lu family, and there is no need to be overly formal." Jia understood Lu Xingzhou's implication. He was suggesting that these photographs serve as a token of gratitude from the Lu family. With this understanding, Yaya felt no burden in accepting the gift, and she promptly stored the photographs away. The detailed black and white images captured every aspect of the temple, allowing her to meticulously study them and restore the trees accordingly. She could transplant the trees that remained on the mountain and purchase those that were missing. It was a simple task that would ultimately return the temple to its former glory. At that moment, a genuine joy blossomed within Yaya's heart. She led her guests to the reception area of her residence, showcasing a magical display of tea kettles and cups appearing out of thin air, pouring tea automatically. The Lu family, accustomed to the host's hospitality, settled in and began to enjoy their tea. Yet as they sipped, Lu Xingfeng leaned over to Lu Xingyun, grumbling in discontent. "Fourth brother, the eldest is truly formidable, quietly delivering gifts to Yaya and making her so happy. We have both lost." Lu Xingyun cast a sidelong glance at Lu Xingfeng. "Lost? How so?" "I gifted Yaya a computer, and she was delighted. Our parents contributed incense money to Sanxingguan, and that made her happy too. It is only you who relies solely on your words to win her favor." Lu Xingfeng retorted, "Fourth brother, how wicked you are to seize this opportunity to mock me." With a mischievous glint in his eye, he darted over to Lu Xingbai and whispered, "Second brother, fourth brother claims that only the two of us see ye empty-handed. Alas, they are all scheming." Before Lu Xingfeng could finish, Lu Xingbai coughed twice and retrieved a small box from his pocket. Lu Xingfeng was taken aback, realizing that Lu Xingbai had also prepared a gift. "Now," He found himself the only one in the family who had come to visit Yaya empty-handed. This realization left Lu Xingfeng utterly flabbergasted. Just then a ba flew in, exclaiming, "Yaya, are we live? Are we live? I'm here for work." Yaya was puzzled, as a ba usually arrived early at the temple, ready for work. "Why are you late today?" she inquired. "I was making friends," a ba replied, surprisingly shy for a moment. "Making friends? No wonder. But today we have guests, so no need for a live broadcast." As soon as Yaya finished speaking, the matriarch and patriarch of the Lu family chuckled, saying, "Do not mind us, young master. If you wish to live stream, please do so. Our presence is of no concern." But the Lu family? Even if they were unaware of matters below the mountain, Yaya understood that affluent families valued their reputation highly. Lu Xingfeng and Lu Xingyun participated in her broadcast because they had genuinely expressed their intention to stay on the mountain. Yet the other members of the Lu family. Yaya glanced at Lu Xingzhou, then at Lu Xingbai. A smile appeared on Lu Xingbai's honest face as he suddenly spoke in a woman's voice. "Di Yaya forget? My voice can change, and so can my appearance. Yaya was momentero distant." Her round, glistening eyes fixated on Lu Xingzhou. While Lu Xingbai could change his face, Lu Xingzhou possessed the countenance of a wealthy and powerful individual, someone who typically would not show his face. Lu Xingzhou, aware that Yaya was observing him, allowed warmth to seep into his cold gaze. "I can also show my face. If you wish to live stream, do so without concern for others' opinions." Lu Xingzhou had repeatedly spoken to Yaya in a tone imbued with affection, and though the Lu family had not initially considered it deeply, they now sensed something was amiss. Lu Xingfeng, the most impulsive, directly asked, "Eldest brother, do you particularly like our young master? Why are you so indulgent toward her, as if she were your daughter?" The other members of the Lu family fell silent. It was indeed true that Lu Xingzhou treated Yaya well, yet it was also a fact that the Lu family owed her a debt of gratitude. The intricacies of their relationship were better left to private discussions. Only Lu Xingfeng, with his impulsiveness, dared to voice it. To say he treated her like a daughter seemed inappropriate, given that she was a young and capable figure in the world of Xianmen, the master of the temple. But to deny it might lead the young master to overthink, believing they were only kind to her out of obligation. The Lu elders wished to avoid both outcomes. However, when they looked at Lu Xingzhou, they heard him speak in a calm and natural tone. "Yaya is inherently clever, charming, and kind. I wish to cherish her as family, independent of her role as the master of the temple." When Lu Xingzhou expressed this, he maintained his gaze upon Yaya. She had never received such direct affection from anyone before. Her master had never said anything like that. Lu Xingzhou intended to convey that he liked her for who she was, not merely because she had saved the Lu family on numerous occasions. Upon processing this sentiment, the little milk dumpling felt inexplicably delighted and suddenly realized she too had developed a fondness for Lu Xingzhou. "Lu Xingzhou, would you like to eat lychees?" she asked, presenting a plate of fruit to him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she called out to the others, "Everyone, please help yourselves." As they enjoyed the lychees, Yaya activated the live stream. Engaging with her audience had become an essential part of her routine. Without it, something felt amiss. The first to appear on the screen was Lu Xingfeng, followed by Lu Xingyun, Lu Xingbai, and finally Lu Xingzhou, with the Lu elders appearing last. At first, the viewers greeted Lu Xingfeng with cheerful banter. However, as the camera panned to Lu Xingzhou's face, the chat erupted with excitement. "Oh my gosh, Lu Xingfeng, Lu Xingyun. How did I not realize they are brothers from the richest family in Longhua?" Chapter 97. The abbot declares that Shao Chun is beyond saving even in written form. The series of exclamations conveyed how shocked the other viewers were. Soon, someone inquired how the viewer knew they were from the wealthy Lu family. As that viewer spoke, others chimed in with comments. "Wow, which department do you work in? Are you slacking off at work?" Seeing the authenticity in their conversation, some began searching for relevant news articles, and indeed, they found recent interviews featuring Lu Xingzhou. A gentleman clad in a bespoke suit appeared in a magazine, remarkably resembling another man seated on a red lacquered wooden chair, sipping tea. It is no wonder that Wang Ge from next door previously remarked on Lu Xingfeng's capacity for creating realistic special effects live streams. It turns out he has a wealthy elder brother. Those who have only recently begun to admire Lu Xingfeng express their regret, pondering how splendid it would have been to cultivate a relationship with him from the outset, a bond forged in humble beginnings. Nevertheless, They find solace in watching the delightful live streams of the young host, Yaya, each day, affirming their connection to the Lu family and the Sanqing temple. As the audience engaged in playful banter, Yaya observed that everyone had nearly finished their meal and announced, "I shall prepare lunch now, and you can allow Lu Xingyun to take the two elderly gentlemen on a tour of other areas." The notion of a young child preparing a meal was met with disbelief by the Lu family, who promptly summoned the chef who had accompanied them up the mountain. "We have brought a chef, with a chef on hand." The responsibility of guiding the tour reverted back to Yaya. After a considerable time apart, Lu Xingfeng swiftly scooped up the adorable young host. "Where shall we take them first, Yaya?" Just as she was about to suggest a visit to the vegetable garden, a frail voice called from outside, "Is young host Yaya present?" Upon hearing the voice, Lu Xingfeng inquired with his gaze before carrying Yaya to the entrance. There stood two individuals, one in a black suit supporting an elderly man with graying hair. Recognizing the elder's face, Lu Xingfeng's expression turned anxious. "Ah, Grandfather Jean, greetings." Grandfather Jean's smile faded somewhat. "I am indeed well, but I have come here due to an unfortunate matter at home." Curiously, Yaya glanced between Lu Xingfeng and the elderly man who had just arrived. "Please, grandfather, do come in." Grandfather Jean nodded, assisted by his bodyguard as he entered the gates of Sanqing Temple. Upon seeing the ancestral tablets and the statue of the founder, the elder gestured for his bodyguard to light incense, respectfully offering a prayer before rising. Elder Lu and Madame Lu began greeting Grandfather Jean. "What a surprise to encounter you here. It has been quite some time, yet you remain as spirited as ever." Grandfather Jean sighed. "No matter how spirited I might appear, I have only a few years left. At my age, I still find myself worrying about the younger generation." Before he could finish his thought, Grandfather Jean quietly produced the prepared sum of 666 yuan and handed it to Yaya with heartfelt sincerity. "Young host, I know you possess remarkable abilities. I implore you to descend the mountain and save my great-grandson." Understanding that the elder sought assistance, Yaya accepted the cash without further discussion. Abba, being astute, ensured that the elder did not appear on camera, leading Yaya to ask, "Would your family mind if we broadcast this live?" Grandfather Jean displayed a hint of regret. "I would prefer that you refrain from live streaming. I do not wish for our family's troubles to be shared online. We still desire a semblance of dignity." Respecting Grandfather Jean's wishes, Yaya bid farewell to the audience. The viewers expressed their dismay at having to part with Yaya so soon. They were reluctant to say goodbye, yet Yaya had no choice. The audience found themselves in a quandary, as Yaya was not a contracted streamer. Her growth in followers depended solely on her own talents, independent of platform manipulation. Naturally, no one could dictate Yaya's schedule. Alas, it was perhaps for the best that Yaya did not sign a contract. I had previously attempted to recommend her live stream to those around me. And guess what? A rather unsavory male colleague could not locate her at all. Have any of you encountered similar situations? I certainly have. When I tried to share her account with classmates, several of them just could not find Yaya's profile. It seems as though those without fate are simply unable to see Yaya, does it not? The discussion among the live stream audience shifted to the fan group. Yaya observed the final topic of conversation and thought to herself, "It truly is like that, just as some can ascend a mountain while others cannot. There is indeed a selection process." She requested Grandfather Jean to provide his home address and inquired whether the Lu family wished to accompany her. It felt somewhat inappropriate for the host to flee while receiving a guest. Grandfather Jean did not mind the Lu family joining. He simply needed Yaya to accompany him to rescue his great-grandson. Soon, the Lu family decided that Lu Xingzhou and Lu Xingbai would accompany Yaya to the Jean residence. Unaware of the discussions among the Lu family, Yaya found it peculiar. Why was Lu Xingfeng, who had the closest relationship with her, not attending? Lu Xingfeng appeared unconcerned, his eyes glinting with a hint of excitement. "Yaya, I appreciate your efforts. My fourth brother and I will follow you, which means my elder brother and second brother will also be with you. Please do not hesitate to call upon them for any peculiarities you may encounter." This remark earned Lu Xingfeng a stern kick from Elder Lu, who admonished him. "What nonsense are you spouting? What do you mean by using them? Do you consider your elder brothers mere objects?" After reprimanding his fifth son, Elder Lu turned to Grandfather Jean with an apology. "I apologize. My fifth son can be a bit unreliable. Please do not hold it against him." However, he did not apologize for Lu Xingfeng's comment about the potential oddities they might encounter at the Jean residence. Grandfather Jean, understanding the circumstances surrounding the Liu family, presumed that the entire city of Beicheng was likely already aware of their affairs, and thus did not press the matter with Elder Liu. Following Yaya's request, he grasped the hand of his bodyguard and nervously closed his eyes. Fortunately, upon opening them, Grandfather Jean found himself at the entrance to his son's home. Outside, wreaths lay in mourning, indicating that a funeral was underway. Fury ignited within Grandfather Jean as he strode purposefully into the house. Despite this somber occasion, the guests appeared untroubled. This very atmosphere only heightened Grandfather Jean's anger. "Where is Jean Yu? You fool, get out here! Where is my great-grandson?" Chapter 98. What is the background of this child? Xiao Chun, if you dare to cremate him, I will donate all my assets to the state and leave you with nothing. As Grandfather Jean stormed toward the small coffin, he was transfixed, staring wide-eyed at a ghostly figure. It was a strikingly beautiful little boy, seemingly around 5 years old, who appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Realizing this child was Grandfather Jean's great-grandson, Yaya approached him and cheerfully stated, "Hello, my name is Yaya." As soon as she spoke, the little boy furrowed his brow, glancing at his grandfather and then at the elder, ultimately shaking his head in silence. He responded, "Oh, you do not wish to be revived?" Though she maintained a calm tone, her heart raced with urgency. Having accepted Grandfather Jean's money, she felt an inescapable connection to the situation. What was she to do? While Yaya grappled with her dilemma, Grandfather Jean, disregarding all objections, flung open the coffin and lifted his great-grandson's lifeless body. The elder felt a surge of relief, grateful that his foolish son had at least not exposed Jean Baichen's remains to the air. With the warm weather, the body would soon deteriorate if left in the coffin without cooling. Upon this realization, a bitter expression crossed Grandfather Jean's face. At the age of 85, he found himself relieved that his great-grandson's body had not yet begun to decompose. As he emerged from the coffin, cradling the body of his great-grandson, the surrounding guests had gathered around. Among them was a young woman and an older man, who were Jean Yu and his much younger wife, whom he had married after driving out his first. Jean Yu implored his father, "Father, Xiao Chun has truly left us. We consulted the abbot, and he said there was no hope for salvation. Even if he were revived, he would still be lost to us. We arranged this funeral to ensure he departs with dignity." The woman concurred, "Yes, Father, let Xiao Chun rest in peace." Grandfather Jean ignored their pleas, continuing to carry his great-grandson toward Yaya. The other guests continued to murmur, "The child has died, yet why does Jean Leoy insist on defying fate?" Indeed, what could possibly be going through Jean Leoy's mind to include the name of a child who could perish at any moment in his will? It is a pity that this side has a great-grandson, while the other side has both a biological son and grandson. What sense does it make to bequeath the inheritance to a child on the brink of death? There were those who supported Jean Leoy, lamenting, "Alas, Jean Baichen is a pitiable child, having lost his parents at such a tender age. It is only right for the old man, as his great-grandfather, to protect him." Conversely, Jean Yu, the biological grandfather, was deemed excessive, fixated solely on the child born of a mistress, now intending to bestow the family fortune upon him. Hearing the discourse surrounding his family's sordid affairs, Jean Leoy had little time to care. After all, they spoke the truth. The sons of the Jean family had indeed driven the first wife to her demise through their indulgence of a mistress, and now they were awaiting the death of their own flesh and blood, a truly revolting affair. He silently cradled the lifeless body of his great-grandson, Jean Baichun, before Yaya, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Little Guanju, I beseech you to save my great-grandson." The abbot of Ongwa Temple had once remarked that he could not cure Xiaochan's soul separation ailment due to insufficient cultivation. A truly adept practitioner would certainly have a solution. "You, at your tender age, are already a celestial master, so you must be able to save my little Chan." The old man bowed deeply in reverence. Yaya, however, did not allow the elder to kneel. She discerned that Jean Leoy bore the merit acquired from the battlefield, though age had diminished his once imposing aura. To have such an elder bow before her would inversely diminish her own merit. Preventing his act of reverence, Jean Leoy indeed could not kneel. He could only sincerely address the venerable elder, "Grandfather, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. Rather, your great-grandson is unwilling to return to this world." Meanwhile, the surrounding guests had shifted their topic of discussion. What of returning souls? Jean Leoy's great-grandson, is already dead. Is he not? Has Jean Laoy lost his senses? How could he beseech a child to save his great-grandson? Surely, one ought to seek a physician for such matters. Indeed, with age comes confusion. What capabilities could a mere child possess? Perhaps Jean Laoy has been deceived. Guests began to label Yaya as a fraud, cautioning Jean Laoy to be wary. The previously sympathetic figure, a plump man, spotted Lu Xingzhou and approached him to forge a connection. Mr. Lu, were you also invited to this gathering? As the authority of Beijing's leading enterprise, you must help us eradicate these deceivers. They are now even using children to swindle. His companions, seeing the plump man ingratiating himself with Lu Xingzhou, tugged at his sleeve from behind. The plump man, preoccupied with food, had not noticed. The small child, too diminutive to be seen above the adults blocking his view, dropped his phone while picking it up, noticing the peculiar sight of a member of the Lu family accompanying a child to this event. Regardless of the child's identity, they were undeniably associated with both the Lu family and Jean Laoy. Whether or not the child was a fraud was a matter for these influential figures to discern. The likes of them were merely small fry. The plump man, Zhu De, assumed his friend was pulling him back for not introducing him to Lu Xingzhou, hurriedly stepping aside to allow his friend to pass. Once done, Zhu De cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Lu, my friend Lin Kai shares the same sentiment. You must restore integrity to our Beijing business circle and not allow these frauds to profit from us." "Oh, you all believe her to be a fraud?" Lu Xingzhou scanned the guests, suddenly furrowing his brow. To his surprise, Zhou Wenbo was among the attendees, deliberately hiding as if fearing discovery. Indeed, the Zhou family's business had recently encountered difficulties, and with no support from the Lu family, they would naturally seek assistance from others. However, mud remains mud. Their attempts to forge connections would not lead them to the right individuals. Jean Laoy had made it clear he wished to sever ties with Jean Yu, the son who had wronged his first wife. How could he possibly assist the Zhou family? Lu Xingzhou instructed his bodyguards to keep an eye on Zhou Wenbo, casting a cold glance at Zhu De before kneeling to converse with Yaya. "Little Guanju, shall we find a quieter place to speak with Jean Laoy?" Witnessing Lu Xingzhou engage with a child in such a respectful manner left the guests who had condemned Yaya utterly astounded. Who exactly is this child? Chapter 99. Are you holding hands with little Guanju? Lu Xingzhou proposed moving to a quieter area for discussion, to which Yaya readily agreed. She turned to Jean Laoy, her small face filled with earnestness. "Grandfather Jean, let us speak in a peaceful place." Jean Laoy silently nodded, casting a fierce glare at his son, unfilial son. "Why do you not lead the way?" Jean Yu, hoping for Jean Laoy to revise the will, dared not oppose him in his presence. He quickly guided everyone upstairs to the study. Before leaving, he signaled to his young wife to ensure the guests were well taken care of. After all, these connections are vital for his future. After making the signal, Jean Yu secretly glared at Yaya, feeling that his father had indeed been deceived. Recently, a piece of land previously invested in by the Jean family had been discovered to contain oil, and he suspected the Lu family sought to claim a share of that fortune, perhaps even attempting to deceive his father into transferring ownership of the land to them. Yaya, sensing Jean Yu's hostility, remained largely unperturbed. She had deduced the complexities within the Jean family dynamics, realizing that if she aimed to save Jean Beichun, it would position her as Jean Yu's adversary. Yet what of being an enemy? The little bundle of joy clenched her small fist for encouragement, then flashed a sweet smile at Jean Beichun, taking his hand to follow the adults. As Yaya began to move, Lu Xingzhou and Lu Xingbai trailed her steps. The surrounding guests were thrown into a state of panic. It was one thing for Mr. Lu to kneel and speak to the child, but now he even walked behind her. What did this signify? It indicated that Mr. Lu had placed his own status beneath that of the child. Zhu De, who had previously sought to discredit Yaya, now turned pale as he realized the implications. The cold glance from Lu Xingzhou had already haunted him with nightmares of bankruptcy. And now, witnessing Lu Xingzhou's behavior, he feared that those nightmares might become a reality. What would become of them? Was the Zhu family doomed? Zhu De glanced pitifully at his good friend Lin Kai. Lin Kai, speechless, retorted, "You ignored my warning earlier, and now you regret it? What good will that do?" They had been friends since their school days, toiling for nearly 20 years to earn the privilege of being invited to the banquet of the esteemed Jean family. Although they had reservations about Jean Yu's actions in favoring a mistress and driving his first wife to her end, they had suppressed their discomfort, thinking that attending would allow them to meet other business people and potentially broaden their business avenues. Now, Judah had made the mistake of seeking closeness with Lu Xingzhou in the most misguided manner. As Lin Kai sighed, Judah suddenly regained his fighting spirit. I believe my previous remarks can be forgiven due to ignorance. Quickly, let us investigate the child's background. Perhaps we can approach her to gain Mr. Lu's forgiveness. The pair promptly set out to gather information related to Yaya. Meanwhile, Yaya found herself still being labeled a fraud. In a Zhan family study, Zhan Yu, disregarding Lu Xingzhou's presence, earnestly implored his father, "Father, you are aware of the abbot of Onghua Temple, one of the foremost masters of Buddhist teachings. He explicitly stated that little Chan cannot be saved and that we should prepare for the worst. You cannot simply trust this child because of Mr. Lu's recommendation. Let us allow little Chan to rest in peace." Zhan Yu's earnest gaze and heartfelt words seemed genuinely sincere. Zhan Leoi, with a cold laugh, said, "I believe that the young Taoist Yaya has a way to bring you into the study, only to shatter your expectations." He then admonished his son, "Be quiet, you worthless thing." After scolding his son, Zhan Leoi gestured for Yaya to take her seat. "Young Master Yaya, please take a seat." Upon speaking, he noticed that Yaya's small hand seemed to be holding on to someone. Could it be? Zhan Leoi recalled what Yaya had said earlier about Zhan Beichen not wishing to be resurrected, and tears flowed anew. Had the young master spoken with his pitiful great-grandson, thus understanding his thoughts? "Xiaochun, are you holding hands with the young master?" Zhan Leoi, with reddened eyes, gazed at the empty space beside Yaya and pleaded, "Have pity on your great-grandfather. Please return, for I cannot bear to be without you." His call prompted the dazed Zhan Beichen to finally react, yet he remained silent, merely fixing his bright, dark eyes on Zhan Leoi. Yaya said, "Zhan Grandpa, shall I open your yin-yang eyes?" Zhan Leoi nodded, and Yaya employed the method she had previously developed, casting a spell directly upon his eyes. After a moment's thought, she turned to Lu Xingzhou and Lu Xingbai, asking, "Do you want this as well?" Seeing the two brothers from the Lu family nod, Yaya proceeded to grant them the same gift. Zhan Yu, noticing that everyone else had received this except him, approached Yaya with a stern face, demanding his own. Yaya feigned ignorance of his request. Zhan Yu, unconvinced that she could save Zhan Beichun, was resolute in not granting him the yin-yang eyes. Her refusal infuriated Zhan Yu, but with Zhan Leoi and Lu Xingzhou present, he refrained from bullying a child, opting instead to sulk in silence. Lu Xingbai, observing Zhan Yu's demeanor, rarely displayed a mocking expression upon his honest face. The phrase "a good bamboo produces bad shoots" aptly described Zhan Yu's character. Zhan Leoi had participated in numerous battles during his younger years, earning merits that could have afforded him a comfortable life. However, he chose not to enter the political arena and instead married a woman who loved business, thus becoming a merchant. The fortune he built throughout his life was initially intended for his son, Zhan Yu. Yet, at the age of 45, Zhan Yu betrayed his spouse, fathering an illegitimate child with a 20-year-old girl. This young woman, emboldened by her pregnancy, intruded into their home, ultimately leading to the demise of Zhan Yu's frail first wife. The child born for the first marriage, Zhan Yu, harbored resentment towards his biological father and chose to enlist in the military instead of confronting him. After serving, Zhan Yu married a female soldier, and both later perished in the line of duty, leaving behind a 1-year-old Zhan Beichen. Fearing that his great-grandson would be bullied without parental guidance, Zhan Leoi took Zhan Beichen into his care. At that time, Zhan Beichen was still an infant who, naturally prone to sleep, did not reveal any issues. However, when Zhan Beichen reached the age of 2 and began to walk and jump, he would suddenly fall into a deep slumber during play, unresponsive to anyone's calls. It was then that Zhan Leoi sensed something was amiss, prompting him to take Zhan Beichen to see a doctor. The hospital found no physical ailments, and after observation, concluded that Zhan Beichen simply had no issues since he would eventually awaken from his slumber. Yet, the duration of his unconsciousness continued to extend. Zhan Leoi, left with no choice, sought assistance from various extraordinary individuals. He entrusted his business to an agent, leaving Zhan Yu with a trivial position, and began searching far and wide for capable individuals. Initially, he sought help within the confines of Beichen, eventually reaching the Taoist Association. However, the priest there failed to discern Zhan Beichen's condition, ultimately leading him to the abbot of Onghua Temple, who revealed that Zhan Beichen was missing half of his life soul. The life soul is the essence of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. Without a complete life soul to anchor him, Jean Baichen's other spirits could not properly integrate with his physical form, causing him to frequently leave his body. To save Jean Baichen, they needed to locate the lost half of his life soul. The abbot attempted numerous times, but could not find its whereabouts, ultimately providing Jean Baichen with a soul-restraining Buddha bead for temporary safety. While Jean Baichen was thus secured, Jean Leoy fell ill, confined to his sickbed. Unable to care for Jean Baichen, he summoned his son Jean Yu, urging him to treat his grandson well, as he intended to bequeath his fortune to Jean Baichen. Yet, Jean Yu was a man of selfish ambition, fixated on the notion that if Jean Baichen were to die, Jean Leoy's demise would render the inheritance his own. Jean Leoy, apprehensive of such an outcome, ensured Jean Baichen's protection and actively sought treatment. After enduring considerable hardship, Jean Baichen's soul-restraining bead was stolen 3 days prior. Jean Leoy had installed surveillance on Jean Baichen, with the bead also embedded with a tracking chip. However, the surveillance failed to capture the thief, and the chip was discarded on the ground. Without the soul-restraining bead, Jean Baichen's spirit was forcibly separated from his body. Jean Leoy had no choice but to disseminate information, continuing his search for someone capable of locating the missing half of Jean Baichen's life soul. It was only upon discovering news from Sanqing Guan about a young prodigy who had become a celestial master at a tender age that he ventured there. Even without the soul-restraining bead, Jean Baichen would still find temporary safety at the abbot's side. How could a person like Jean Yu be worthy of being Jean Leoy's son? Liu Xingbai reflected on the troubles of the Jean family, shifting his gaze from Jean Yu to Yaya. Yaya also wished to save Jean Baichen and signaled for Jean Leoy to continue conversing with him. Jean Grandpa, only if he wishes to live can I help him find his life soul. If he lacks the hope for survival, I cannot retrieve the lost half of his soul. It would be as it was before. Xiaochun, would you speak to your grandpa? Jean Leoy understood Yaya's intent and looked earnestly at Jean Baichen. Great-grandpa knows that you are unhappy every day, but I promise you, I will not fall ill again, and I will be here to accompany you. Is that all right? Jean Baichen's dark, vacant eyes fixed upon his great-grandfather, and he finally uttered his first sentence. Great-grandpa, you will die one day. Without great-grandpa, no one would love Xiaochun. With no one to care for him, no one wishing for him to live. The 5-year-old boy's gaze held a profound despair that seemed to transcend the concept of life and death. Jean Leoy was rendered speechless, tears streaming down his face. Xiaochun, great-grandpa will find many friends for you. Will find someone to care for you. You will have new family members. Do not think like that. It pains great-grandpa. Jean Baichen raised his hand, attempting to wipe away Jean Leoy's tears, but his hand merely passed through the elder's face. Witnessing this scene, the loneliness in Jean Baichen's eyes became even more pronounced. He understood that only great-grandpa loved him. Thus he dreaded facing a world devoid of his great-grandfather. His biological grandfather would secretly scold him for not dying sooner, while his step-grandmother and step-uncle would berate him mercilessly. He yearned to become an adult free from the oversight of others, yet that day was still 13 years away. Jean Baichen, however, wished not to wait even a single day. Instead, he felt a sense of liberation as a ghost, separated from his body. Jean Baichen's dark, hollow eyes gazed at Jean Leoy, and he suddenly broke into an innocent smile. Great-grandpa, Xiaochun does not want to live anymore. Shall we be ghosts together? Jean Leoy regarded his great-grandson, unsure of how to respond. The elder fell silent, but it was Yaya who spoke. Jean Baichen, you lack a life soul. The emissaries of the dead will not escort you to be reincarnated. Even if you wander the world as a malevolent spirit, you will be a lesser ghost than others. Those formidable ghosts will devour you, and you still cannot be a happy ghost. Upon hearing that, Jean Baichen realized that, even as a ghost, he could not remain with great-grandpa, and he lowered his head in disappointment. Neither living nor dead seemed to be a viable option for him. He would rather be a fool in an animated series, free from all thoughts. However, if you listen to Yaya, she will help you find her lost life essence, and you will be able to live well and be happy with your great-grandfather. Yaya gently spoke of the possibilities that lay ahead for Jean Baichen, suggesting that it would be better to consider. After listening to Yaya's words, Jean Baichen turned to her and asked with a hint of confusion, "You're also a child. Do you feel happy being alive? Does anyone wish for your existence? Do your relatives like you?" Yaya replied, "Some of my relatives like me while others may not, but that doesn't matter. As a Taoist, I am a person who has renounced worldly ties, which means my familial connections are naturally more distant. Thus, the opinions of my relatives hold little significance for me. Zhanbei Chun continued to inquire. Then what is important to you? Yaya's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, the most important thing is to gather funds for the temple. If the temple has sufficient offerings, it will be restored to its former glory, which is a promise I made to my master. I will gradually accumulate wealth, and with that wealth, I can care for other children who lack parents, allowing them to become disciples of Sanqing Guan. What is a disciple? Sanbai Chen Usket. A disciple is someone who learns from Yaya, she replied. Why do you want them to be your disciples? He probed further. Because in doing so, they too will experience joy, just as I do. Suddenly, Yaya fixed her gaze on Zhanbei Chun, saying, you two have no parents, and only your great-grandfather cares for you. You could very well become my first disciple. Jis. You will be my disciple, and I will be your master. I will care for you, nurture you, and you will be the second most important person in my life. Chapter 101. Can I not stay here? Zhanbei Chun fell silent. Although he did not fully comprehend the true meaning of being a disciple or the entirety of Yaya's words, he could sense the vitality of life emanating from her. Furthermore, when Yaya expressed her desire to accept him as a disciple, her eyes sparkled with anticipation. He recalled how his great-grandmother would often gaze at his uncle with such hopeful eyes, declaring him the best child in the world. Many relatives adored his uncle and wished for his well-being, yet only his great-grandfather cared for him and hoped he would survive. Now, another child expressed the same hope for his survival. This was peculiar and seemed contrary to the natural order, where adults typically care for children and hope for their success. Nonetheless, it felt worth exploring. Zhanbei Chun remembered his uncle's disdainful comment that no adult would like him, and he pondered how he would confront his uncle's ridicule in the future. Yeah, Zhanbei Chun said, looking at her. I have one more friend who likes me. Right? Yes. Yaya nodded earnestly, extending her pinky finger. Yaya likes you. If you become my disciple, I will like you even more. If not, that is fine too. I will still like you. Zhanbei Chun smiled, but he did not extend his pinky in return. Instead, he said, I can't reach you. Yaya stood on her tiptoes and gently ruffled Zhanbei Chun's hair, saying, Disciple, have you forgotten that I just held your hand? The little one tried to emulate her master, beaming as she patted his head. Zhanbei Chun's silky black hair fell far softer than the fur of the animals on Sanqing Mountain. Yaya was satisfied and imitated her master by stroking her own chin. The two brothers from the Liu family observed Yaya's actions with amusement. The little girl was undoubtedly imitating her master, but she was unaware that her master stroked her disciple's head before touching her chin due to the beard that adorned it. Despite her efforts to adopt her master's tender smile, as a child, she could not replicate the beard that marked her master's face. After patting Zhanbei Chun's head, Yaya extended her pinky finger to him again. She had not anticipated being questioned by her newly accepted disciple. With her chin held high, her small hands behind her back, she recounted her master's words from years past. As a disciple, how can you question your master? Your master has seen more in life than you have experienced. Now, you must observe and learn obediently. Do you understand? After saying this, the little one placed her left hand on Zhanbei Chun's head while her right hand busily gestured as if calculating. As she pondered, Yaya's brow furrowed. The situation was somewhat complicated. It appeared that half of Zhanbei Chun's life essence was in the underworld. If he were in the mortal realm, she could use the talisman given by her master to confront the situation. However, now that the life essence was in the underworld, the dynamics had changed. The official authority in the human world is the police and government, and since her Sanqing Guan is situated in the mortal realm, she must adhere to its regulations. The underworld has its own governance, and upon entering it, she must also show respect to its officials. Seeing Jiafron, Zhanbei Chun's face once again reflected a sense of despair. He wished to live, yet it seemed that survival might still be out of reach. Just then, Yaya completed her calculations and noticed Zhanbei Chun's expression returning to its previous state. She promptly tapped his head and exclaimed, I told you not to doubt your master. After admonishing her untrusting disciple, Yaya pointed to Zhanbei Chun's body, saying, I will first help you enter your body, and then we will discuss your life essence. Old Master Zhan could discern from his great-grandson's words just how much he despised his biological grandfather. Casting a dark glare at Zhan Yu, who did not possess the ability to see spirits, could not hear Zhang Beichen's words and could only infer from Yaya's speech that Zhang Beichen was indeed on the path to revival. A surge of resentment toward Yaya filled his heart. Zhang Yu dared not express his resentment openly and could only silently curse Yaya in his heart, while maintaining a facade of cheerfulness. Father, I never expected you to find such a gifted individual to save Xiaochun. I am truly delighted. Delighted? Huh. What kind of joke are you making with that old man? Old Master Zhang couldn't be bothered to expose his son's insincerity, merely casting a cold glance at Zhang Yu. Then, the old man gazed at Yaya with great anticipation. Yaya guided Zhang Beichen to his body, instructing him to lie down. She then extended her small hand and gently tapped the acupoints on Zhang Beichen's head with her spiritual energy. Under her assistance, Zhang Beichen's complexion began to flush with color, and soon he opened his eyes. Yaya produced a solid Peiyuan pill. Since Zhang Beichen was a child, she divided the pill in half, giving one portion to him and the other to old Master Zhang. Grandfather, take this pill. You've been harboring internal injuries that Haven Tea healed. This will help mend those injuries and prolong your life. Zhang Beichen obediently consumed the pill, and his long ailing body suddenly felt rejuvenated. His face lit up with amazement as he exclaimed, Great-grandfather, the pill for my master is incredible. You should take it too. Old Master Zhang, hearing his great-grandson refer to Yaya as master, felt no resistance. Instead, a smile of contentment graced his lips. At 84 years of age, he was nearing the time to join his departed wife and grandson. In this world, the only person he truly cared for was Zhang Beichen. Even if he left behind his inheritance for Zhang Beichen, it would be of no use if the child did not grow up. Now, with the head of Sanqing Guan, the little celestial master Yaya as his great-grandson's mentor, he felt reassured that Zhang Beichen would thrive. Contemplating all this, old Master Zhang returned the pill to Yaya, saying, Little Guanju, I'm already half in the grave, so I will forego such a precious pill. Please keep this half for my great-grandson. Yaya understood that old Master Zhang was showing affection for Zhang Beichen, and she waved her small hand, insisting, No need. No need. I have plenty of pills. What I give you is yours. Moreover, Xiaochun is my disciple, and I do not wish to see him saddened by his relative's ailments. As soon as he finished speaking, old Master Zhang had yet to react when Zhang Yu suddenly reached out towards the elixir. In Chapter 102, my father was killed by the Liu clan caught off guard. Old Master Zhang allowed Zhang Yu to snatch the elixir. Zhang Yu, seizing the elixir, disregarded the thoughts of those around him and intended to swallow it immediately. Even a half-dead child like Zhang Beichen could become invigorated under the elixir's effects. With his robust health, consuming it would surely extend his life. If his confused father did not wish to partake, he would do so instead. After all, he was also a relative of Zhang Beichen, and upon his demise, Zhang Beichen would surely mourn for him. As Zhang Yu opened his mouth in anticipation of the elixir, such thoughts flooded his mind. However, he was unable to consume it. Liu Xingbai reacted swiftly, gripping Zhang Yu's wrist. You dare to steal Yaya's possessions? Liu Xingbai's voice was cold, his usually honest face now radiating a fierce intent. Zhang Yu felt as if his hand might shatter. He struggled to hold the half elixir and was forced to release it. Feeling distressed, he still argued with greed driving him. Mr. Liu, I am the biological grandfather of Zhang Beichen. Did you not hear Yaya, the little master, say that this half elixir is meant for his family? Liu Xingbai found it pointless to argue with someone like Zhang Yu. He merely apologized to old Master Zhang, then pinched old Master Zhang's chin and forcibly fed him the elixir. Old Master Zhang was unprepared for such directness from the Liu family's descendant. Before he could react, the elixir had already dissolved in his mouth. Suddenly, he felt a surge of pent-up frustration rise within him, and he spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Noticing that old Master Zhang was in a poor state, Liu Xingbai hurriedly pulled a nearby chair over for him to sit. Old Master Zhang slumped in the chair, his eyes tightly shut and motionless. Zhang Yu rushed to old Master Zhang's side, shouting loudly, Father, Father? Without even checking for signs of life, he dashed outside. As he ran, he yelled, I have evidence. It was the child from the Liu family who fed my father the elixir and poisoned him. His cries summoned his young wife and the remaining guests. Everyone rushed into the study and indeed saw old Master Zhang slumped in the chair, utterly still. In the shock of old Master Zhang's apparent death, some people failed to notice that Zhang Beichen had actually revived. One by one, they echoed Zhang Yu's words. Quick! Call the police. Capture the child who killed old Master Zhang. Some older guests, eager to assert their authority, reproached Lu Xingzhou. Xingzhou, what a fool. How could you bring this child to the Zhang family and cause old Master Zhang's demise? Indeed, Xingzhou, old Master Zhang is a national hero, a man of great merit. How could he possibly die at the hands of a mere child? These individuals believed that Zhang Yu's outcry must be true, but they were unaware that Zhang Yu had witnessed his grandson's miraculous revival and heard Yaya proclaim that the elixir could extend life, shattering his mental state. In his youth, Zhang Yu had longed to inherit the family business. After years of anticipation, old Master Zhang showed no signs of abdicating, clinging to his shares. It was one thing for his biological son to be denied shares, but Zhang Yu had also been meticulously chosen a dreadful wife. That woman was domineering and lacked the gentleness of a true partner, and the son she bore did not share a bond with him. Family members criticized him as inept, merely indulging in pleasures. Zhang Yu felt there was something wrong with his family, which affluent family did not indulge in enjoyment. Why was it unacceptable for him? Having failed to secure the inheritance he had yearned for over 4 decades, and with a son who did not care for him, Zhang Yu brazenly engaged in an affair. In fact, his current wife was his son's first girlfriend. Such outrageous actions ultimately drove his first wife to her demise. That day, Zhang Yu drank heavily, celebrating his newfound life, planning the Zhang family's fortune with his young wife. Now, old Master Zhang was 84 years old, and he himself was 60. As long as the troublesome grandson perished, and if old Master Zhang would accidentally meet his end, Zhang Yu would become the master of the Zhang family. After waiting 40 years, he saw hope, only to find that old Master Zhang had been granted an extension of life and that his grandson might live to a ripe old age. Furthermore, with Yaya, who seemed so formidable, having revived his grandson, Zhang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of despair. That despair magnified during his attempt to seize the elixir, leading him to shout that old Master Zhang had been murdered. He had lost his sanity. Ha! Old Master Zhang is dead. He has finally died. Ha ha ha! Spotting the crowd gathering, Zhang Yu pushed past someone, exclaiming, I will soon be the master of the Zhang family. I will soon be the CEO of the company. Ha ha ha! The elderly guests who had previously scolded Lu Xingzhou were now splattered with Zhang Yu's spittle as he laughed maniacally. Only then did they realize something was amiss. Zhang Yu's eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating his mind had been shattered by the blow. Cough, 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 this unfilial son. Old Master Zhang finally regained his composure, opened his eyes, and angrily scolded Zhang Yu. How dare you claim I am dead? Upon hearing old Master Zhang's voice, Zhang Yu remained unresponsive, exclaiming, my father's ghost is speaking. Did you all hear that? The onlookers watched in disbelief as old Master Zhang appeared to have returned from the dead. They could not help but realize that Zhang Yu had lost his mind. They pointed and whispered among themselves. It's over. Brother Zhang has gone mad. At his age, how could not withstand such a shock? He has truly lost it. Amidst their murmurs, Zhang Yu's young wife turned pale. Her association with Zhang Yu was not due to his charm, but rather because she was on the verge of breaking up with Zhang Yu's son, Zhang Beichen. In a prestigious family like the Zhangs, once missed, re-entering was nearly impossible. Thus, for the sake of future wealth and status, she had seduced Zhang Yu. She was not a shameless person, nor did she expect to gain from the Zhang family. Was it because she liked Zhang Yu's elder demeanor? But now that Zhang Yu had lost his mind, and with old Master Zhang and Zhang Beichen unlikely to perish soon, what was she to do? Her gaze involuntarily shifted to old Master Zhang. As long as she could still be a member of the Zhang family, she would have money to spend. Zhang Yu's wife immediately grabbed her 10-year-old son and rushed to old Master Zhang's side, tearfully saying, Old Master, Zhang Yu has gone mad. From now on, we can only rely on you for support. The 30-something woman wept sorrowfully, paying no heed to the strange glances from those around her. In Chapter 103, does the Lu family also raise masters? Noticing the woman approaching, Yaya observed her new apprentice, trembling, and quickly took the child's hand. Then, standing on tiptoe, she patted the child's head, saying, Pet the fur, it won't frighten you. Pet the fur, it won't frighten you. Even though her actions were imitative, Yaya executed them with remarkable skill. The Lu brothers, while keeping an eye on the surroundings, were also focused on Yaya. Upon seeing her comfort Zhang Beichen in a manner reminiscent of adults, they both wondered, was this how Yaya's master consoled her? This little bundle of joy had to learn so much at such a young age, from exorcising spirits to drawing talismans and studying Feng Shui. She must have endured considerable hardship, though they were unaware of the reasons behind her master's departure. It was evident that she was reminiscing about her master in this manner. With such thoughts, both men felt their eyes grow slightly moist. Yaya, preoccupied with her new apprentice, remained oblivious to the adult's actions. Until the emotions of Jean Beichun were soothed, Yaya ceased to gently stroke his little head and instead took his hand. The two exquisitely adorable children stood hand in hand, observing the chaos of the adults around them. The elder Jean harbored a deep disdain for his son's new mistress, entirely ignoring the weeping woman's pleas and summoning his bodyguards instead. Take Jean Yu to see if he has truly lost his mind. If he has, send him to the sanatorium. Once Jean Yu was dealt with, the elder's gaze shifted to the woman and her child. Traditionally, it is the offspring who care for their elders, not the other way around. I shall grant you both an annual sum of 200,000, but you must sign an agreement. If you refuse, you and your child may find yourselves on the streets. The choice is yours. Upon hearing this decree, Jean Yu's wife could no longer suppress her tears and unleashed a torrent of curses upon the elder. You heartless old man! Is my Anan not a child of the Jean family? How dare you bestow everything upon this wretched creature? With her hair disheveled, she rose from the ground, vowing to expose him online, declaring that he could not dismiss her with a mere 200,000 a year. The elder Jean regarded the woman's antics with a cold detachment, his expression betraying an air of strategic calm. Is that so? Expose me if you wish. I have gathered ample evidence of your infidelity during our marriage, as well as proof of your deliberate cruelty towards Xiaochan while I was ill. Were it not for Anan being Jean Yu's child, you would not even receive the 200,000. This amount is already a salary that many can scarcely earn in a year. To receive it without effort is a fortune only the greedy would deem insufficient. Upon hearing the elder mention evidence of her infidelity, the woman's bravado faltered, and she quickly agreed to sign the agreement. The elder smiled and abruptly turned to Yaya. Little Guanju, I wish to impart some lessons on conduct to my grandchild, and I hope you will consent. How could he object? She nodded. Of course, you are Xiaochan's grandfather. You may teach him whatever you wish. She was not the kind of petty master who would obstruct her disciple's grandfather from teaching him. With her agreement, the elder Jean felt a wave of relief. Having lived a long life, he had no experience with grandsons being taken under the wing of transcendent masters, and he feared the potential conflicts between worldly matters and Yaya's teachings. Now that she had consented, he could relax completely. Jean Beichun, this child, was intelligent and clever, yet perhaps a bit too kind-hearted. The elder called Jean Beichun to his side and lifted his wrist. Indeed, remnants of scars remained. 2 circular marks, the result of cigarette burns. Jean Beichun had suffered while his great-grandfather was ill. The elder spoke gently. Let everyone see clearly what this woman has done to the bloodline of the Jean family. I was merely unwell. I did not pass away. I had hoped that Jean Yu, as the child's grandfather, would not act so harshly, but I misjudged. Today, I shall impart one lesson to my great-grandson. If someone wrongs you, you must repay them tenfold. The elder had someone prepare a cigarette, and handed it to Jean Beichun. The child trembled slightly. He understood his grandfather's intent. Yet the memory of the pain from the burn made him reluctant to treat others in the same manner. In his moment of panic, Jean Beichun looked to Yaya for help. He found her eyes sparkling, and she remarked, "Ah, how could I forget this matter? It is indeed time to punish this wicked woman." Jean Beichun was bewildered. Was it wrong for him to hesitate to act against another? Lu Xingzhou, hearing Yaya's quiet murmur in agreement, knelt down to ruffle her hair. Indeed, if one does not repay evil with evil, they would only be bullied by those who take advantage. It seemed that Yaya's master had taught her well. She was not just a leader of sect. She was also a teacher to 2 individuals, needing to maintain a composed and dignified demeanor. Suddenly receiving affection from 2 people, was her image to be compromised? Though it was Yaya questioning him, a faint smile appeared on Lu Xingzhou's face. He was not one to show much expression, especially in business settings. Those present who had seen Lu Xingzhou before could not help but whisper among themselves, speculating why he appeared particularly fond of this child. Had the Lu family begun to engage with superstitions, perhaps even raising a master? No, that smile clearly indicated he was simply an adult who cherished children. Their murmurs were soon interrupted by the ongoing events. The elder Jean, observing Jean Beichan's reluctance, grasped his hand, attempting to guide him. Xiao Chun, you will learn alongside little Guanju in the future. I implore you to understand that the evildoers you encounter will be far more terrifying than your step-grandmother. If you continue to resist taking action against wicked individuals, what will become of you should you be cast out from your teachings? Only then did Jean Beichan grasp why his great-grandfather urged him to commit such cruel acts. The woman had already been seized by the bodyguards, unable to escape. She glared at Jean Beichan with hatred, her words foul. You little bastard, dare you? With a quiver in his voice, Jean Beichan replied, you also kicked me. He lifted his foot and gave the kneeling woman a light kick. Then his gaze fell upon his uncle in the distance.